Dragon God Supreme Chapter 459 to Chapter 541. At the end of the battle, all the major forces returned home to heal their wounds. The crowd of onlookers also dispersed. No one dared to stay, for fear of being killed. Although the Heavenly Moon sect had been destroyed, Feng Wuchen and the others were not happy. On the arena of Heavenly Moon Mountain, Lu Qingyang seemed to have lost his soul. He was like a puppet, and his eyes were colorless. "Dendi, should we persuade Qingyang?" the Crimson Emperor asked worriedly. He couldn't bear to see Lu Qingyang sad. Feng Wuchen shook his head and said, "Let him be alone." "Dendi, when Qingqing was killed, Qingyang awakened a mysterious power. Nearly 10,000 disciples of the Heavenly Moon sect were all killed in the blink of an eye. I don't know what kind of power it is, but it's terrifying," Yi Tianqing said. Recalling the scene, Yi Tianqing was still terrified. Mysterious power? Feng Wuchen frowned slightly. Qingyang has such a terrifying power? Beida Yan and Nangongzhan were shocked. It's true. Otherwise, we might not have been able to come back alive. Yi Tianqing nodded solemnly. What kind of power is hidden so deeply that even I can't see it? Feng Wuchen was curious. Did Venerable Nine Tao secretly seal some mysterious power in Qingyang's body? Lu Qingyang had followed Feng Wuchen for a long time. Except for his talent, Feng Wuchen didn't find any powerful physical quality or mysterious power in Lu Qingyang. Feng Wuchen noticed that Zhang Junlan and the others were looking at him. He shook his head and said, "I don't know." Buzz. At this moment, there was a slight vibration in the void space, which attracted the attention of Feng Wuchen and the others. What's going on? Beida Yan looked at the sky in confusion. I can't sense any energy aura. Zhang Junlan frowned slightly. No, there's a strange aura, a warrior of the heaven realm said solemnly. Feng Wuchen nodded. Yes, there is indeed a strange aura, but there are no energy fluctuations. A hidden expert? Nangongzhan frowned and guessed. High up in the sky, the tremors grew more and more intense, but this made Feng Wuchen and the others even more puzzled. Not long after, dark clouds gathered in the sky, forming a huge vortex of dark clouds. The scene was extremely strange. Feng Wuchen, the others, and the experts of the Zhang family all wore extremely solemn expressions. The dark cloud vortex began to emit a ray of light. Slowly, 9 colored auspicious clouds appeared in the dark cloud vortex. It was extremely mystical, and the scene was very spectacular. Within the vortex, the 9-colored radiance was extremely dazzling, and the 9-colored auspicious clouds were slowly rotating. Swish, in the next moment, a 9-colored radiance shone down from the vortex and landed on Miao Qingqing. This is... The expressions of Feng Wuchen and the others changed drastically. Miao Qingqing was enveloped by the 9-colored radiance as her body was lifted up. Qingqing. Lu Qingyang was also aware of this. He stared at Miao Qingqing, dumbfounded. He didn't know what had happened. Dendi, what's going on? Yi Tianqing asked in shock. Could it be? The more Feng Wuchen looked, the more shocked he became. He seemed to have guessed something. Miao Qingqing's body was lifted high up in the sky by the 9-colored radiance. Immediately, a weak aura spread out from Miao Qingqing's body. The weak aura rose at a terrifying speed. The aura was extremely terrifying. What a terrifying power. It's even more terrifying than the Khanate power. Beida Yan trembled violently. The others were also shocked by this terrifying power. Qingqing is still alive. Qingqing is still alive. Lu Qingyang's eyes widened, and his expression became excited. That's great. Sister Qingqing is still alive. Lan Yu cried tears of joy, and a joyful smile appeared on her face. Feng Wuchen was shocked. Qingqing's immortal spirit body has awakened. This is immortal spirit energy. Immortal spirit energy? Beida Yan and the others were shocked again. That's right. It's immortal spirit energy. Qingqing has awakened her immortal spirit body under such circumstances. Her immortal spirit energy has awakened because of this. Feng Wuchen was excited. The terrifying aura from Miao Qingqing's body was the aura of immortal spirit energy. Immortal spirit energy was one of the ancient powers, and it was extremely terrifying. At this moment, as Miao Qingqing awakened her immortal spirit energy, her cultivation was increasing rapidly. Peak of Sky Origin Stage 7. Sky Origin Stage 8. Peak of Sky Origin Stage 8. Sky Origin Stage 9. Miao Qingqing's cultivation soared all the way from Sky Origin Stage 7 to Sky Origin Stage 9 in the blink of an eye. It was an increase of 3 stages. Her cultivation increased by 3 stages in an instant. I can't believe it. Immortal spirit energy is too terrifying. How is this possible? Her cultivation has caught up to mine. Bai Duyan and the others, as well as the hundreds of elites from the Zhang family, were all shocked. No one could believe that Miao Qingqing's immortal spirit energy was so terrifying. They felt that Miao Qingqing was even more terrifying than Feng Wuchen. Immortal spirit energy is one of the most powerful ancient powers. Of course it's terrifying. Feng Wuchen said happily. Miao Qingqing did not die. Instead, it was a blessing in disguise. She had awakened her immortal spirit body and immortal spirit energy, and her cultivation had increased by 3 stages. That's great. Brother Feng, Qingqing is still alive. Qingqing is still alive. Lu Qingyang was so excited that he could not stop shouting. Miao Qingqing's aura soared to Sky Origin Stage 9 before it stopped. As her aura stopped rising, the 9-colored light on Miao Qingqing's body dissipated. The 9-colored cloud vortex in the sky also slowly dissipated. In the next moment, Miao Qingqing, who had awakened her immortal spirit energy, slowly opened her beautiful eyes as if she had come back from the dead. What's wrong with me? Wasn't I already dead? Miao Qingqing, who had just woken up, looked at herself in confusion. Qingqing. Lu Qingyang was the first to shout excitedly. Hearing Lu Qingyang shout, Miao Qingqing looked over. She was surprised and happy. Brother Lu. Brother Feng. Bai Duyan, and Zhang Junlan. Miao Qingqing was even more surprised when she saw familiar faces. Zhang Junlan and the others laughed happily. Brother Feng, did you save me? Miao Qingqing slowly lowered herself and asked Feng Wuchen. Among these people, only Feng Wuchen had the ability to come back from the dead. Qingqing. That's great. You're still alive. Lu Qingyang rushed over in ecstasy and grabbed Miao Qingqing. Brother Lu, put me down. So many people are watching. Miao Qingqing's face was red. Qingqing, you're still alive. You've awakened your immortal spirit body and immortal spirit energy. Your cultivation has already broken through to Sky Origin Stage 9. Feng Wuchen said happily. What? I've awakened my immortal spirit energy? And I've broken through to Sky Origin Stage 9? Miao Qingqing was shocked and her expression stiffened. Miao Qingqing was still alive. She had reached the 9th level of the Sky Origin realm. Feng Wuchen and the others were happy for Miao Qingqing. The war was over. The Heavenly Moon sect was destroyed. The Ghost Shadow sect was destroyed. Feng Wuchen had helped the Qingyun region to eliminate 2 major disasters. Feng Wuchen had shocked the Qingyun region during the Battle of Heavenly Moon Mountain. Now, Feng Wuchen was the overlord of the Qingyun region. He could command all the forces in the region. The news of the war spread like wildfire throughout the Qingyun region. Countless self-cultivators were shocked. Feng Wuchen is the teacher of young Master Zhang, the #1 weapon refiner in the continent. What a terrifying identity. The Zhang family sent over 100 celestial realm masters. They even sent over a heaven realm master. What? Young Master Fan's limbs were cut off? And he was cut in half? A heaven realm master is too terrifying. He killed the Heavenly Moon sect leader with one palm. For a time, all the practitioners in the Qingyun region were talking about the war. No matter where they went, they could hear about Feng Wuchen and the Zhang family. The war was exaggerated by the practitioners in the Qingyun region. There were all kinds of versions, and all of them exaggerated Feng Wuchen. After the war, Zhang Junlan left the Qingyun region with Yanran and Feng Wuchen's list of herbs. When they returned to the Tianhua village, Lu Qingyang was overjoyed when he saw Ziqing. Ziqing was the only survivor of the Greenstone town. Lu Qingyang felt guilty about the deaths of the townspeople. He couldn't bear to leave Ziqing alone, so he decided to train with her. He treated her as his sister. Lu Qingyang was Ziqing's closest kin. What? There's a mysterious power in my body? In a palace in the Tianhua village, Lu Qingyang jumped up in shock when he learned that there was a terrifying power in his body. Yes. You killed all the people of the Heavenly Moon sect. That power was too terrifying. You were completely controlled by it. Yi Tianqing nodded seriously. How is that possible? Why couldn't I sense it? Lu Qingyang was puzzled. He knew nothing about what happened. Bei Duyan and the others were envious of Miao Qingqing's awakening of the immortal spiritual power. Now that Lu Qingyang also had a terrifying mysterious power, they were even more envious. Achi. Lu Qingyang. Brother Feng, how is it? Lu Qingyang asked. Impossible. I can't be wrong. There was no one else at that time. If it wasn't for Qingyang's mysterious power, how do you explain the deaths of the Heavenly Moon sect's disciples? Mysterious powers are usually hidden very deeply, and they all hide in different ways. Maybe because my cultivation is too weak, I don't know where this power is hidden. Feng Wuchen shook his head. Brother Feng, if I really do have a mysterious power, I will awaken it sooner or later. I don't care now. Lu Qingyang was very optimistic. I really don't know what kind of luck you have in your previous life. Leng Muchen glared at Lu Qingyang. He was obviously envious. Hee, Brother Leng, this is called talent. Lu Qingyang raised his head proudly. Dendi, they are all here. At this time, Big Dipper Heavenly Leaf and Shui Feng entered the hall. Feng Wuchen nodded and said, everyone is here. We should go now. On the bluestone square of the Skyfire Manor, dozens of young men gathered together. They were the geniuses of the Heaven Domain, the geniuses that Feng Wuchen had his eyes on. Among the dozens of people, Bai Mia and Lei Tinjue were the leaders. Yi Guqing was also among them. They all looked respectful. To be able to follow the Alchemy Emperor is their good fortune cultivated from 8 lifetimes. Manor Master Yun laughed happily. If he was a few decades younger, he would definitely follow Feng Wuchen. Great Elder Huang Xian stroked his white beard and laughed happily, we don't have such good fortune. After a while, Feng Wuchen and the others came out of the palace. Greetings, Dendi. Bai Mia and the others bowed respectfully. Feng Wuchen smiled and said, follow me to the Wuji domain. The matter of the Heaven domain had come to an end, and Feng Wuchen had decided to set foot on the real continent. Wuji domain, Western region. In a valley, a young man was floating in the air. In the valley, there were many corpses that had been dead for a long time. They seemed to have been killed by this man. The man was handsome. He had short black hair and a black mask, revealing only a pair of sharp eyes. The man's upper body was bare, and he wore long black gloves on both arms. Every piece of his upper body was filled with explosive power. His upper body was tattooed with strange lines, looking very domineering. The man's lower body was covered in black armor, and he exuded an extremely powerful aura. At a glance, one could tell that he was a terrifying expert. From the terrifying aura that the man exuded, he was at the 3rd level of the sky-human realm. However, the most peculiar thing was that in front of the man, there was a delicate black leaf floating in the air. The black leaf was not a real leaf, but a powerful spiritual weapon made of special materials. The man's name was Yi Tianwei. At the same time, he was also a 3rd-grade weapon refiner and a 4th-grade alchemist. He was quite accomplished in the field of alchemy and weapon refinement, and his cultivation was so high. It was enough to show that Yi Tianwei was also a top genius. Ha! Buzz buzz. In the peaceful valley, Yi Tianwei suddenly shouted. An extremely terrifying energy suddenly surged out, and the valley shook violently. The extremely terrifying energy swept out like a storm. The terrifying energy poured into the black leaf. Black light flashed, and the leaf was filled with a violent energy. After a while, a large number of black leaves condensed around Yi Tianwei. There were many of them, and each leaf contained an extremely terrifying energy. What was surprising was that the condensed black leaves were exactly the same as the original leaves. They were all made of special materials. Shoo shoo shoo. Boom boom boom. Yi Tianwei waved his hand, and tens of thousands of black leaves suddenly shot towards the mountains around the valley. The sound of the explosion was extremely ear-piercing, and a series of deafening explosions rang out in the valley. The valley shook violently. What was frightening was that the towering mountains around the valley all collapsed under the attack of the large number of leaves. The power was extremely tyrannical. The leaves were not even the size of a palm, but they contained such terrifying energy. If 10,000 terrifying leaves hit a body, it would probably turn into a bloody mist in an instant. In the valley, the rolling dust dispersed, and the space returned to normal. Yi Tianwei floated in the air, a black leaf floating on his palm, emitting a faint black light. Gently holding the black leaf between his fingers, Yi Tianwei's mouth curved into a proud smile. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The energy ripples dissipated with the wind, followed by the sound of breaking air. More than a dozen figures flew over, and in a few flashes, they appeared in all directions around Yi Tianwei. 13 powerhouses, all emitting the aura of the celestial realm. Yi Tianwei's expression did not change, and his eyes were cold. You knew you were going to die, yet you still came. Stupid. 13 celestial realm powerhouses, Yi Tianwei did not care about them at all. Of course, Yi Tianwei was at the third level of the celestial realm, and these first and second level celestial realm powerhouses were nothing to him. Yi Tianwei, if the young master wants you dead, no one can save you. A man said fiercely, like a hunter staring at his prey. Offending our young master, only death awaits you. Another man shouted angrily. Yi Tianwei's palm spun, and the black leaf suddenly emitted a black halo. The breath was cold, and made people tremble. Why don't you say that offending me is also a road to death? Yi Tianwei sneered, and his palm suddenly bent, and the black leaf instantly turned into dozens of pieces and shot out. Cold murderous intent began to spread from Yi Tianwei's body. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Ding ding ding. Dozens of black leaves with an ear-piercing sound, like black lightning. Dozens of celestial realm powerhouses took out their weapons to block, and sparks flew. The black leaves jumped like fairies, and the speed became more and more terrifying, making it impossible to track the direction of the attack. A single leaf was enough to make a heaven-tier elite flustered. If word got out, no one would dare to believe it. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Yi Tianwei's right hand changed gestures, and dozens of leaves suddenly launched a fierce attack, faster and faster. The 13 celestial realm powerhouses, one after another, sputtered blood from their bodies. The 13 celestial realm powerhouses were defeated, and could not even beat a leaf. With your little ability, you want to kill me? Yi Tianwei's face was full of disdain. After saying that, Yi Tianwei's gesture changed again, and an extremely terrifying power suddenly burst out. The cold murderous intent became more terrifying. Go! Sensing Yi Tianwei's terrifying power, the leader suddenly shouted. 13 celestial realm powerhouses flew away at once, and no one dared to stay. They had originally thought that 13 heaven-tier warriors would be able to deal with Yi Tianwei. Unexpectedly, they did not even have the chance to join forces. They could not even defeat a single leaf. Since you've come, leave your life behind. Yi Tianwei said coldly. His cold voice made people feel as if they had fallen into an ice cellar. Yi Tianwei waved his hand, and the black leaf was filled with a terrifying power. Black light exploded and condensed into a large leaf. There were over 10,000 leaves, and they were exactly the same as the original, as if they were replicas. Swish! Swish! Buzz! Yi Tianwei waved his hand and the black leaves shot out in a frenzy, bringing with them an earth-shattering might. Their speed was terrifying, and countless black lightning bolts flashed across the sky. What kind of martial skill is this? Sensing the extremely terrifying power behind him, a man could not help but turn around to take a look. It would have been better if he didn't take a look. The moment he did, he was scared out of his wits. Tens of thousands of densely packed black leaves shot out like a magnificent army. The 13 celestial tier warriors were terrified to the extreme. Their faces were pale, and their intestines were green with regret. Yi Tianwei was right. They were simply too stupid. True Qi protection. Mystic high-grade martial skill. Earth mountain gathering. True essence protection. Purple gold battle armor. Infinite ice shield. Fear was fear, regret was regret, but time did not allow them to think too much. Each of them used all their strength to defend. Boom. Boom, boom. Boom. In the blink of an eye, tens of thousands of terrifying black leaves pierced through the defenses of the 13 celestial tier warriors. The power was so strong that it directly shredded the 13 into pieces. Killing 30 celestial realm powerhouses was definitely not an easy task for a third-level celestial realm cultivator. But Yi Tianwei did it effortlessly. It was enough to see how strong Yi Tianwei was. Yi Tianwei's true combat power was probably enough to contend with a level 4 celestial tier warrior, and he was in an invincible position. You overestimate yourselves. Yi Tianwei sneered. With a wave of his hand, the black leaves were absorbed into his body. There are still people coming to die? Just as the black leaves were absorbed into his body, Yi Tianwei frowned slightly. He sensed dozens of auras shooting towards him. Is there no one else in the Universal Palace? Even Heaven Origin tier warriors are sent here. But that's fine too. Let me kill them all. Yi Tianwei sneered fiercely, his eyes flashing with ruthless killing intent. There's killing intent. Be careful. Among the dozens of people shooting over, a young man in the lead suddenly shouted. He sensed the terrifying killing intent in the distance. Level 3 celestial tier. Another person's face darkened. Isn't this too much of a bully? There's no enmity between us, yet you want to kill us. Another person gritted his teeth and said angrily. Yi Tianwei waved his hand, and the black leaves appeared again. Wang, wang. Terrifying power was activated. Using the 10,000 leaf art, tens of thousands of terrifying black leaves were duplicated. The aura was overwhelming, and the destructive energy shook the void. Xiao! Xiao, xiao! Yi Tianwei waved his hand, and tens of thousands of terrifying leaves shot out with an ear-piercing sound, like a large number of black meteors. Comparable to a level 4 celestial tier warrior's power. Dodge! The young man in the lead shouted, his face extremely ugly. Earth tier martial technique. Someone said solemnly. The dozens of experts immediately used their mystical movement techniques to dodge. If they did not react in time, they would become a hornet's nest. Boom! At the same time, a black shadow rushed over at an extremely fast speed, bringing with it a powerful rumbling sound. Wang! The young man in the lead activated his terrifying power. His entire body flashed red, and his aura was overwhelming. Qilin battle armor. The young man shouted again, and his aura soared again, instantly reaching the peak of level 3 celestial tier. This person was none other than Feng Wuchen. Boom! Wang! Feng Wuchen's eyes flashed fiercely. Not to be outdone, he threw a punch. With a loud boom, ferocious energy ripples spread out, and the void rolled like angry waves. Oh? You can actually raise your cultivation by 2 levels. You can even block my power. Your strength is not simple. Yi Tianwei looked at Feng Wuchen in surprise. Who are you? Feng Wuchen asked in a low voice. What? Universal Palace sent you to kill me, but you don't recognize me? Yi Tianwei sneered, and immediately displayed a fierce respect. Boom! Boom! Wang! An intense hand-to-hand battle unfolded, and the void exploded continuously. Facing Yi Tianwei, who was at level 3 celestial tier, even if the latter had the strength of a level 4 celestial tier warrior, Feng Wuchen was not at a disadvantage. I think you've misunderstood. We are not from Universal Palace. Feng Wuchen said coldly. That black leaf was not simple. It looked like it was condensed from energy, but it was not. Yi Tianqing was puzzled. It was the first time he had seen such a strange martial skill. His Earth tier martial skill is indeed powerful. The speed of the black leaves is extremely terrifying. If not for the Alchemy Emperor's reminder, I'm afraid we wouldn't have been able to dodge it. Big Dipper Blaze said solemnly. You just arrived in the western region and you already met such a powerful expert. Bai Miao looked at Yi Tianwei carefully. Lu Qingyang frowned and said, he treats us as enemies. Boom, boom, boom. Wang, wang. The fierce hand-to-hand combat continued. Fists and feet collided. Surging energy swept out like a storm, the sound of explosions never stopped. Boom. The hand-to-hand combat lasted for a few minutes. Finally, the two people's fists collided. With a loud explosion, they were both pushed back by the powerful force. It's been a long time since I met such a strong opponent. I did not expect your body to be so strong. Yi Tianwei was more surprised the more he fought. His battle intent was completely stimulated. Feng Wuchen was only at the first level of the Sky Realm, but he could explode with the power of the third level of the Sky Realm. He was actually able to fight evenly with Yi Tianwei. Therefore, it was not surprising that Yi Tianwei was surprised. However, what shocked Yi Tianwei was that Feng Wuchen was only at the first level of the Sky Realm. That was incredible. This kid is younger than me by a few years. I did not expect him to have such strength. Yi Tianwei was secretly surprised. He looked at Feng Wuchen carefully. Feng Wuchen was also looking at Yi Tianwei. Sensing Yi Tianwei's soul power, Feng Wuchen was secretly surprised, a third-level weapon refiner and a fourth-level alchemist. This person's identity is not simple. Although he was surprised, he did not show it on his face. Feng Wuchen said coldly, "You have the wrong person. We do not know you, and we are not from the Universal Palace. I believe your words now. The Universal Palace cannot find such a strong genius." Yi Tianwei sneered. Pausing for a moment, Yi Tianwei sneered, "But since I've made my move, I have to see who's better. It's rare to meet such a strong opponent like you. If I don't see who's better, I won't be satisfied." After an intense melee battle, no one had the upper hand. It could be said that they were evenly matched. "I'm sorry, but we have important matters to attend to. Forgive us for not being able to accompany you." Feng Wuchen directly refused. Seeing that they were already in the western region and were not far from the star boundary, Feng Wuchen could not wait to see how much Huan Yang and the others had improved during this period of seclusion. "It won't be that easy for you to leave." Yi Tianwei did not give up. His eyes flashed fiercely as his silhouette flashed and blocked Feng Wuchen's path. "If you want to leave, you'll have to defeat me." Yi Tianwei sneered. He was very confident in his own strength. Feng Wuchen's expression turned slightly cold as he said coldly, "If you don't move aside, don't blame me for being impolite." "Oh? How impolite? I'd like to know." Yi Tianwei's face curved into a mocking sneer. Being looked down upon like this, Yi Tianwei felt a surge of anger. As soon as he finished speaking, Yi Tianwei rushed towards Feng Wuchen without hesitation and attacked fiercely. Sensing that Yi Tianwei was rushing towards him, Feng Wuchen frowned. He suddenly activated his soul force and with a wave of his hand, an extremely domineering soul force swept out. "What?" Feeling Feng Wuchen's domineering soul force, Yi Tianwei's expression changed drastically. He exclaimed, "Fifth-grade alchemist." Boom. Pooh. In his panic, Yi Tianwei hurriedly activated his soul force to resist. With a boom, the domineering soul force shook Yi Tianwei so much that he spat out a mouthful of blood. What a domineering soul force! Yi Tianwei looked at Feng Wuchen in shock and fear. His expression was somewhat stiff. Yi Tianwei could not believe that the man in front of him, who was a few years younger than him, was actually a fifth-grade alchemist. Facing Feng Wuchen's extremely powerful soul force, Yi Tianwei could not withstand it at all. Moreover, Feng Wuchen had only activated a portion of his soul force. Otherwise, Yi Tianwei would have been killed in an instant. A terrifying genius with an extremely high level of alchemy and an extremely strong battle prowess. Among all the opponents that Yi Tianwei had faced, Feng Wuchen was definitely the most terrifying. "Do you know now? Victory and defeat have been decided. Goodbye." Feng Wuchen said indifferently. He did not have any extra time to waste on people he did not know. Feng Wuchen took the lead and flew away. Beidou Yan and the rest followed behind. "By the way, let me tell you, you are not Big Brother Feng's opponent. You are far from being his opponent." Before leaving, Lu Qingyang muttered to Yi Tianwei. After Feng Wuchen and the rest left, Yi Tianwei was still in shock. Slowly raising his hand, Yi Tianwei frowned deeply. A fifth-grade alchemist, first-level sky-human realm. Is his strength really above mine? Clenching his fist, Yi Tianwei's eyes flashed fiercely. He gritted his teeth and said angrily, "I can't. I can't beat a first-level sky human realm expert. Just wait and see. Feng Wuchen and the rest flew directly to the Zhang family in the astral boundary. The Zhang family knew that Feng Wuchen would be coming soon and had already made preparations to receive him. The Zhang family head and the upper echelons were already waiting at the Zhang family square. Including the old family head, everyone had to come out personally to receive him. After Feng Wuchen had taken over the Immortal Tool Pavilion, his status was even higher. The Zhang family did not dare to disrespect him. Feng Wuchen was now the master of the Immortal Tool Pavilion's pavilion master. When the disciples of the Immortal Tool Pavilion saw Feng Wuchen, they had to respectfully call him master. Dendi is here. Old family head Zhang Wuhuan suddenly opened his eyes. He had already sensed Feng Wuchen's aura. As soon as Zhang Wuhuan spoke, everyone from the Zhang clan became excited. Swoosh swoosh swoosh, not long after, the sound of something breaking through the air could be heard from afar. It was Feng Wuchen and the rest. When Dong Zhantian saw Feng Wuchen's figure from afar, he revealed an excited smile and said, "Old teacher is here." After a while, Feng Wuchen and the rest arrived in the sky above the Zhang family. Greetings, Dendi. With Zhang Wuhuan in the lead, everyone in the Zhang family knelt down on one knee and greeted him respectfully. Their loud voices resounded throughout the huge Zhang family's palace. Before Bai Diyan and the rest reached the Zhang family, they were already scared out of their wits by the Zhang family's terrifying strength. It could be said that they had truly witnessed what a colossus was. However, when they saw how respectful the entire Zhang family was to Feng Wuchen, they were all stunned. Each and every one of them was dumbfounded. They had thought that Feng Wuchen was only Zhang Junlin's teacher. They had never expected that Feng Wuchen's existence would cause the upper echelons of the Zhang family to treat him with such respect. They even felt like they were worshipping him. Feng Wuchen's strength had completely exceeded their imagination. The terrifying Zhang family is actually so respectful to Dendi. Bai Mia swallowed his saliva in horror. This can't be real, right? The entire Zhang family has actually knelt down before the Pill Emperor. The Zhang family is one of the giants of the Wuji domain. How is this possible? The faces of the dozens of geniuses were filled with disbelief. Patriarch Zhang, you are too polite. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly and slowly descended onto the grand square. He was very polite to the Zhang family. Master. Zhang Junlan and Yanran bowed respectfully. Patriarch Zhang, you have improved a lot. Feng Wuchen asked politely as if he was talking to his peers. Greetings, Patriarch Zhang, and the three elders. Yi Tianqing and Bai Diyan bowed respectfully. Zhang Wuhuan and the others quickly stepped forward. Zhang Wuhuan was flattered and said with a smile, "It is all thanks to Denda's help that the old man could improve." Feng Wuchen had taught Zhang Junlan the weapon refining technique, which was enough to help Zhang Wuhuan and the others improve. Hearing Feng Wuchen's words, Yi Tianqing and the others were shocked. They stared at Feng Wuchen with their eyes wide open. Who was Zhang Wuhuan? He was an 8th-grade weapon refiner who shocked the entire continent. But now, Zhang Wuhuan said that Feng Wuchen helped him improve his weapon refining technique. Could it be that Feng Wuchen's weapon refining technique was higher than Zhang Wuhuan's? Wasn't this nonsense? Who in the heaven realm didn't know that Feng Wuchen was a 5th-grade weapon refiner? No matter how high Feng Wuchen's weapon refining technique was, he was definitely not better than Zhang Wuhuan. However, they didn't know that Feng Wuchen had created a high-grade immortal weapon that could trample the immortal weapon pavilion under his feet. Yi Tianqing and Bai Diyan looked at each other in shock. They could see the shock and disbelief in each other's eyes. Zhang Tianyun immediately said, Dendi, according to your instructions, Huanyang and the others have been arranged to cultivate in your palace. They have been in seclusion for a long time, and their cultivation has improved a lot. Hearing this, Feng Wuchen was overjoyed. He cupped his fists and thanked Zhang Tianyun. Thank you, Patriarch Zhang. There were hundreds of people in Huanyang's group, and their cultivation resources were naturally provided by the Zhang family. For this, Feng Wuchen was very grateful. Dendi is too polite. Seeing Feng Wuchen bow, Zhang Tianyun was shocked and quickly stopped him. Junlan, bring Dendi to take a look at the new palace. Zhang Tianyun instructed. Zhang Tianyun knew that Feng Wuchen was impatient to take a look, so he did not waste any time. Zhang Junlan immediately took Feng Wuchen and the others to the new palace. First tier of the celestial realm. Denda's cultivation speed is truly terrifying, Zhang Wuhuan exclaimed. Zhang Wuhuan smiled and said, "This is the blessing of our Zhang clan." The new palace was built not far from the Zhang family, and it was located on the highest peak of the mountain range in the central region of the astral boundary. Towering mountain peaks towered into the clouds, surrounded by celestial mist all year round. Spiritual chi was abundant, just like a fairyland. In the central region of the astral boundary, there were many large forces, large clans, and countless small forces. At this moment, Huan Yang and hundreds of brothers were already waiting in the palace. Each of them looked excited, wanting to let Feng Wuchen see the changes in them. "Teacher, the Dende mountain in front is the new palace," Zhang Junlan pointed at the highest peak and said with a smile. "Dende mountain?" Feng Wuchen was slightly stunned. He did not expect it to be named after Dende. Looking from afar, the towering peak was engraved with the words Dende Mountain. It was extremely domineering. "Dende Mountain, not a bad name," Lu Qingyang said with a smile. "Teacher, I won't accompany you in. I still have to look for medicinal herbs. I hope I can help Yanran recover her damaged meridians as soon as possible," Zhang Junlan continued. Most of the medicinal herbs that Feng Wuchen listed were extremely precious. Even in the Wuji domain, they were not easy to find. Feng Wuchen nodded and did not say anything. Feng Wuchen knew how Zhang Junlan felt. "Teacher, I'll go back first." Zhang Junlan bowed respectfully and then rushed back to the Zhang family. What an infatuated man. "I'm so envious," White Mia said with a smile as if he was envious. "If you're envious, then hurry up and find one," Lu Qingyang said with a smile. At the same time, he proudly leaned toward Miao Qingqing. "Stay away from me," Miao Qingqing scolded with her eyes closed. Haha. Everyone laughed when they heard that. The new palace was right in front of them. Feng Wuchen and the others rushed over as fast as they could. "The pavilion master is here." Huan Yang's brothers were excited when they sensed the aura of Feng Wuchen and the others. "Welcome, pavilion master." Before Feng Wuchen arrived, Huan Yang and the other hundreds of brothers knelt down on one knee and shouted loudly. Their loud voices soared into the sky and resounded throughout the surrounding mountains. Whoosh! Whoosh! The moment the loud roars sounded, Feng Wuchen and the others appeared above the palace. Huan Yang, Luanchen, Crimson Emperor, Leng Mucheng and the others swooped down excitedly. Crimson Emperor, Saber Soul, Shui Feng. Huan Yang and the others were ecstatic. After not seeing each other for several months, they missed each other because they were brothers of life and death. Looking at the huge and incomparably magnificent palace, White Mia said excitedly, "What a magnificent palace. Compared to the Zhang family's palace, it's more domineering and bigger. In the future, it'll be our cultivation place." Lei Tianjue was also excited. "This is the first time I've seen such a huge palace." Big Dipper Heavenly Leaf was extremely shocked. The huge and magnificent palace covered the entire mountain peak. Dozens of palaces emitted a majestic aura. In addition, the surrounding mountain peaks were also built with palaces. Feng Wuchen was quite satisfied with the palaces built by the Zhang family. Amazing. Huan Yang has broken through to Sky Origin Stage 6. So has Luanchen. Lu Qingyang could not help but exclaim. It seems like the Zhang family has provided a lot of precious cultivation resources. Miao Qingqing was also shocked. So many Sky Origin Stage cultivators. All of them are Sky Human Realm cultivators. Even the weakest one is at the peak of Sky Origin Stage 3. What a terrifying aura. Are they soldiers? Only soldiers have such an aura of iron and blood, right? Dende has cultivated so many Sky Origin Stage cultivators. The geniuses of the Heaven Domain were all shocked. They are much stronger than I expected. Very good. Feng Wuchen laughed happily. He was even more grateful to the Zhang family. The cultivation of hundreds of soldiers had improved by leaps and bounds. Feng Wuchen had brought back another batch of geniuses. A new force was born. Of course, with Feng Wuchen's current strength, they could only be considered a third-rate force in the star boundary. Huanyang laughed excitedly. Cabinet master, when we were in seclusion, the Zhang family provided us with a lot of treasures and elixirs. They also sent people to guard us secretly. That was why we had enough time to cultivate in peace. Feng Wuchen nodded and laughed. We will not forget the kindness of the Zhang family. Looking at the magnificent palace, Feng Wuchen laughed. This palace is very good. Find a chance to set up a spirit-gathering array and a powerful array. Cabinet master, the palace has not been named yet. Old Master Zhang said that he will wait for you to name it yourself. Luanchen said. Let's call it Dragon Temple. Feng Wuchen smiled. Feng Wuchen had completely transformed into a dragon. He also had the bloodline of the dragon clan. Dragon Temple was the most suitable name. Dragon Temple? So domineering. It sounds amazing. Lu Qingyang said with a smile. The appearance of the Dragon God Temple was the beginning of this continent's trembling. Feng Wuchen's force was finally born. Greetings, Temple Master. The Crimson Emperor and the others knelt on one knee and shouted. Their loud voices resounded in the surroundings again. Their momentum shook the heavens and their aura was majestic. Feng Wuchen had experienced too many things along the way, even life and death situations. From one person to hundreds of brothers, Feng Wuchen had sacrificed too much. Now, with effort came rewards. The Dragon God Temple was born, although Feng Wuchen had subdued the 9 provinces, the Heavenly Region, and the Immortal Artifact Pavilion, he was not as happy as building the Dragon God Temple himself. Lu Qingyang, Miao Qingqing, Yuan Tianying's fire cavalry, and the Black Flag Army soldiers were also moved. Temple Master. This is the Zhang family's jade pendant. Huanyang respectfully handed the jade pendant to Feng Wuchen. Back then, Huanyang had led hundreds of brothers to the Wuji domain. Because of this jade pendant, they had successfully reached the Zhang family and received the Zhang family's help. Looking at the Zhang family's jade pendant, Feng Wuchen felt grateful again. Although Feng Wuchen had saved the Zhang family from disaster, the Zhang family had already helped too much. They had also helped Feng Wuchen out many times. Crimson Emperor, immediately find a carpenter to make a plaque for the Dragon God Temple. Set up the Alchemy Pavilion, Artifact Pavilion, Forging Pavilion, Inscription Pavilion. Feng Wuchen ordered. Yes. Crimson Emperor respectfully accepted the order. The Dragon God Temple was huge. There were dozens of palaces, and they needed to be set up one by one. Huanyang, Shuefeng, Niezhong, bring some brothers and find some maids. Give them plenty of gold coins and cultivation resources. Feng Wuchen continued to order. Yes. Huanyang respectfully accepted the order. Nangong Zhan, by Mia, go to the astral plane auction and prepare the materials for the spirit gathering formation. The more the better. Also, bring this jade pendant with you to avoid unnecessary trouble. Feng Wuchen ordered as he listed the materials. Yes. Nangong Zhan and Bai Mia respectfully accepted the order. Qingyang, Beida Yan, Luanchen, bring some brothers to investigate the terrain around Dendi Mountain. Feng Wuchen continued to order. Yes. Lu Qingyang and the others respectfully accepted the order. Orders were given one after another, and everyone began to move out with clear division of labor. Now that the Dragon God Temple had appeared, Feng Wuchen had to make all the necessary preparations and turn the Dragon God Temple into an impenetrable existence. The Dragon God Temple's defense was first of the Dragon God Temple. The stronger the defense of the palace, the less damage it would suffer. No matter how powerful the enemy was, it would be difficult to break through. However, everything was difficult at the beginning. Even Feng Wuchen encountered a difficult problem. The palace covered the entire mountain peak and was extremely large. Furthermore, the surrounding mountain peaks were also built with palaces. It was extremely difficult to set up a spirit gathering array and spirit array. The amount of materials needed was huge. Feng Wuchen originally planned to forge spiritual weapons to merge with the formation. However, the size of the Dragon God Temple exceeded Feng Wuchen's estimation. He estimated that he would need hundreds of spiritual weapons. Hundreds of spiritual weapons were terrifying. Feng Wuchen was a blacksmith and had the ability to become a weapon with a thought. Forging spiritual weapons was not a problem, but the materials were the biggest problem. Ignoring the other forging materials, the meteoric metal alone was enough to give him a headache. Even the astral plane auction would not be able to find so much meteoric metal in a short period of time. However, if one wanted to build the Dragon God Temple into an impregnable fortress, one would have to pay a huge price. Using spiritual weapons to set up a formation. How terrifying is that? Lu Qingyang did not even dare to think about it. He was shocked. How long will it take? Such a big palace, even if the temple master can become a weapon with a thought, there will be a time when his soul force is exhausted. Beta Yen said seriously. What we have now is time. If we don't have enough materials, we can only find the Zhang family. Feng Wuchen said lightly. Although it was difficult, he never thought of giving up. The Zhang family was a blacksmithing family and had a huge amount of refining materials. As long as there were enough materials, setting up a formation was not difficult for Feng Wuchen. As time passed, Feng Wuchen had prepared a lot of materials in all directions of the huge palace. With the Zhang family providing a large amount of meteoric metal, Feng Wuchen forged 500 spiritual weapons and set them up in various directions of the palace. The plaques of the Dragon God Temple had been hung up. The existence of the plaques was the finishing touch, making the palace even more domineering. In nearly half a month, Feng Wuchen had prepared everything. In the Dragon God Temple Square, everyone was full of anticipation. Ninefold Cosmos Pagoda. With a thought, Feng Wuchen summoned the pagoda. With a burst of golden light, the ninefold Cosmos Pagoda soared into the sky and condensed a huge pagoda of 50 to 60 feet. The golden light covered the entire Dragon God Temple. Feng Wuchen planned to also integrate the ninefold Cosmos Pagoda into the formation, using the ninefold Cosmos Pagoda's powerful defense and absorption ability to strengthen the formation. Great Void Spirit Gathering Formation. Open! Feng Wuchen urged his true yuan, formed a mysterious seal with both hands, and finally shouted. Buzz buzz. The huge Dragon God Temple suddenly buzzed and shook, and everyone looked at the sky. Above the huge palace of the Dragon God Temple, a transparent light suddenly flashed. The formation cores set up in all directions of the palace suddenly burst into bright white light, and dozens of light pillars shot up into the sky. Looking down from the sky, on the huge ground of the Dragon God Temple, streaks of white light intertwined and condensed into a huge and mysterious formation pattern. At this moment, everyone could feel that the spiritual energy in the Dragon God Temple was increasing at a terrifying speed. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth from all directions was gathering in the Dragon God Temple. The spiritual energy has increased several times in the blink of an eye. It's even more powerful than Heaven Pavilion's spirit gathering formation. Temple Master is amazing. This great void spirit gathering formation is too terrifying. Beta Yen and the others were excited and shocked. Ninefold God-slaying universe formation. Open! Feng Wuchen urged his true yuan with all his might, and his hands once again formed all kinds of mysterious seals, and finally shouted. Buzz buzz. The Dragon God Temple shook again, and the formation cores in all directions of the huge palace suddenly emitted an extremely powerful aura. Then, bright golden light shot up into the sky. The ninefold God-slaying universe formation needs your strength. Feng Wuchen shouted. Lu Qingyang and the others urged their true yuan with all their might and poured it into Feng Wuchen's body, and through Feng Wuchen, into the formation. An extremely huge golden formation pattern appeared on the ground of the huge palace, and bright golden light shrouded the entire palace. At the same time, dozens of golden light pillars shot up into the sky and intertwined again above the palace, perfectly connecting with the ninefold Cosmos Pagoda. Buzz buzz. An extremely terrifying power emanated from the formation. When the terrifying power reached a certain limit, the surface of the huge palace began to condense into a huge golden shield, enveloping the entire Dragon God Temple. Looking at the huge and terrifying earthquake, Lu Qingyang and the hundreds of people were shocked and frightened. Brother Feng. We did it. Lu Qingyang was the first to shout out in excitement when he saw the huge and terrifying array. The ninefold God-killing formation of heaven and earth. It's really powerful. Yi Tianqing said with a trembling voice. Yi Guqing said, I'm afraid the attacker will be shocked to death by the defensive power of the formation. Hall Master, can such a powerful magic formation withstand the attack of a warrior in the heaven realm? Beta Yan asked with a shocked expression. No. Feng Wuchen shook his head. Feng Wuchen's answer stunned the excited crowd. Such a powerful defensive formation couldn't withstand the attack of a heaven realm warrior? The power of a heaven realm warrior is too terrifying. The formation itself is indeed very powerful, but we are too weak to activate the true power of the formation. If it weren't for the hundreds of spiritual weapons, the defensive power of the formation wouldn't be as strong as it is now. However, no one below the heaven realm can break the ninefold god-killing formation of heaven and earth. Feng Wuchen explained. Feng Wuchen's current strength was still too weak for the Wuji domain. The power of the formation naturally wouldn't be much stronger. Of course, it was already very powerful to be able to withstand the attack of a warrior below the heaven realm. With a smile, Feng Wuchen said, the ninefold god-killing formation of heaven and earth not only has the ability to defend, but also has the ability to attack. With the ninefold cosmos pagoda, it can also absorb power. In short, it's more powerful than you think. Attack power? Lu Qingyang and the others looked at Feng Wuchen in surprise. Well, everyone has worked hard for the past 2 weeks. Go back and practice hard. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly. He didn't explain how powerful the formation's attack power was, and then he closed the formation. The Shenlong Temple had been revealed, but it wasn't known to the outside world for the time being. However, when Feng Wuchen opened the formation, the huge movement and powerful force alarmed many of the surrounding forces. What's with the power just now? It seems to be in the direction of the Nine Palace Mountain. Is it a formation? What kind of formation has such a powerful defensive power? A huge palace was recently built in the Nine Palace Mountain. I wonder who the owner is? However, to be able to set up such a powerful formation, his strength should not be weak. Many cultivators from various forces around the Dragon God Temple were discussing spiritedly. Out of curiosity, many people went to investigate. The construction of the palaces on the Nine Palace Mountain was not a secret, it was just that no one knew who the owner of the palaces was. Inside the Dragon God Temple, Lu Qingyang and the others were just about to disperse and return to cultivate when they sensed many cultivators rapidly approaching. Master, someone is approaching. Yi Tianqing was the first to speak. Feng Wuchen nodded. He had already sensed it. Beta Yan said, it seems like the Hall Master activated the formation and alerted the surrounding forces. It doesn't matter. Since the Dragon God Temple has appeared, the world should know about it. Feng Wuchen didn't care at all. Big Brother Feng is right. Over time, the entire Wuji domain will know about the Dragon God Temple, Miao Qingqing agreed with a smile. Swish. Swish. Not long after, dozens of figures flew over and stopped not far from the Dragon God Temple. The power of the formation has disappeared. It's time to close the formation. Dendi Mountain? Isn't that the Nine Palace Mountain? What a domineering name. A month ago, the Nine Palace Mountain had already become Dendi Mountain, but we don't know who did it, and we don't know who built the palaces. The palaces are extraordinary. I'm afraid the owner of the palaces has a great background. The cultivators discussed animatedly, and then they all flew to the Dragon God Temple out of curiosity. From afar, everyone saw hundreds of people on the square of the Dragon God Temple, and also saw the 3 bold words Dragon God Temple. Dragon God Temple? Is this a new force? Who are they? All of them are so young. Except for the maids, they are all heavenly origin realm powerhouses. Not simple. Arriving above the Dragon God Temple, everyone was shocked. However, what shocked everyone even more was that they couldn't see the depth of Feng Wuchen's cultivation. Even the celestial realm powerhouses couldn't see it. Feng Wuchen completely restrained his aura, just like an ordinary person. However, no one would be foolish enough to suspect that Feng Wuchen was an ordinary person. Welcome to the Dragon God Temple. Feng Wuchen looked at the people in the air and said politely. I'm Fu Haixing of the Water Cloud Palace. A middle-aged man cupped his fists politely. Feng Wuchen said politely, I'm Feng Wuchen, the Dragon God Temple's Temple Master. They are all my friends and brothers. So it's Temple Master Feng. Congratulations. Congratulations to Temple Master Feng for establishing the Dragon God Temple. The name is very domineering. Temple Master Feng has established his own force at such a young age. It's really amazing. Many people congratulated him very politely. Thank you. Thank you. Feng Wuchen thanked them repeatedly, and then said, the Dragon God Temple has come out today. I hope everyone will forgive me in the future. Temple Master Feng is too polite. Everyone was very friendly. Of course, if there were good, there would naturally be bad. Since there were good people in the world, God would definitely create bad people. Kid, establishing a force is not as simple as you think. With your little strength, you don't even know when other forces will swallow you up one day. It's impossible for a third-rate force like you to survive. Such a magnificent palace is probably equivalent to giving it away, a middle-aged man said disdainfully. Hearing that, Lu Qingyang and the others' faces darkened slightly. The Dragon God Temple had just come out today. Not only did the person not congratulate them, but he also made sarcastic remarks and looked down on the Dragon God Temple. Feng Wuchen glanced at the middle-aged man calmly and said with a smile, the future of the Dragon God Temple is predetermined. There's no need for you to talk nonsense. What did you say? You said I'm talking nonsense? The middle-aged man's face changed slightly as he said viciously with a flash of fierceness in his eyes. The Dragon God Temple will definitely survive. Just you wait and see. Feng Wuchen said with a confident smile. Little brother, it's not that we underestimate you, but the Dragon God Temple's strength is indeed too weak. With just 2 or 3 celestial realm powerhouses, they can't do anything at all. Another man shook his head, not optimistic about the Dragon God Temple. The Dragon God Temple will definitely become stronger. Just you wait and see. Lu Qingyang said confidently. I'm afraid it's not that I can't wait, but that you can't wait until the day you become stronger. The man shook his head again and looked at Lu Qingyang and the others like looking at fools. That's not necessarily true. These young people of the Dragon God Temple are talented. They may become stronger. Fu Haixing was very optimistic. Temple Master Feng, I hope the Dragon God Temple will become stronger and stronger. Many people offered their blessings. Thank you for your blessings. Feng Wuchen said with a faint smile. Ignorant young man. The middle-aged man who mocked first became more and more disdainful. However, Feng Wuchen ignored him. The appearance of the Dragon God Temple today was a happy occasion. Feng Wuchen did not intend to care too much. You. The middle-aged man mocked again and again, immediately infuriating Lu Qingyang. Endure. Beidou Yan was the first to stop Lu Qingyang. Feng Wuchen also shook his head slightly at Lu Qingyang. Compared to the Wuji domain, the Dragon God Temple was indeed a third-rate force, or even worse. The Dragon God Temple was now in the early stages of development. They needed to endure, temporarily avoid unnecessary trouble, and buy time to cultivate. Of course, if the provocation was too much, there was no need to endure. Humph. You're courting death. If you don't want to die, hurry up and leave. It's a miracle that the Dragon God Temple can survive 3 days. After the news spreads, I'm afraid there will soon be other forces eyeing you. Go, go. We'll see what happened to the Dragon God Temple in a few days. Several men were full of sarcasm, and their words were extremely harsh. Feng Wuchen could not help but feel a trace of anger when he heard it, but he suppressed it. Lu Qingyang gritted his teeth and said angrily, these bastards are too much. Huanyang, Wanchen, take some brothers to find out the strength of the surrounding forces. The rest of you, seize the time to cultivate. White Mia, Lei Tianjue, Nangongzhan, you guys hurry up and break through to the celestial realm. There might be a great war in the near future, Feng Wuchen ordered. Don't worry, Temple Master. I only need half a month to break through to the celestial realm. White Mia said confidently. Yes, Temple Master. The two received the order respectfully and immediately led a dozen brothers down the mountain. The news of the Dragon God Temple's appearance began to spread. From the spread of the news, it was all slandering the Dragon God Temple, which was not conducive to its development. They said that the weak had built a huge and imposing palace, that the hundreds of people in the palace were all young juniors, and so on. Some people with bad intentions even added fuel to the fire, saying that the Dragon God Palace was as trashy as it could be. Not long after the news spread, some of the surrounding forces had their eyes on the Dragon God Temple. Who wouldn't want to occupy such a magnificent Dragon God Temple? There had never been a lack of those who would use annexation to strengthen themselves. The weak were prey to the strong. The strong could swallow the weak, and the weak could only end up being swallowed. Wars for the sake of annexing other forces were common occurrences on the continent. For the sake of benefits, anything could happen on the continent. In the main hall of the Zhang family, Patriarch Denda's Dragon God Temple has been established. Should we warn the major forces in the astral boundary? Asked one of the higher-ups. Zhang Tianyun said indifferently, no need, we only need to be spectators. However, you have to remind the forces under our Zhang family not to provoke Dendi. Dendi established the Dragon God Temple and developed his own forces. The reason he didn't tell us is because he doesn't want us to interfere. However, if necessary, we still have to give them a warning, First Elder Zhang Wufeng said slowly. Apart from the Zhang clan, the Immortal Weapon Pavilion that was the ruler of the Wuji domain also received the news. Feng Wuchen's arrival in the Limitless Domain and the establishment of the Dragon God Palace shocked the Immortal Artifact Pavilion. However, the Celestial Artifact Pavilion did not interfere and maintained the same attitude as the Zhang family. The meaning of the Immortal Artifact Pavilion and the Zhang family not interfering was obvious. They were allowing the dragon gods to develop and grow stronger. With the Zhang family and the Immortal Artifact Pavilion behind the Dragon God Temple, the Dragon God Temple would never be destroyed. Instead, it would become stronger. Of course, knowing that Feng Wuchen was in the astral boundary, the Immortal Artifact Pavilion naturally had to send someone to greet him. Otherwise, wouldn't it be disrespectful to Feng Wuchen's master? For several days, different people would come to the Dragon God Temple every day. Those forces that had their eyes on the Dragon God Temple had already secretly investigated the background of the Dragon God Temple. Although they knew from the news that the Dragon God Temple was weak, when they saw the majestic palace of the Dragon God Temple, they couldn't help but be secretly afraid. The Dragon God Temple actually has the Alchemy Pavilion, Artifact Refining Pavilion, Forging Pavilion, and Inscription Pavilion. It's not strange that the Dragon God Temple has alchemists and artifact refiners, but it's impossible for them to have blacksmiths and inscriptionists, right? If there really is one, then the Dragon God Temple is not simple. I think it's just a bluff. With such a weak faction, which blacksmiths and inscriptionists would lower their statuses? Whether it's a bluff or not, it probably won't be long before we know. There should be quite a number of factions that have their eyes on the Dragon God Temple. The cultivators who came to investigate constantly discussed. Was the Dragon God Temple really as weak as they said? TSK. Not bad. I never expected the Dragon God Temple to survive for so many days. Their luck sure is good. Just as everyone was discussing, a sneer filled with mockery sounded. As the sneer sounded, everyone's discussion came to a halt. It's that bastard again. Crimson Emperor said angrily as he clenched his fists. Don't be rash. This fellow is at the third firmament of the heaven-human realm. Bear with it for now. His name is Zhou. The Fire Cloud Palace behind him is very powerful. Fire Cloud Palace's palace lord is at the fifth firmament of the heaven-human realm. This person is considered an expert in Fire Cloud Palace. Fire Cloud Palace has 7 heaven-human realm experts, Huan Yang said with a frown. Upon seeing Lu Qingyang and company's furious looks, Zhou sneered again. Why? Are you angry but don't dare to attack? Aren't you aggrieved? Could it be that the Dragon God Temple is like you, all cowards? There are many arrogant people, but there are very few idiots like you who seek your own death. Feng Wuchen's cold voice suddenly sounded from the hall. Seek my own death? Darn brat, with my strength alone, I'm enough to wipe out your Dragon God Temple. Zhou Yi's face was filled with disdain as his eyes shimmered with ferocious killing intent. Oh? Is that so? Feng Wuchen's contemptuous sneer sounded. In the next second, Feng Wuchen's figure flashed and appeared in the square. You slandered the Dragon God Temple again and again because you want to see the strength of the Dragon God Temple. Since that's the case, I will let you see, but you have to pay a certain price. Feng Wuchen said indifferently, staring at Zhou Yi with cold eyes. Sensing Feng Wuchen's cold gaze, Zhou Yi felt as though he was being stared at by a venomous snake. He could not help but tremble. Feng Wuchen's cold gaze was extremely terrifying. I'd like to see what ability you, a little temple master, have to be so arrogant. Zhou Yi said gloomily as the ferocious killing intent in his eyes became more and more intense. Killing you is as easy as flipping my hand. Feng Wuchen said coldly as a biting cold murderous intent erupted. He urged his true essence with all his might, and the surface of his body flashed with golden light. Boom! Feng Wuchen soared into the sky, and a strong roar sounded. Feng Wuchen had turned into a golden lightning bolt and soared into the sky. You're at the first level of the celestial realm? You're the one who seeks your own death. Zhou Yi became more and more disdainful. Seeing Feng Wuchen's cultivation, he was relieved and felt no pressure. Zhou Yi urged with all his strength and swooped down with a grin. With a thought, the black gloves were summoned, and Feng Wuchen's aura skyrocketed in an instant. Feng Wuchen's aura had reached the peak of the second level of the celestial realm. Acting recklessly, angering the temple master, this bastard will not have a good end. I never believed that the temple master's temper is so good. I don't believe it either. I have never seen the temple master endure being provoked. When Feng Wuchen made his move, Lu Qingyang, Bei Duyan, and the other Dragon God Temple brothers all showed gloating smiles. Lu Qingyang and the others knew best how powerful Feng Wuchen's strength was. A mere Zhou Yi was not Feng Wuchen's opponent at all. However, the other cultivators watching the battle did not think so. With the cultivation of the first level of the celestial realm, even if his combat power is raised to the peak of the second level of the celestial realm, he still can't beat a third-level celestial realm. Young people are too impulsive. Zhou Yi used provocation to lure Temple Master Feng to make a move. He undoubtedly wants to annex the Dragon God Temple. With Zhou Yi's strength, I'm afraid Temple Master Feng can't withstand his punch. In the end, his strength is too weak. Destruction is a matter of time. Some of the cultivators of other forces watching the battle sighed, some gloated, and some were disdainful. However, they did not know Feng Wuchen's true strength. Otherwise, they would never dare to underestimate Feng Wuchen like this. Middle-grade spirit weapon? Is this the strength you are confident in? Zhou Yi said disdainfully, not taking Feng Wuchen seriously at all. Feng Wuchen ignored him, and there was only cold murderous intent in his eyes. Boom, buzz. Buzz, the two arrived in an instant and fiercely punched each other. With a loud bang, an extremely terrifying power surged and spread, causing the void to tremble. The fierce head-on collision, the result was not as everyone imagined. Feng Wuchen would be severely injured by Zhou Yi's punch. The two collided head-on, and Feng Wuchen actually blocked Zhou Yi's terrifying power. You can actually block my power? Zhou Yi's face was full of astonishment and disbelief. The crowd of onlookers also showed astonishment and instantly fell silent. Staring at Zhou Yi with a cold gaze, Feng Wuchen said expressionlessly, "Do you really think you are very strong? I only used 60% of my strength." What? 60% power? Zhou Yi's face suddenly changed when he heard that. Feng Wuchen's power suddenly skyrocketed, and an even more terrifying power burst out. The Dragon God Palace and the surrounding mountains began to shake. How is this possible? Zhou Yi's eyes widened in horror. He could not believe that the first layer of the celestial realm had such terrifying power. What a domineering power. Hall Master Feng's strength has increased. Hall Master Feng actually concealed his strength. His aura has already broken through the third level of the heaven tier. How is this possible? He's only at the first level of the heaven tier, but he actually possesses the power of 3 levels. The surrounding crowd was in an uproar as they exclaimed incessantly. Boom! Crack! Pooh! The moment the overbearing and terrifying power erupted, there was a loud explosion, followed by the sound of bones breaking. Zhou Yi's expression changed drastically. The terrifying power instantly spread through Zhou Yi's arm to his whole body, shaking Zhou Yi until he vomited blood. Ah! The sharp pain from his arm caused Zhou Yi to scream. With just one punch, Feng Wuchen shattered the bones in Zhou Yi's arm and severely injured him. This is impossible. Absolutely impossible. Zhou was extremely horrified. Zhou could not believe that a youth at the first level of the heaven tier possessed such domineering and terrifying power. He was severely injured with one punch and crippled one of his arms. "I've said it before. You have to pay the price," Feng Wuchen said coldly. "Bastard! How dare you cripple my arm?" Zhou endured the pain and roared angrily. "Not only will I cripple your arm, but I will also take your wretched life. I want you to know that the Dragon God Temple is not something trash like you can order around. You have no right." Feng Wuchen said coldly, his killing intent extremely intense. "How dare you?" Zhou roared angrily. "If you kill me, Fire Cloud Palace will definitely destroy your Dragon God Temple." Boom. Pooh. Zhou Yi's threat was useless. Feng Wuchen did not hesitate to punch him. With a loud boom, the fist that contained a domineering power smashed into Zhou Yi's chest, causing him to vomit blood. His body flew out like a cannonball. Hiss! Upon seeing this scene, the dozens of spectating cultivators were so frightened by Feng Wuchen's domineering power that they drew a cold breath. Those with weaker cultivations were so frightened that they trembled. Feng Wuchen's punch landed, and the heavily injured Zhou Yi died on the spot. A deep fist imprint appeared on Zhou Yi's chest. His eyes had already dimmed as his body fell into the mountain range 1,000 meters away. From beginning to end, Feng Wuchen had only delivered 2 punches. Just 2 punches were enough to kill a third-level heaven tier expert. What kind of ferocious strength was this? Zhou Yi's aura has dissipated, vanished. Hall Master Feng actually has such terrifying combat strength. He killed a third-level heaven tier expert with 2 punches. Zhou Yi is simply courting death. To possess such powerful strength at such a young age, Hall Master Feng is definitely a genius. The spectating crowd was horrified. Such an outcome was completely different from what they imagined. Did a person at the first tier of the celestial realm really possess such terrifying strength? They did not dare to imagine it, nor could they imagine it. "The price I'm talking about is not to sever your arm, but to take your wretched life," Feng Wuchen said coldly. He did not hesitate to kill Zhou Yi, much less worry. Fire Cloud Palace was indeed powerful and was indeed above Dragon God Temple, but Feng Wuchen was not worried at all. Dragon God Temple had just set up the 9-tiered universe god-slaying array. If Fire Cloud Palace wanted revenge, they could let Fire Cloud Palace experience the might of the 9-tiered universe god-slaying array. Feng Wuchen could tolerate it, but he absolutely could not tolerate the enemy riding on his head. Furthermore, there were times when it was appropriate to display some powerful strength so that those with ill intentions would not dare to act rashly. "Hall Master, well done. This bastard has a cheap mouth. He's purely courting death." The Dragon God Temple crowd felt their hatred vented as they roared. Feng Wuchen looked at the dozens of spectating cultivators. Feng Wuchen said indifferently, "Everyone, Dragon God Temple will not offend any faction, but it will absolutely not be bullied by others. Zhou Yi repeatedly provoked us and spoke rudely. It's only right for me to kill him. Hall Master Feng is right." Everyone nodded. Upon seeing the ferocious strength Feng Wuchen displayed, the spectating cultivators were deeply apprehensive. "Hall Master Feng, I'm afraid Fire Cloud Palace will not let the matter rest after you killed Zhou Yi," someone suddenly said. "Zhou Yi has repeatedly provoked my Dragon God Temple and slandered it. It's already pretty good that I didn't settle the score with Fire Cloud Palace." Feng Wuchen answered domineeringly. Fire Cloud Palace was indeed powerful, but Feng Wuchen showed no fear. If Fire Cloud Palace came, Feng Wuchen would dare destroy it. "I'm afraid Fire Cloud Palace won't come. It's perfect for me to use this opportunity to intimidate the nearby factions." Feng Wuchen sneered inwardly. Dragon God Temple was only a new faction, so Fire Cloud Palace naturally had nothing to fear. Astral Boundary Auction. Zhang Junlan and Yanran once again arrived at the auction. This was the 5th time Zhang Junlan had come to the auction in half a month. The Zhang family's young lord's arrival was personally received by the auction house's president and 3 elders. Zhang Junlan had come to the auction many times for a certain herb called the rainbow nethermoon grass. This herb was extremely important as it played a key role in repairing Yanran's meridians. It was one of the main ingredients for Feng Wuchen's elixirs. Feng Wuchen had listed dozens of herbs, but there was no news about the rainbow nether moon grass. The rainbow nether moon grass was extremely precious, even the astral boundary auction did not have it. The Zhang family had sent out many experts to search for it, but to no avail. For this herb, Zhang Junlan had asked the auction house to help him search for it. He had come to the auction several times, but to no avail. But this time, Zhang Junlan had come to the auction house after learning that the auction house had inquired about the rainbow nether moon grass. Only the rainbow nether moon grass was left, and Feng Wuchen would be able to help Yanran repair her damaged meridians. Zhang Junlan was so happy that he could not wait to get his hands on the rainbow nether moon grass. Zhang Junlan rushed into the auction house with Yanran, where the auction house's president and elders were already waiting. To be able to make the auction house's president and 3 elders wait for him, it was enough to show that Zhang Junlan's status was extraordinary. "President, where is the rainbow nether moon grass? Quickly tell me," Zhang Junlan asked excitedly. Hearing this, the president respectfully said, "Young Lord Zhang, after asking around, we found out that a 6th-grade alchemist happened to have a 60-year-old rainbow nether moon grass, and we invited this person to the auction house." After saying this, the president and 3 elders had a complicated expression on their faces. "Where is it?" Zhang Junlan asked in ecstasy. "Old man is here." An old man with white hair and beard slowly walked out from the back of the hall. The old man was wearing a black robe, his hair and beard were all white, and his face was full of wrinkles, giving him a sage-like demeanor. The old man's old face carried a trace of arrogance as he said, "Young Master Zhang, I heard that you urgently need a stalk of rainbow moon grass." "Yes, may I know how to address senior?" Zhang Junlan spoke respectfully with a polite attitude, and he forcefully suppressed the wild joy and excitement in his heart. "Old man Han Kuan." The old man smiled indifferently. "Han Kuan? The strongest 6th-grade alchemist in the Wuji domain. 6 years ago, Han Kuan defeated 3 6th-grade alchemists in the limitless domain." Zhang Junlan was slightly surprised, but at the same time, he did not forget to flatter him. Han Kuan's alchemy skills were indeed formidable. 6 years ago, during the alchemy conference held by the Infinite Domain, Han Kuan defeated 3 6th-grade alchemists in a row and was hailed as the strongest 6th-grade alchemist. He was also the most promising 7th-grade alchemist. Han Kuan became famous in one battle, and his name shook the entire limitless domain. Zhang Junlan's praise caused a proud smile to appear on Han Kuan's old face. It was obvious that he enjoyed Zhang Junlan's praise. In the next 2 years, old man may be able to break through to the 7th-grade alchemist realm. Han Kuan laughed proudly. 7th grade. The president and the 3 elders' expressions changed slightly. Although a 6th-grade alchemist's status in the infinite domain was extraordinary, there were still many of them. However, a 7th-grade alchemist's status was even more terrifying than a 6th-grade alchemist's. Although the difference between the two was only 1 grade, the difference in status was like heaven and earth. A 7th-grade alchemist's status in the continent was absolutely terrifying. Countless forces and top powerhouses wanted to curry favor with them. Zhang Junlan's praise was taken for granted by Han Kuan, and he even took the initiative to raise his status. It was obvious how arrogant Han Kuan was. The arrogance of an alchemist was well known by the world. Han Kuan belonged to the category of arrogance among arrogance. Then let me first congratulate Senior Han Kuan for breaking through to the 7th-grade alchemist realm. Zhang Junlan congratulated him in advance, and then went straight to the point. "Senior, how can I exchange for the 7-colored moon grass in your hands?" Han Kuan stroked his white beard and smiled faintly. "Young Master Zhang, you should know how rare and precious the 7-colored moon grass is. It is definitely not an ordinary herb. Old man almost lost his life in order to obtain this herb. The 7-colored moon grass is indeed very precious and rare." Zhang Junlan nodded in agreement. With the terrifying strength of the Zhang family, they couldn't find the 7-colored moon grass even after half a month. It was enough to prove how precious this herb was. "Senior Han Kuan, I really need the 7-colored moon grass. I hope Senior Han Kuan can name a price. Gold coins are not a problem." Zhang Junlan continued. Han Kuan shook his head and said, "Young Master Zhang, gold coins are not attractive to old man as the strongest 6th-grade alchemist. How could he lack gold coins? Then what do you want?" Zhang Junlan asked. The Zhang family is a family of alchemists. A celestial artifact should be nothing to them. Han Kuan smiled faintly. Celestial artifact? Zhang Junlan's expression changed slightly, and he cursed in his heart, this old bastard is asking for too much. Although the seven-colored moongrass was precious, its value was far less than a celestial artifact. Not even 1/10 of its value, not to mention a celestial artifact. Even the materials used to refine a celestial artifact were more precious than the seven-colored moongrass. No wonder the president and the three elders had complicated expressions. Obviously, they already knew that Han Kuan wanted to exchange the seven-colored moongrass for a celestial artifact. Young Master Zhang, as an alchemist, the stronger the alchemy furnace, the better for old man. The old man also hopes to have a celestial artifact alchemy furnace. This is not difficult for the Zhang family. Han Kuan smiled faintly. Even though he wanted to exchange for a celestial artifact, he didn't show his desire. This? Zhang Junlan was put in a difficult position. He cursed in his heart, you want to exchange the seven-colored moongrass for a celestial artifact? That cunning old bastard. Junlan, Han Kuan is taking advantage of the situation. We don't want it anymore. Yanran hurriedly sent a message. Young Master Zhang, the materials used to refine a celestial artifact will be provided by the old man himself. There is no need for the Zhang family to pay for it. Han Kuan glanced at Zhang Junlan and added. Senior Han Kuan, a celestial artifact is not something that can be easily refined. Although the seven-colored moongrass is precious, its value is far less than a celestial artifact. Even if my grandfather were to refine it himself, he might not be able to refine it. Zhang Junlan helplessly smiled bitterly. Zhang Junlan was very clear about the value of a celestial artifact. However, Yanran urgently needed this herb. In comparison, Zhang Junlan was more than willing to exchange for it. However, even the Zhang family wouldn't dare to say that they could refine a celestial artifact alchemy furnace. Hearing this, disappointment flashed in Han Kuan's eyes. He shook his head and said, if that's the case, old man won't force you. Goodbye. Senior, please wait. Zhang Junlan hurriedly stopped him and said, Senior, please give me a few days. 3 days. Old man will leave the astral boundary in 3 days. Young Master Zhang, don't miss it. Han Kuan smiled faintly and then left the auction house. Young Master Zhang, the value of the seven-colored moongrass is far less than a celestial artifact. Don't agree with him. That old bastard is asking for too much. After Han Kuan left, the president hurriedly said. Only teacher can help at the moment. Zhang Junlan immediately thought of Feng Wuchen. Only Feng Wuchen's terrifying alchemy realm could refine an immortal artifact. Although the Zhang family was an alchemy family, with Patriarch Zhang being a 7th-grade alchemist, it was not easy to refine an immortal artifact. If Feng Wuchen were to take action, an immortal artifact would be at his fingertips. After leaving the auction, Zhang Junlan rushed to Dragon God Temple with Yanran. To think that bastard Han Kuan could think of exchanging a rainbow moon grass for an immortal artifact, Grand Elder Bai Lihan said angrily through gritted teeth. Second Elder Nya Fengyun shook his head and said, that old bastard Han Kuan is indeed going overboard with his exorbitant demands, but there's only one herb. Young Lord Zhang has no other choice. The rarity of a rainbow moongrass is even rarer than the herbs used to refine 7th-grade pills. Nya Fengyun was similarly a 6th-grade alchemist. He was in charge of the herbs in the auction and knew the origins of the herbs very well. Han Kuan is too arrogant. Even when he demands exorbitant prices, he has to look at the person. The Zhang family would not think anything of a 6th-grade alchemist. Even a 7th-grade alchemist is nothing. The president shook his head. At the same time, Fire Cloud Palace was enraged when they learned that Zhou had been killed by the Dragon God Temple's temple lord. Bam! In Fire Cloud Palace's grand hall, the palace lord slammed his chair angrily. With a loud bang, he said angrily, the puny Dragon God Temple dares to kill someone from my Fire Cloud Palace. They are looking down on my Fire Cloud Palace. How could Fire Cloud Palace tolerate a new faction riding on its head? Wouldn't that be a joke to the other factions? This Feng Wuchen is truly arrogant. The elders were enraged. Pass down the order. Attack Dragon God Temple immediately. Kill without mercy. Palace Lord bellowed angrily. Fire Cloud Palace was one of the factions that wanted to annex Dragon God Temple. They could use this opportunity to destroy Dragon God Temple, preventing others from gossiping behind their backs. Fire Cloud Palace's experts were mobilized in full force. However, other than Fire Cloud Palace, another faction had their eyes on Dragon God Temple. Sect Master, Fire Cloud Palace's experts have been mobilized. Dragon God Temple and Fire Cloud Palace will definitely start a war, reported a disciple respectfully. Very good. When the sandpiper and the clam fight, the fisherman benefits. This time, not only will we annex the Dragon God Temple, we will also annex Fire Cloud Palace. At that time, my Xian Gate sect will be able to strengthen itself. A middle-aged man on the throne coldly laughed in a sinister manner. Pass down my order now. Everyone above the Sky Origin stage will come with me to fight. The headmaster shouted. Within the Xian sect, all the cultivators above the Heavenly Origin stage were mobilized. There were hundreds of them, and 9 of them were in the Celestial Realm. Mystic Gate sect's strength was stronger than Fire Cloud Palace's. The war is about to begin. The battle was about to begin. Everyone, let's go take a look. Fire Cloud Palace is attacking Dragon God Temple. The Dragon God Temple is doomed. It has only been established for a few days and it has already provoked Fire Cloud Palace. It's truly courting death. Fire Cloud Palace's experts were mobilized in full force. Hundreds of experts flew across the sky at high speeds. Many factions and itinerant cultivators came forward to watch the show. Everyone wanted to know where the Dragon God Temple got the courage to kill the Fire Cloud Palace experts. They also wanted to know how strong the Dragon God Temple was as a whole. When they looked at the Dragon God Temple again, it was deserted. Apart from a few people that could be seen, the rest were cultivating in the palace. The Dragon God Temple did not seem to know that a calamity was imminent. Feng Wuchen. Get out here and accept your death. Fire Cloud Palace Lord's angry bellow suddenly resounded in the silent Dragon God Temple. An extremely terrifying killing intent enveloped the Dragon God Temple. Shoo! 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 Many Fire Cloud Palace experts flew over as figures appeared high in the sky above the Dragon God Temple. It was a massive lineup as powerful auras swept out. Soon, cultivators from other factions and itinerant cultivators arrived one after another. A large group of onlookers gathered around the Dragon God Temple. In the square of the Dragon God Temple, Huanyang led his brothers as they rushed over from the various palaces. Feng Wuchen, Lu Qingyang, and company slowly walked over from the main palace without any signs of panic. Who is Feng Wuchen? Fire Cloud Palace Lord bellowed angrily as he glared at Feng Wuchen and company with eyes filled with killing intent. I am. Feng Wuchen showed no fear. Fire Cloud Palace Lord glared at Feng Wuchen fiercely as he gritted his teeth and said angrily, "Darn punk. How dare you kill someone from my Fire Cloud Palace? You must be tired of living." He had a death wish. He can't blame anyone else. Feng Wuchen said in a manner that was neither servile nor overbearing. There was no joy or worry on his face. Then your Dragon God Temple is also courting death. Kill. Fire Cloud Palace Lord roared angrily. Hundreds of Fire Cloud Palace experts swarmed forward as they surged with killing intent. Crimson Emperor. Leave no one alive. Don't hold back. Let them see the strength of the Dragon God Temple. Feng Wuchen gave the order coldly. From the looks of it, Feng Wuchen planned on using his powerful strength to awe the other factions. Furthermore, he was starting with Fire Cloud Palace. Brothers, hear my orders. Kill without mercy. Crimson Emperor roared angrily as he exuded a majestic aura. Kill. Hundreds of brothers roared as violent quintessential essence blasted out. Iron-blooded and ice-cold killing intent swept out in a torrential manner. What ice-cold killing intent? The spectating cultivators shuddered in fear from the cold auras of the hundreds of Dragon God Temple experts. Their auras have been enhanced. They have exceeded their cultivation levels. How is this possible? How can hundreds of people have their combat strength enhanced? Are they all monsters? Their cultivation levels have increased by nearly 2 firmament. It's unbelievable. The spectating crowd exclaimed in shock as their expressions were filled with horror. The hundreds of Fire Cloud Palace experts were also given a fright. However, there was no time for them to think. Crimson Emperor and company had already charged forward in a cold-blooded and merciless manner. A huge battle was about to erupt. It was the first battle since the emergence of the Dragon God Temple. Feng Wuchen, come up and accept your death. High in the sky, Fire Cloud Palace Lord had already blasted out the terrifying strength of a 5th firmament sky human. He roared angrily at Feng Wuchen as a surging aura blasted out. The terrifying strength of a 5th firmament sky human was extremely ferocious. 7 firmament sky humans. The situation doesn't look good. Xianxia frowned deeply as his expression turned grim. Beta Yen said solemnly, I can deal with 2 at the 1st firmament sky human realm. I can deal with 1, said Lan Yu. Brother Lu, White Annihilation, and I will deal with 1 at the 1st firmament sky human realm, said Miao Qingqing. Xianxia said solemnly, I'll deal with a 3rd firmament sky human realm. Temple Lord, deal with a 5th firmament sky human realm. There's still a 2nd firmament sky human realm. Who will deal with them? Should we activate the array formation? Leave it to me. The moment Xianxia said that, a pleasant voice sounded. Xiao Xiao. Upon hearing the familiar voice, Feng Wuchen's expression changed. He was instantly overjoyed as he looked up at the source of the voice. Miss Xiao Xiao. Lu Qingyang and company were also surprised and shocked. High in the sky above Dragon God Temple, a beautiful figure appeared. She was none other than Ling Xiaoxiao. After nearly half a year, Ling Xiaoxiao returned. Furthermore, Ling Xiaoxiao had already broken through to the 1st firmament of the sky human realm. Apart from Ling Xiaoxiao's astounding talent, she had managed to raise her cultivation level several times in a few months due to the terrifying faction backing her. Xiaoxiao has actually broken through to the sky human realm. Her cultivation speed is truly terrifying. Lu Qingyang's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets as his face was filled with disbelief. Am I seeing things? Miss Xiaoxiao is actually at the 1st firmament of the sky human realm. Nan Gongzhan's body stiffened from fright. I can't believe it. Beta Yen and company were dumbfounded. Wasn't Feng Wuchen's cultivation speed already terrifying enough? But now, they felt that Ling Xiaoxiao's cultivation speed was even more terrifying. Before Ling Xiaoxiao left, her cultivation level was not even at the 5th firmament of the Sky Yuan realm. Now that she had returned, she was already at the 1st firmament of the Sky Human realm. Feng Wuchen was pleasantly surprised. He was surprised at Ling Xiaoxiao's cultivation level and delighted at Ling Xiaoxiao's return. Feng Wuchen found it unbelievable that Ling Xiaoxiao's cultivation level had broken through to the 1st firmament of the Sky Human realm. It left him somewhat stunned. Where did this wild lass come from? How dare you interfere with my Fire Cloud Palace's matters? You are courting death. Fire Cloud Palace Lord bellowed angrily as he glared fiercely at Ling Xiaoxiao. Fire Cloud Palace Lord had already charged at Feng Wuchen in a frenzy. Xiaoxiao, do it. Feng Wuchen quickly snapped out of his daze as he suddenly bellowed. All right. Ling Xiaoxiao responded. Immediately, she conjured her crystalline ice sword as her cold eyes swept towards the 2nd firmament Sky Human realm expert. With Ling Xiaoxiao's present strength, killing a 2nd firmament Sky Human realm expert was absolutely not a problem. Buzz. A terrifying power erupted from Ling Xiaoxiao's body. Brilliant purple light flashed explosively, and her sword intent was vast and terrifying. In the blink of an eye, Ling Xiaoxiao's aura had already soared to the 3rd level of the heaven tier. 3rd firmament Sky Human realm. The Fire Cloud Palace expert at the 2nd firmament Sky Human realm was horrified. Swish. Chi. Ling Xiaoxiao's figure suddenly flashed and disappeared. In a flash, Ling Xiaoxiao silently flashed and appeared. With a flash of sword light, the crystal ice sword mercilessly slashed across the man's neck. A 2nd-level celestial being expert died on the spot. The moment Ling Xiaoxiao made her move, she instantly killed a 2nd-level Deva realm powerhouse. His terrifying strength shocked everyone present. Just as the battle was about to begin, everyone stopped. For a time, the sky above the Dragon God Temple fell into a brief silence. Everyone looked at the beautiful figure in horror. Fire Cloud Palatial Lord and hundreds of experts were dumbfounded. They could not believe that Xianxia possessed such terrifying strength. Everyone in the Dragon God Temple was dumbfounded as well. Moments later, the silent space instantly flared up as a clamor resounded through the Dragon God Temple. Xiao, well done! Feng Wuchen praised. Xiao glanced at Feng Wuchen and said with a chuckle, anyone who opposes Brother Feng shall die. Darn lass. Fire Cloud Palatial Lord's expression was hideous, as terrifying as a ferocious beast. Be careful with your words, said Feng Wuchen coldly as he swept his cold-blooded gaze at Fire Cloud Palatial Lord. Tianqing and company jolted awake as they circulated their quintessential essence to attack without any hesitation, locking onto their respective enemies. Kill! Crimson Emperor roared once again as the battle continued. Buzz! With his bloodline powers and Supreme Body's second stage powers activated, a strange sanguine aura rose from his body as a dazzling sanguine light enveloped the Dragon God Temple. Feng Wuchen's aura surged crazily as it instantly reached the third firmament of the heaven-human realm. He conjured his Qilin armor and gauntlets as black wings spread out. Feng Wuchen's aura surged once again, reaching the fourth firmament of the heaven-human realm. What? He increased by 3 firmament. Fire Cloud Palatial Lord's expression changed drastically as his eyes nearly popped out. He looked at Feng Wuchen in horror. Hiss, the surrounding cultivators, as well as the hundreds of Fire Cloud Palatial experts, drew a cold gasp from fright. Fourth firmament of the heaven-human realm. This is impossible. Am I seeing things? He's only at the first firmament of the heaven-human realm. This punk can actually produce strength at the fourth firmament of the heaven-human realm. Is Feng Wuchen a monster? That's impossible. Everyone was horrified. They had never seen a cultivator at the first firmament of the heaven-human realm possess such terrifying strength. The heaven-human realm experts engaged in an intense battle as extremely terrifying energy ripples spread out in a frenzy. Ninefold Cosmos Pagoda. Feng Wuchen flew up into the sky and immediately bellowed. High above the Dragon God Temple, the ninefold Cosmos Pagoda left the array formation and transformed into a golden beam of light that shot high into the sky. The ninefold Cosmos Pagoda exuded an extremely powerful aura. The resplendent golden light attracted the gazes of the spectators. Everyone was puzzled as to what Dharma treasure the pagoda was. The golden array formation enveloped downwards and illuminated the void beneath Feng Wuchen's feet. The massive array formation pattern was 60 to 70 feet in size. An extremely domineering suppressive force surged out crazily. Fire Cloud Palatial Lord, who was shooting over, bore the brunt of the suppressive force. This is... Fire Cloud Palatial Lord's expression changed drastically. The domineering suppressive force had instantly suppressed his cultivation by 1 firmament. His 5th firmament of the heaven-human realm was forcefully suppressed to the 4th firmament. What Dharma treasure is this? It can actually suppress my cultivation by 1 firmament. Fire Cloud Palatial Lord was appalled as he looked up at the gigantic pagoda high in the sky. Fire Cloud Palatial Lord's cultivation has been suppressed. It's only at the 4th firmament of the heaven-human realm. The pagoda possesses a domineering suppressive force. It can actually suppress Fire Cloud Palatial Lord's cultivation by 1 firmament. This Dharma treasure is too terrifying. Everyone exclaimed in horror once again as their faces turned pale. Darn punk, what Dharma treasure is this? Fire Cloud Palatial Lord asked in horror. A Dharma treasure for killing. Feng Wuchen answered coldly as the corners of his mouth curled into a dangerous sneer. Boom. With that said, Feng Wuchen suddenly charged out. With a loud boom, his terrifying speed left behind a powerful whirlwind. In the next second, Feng Wuchen appeared in front of Fire Cloud Palatial Lord. What? Fire Cloud Palatial Lord's expression changed drastically once again. Feng Wuchen's terrifying speed left him drenched in cold sweat. Boom. Feng Wuchen instantly arrived as his glove flashed with a sanguine beam. It emanated an extremely domineering force. Feng Wuchen punched out and with a boom, it struck Fire Cloud Palatial Lord's chest. The domineering force sent him flying. Intense pain instantly spread throughout his body as Fire Cloud Palatial Lord's face flushed red. His lifeblood churned violently as he nearly vomited blood. Palatial Lord. The Fire Cloud Palatial elders and hundreds of experts were alarmed. Fire Cloud Palatial Lord had been sent flying by Feng Wuchen's punch. What sort of terrifying strength was that? Boom. The black wings flapped, and with a boom, Feng Wuchen's figure transformed into a blood-colored bolt of lightning once again as he shot forward. Fire Cloud Palatial Lord, who sensed something, had an extremely hideous expression. His eyes were filled with cold killing intent. Phew! Not to be outdone, Fire Cloud Palatial Lord shot forward. His speed was in no way weaker than Feng Wuchen's. Instant movement. With a thought, Feng Wuchen cast his movement technique. While charging forward, Feng Wuchen's figure suddenly vanished into thin air. Fire Cloud Palace Lord was at the fifth firmament of the sky-human realm. Even though his cultivation level was suppressed, his realm remained unchanged. Even with Fire Cloud Palace Lord's cultivation level, he was still unable to locate Feng Wuchen's location. Instant movement was extremely terrifying. Boom. Pwah. Amidst Fire Cloud Palace Lord's shock, Feng Wuchen's figure appeared out of nowhere. Without a sound, a fist that emitted a blood-red beam struck out. The domineering and terrifying power caused Fire Cloud Palace Lord to spit out blood as his body flew out like a cannonball. Fire Cloud Palace Lord failed to detect Feng Wuchen's attack. There was no way he could dodge Feng Wuchen's attack. Impossible. I didn't notice it at all. Is this an Earth-ranked movement technique? Fire Cloud Palace Lord's eyes nearly popped out from the pain as he felt suffocated. The miraculous and terrifying movement technique left Fire Cloud Palatial Lord momentarily flustered. Palace Lord. The expressions of the hundreds of Fire Cloud Palace experts changed drastically as they wore looks of worry and panic. Who would dare believe that Fire Cloud Palace Lord was no match for Feng Wuchen? At the same time, the hundreds of brothers led by Crimson Emperor displayed terrifying strength that astounded everyone present. With their magical and powerful instant movement, Crimson Emperor and his brothers began a frenzied massacre. The Fire Cloud Palace experts suffered heavy casualties and were unable to withstand the ferocious attacks of the Dragon God Temple experts. Hiss, many of the spectating cultivators gasped in horror. They were so frightened that their bodies trembled. Dragon God Temple's powerful strength exceeded everyone's imaginations. Feng Wuchen's terror also exceeded everyone's imaginations. At that moment, the spectators truly understood that Dragon God Temple was not afraid of Fire Cloud Palace. Dragon God Temple is too powerful. Fire Cloud Palace is practically courting death. We have underestimated Dragon God Temple's strength. All of them are ruthless and cold-blooded. Fire Cloud Palace is doomed. The spectating experts and itinerant cultivators were completely petrified as their faces were filled with horror. Feng Wuchen's figure strangely vanished before appearing strangely. There was no warning at all. Even his aura could not be sensed. After sending Fire Cloud Palace Lord flying with a punch, Feng Wuchen's figure magically vanished once again. Third Firmament Wrath Palm. Boom. Pooh. When Feng Wuchen appeared again, he was already in front of Fire Cloud Palatial Lord, scaring him out of his wits. Feng Wuchen mercilessly struck out with his palm, causing Fire Cloud Palatial Lord to spit out a mouthful of blood. His body was sent flying once again. Feng Wuchen's strike left Fire Cloud Palatial Lord severely injured. Preposterous. What movement technique is that? Fire Cloud Palatial Lord roared angrily. It was impossible to defend against. The dead have no right to know. Feng Wuchen's cold voice strangely sounded in Fire Cloud Palatial Lord's ears once again. When the enraged Fire Cloud Palatial Lord heard Feng Wuchen's words, his expression changed drastically. Bastard! The mighty Fire Cloud Palatial Lord was infuriated to be belittled by a junior. The enraged Fire Cloud Palatial Lord turned around and swept out with his foot. Bang! Feng Wuchen bent his left hand and immediately grabbed Fire Cloud Palatial Lord's ankle. No matter how strong he was, he failed to move Feng Wuchen half a step. You are too slow. Feng Wuchen said with a sinister smile. He exerted strength with his wrist and grabbed Fire Cloud Palatial Lord's ankle. Fire Cloud Palatial Lord's expression changed as a bone-piercing pain instantly spread. Bang! Ka-cha! As he exerted strength with his left hand, Feng Wuchen clenched his right hand into a fist and smashed down at Fire Cloud Palatial Lord's thigh. With a dull bang, followed by the sound of bones cracking, Fire Cloud Palatial Lord's right leg was broken. His right leg was bent at a 90-degree angle. Ah, the excruciating pain made Fire Cloud Palatial Lord cry out tragically. Gulp, upon seeing such a tragic outcome, the spectating cultivators could not help but gulp a mouthful of saliva. Their bodies trembled in horror. Palatial Lord. The Fire Cloud Palatial elders panicked. They wanted to provide reinforcements but they were powerless. They could not even protect themselves. Fire Cloud Palace had hundreds of experts, but less than 100 were left after Crimson Emperor and company's frenzied massacre. Crimson Emperor, Huan Yang, and company were like specters. The remaining 100 experts of Fire Cloud Palace had completely lost their will to fight. There was only horror and despair in their hearts. Fire Cloud Palace had 7 Sky Human Realm experts. One of them had been instantly killed by Ling Xiaoxiao. The other 6 had suffered injuries of varying degrees. With Ling Xiaoxiao taking action, they could not last much longer. Fire Cloud Palatial Lord was heavily injured and was definitely not Feng Wuchen's match. This meant that Fire Cloud Palace had been defeated. You are too weak, Feng Wuchen said disdainfully. Boom. Pwah. With that said, Feng Wuchen punched out again after breaking one of Fire Cloud Palatial Lord's legs. The domineering force caused Fire Cloud Palatial Lord to vomit blood once again. His body transformed into a black line as he flew out. With this punch, Fire Cloud Palatial Lord was severely injured. From beginning to end, Fire Cloud Palatial Lord did not even have a chance to attack. He did not even have a chance to use a martial technique before he was severely injured by Feng Wuchen. This battle left Fire Cloud Palatial Lord extremely aggrieved. There is a price to pay if you want to annex the Dragon God Temple. I'll send you on your way now, Feng Wuchen said coldly as he raised his right hand slightly. Buzz. Buzz. His palm formed a sword finger as terrifying power gathered on it. The resplendent sanguine light was extremely blinding as it emanated a terrifying power that caused the void to tremble violently. Earth-ranked martial technique. Upon sensing the soul-stirring aura, all the cultivators present cried out in unison. God-vanquishing soul-severing finger. Feng Wuchen bellowed as the sanguine light from his sword finger shot out a blood-red beam of light that was as thick as an arm. It flashed like blood-colored lightning. Phew. Buzz. Chi. The blood-colored lightning shot out with an ear-piercing sonic boom. Wherever it passed, space would tremble like the surface of the sea. In a blink of an eye, it penetrated Fire Cloud Palatial Lord's heart. Fire Cloud Palatial Lord's eyes instantly widened as he looked down at his chest in horror. Large amounts of blood spewed out as his vision turned black as his body plummeted to the ground. The domineering and terrifying energy finger had shattered Fire Cloud Palatial Lord's organs the moment it penetrated his heart. Fire Cloud Palatial Lord, who was at the 5th firmament of the Sky Human Realm, had perished. Palatial Lord. The remaining experts of Fire Cloud Palatial shouted in horror. Kill them all. Leave no one alive. Feng Wuchen bellowed coldly. Feng Wuchen. Fire Cloud Palatial's Grand Elder roared angrily as he charged at Feng Wuchen in a frenzy. You overestimate yourself. Feng Wuchen swept his gaze contemptuously. Phew. Boom. Instantly, there was a loud explosion as the Grand Elder spat out a mouthful of blood. His back protruded as he flew out like a cannonball. It was unknown if he was dead or alive. In the battle with Tianqing, the Grand Elder was already heavily injured. With his strength at the 3rd firmament of the Sky Human Realm, he was no match for Feng Wuchen. The Grand Elder was courting death. Feng Wuchen's attack was cold-blooded and merciless. Feng Wuchen wanted to use such unyielding and ruthless means to intimidate the other factions. Feng Wuchen wanted the other factions to feel fear, letting them know the might of the Dragon God Temple. Who's there? Feng Wuchen suddenly bellowed coldly with a grave expression. Phew. A black shadow instantly flashed over at a terrifying speed. 7th firmament Heaven Human Realm. Feng Wuchen's expression changed abruptly. Boom. Pwah. The sudden palm strike produced an explosive boom, causing Feng Wuchen to vomit blood. His body transformed into a black line as he flew out. The ferocious palm strike severely injured Feng Wuchen. Even Feng Wuchen was no match for it. There were 5 people in the Dragon God Temple who could match a 7th firmament heaven human realm expert. The person's speed was too fast, giving Feng Wuchen no time to react. Brother Feng. Xianxia's expression changed drastically as she immediately used instant transmission to flee. Temple Lord. Tianqing and company were extremely worried. Bastard! How dare you sneak up on us? Lu Qingyang said angrily as he exuded killing intent. I didn't sneak up on you. It's just that I was too fast for Feng Wuchen to detect. However, I seem to have gone overboard with my attack, said the person with a derisive sneer. The person was at the 7th firmament heaven human realm and had terrifying strength. Even with Feng Wuchen's powerful body and the Qilin armor protecting him, he was unable to withstand such terrifying strength. Xian Sect Master. It's Xian Sect Master. The few remaining Fire Cloud Palace experts, as well as the surrounding cultivators watching the battle, exclaimed in shock. The person was none other than Xian Sect Master Mu Shi. He was a man in his 40s and was dressed in grey brocade. He exuded the aura of an expert. Shoo! 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 At that moment, the sound of air being torn apart was heard. High in the sky not far away, hundreds of experts shot over at astonishing speeds. Xian Sect experts. Upon seeing hundreds of experts shoot over, the spectating crowd exclaimed once again. The hundreds of Xian Sect experts were all above the heavenly Yuan realm. Among them, there were 9 heaven human realm experts. Their strength was far above Fire Cloud Palace's. Before the Fire Cloud Palace members were all killed, Xian Sect arrived one after another. It could be said that one wave had yet to subside, and the Dragon God Temple was once again in crisis. After an intense battle, although they had defeated Fire Cloud Palace, they had expended quite a bit of Dragon God Temple's strength. Tianqing, Beidou Yan, and the other Celestial Realm warriors had already used up more than half of their true essence. They had no chance of winning against the cultivators of the Xian Sect. Crimson Emperor. Quickly kill everyone from Fire Cloud Palace. Beidou Yan suddenly bellowed. Kill everyone from Dragon God Temple, including the people from Fire Cloud Palace, ordered Xian Gate Sect Master. Leave quickly. The Fire Cloud Palace elders and experts were alarmed. No one can leave. Kill them all. The great elder of the Xian Sect shouted coldly. Kill. Hundreds of cultivators from the Xian Men sect dashed out in a frenzy. Their murderous aura was ferocious. Return to the Dragon Temple. The heavily injured Feng Wuchen flashed into the Dragon Temple with Xianxia's help. Feng Wuchen endured his heavy injuries and bellowed. He glared at the Xian Sect Master with a ferocious gaze. Retreat. Lu Qingyang bellowed. The Dragon God Temple experts used instant transference to return to the Dragon God Temple square. Against hundreds of Xian Gate experts, Tianqing and company, who had expended more than half of their true essence, were no match for them. However, the Fire Cloud Palace experts were in trouble. They were injured and numbered less than 50. They were mercilessly slaughtered by the Xian Gate experts. The strong lived while the weak perished. Hundreds of Fire Cloud Palace experts were wiped out. Kill. The hundreds of Xian Gate experts immediately swooped down towards the Dragon God Temple. With a thought from Feng Wuchen, the 9-fold Cosmos Pagoda swooped down and fused into the array formation. Xiao, Tianqing, hold them off for a while. Feng Wuchen bellowed. Buzz. Xiao conjured the power of her bloodline as an extremely terrifying aura. Surged out. Purple light flashed as Xiao's aura instantly soared to the 4th level of the Heaven Human Realm. Chaos Sword Art. Chaos Divine Sword. Xiao injected the power of her bloodline into the Crystal Ice Sword. A monster sword intent shook one's soul as an extremely terrifying sword beam swept out. Xiao roared as she swept out with her sword. Phew. Buzz. A purple sword beam that spanned hundreds of feet soared into the sky as the void trembled violently. It had a majestic aura as though it was indestructible. The monster sword beam left the hundreds of Xian Gate sect experts shuddering in fear. All of them stopped in their tracks in horror, not daring to take another step forward. Earth-ranked sword art? A look of greed flashed in Xian sect master's eyes. Yinyang dual-form sword art. Yinyang 8 desolation slash. Lu Qingyang roared as he cast his sword art. Bloody death blade. Yi Tianqing roared as he cast his earth-ranked martial technique. Earthly fiend thunder palm. Beidu Yan followed up with his earth-ranked martial technique. Phew. Buzz. Powerful martial technique soared into the sky. The scene was extremely spectacular as the void trembled violently. Stupid girl, you have such power at the first level of the heaven-human realm. You are indeed not simple, but you are still too weak. Even if you work together, you can't change anything. The Grand Elder of Xian sect flashed over and said with a cold expression. Buzz. The terrifying power of the 5th level of the heaven-human realm gushed out and swept out like a storm. The power was earth-shattering. Break! Boom! Boom! The Great Elder roared and the terrifying martial skill energy soared into the sky. At the same time, the destructive energy ripples swept out in all directions like a tsunami. Puff! 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 Yi Tianqing and the rest of the Dragon Temple experts who attacked spat out blood as they were badly injured. Only Ling Xiaoxiao was not injured because she had the protection of a powerful green barrier. They were no match for the Grand Elder of Xian sect in a fierce head-on collision. The power of a 5th-level heaven-human realm expert was absolutely terrifying. This stupid girl is not injured and has such a powerful barrier. Mushi frowned as he stared at Ling Xiaoxiao. However, Mushi did not think too much about it. He must take over the Dragon Temple today. Brother Feng, are you done? We can't hold on any longer. Lu Qingyan shouted anxiously. Lord of the Dragon Temple, I advise you not to make unnecessary resistance, lest you lose your life. If you are willing to surrender, I can spare your lives. Mushi sneered. Humph. Surrender? You will not be able to leave. Feng Wuchen endured his serious injuries and forced his true essence to form a seal with his hands. Finally, he put his palms together and shouted, 9 layers of God-slaying universe formation. Open! Buzz! As Feng Wuchen's voice fell, the palace of the Dragon Temple suddenly buzzed and shook. An extremely terrifying aura swept out from the Dragon Temple. The sudden terrifying aura scared everyone out of their wits. What a powerful array! Mushi's expression changed slightly as a look of horror flashed in his eyes. Is it a formation? The Grand Elder of Xian sect frowned deeply. This terrifying power made people feel extremely uneasy. A huge golden shield began to appear on the surface of the huge palace of the Dragon Temple, protecting the entire Dragon Temple. Everyone's eyes widened in horror at the sight of the gigantic protective barrier. The bright golden light shield was like the divine radiance emitted by the temple. The terrifying power emitted by the 9-layered universe-killing god formation shocked the crowd. The Dragon Temple really has a powerful array. I sensed the power of the array before. That's right. The aura of the array before was even more terrifying than now. Perhaps because Temple Master Feng was seriously injured, the power of the array has weakened. Where did the Dragon Temple get such a terrifying array? Could it be that the Dragon Temple has an array grandmaster? The spectating cultivators discussed in horror and were extremely excited. After the 9-layered universe-killing god formation was activated, Lu Qingyang and the others breathed a sigh of relief. Qingyang, you guys quickly take the medicinal pills to heal your injuries. Brother Feng's injuries are serious. I'm worried that he won't be able to hold on for long. Ling Xiaoxiao instructed and immediately flashed behind Feng Wuchen. She urged her vital essence and injected it into Feng Wuchen's body. Lu Qingyang and the others did as they were told. They took out the medicinal pills and sat cross-legged to heal their injuries. As Ling Xiaoxiao's power was integrated into the array, the 9-layered universe-killing god formation's aura skyrocketed and became more and more terrifying. The power of the array is getting stronger and stronger. The Great Elder frowned deeply, his heart becoming more and more shocked. Mushi's expression was also extremely solemn. He did not expect the Dragon Temple to have such a powerful array. Even he, a 7th-level celestial realm powerhouse, was somewhat fearful. Don't you guys want to see the power of the 9-layered universe-killing god formation? Today, I'll let you see it. Feng Wuchen sneered slightly, a ruthless look appeared on his pale face. Lu Qingyang gritted his teeth and said angrily, Big brother Feng, kill all of them despicable and shameless villains. Temple Master. Kill them all. Leave no one alive. Kill them all. Leave no one alive. Crimson Emperor, Chaos God, and the others roared. Their loud roars resounded throughout the Dragon Temple and the mountain range. Xianmen's sect took advantage of the situation. It was really despicable and shameless, making everyone in the Dragon Temple furious. Buzz buzz, Feng Wuchen's hands changed, and the huge spirit design shook violently once again. A terrifying power gathered on the surface of the spirit design. A moment later, tens of thousands of golden energy swords condensed outside the golden formation. They were densely packed and dazzling. Gulp, seeing this spectacular and visually impactful scene, the spectating cultivators turned pale and were extremely frightened. The hundreds of powerhouses of the Xian sect were so frightened that they broke out in cold sweat and trembled all over. 10,000 swords attack. Feng Wuchen roared and waved his hand. Swish. Swish. Buzz. Under the control of Feng Wuchen, the tens of thousands of energy swords condensed on the surface of the formation soared into the sky together. The sonic booms were ear-piercing, and their speed was astonishing. They were like a meteor shower, but also like a large expanse of golden lightning. Their imposing manner was majestic, and their terrifying power shook the void violently. Looking at the terrifying scene, the spectating cultivators were scared out of their wits. What a terrifying formation. It's over. We can't stop it with our strength. How can we stop it? The hundreds of powerhouses of the Xian sect, including the powerhouses of the celestial realm, were terrified and trembling all over. The terrifying pressure made them stunned on the spot, and they did not know how to deal with it. Run! Run! The Great Elder roared anxiously and retreated immediately. The other two Great Elders did not dare to stay either. The hundreds of powerhouses of the Xian sect retreated in horror. No one dared to stay for a moment. They all ran desperately, and even the powerhouses of the celestial realm did not dare to stay. However, the attack speed of the tens of thousands of energy swords was as fast as lightning. The powerhouses of the heavenly origin realm could not be faster than the energy swords. Swish! Mushi suddenly flashed and released the terrifying power of the 7th level of the celestial realm. He formed a seal with both hands and shouted, middle-grade dark class martial technique. Extreme wind shield. A huge wind shield of 60 to 70 feet was formed. Mushi intended to block all the energy swords. I want to see how powerful your formation is. Mushi said coldly. He seemed to be very confident in his own strength. Of course, the power of the 7th level of the celestial realm was definitely not to be underestimated. You can't save their lives. Feng Wuchen replied coldly. The corners of his mouth curled into a sinister smile. Swish swish swish. After saying that, Feng Wuchen's hand suddenly changed. The tens of thousands of energy swords that soared into the sky suddenly changed their direction of attack at this moment. They burst out in all directions like headless flies. It was chaos. However, the seemingly headless energy swords, under the control of Feng Wuchen, each of the tens of thousands of energy swords rushed towards the hundreds of powerhouses fleeing in their own trajectory. The tens of thousands of energy swords seemed to have their own souls. What? Mushi's expression changed drastically. He stared blankly at the strange scene in the sky. Now, the tens of thousands of energy swords were scattered in an instant. It was impossible for Mushi to block all of them. None of you can run away. If you want to annex the Shenlong Temple, you have to leave your lives behind. Feng Wuchen shouted fiercely, his eyes filled with endless terrifying murderous intent. It's over. The sect master can't block it. Run. Run. Feng Wuchen can control them. Sensing the strong danger, as well as a large number of energy swords bursting out, the hundreds of powerhouses of the Xian sect were terrified and began to despair. Swish swish swish. Ah. In the next second, a shocking scene appeared. The hundreds of powerhouses of the Xian sect were mercilessly pierced by tens of thousands of terrifying energy swords. Each of them experienced tens of thousands of arrows piercing their hearts. Screams continued, and corpses fell one after another. The hundreds of powerhouses of the Xian sect, each of them, were covered with fist-sized holes all over their bodies. They died in an extremely tragic manner. Even the powerhouses of the celestial realm could not escape death. All the cultivators present, including the people of the Shenlong temple, had horror written all over their faces. Everyone turned on the petrified mode and remained motionless. The three elders of the Xian sect were full of fear. Their old faces were pale and their bodies trembled. Mushi looked at this scene in shock. He could not believe that this was true. The hundreds of powerhouses of the Xian sect were all killed in the blink of an eye. The 9 layers of God-slaying universe formation was so terrifying. More than 300 powerhouses were all killed in seconds. Too terrifying. Too terrifying. The formation set up by the temple master is too terrifying. The defensive formation's attack power is so terrifying. In the Shenlong temple, Lu Qingyang, Yi Tianqing, and hundreds of other brothers were terrified. They could not believe it when they saw the terrifying power of the formation. Brother Feng, the 9 layers of God-slaying universe formation is an ancient formation, right? Ling Xiaoxiao asked in shock. She did not expect the formation to be so terrifying. Yes, it's a pity that my cultivation is too weak to exert the power of the formation. This power is just the tip of the iceberg. Feng Wuchen smiled. The tip of the iceberg was already so powerful. If the true power was exerted? How terrifying would that be? Buzz. Feng Wuchen's hands changed once again as the 9-layered universe god-slaughtering array vibrated once again. Resplendent golden light flashed as a terrifying energy condensed once again. 4 terrifying energy swords condensed on the massive array's surface. The energy contained in each energy sword was even more terrifying than before. Who should I start with? His cold gaze swept across Mu Shi and the 3 elders as a sinister sneer suffused on Feng Wuchen's face. The 3 elders trembled, clearly feeling apprehensive. The moment Feng Wuchen's voice sounded, Mu Shi, who was in a daze, immediately snapped out of his daze. Mu Shi's face suffused a gloomy look before it turned cold and ferocious. An extremely terrifying and ferocious killing intent swept out from Mu Shi's body as destructive energy surged with it. Its might was overwhelming as it shook the world. Hundreds of Mystic Gate sect experts were instantly killed. As sect master, Mu Shi was completely enraged. Shoo! Shoo! Buzz! Mu Shi was enraged. Not only was Feng Wuchen unafraid, he even launched an attack. With a wave of his hand, 3 terrifying energy swords shot out at the 3 elders. The offensive was ferocious as its strength shook the void. Be careful. Get out of the way. The great elder roared in fear and fury. The second and third elders dodged immediately, not daring to show any signs of hesitation. The first elder used all his strength to withstand the energy swords. The first elder was at the 5th firmament of the heaven-human realm, so he was naturally not weak. Furthermore, he was much stronger than Fire Cloud Palatial Lord. However, being at the 5th firmament of the heaven-human realm was far from enough. Quintessential Essence Protection. Golden Silk Armor. Upper-grade Mystic Ranked Martial Technique. Soul-Severing Claw. The first elder was either condensing a quintessential essence barrier or conjuring a spirit artifact armor. Finally, he even used a martial technique. It could be said that he was going all out. Humph. Can you withstand it? Feng Wuchen said with a cold and arrogant smile. Shut up. The first elder roared angrily as his face turned extremely ferocious. Boom. Pooh. In the blink of an eye, the horrifying energy sword collided with the great elder's claw. With a loud explosion, the Zhenyuan shield instantly shattered, and the golden silk armor burst apart. The horrifying energy shook the great elder until he spat out a mouthful of blood. His entire arm disappeared inch by inch, and his body shot out like a cannonball. Great elder was seriously injured and fainted on the spot. He fell into the distant mountains, his life or death unknown. The great elder, who had tried his best, could only end up in a miserable state. Feng Wuchen scorned, "You overestimate yourself. Big brother Feng. Well done." Lu Qingyang roared, venting his anger. Palace Master. Let them never return. Nangongjian and the others roared. Great Elder. The two elders were extremely worried, but they were powerless. The two terrifying energy swords chased after them, chasing them wherever they went. They were so scared that their hearts were about to jump out. Even with the first elder's cultivation, he had ended up in such a state, let alone them. If they were to clash head-on with the energy sword, they would definitely die. Even a cultivator at the 5th level of the celestial realm couldn't block it. It's too scary. What kind of formation is this? I'm afraid the second elder and third elder of Xian's sect will not be able to escape death. The cultivators who were watching the battle were panic-stricken, and their voices were trembling. Boom. Boom, just as the two elders were in a state of panic and despair, a figure suddenly flashed over and destroyed the two energy swords. The great elder is still alive. Go and save him, Mushi said gloomily. Mushi's cultivation was tyrannical. No matter how strong the energy swords were, they could not pose the slightest threat to him. Sect Master, be careful. The second elder said in panic. The two of them flew away immediately. In the hearts of the two elders, they were already regretting Xian's sect's decision. If they did not make a move, Xian's sect would not have lost hundreds of powerhouses. At this point, even if they could escape unscathed, Xian's sect's strength had been greatly weakened. At that time, they would probably become the target of annexation by other forces. Brat, let's see how long you can be proud of yourself. Today, I will bury everyone in your Shenlong temple with me. The furious Mushi said coldly. His face was extremely terrifying. Hearing this, Feng Wuchen sneered, what's the use of just talking? If you have the ability, break my Shenlong temple's array. Boom, the furious Mushi suddenly swooped down with a strong roar. His speed was extremely terrifying. In the blink of an eye, Mushi had already appeared at the edge of the array. An extremely terrifying power condensed in his palm, and then he blasted it out fiercely. Seeing this, a gloating smile appeared on Feng Wuchen's face. Boom, buzz. Buzz, Mushi's palm hit the array. With a boom, a terrifying power swept out wildly, shaking the void. The huge array also trembled slightly. At this moment, everyone held their breath. They looked nervous and stared at the huge array without blinking. Could Mushi's palm break the array? If even Mushi could not find a flaw, then the Shenlong temple's array was too terrifying. When the palm fell, the array only trembled slightly for a moment. There was no sign of collapse, not even a trace of crack. What's going on? Why did my sect's power disappear? Mushi frowned and thought. Not only did his palm not break the array, Mushi also felt that his power was disappearing bit by bit. Mushi was very puzzled. His all-out attack was like a stone sinking into the sea. But just as Mushi was puzzled, Mushi's face suddenly changed. An extremely terrifying power suddenly erupted from the array. This is... Mushi's heart trembled. There was no time for him to think, and he hurriedly retreated. Boom, buzz. Buzz, at the place where Mushi attacked, there was a sudden deafening boom. Terrifying power rolled wildly. A gale of qi whistled out, and the earth shook. Mushi, who retreated at the first moment, was still sent flying by the terrifying qi. Hiss, the spectating Xianxia all gasped in horror. Mushi really could not break the Shenlong temple's array. The people of the Shenlong temple were shocked and overjoyed. They finally saw the powerful defensive power of the 9-layered god-killing universe array. What's going on? Why did the array erupt with such terrifying power? Mushi was shocked. That power just now made Mushi feel threatened. You can't even break the Shenlong temple's array, and you want to swallow us? Lu Qingyang's face was full of disdain. This is called asking for humiliation. You're sending Xianmen sect's powerhouses to their deaths for nothing. Beta Yen mocked. 7th-tier celestial being, I don't think it's much. With this little ability, you still want to be swallowed up by others. Don't you find it embarrassing? The people of the Shenlong temple mocked. Mushi's face was so ferocious that his flesh twitched. He was full of anger. I don't believe that I can't break your array. Mushi said furiously. He immediately took out his spirit artifact and erupted with all his strength again. Feng Wuchen sneered and said, I don't believe that you can break the Shenlong Temple's array either. Show me your strongest martial skill and let everyone see how much of a trash you are. Brat. Mushi's face was full of blue veins, and his murderous aura soared. Low-grade Earth rank martial skill. Infinite Divine Wind Slash. Mushi let out an explosive shout, his aura overflowing the sky. Terrifying energy fluctuations continuously rolled out like waves of angry waves. Whoosh. Buzz. Mushi's right arm flashed with a dazzling azure light, and the power he exuded was suffocating. With a wave of his hand, a huge azure energy slash of 60 to 70 feet shot out, carrying a destructive aura as it charged towards the huge formation, causing the surrounding mountains to shake violently. Many cultivators who were watching the battle from afar were also shaken. This energy slash was monstrous, and the dazzling green light illuminated a large area of the void. Gulp, many cultivators who were watching the battle were scared out of their wits. Their eyes were filled with horror, and their bodies were completely uncontrollably moving backward. As expected of a level 7 celestial being. The power of an Earth rank martial skill is indeed terrifying. Xianxia said solemnly. Ling Xiaoxiao said, this person is indeed powerful. Fortunately, Brother Feng set up the array. Otherwise, we would have suffered heavy casualties today. Even with the protection of the array, Xianxia and the others were still frightened by Mushi's terrifying energy slash. A level 7 celestial being is not enough to break my 9-layer god-killing universe array. Feng Wuchen said coldly. He was very confident in the defensive power of the array. Rumble. Buzz. The extremely terrifying energy slash ferociously collided with the huge array, causing it to explode. The array shook violently, and the rumbling sound of the explosion resounded throughout the surrounding mountains. It was deafening, and everyone instinctively covered their ears. The destructive energy ripples swept out with an unstoppable force. The storm-like energy waves continued to spread, and many cultivators who were watching the battle from afar were forced back by the violent wind. The 9-layer god-killing universe array shook violently. Even though everyone knew that the array's defensive power was extremely strong, they could not help but worry. It can actually block my Earth rank martial skill. Seeing that the array still did not collapse, Mushi was shocked. He could not believe it. Many cultivators who were watching the battle could not help but be shocked again. They could not imagine how powerful the 9-layer god-killing universe array was. Buzz. A moment later, as the terrifying energy ripples swept over, the huge array shook violently. The golden light became more dazzling, and an unparalleled destructive energy burst out. What? How is this possible? Mushi's expression changed drastically. He sensed an even more terrifying force erupting from the formation. He was so frightened that he broke out in cold sweat. That terrifying power had already surpassed the level of the 7th level of the celestial realm, causing Mushi to feel terrified. This is impossible. It's impossible for the Dragon God Temple's array to possess such terrifying power. Mushi said in a daze, the fear in his eyes growing stronger. Boom, in the next second, the huge magic treasure suddenly exploded with a boom. An extremely huge golden energy halo vibrated and expanded at a speed visible to the naked eye. The explosive energy of the energy slash was instantly dispersed. It was unstoppable. Seeing the extremely terrifying power spreading over, Mushi was so frightened that his entire body trembled. He was extremely terrified. Mushi completely did not dare to believe that the 9-level universe-killing god formation was actually so terrifying. Boom. Pooh. The destructive energy spread out at a terrifying speed, causing Mushi to vomit blood. He was severely injured, and the powerful impact sent Mushi flying. This is impossible. My sect is actually inferior to the Dragon God Temple's array. Mushi was extremely terrified. Even if he had 10,000 unwillingness in his heart, it was useless. At this moment, Mushi's heart was probably filled with regret. He regretted wanting to annex the Dragon God Temple. If Xian Gate sect had been obedient, they would not have ended up like this. Sect Master. The 3 elders who were watching the battle from afar roared in horror. They were extremely worried, but they were powerless and did not dare to approach at all. On the majestic mountain outside the huge array, countless rocks rolled down, scaring the spectators into retreating in horror. The destructive power of the 9-level universe-killing god formation was extremely shocking. If it were not for the fact that Dendu Mountain was the highest peak, and that this force spread from the highest point, one could imagine what kind of terrifying destruction the mountain range on the ground would have suffered. The power that erupted from the array, in just one exchange, severely injured Mu Shi. His injuries were extremely serious. The terror of the 9-level universe-killing god formation was not in its offensive power, but in its defensive power. The stronger the defensive power, the more terrifying the rebound power would be under the enemy's attack. Sect Master Mu of the 7th level of the Celestial Realm was seriously injured. What kind of array is this? Not only was the 7th level of the Celestial Realm unable to break it, but he was also heavily injured. I can't believe it. The Dragon God Temple is too terrifying. Many cultivators were horrified to the extreme. From beginning to end, they only saw the experts who were dealing with the Dragon God Temple dying tragically. They had never seen anyone from the Dragon God Temple being killed, only injured. First, it was Fire Cloud Palace, then Xian Gate Sect. Under the frenzied suppression of the two factions, the Dragon God Temple remained standing while the other two factions fell. Brother Feng. That bastard is seriously injured. Lu Qingyan shouted excitedly. Our chance is here. None of them can leave. Beta Yen said fiercely. Great. That bastard is seriously injured. They're dead meat. Mu Shi was seriously injured, and everyone from the Dragon God Temple cheered excitedly. Feng Wuchen waved his hand, and the massive golden array vanished. Feng Wuchen roared, "Don't let them escape. Brothers! Kill!" Beta Yen was the first to roar as he charged out crazily. Yi Tianqing, Lan Yu, Nangong Zhan, and the others attacked. Mu Shi was seriously injured and had completely lost his combat strength. Against such a terrifying force, Mu Shi was lucky to survive. Of course, survival was only temporary. Attacking the Dragon God Temple meant that they could forget about leaving alive. Swish! Swish, swish! Beta Yen and the others flashed over. The heavily injured Mu Shi did not even have the chance to beg for mercy before he was killed by Beta Yen with a punch. Run! Run! The heavily injured Grand Elder roared in horror. The uneasiness they felt before came true. Mu Shi was doomed. They were powerless to save him, so they could only flee. Do you think you can leave? Brother Feng said that you won't be able to return. Since you're here, why leave? Just as the three elders were about to escape, Xiaoxia's cold voice suddenly sounded in their ears. Not good. The three elders' expressions changed drastically as they fell into complete despair. All of you must die. Xiaoxia's cold voice sounded once again. Every word was filled with cold killing intent, but there was no sign of Xiaoxiao. Chi! 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 3 sword beams flashed strangely. In an instant, the 3 elders were mercilessly killed by Xiaoxiao. The 3 of them did not even know how they died. Hundreds of Xianmen sect experts were wiped out. None of them survived. Fire Cloud Palace and Xianmen sect were considered wiped out. There was no need for the Dragon God Temple to take action. Other factions would naturally devour them. In this battle, the Dragon God Temples might shook the world. The battle came to an end. All the experts from Fire Cloud Palace and Mystic Gate sect had died tragically. Dragon God Temple had won a complete victory. Apart from Feng Wuchen being heavily injured, Yi Tianqing and company were only lightly injured. This battle was of utmost importance to Dragon God Temple. Firstly, it could deter the surrounding factions that were eager to take action. Secondly, it allowed Dragon God Temple to gain a foothold and increase its reputation. News of the great battle spread like a plague from the Dragon God Temple. As a new faction, although Dragon God Temple was a third-rate faction, the second and third-rate factions in a radius of hundreds of kilometers were astounded as the news spread. Hundreds of Fire Cloud Palace experts and Palace Lord were killed? How is that possible? Hundreds of Mystic Gate sect experts were killed as well. The sect leader and the 3 elders have been killed. How can a new faction have such powerful strength? Fire Cloud Palace Lord was at the 5th firmament of the Sky Human realm. What's the background of this Dragon God Temple? I heard that Dragon God Temple Lord is only at the first firmament of the sky human realm, but he has terrifying strength at the fourth firmament. Furthermore, he has a treasure that suppresses cultivation. Fire Cloud Palace Lord died at the hands of Dragon God Temple Lord. That's nothing. The most terrifying thing is Dragon God Temple's array. Mystic Gate Sect Master was heavily injured by the array before he was killed by Dragon God Temple. I'm afraid Dragon God Temple has a powerful background. Otherwise, how can they have such a powerful array? Instantly, the surrounding second and third-rate factions and cultivators discussed fervently. All of them were astounded. Dragon God Temple's battle served as a deterrent. Some factions that wanted to take action gave up on the idea. Dragon God Temple was too powerful. They could not afford to offend it. Even Mystic Gate Sect Master had to die, what more the leaders of the other factions whose strength was on par with Mushi's. Without sufficient strength, no one dared to provoke Dragon God Temple. Unless it was a major faction, but major factions did not think much of second and third-rate factions. It was because of this that Feng Wuchen planned on using brute force to intimidate the second and third-rate factions. At the very least, it would allow Dragon God Temple to cultivate in peace. After the battle ended, everyone in Dragon God Temple was delighted. As expected of teacher. I knew that teacher would have a way. It's true. On a mountain peak, Zhang Junlan laughed. I've never seen such a powerful formation. Teacher's strength is only at the fourth level of the celestial being realm, but the formation he activated can actually severely injure a seventh-level celestial being realm martial artist. It's unbelievable. Yanran's pretty face was filled with shock and disbelief. Come on, let's go down. Zhang Junlan smiled. He held Yanran's hand and flew down. Big brother Feng. It's Zhang Junlan and Yanran. Miao Qingqing suddenly pointed to the sky. Teacher. The two of them descended and bowed respectfully to Feng Wuchen. Brat, you really came at the right time. The battle has just ended, and you're already here. Lu Qingyang laughed. Hearing this, Zhang Junlan smiled and said, Yanran and I arrived a long time ago. We wanted to help, but we felt that it was inappropriate. In the star boundary, who didn't know Zhang Junlan, in the entire Wuji domain, there really wasn't a force that didn't know Zhang Junlan. If Zhang Junlan appeared, all the forces would know that the Dragon Temple had the support of the Zhang family. In this way, although it was beneficial to the development of the Dragon Temple, it would lose the opportunity to hone themselves. Little Zhang, have you found all the herbs? Feng Wuchen asked with a smile. Zhang Junlan nodded and said, almost. I'm just missing a 7-colored moongrass. It wasn't available at the auction. I sent people to look for it for many days, but there was no news. Later, the auction helped me inquire about it. A 6th-grade alchemist has one. Although the 7-colored moongrass is a herb for refining 6th-grade pills, it is indeed very precious and rare. Feng Wuchen nodded. Feng Wuchen saw that Zhang Junlan had encountered a problem at a glance. He then asked, this 6th-grade alchemist probably won't hand over the 7-colored moongrass so easily. Teacher is right. He wants to exchange it for an immortal artifact furnace, Yanran replied. What? A herb for an immortal artifact furnace? That old bastard is asking for too much. Why doesn't he just rob him? Lu Qingyang suddenly became excited when he heard this. An immortal artifact is the most precious treasure that everyone dreams of. Even the herbs used to refine 8th-grade pills and 9th-grade pills are far inferior to an immortal artifact, let alone the 7-colored moon grass. Tianqing said. Zhang Junlan, why don't you just send an elite to kill him and take it? Chaos God suggested. This 6th-grade alchemist is called Han Kuan. He has a certain amount of prestige in the Wuji domain. 5 years ago, during the alchemy convention, he defeated several 6th-grade alchemists in a row. He is known as the strongest 6th-grade alchemist. If we kill him and rob him, it will damage the reputation of the Zhang family, Zhang Junlan said with a wry smile. Oh? The strongest 6th-grade alchemist in the Wuji domain? Feng Wuchen was slightly surprised. Yes, he is the most likely person to become a 7th-grade alchemist. Zhang Junlan nodded. After a pause, Zhang Junlan continued, although my grandfather can refine immortal artifacts, it takes a lot of time. I am worried that Yanran's condition can't wait that long, so I can only ask for your help. With your level of refining, it is easy for you to refine immortal artifacts. Where is this Han Kuan? Feng Wuchen asked. He said that he will stay at the auction for 3 days. After 3 days, he will leave the Wuji domain, Zhang Junlan quickly said. We will go to the auction tomorrow. Yanran's condition can't be delayed for too long. Instead of wasting time looking for her, it is better to get it from Han Kuan, Feng Wuchen said calmly. Feng Wuchen's injuries were serious. Although he persuaded Han Kuan to take the pill, he still needed time to heal. That's great. Thank you, teacher. Zhang Junlan was overjoyed. A happy smile appeared on Yanran's beautiful face. The next morning, Feng Wuchen recovered from his injuries and immediately headed to the Astral Realm auction with Zhang Junlan. Feng Wuchen had been to the Astral Realm auction once and had a very bad impression of it. If it weren't for the Zhang family's jade, Feng Wuchen probably wouldn't have been able to buy the Blood Jade Bodhi. The news of Dragon Temple defeating Fire Cloud Palace and Xianmen sect spread wider and wider. Some large factions even heard of it, but they didn't take it to heart. The Zhang family and Immortal Artifact Pavilion already knew of this matter and it was already within their expectations. In just a day, the news had already spread to the auction. As soon as they entered the city, they heard many people talking about Dragon Temple. In just a few days, Dragon Temple, as a new faction, had already stood out. Teacher, it won't be long before Dragon Temple's name spreads throughout the Astral Realm, Zhang Junlan said with a smile. That's good too. Let them be mentally prepared in advance. The future overlord of the Astral Realm will be Dragon Temple. Feng Wuchen smiled proudly. Zhang Junlan shrugged and teased, Teacher is now the overlord of the Astral Realm. It's just that no one in the Astral Realm knows about it. In Astral City, Feng Wuchen and Zhang Junlan had already arrived at the auction. At the entrance of the auction, the moment the guard saw Feng Wuchen, he broke out in a cold sweat and hurriedly ran over. Welcome, young master. The guard bowed respectfully. The moment he saw Feng Wuchen, the guard recalled the crazy scene of Feng Wuchen's group wrecking the auction because of the Blood Jade Bodhi. The last piece of Zhang family jade scared the two elders out of their wits. Bai Lihan's "can't be offended" was deeply engraved in the hearts of everyone in the auction. However, when the guard saw Zhang Junlan behind Feng Wuchen, his expression changed again, and he almost had a heart attack. Welcome, young Lord Zhang. The guard hurriedly bowed respectfully. The guard noticed that Zhang Junlan was standing behind Feng Wuchen with a respectful expression. Who was Feng Wuchen? The guard was extremely puzzled and curious. Feng Wuchen had the Zhang family jade, and Zhang Junlan was still so respectful. His identity was definitely not simple. However, the guard did not have time to think too much. He hurriedly led Feng Wuchen and Zhang Junlan into the auction. Whoosh! After leading Feng Wuchen and Zhang Junlan into the main hall, the guard heaved a sigh of relief and realized that his back was drenched in cold sweat. Who is he? Too scary. Even young Lord Zhang is so respectful to him. The guard was very curious, but he did not dare to be nosy. In the main hall, it was still the same maid who received Feng Wuchen last time. With Feng Wuchen's arrival, all the guards in the auction were very respectful. Even the new manager was respectful. President, First Elder, the mysterious person who brought the Zhang family jade is here with young Lord Zhang. There in the main hall, a guard reported respectfully. It's him? And young Lord Zhang? First Elder Bai Lihan's expression changed drastically. Could it be? Second Elder Nya Fengyun was terrified. The president frowned slightly and said, I don't think so. We have already reported this matter to the Zhang clan, and the Zhang clan head did not pursue the matter. Bai Lihan shook his head and said, although the Zhang clan did not pursue the matter, they did not say that they would not pursue the matter either. The Zhang clan's meaning is very clear. The important thing is to see this person's decision. Send someone to inform Han Kuan to come to the auction, the president instructed. Because of what happened last time, the Zhang family was furious. If it wasn't for the fact that the auction house was the largest trading market in the limitless domain, the Zhang family's patriarch would have killed them without hesitation. Recalling the Zhang clan head's furious expression, the four of them were still terrified. The four of them hurriedly rushed to the hall, not daring to slack off. Feng Wuchen and Zhang Junlan didn't have to wait for long. They were led to the VIP room by the maid. Not to mention Feng Wuchen's terrifying identity, Zhang Junlan's identity alone was enough to arrange a VIP room. In the VIP room, the president and the three elders walked in. As soon as they entered, the president and the others felt awkward. Firstly, they didn't know how to address Feng Wuchen. Secondly, they didn't know who Feng Wuchen was. "Greetings, young Lord Zhang, greetings, little brother." The president and the three elders bowed respectfully. Without knowing his identity, they could only address Feng Wuchen as little brother. Old man Lin Moyang, president of the auction house. "Little brother, what happened last time was the auction house's fault. I hope little brother doesn't blame us," Lin Moyang said courteously with a respectful attitude. Feng Wuchen glanced at them indifferently and said, "I don't care about what happened in the past." It wasn't that Feng Wuchen didn't care, but the auction house still had some value. "Many thanks, little brother." Lin Moyang, Bai Lihan, and the other three heaved a sigh of relief. "President Lin, this is my teacher, Feng Wuchen." Zhang Junlan introduced. "Teacher?" Hearing Zhang Junlan's words, Lin Moyang and the other three elders' expressions changed drastically. Their eyes nearly popped out of their sockets, and their bodies stiffened. It was hard for them to imagine that a man who was 1 or 2 years younger than Zhang Junlan was the teacher of the continent's #1 blacksmith genius. With such a terrifying identity, it was no wonder he had the Zhang family's jade ware. It was also hard to imagine that they had offended Feng Wuchen at the auction house, causing the Zhang family's patriarch to be so angry that he almost killed them. Zhang Junlan was the continent's #1 blacksmith genius, and Feng Wuchen was his teacher. Moreover, he had the Zhang family's jade ware, which was enough to show how high Feng Wuchen's attainments in the field of blacksmithing were. "So, it's young Lord Zhang's teacher. Master Feng. Sorry for the disrespect." Lin Moyang and the other three elders cupped their fists and saluted respectfully. The respect in their eyes deepened, and the way they addressed Zhang Junlan immediately changed to Master Feng. Zhang Junlan added, "Teacher is still the Dragon God Temple's temple master. He just established the Dragon God Temple a few days ago." "Oh? The Dragon God Temple was established by Master Feng?" Bai Lihan asked in astonishment. The news of the Dragon God Temple killing hundreds of experts from Fire Cloud Palace and Mystic Gate sect had long spread to the auction house. For a new faction to have such powerful strength was indeed astounding. "President Lin, teacher is also an alchemist. Therefore, I hope that the auction house can provide the Dragon God Temple with the long-term supply of herbs," said Zhang Junlan. Zhang Junlan's words had the word provide, which meant that Feng Wuchen had another identity as a blacksmith. The four elders were astounded once again. To be an alchemist and blacksmith at such a young age, was there really such a terrifying genius in the world? Alchemist? Old man actually failed to notice it. He couldn't sense the soul power in his body at all. Nie Fengyun was astounded. How high was his realm? Definitely. In the future, all the herbs in the auction house will be given priority to Master Feng. Lin Moyang answered respectfully. "Thank you, President Lin." "Where's Hankuan?" Zhang Junlan hurriedly asked. "He was here for the rainbow moongrass in Hankuan's possession." Bai Lihan said, "I've already sent someone to inform him. He should be here soon." Just as Bai Lihan's voice faded, a guard entered the room and said respectfully, "President, alchemist Hankuan is refining pills. He wants young Master Zhang to go over personally. The pills are about to be refined and he can't leave." Preposterous. This Hankuan thinks nothing of young Master Zhang. He doesn't even know his status. Lin Moyang was immediately enraged when he heard that. Hankuan is getting more and more arrogant. Nie Fengyun frowned deeply. Lin Moyang bellowed angrily, "Tian Kuei, capture Hankuan for me." Zhang Junlan's status was transcendent. The 5 from the infinite region did not dare offend him. Furthermore, Zhang Junlan's teacher, Feng Wuchen, was also present. Feng Wuchen was even more terrifying. He was a figure that even the Zhang clan had to respect, so how could the auction house neglect him? "Yes." A respectful voice sounded from the shadows. "The Heaven Realm." Feng Wuchen was shocked. He actually did not sense that there was a powerhouse hiding in the shadows. As soon as the person in the shadows spoke, Feng Wuchen guessed this person's cultivation. Tiankui's cultivation was clearly above Lin Moyang's. The auction house's strength was definitely not as simple as it seemed. Han Kuan was temporarily staying at the Drunken Immortal Inn. When Feng Wuchen and the others arrived at the Drunken Immortal Inn, Feng Wuchen sensed Han Kuan's powerful soul power. As a 6th-grade alchemist, Han Kuan was indeed one of the best among 6th-grade alchemists to have such a powerful soul power. His soul power is extremely powerful. No wonder he's known as the strongest 6th-grade alchemist in the limitless domain. Feng Wuchen nodded and revealed a faint smile. Nie Fengyun said, Han Kuan's alchemy skills are indeed powerful, but he's too arrogant. Aren't all powerful alchemists like that? Feng Wuchen laughed. He didn't care about this. Feng Wuchen paused for a moment and continued, his true flame is a beast flame, and it's much stronger than Samadhi true flames. With his strength, it really isn't difficult for him to refine a grade 6 soul pill, but... But what? Nie Fengyun asked and looked at Feng Wuchen. Nie Fengyun was a 6th-grade alchemist. Although he wasn't as good as Han Kuan, his alchemy skills were also very strong. However, he couldn't see anything wrong with Han Kuan's alchemy. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly, he's controlling the fire very well. Although he can refine a 6th-grade life pill, the amount of herbs is too much. The amount of divine soul mysterious grass is enough to refine 2 pills. He's worried that the essence of the herbs isn't enough, which will lead to failure. Other than that, he also left some medicinal essence in the furnace. The true fire didn't affect this part of the medicinal essence, so the medicinal essence will be continuously supplied, which will reduce the failure rate. Too much? Master Feng can actually sense it. He can see the furnace's situation just by sensing it. Nie Fengyun was shocked and stared at Feng Wuchen with wide eyes. As a 6th-grade alchemist, even Nie Fengyun couldn't sense it. He could only sense Han Kuan's soul power and the spiritual energy that permeated the air. Nie Fengyun was shocked, what realm has Master Feng reached in alchemy? Feng Wuchen's group entered the inn and arrived at Han Kuan's room. Senior Han Kuan. Zhang Junlan greeted outside the door. Come in. Han Kuan's voice came from inside the room. Inside the room, Han Kuan was still refining pills. It was not easy to refine a 6th-grade pill. After Feng Wuchen and the others entered, they did not say anything. They quietly waited for Han Kuan to refine pills. Han Kuan opened his eyes slightly and glanced at Nie Fengyun. A proud smile appeared on his old face. Han Kuan said proudly, Elder Nie, you can't refine the life pill at your current level. Han Kuan did not give Nie Fengyun any face at all. He clearly said that Nie Fengyun could not refine it. How arrogant was this? Refining the life pill isn't that impressive, Feng Wuchen said calmly. Hearing this, Han Kuan frowned slightly. He glanced at Feng Wuchen and said in a deep voice, Kid, just based on what you said, this old man should kill you. However, for young Master Zheng's sake, this old man will not bicker with you. Indeed, as the strongest 6th-grade alchemist in the Wuji domain, no one dared to speak to Han Kuan like this. If Feng Wuchen looked down on him like this, Han Kuan could indeed kill Feng Wuchen without hesitation. Han Kuan's words immediately made Zhang Junlan's face darken. Even if Han Kuan had the herbs he needed, he would not allow anyone to be disrespectful to Feng Wuchen. Zhang Junlan was about to flare up when Feng Wuchen stopped him. He smiled and said, You have the 7-colored moon grass that little Zhang needs, so I won't bicker with you. Moreover, it's hard to say if you can refine the life pill. Humph. Arrogant kid. Han Kuan glanced at Feng Wuchen fiercely. There is too much 7-colored moon grass in your furnace. Although you have the beast fire, the calcination of the 7-colored moon grass is not enough. Therefore, you put in too much of it. The amount of 7-colored moon grass is too little. Although the medicinal liquid you condensed is barely enough to refine the life pill, the quality is very low. I don't even know if you can succeed, but I dare say that you can't refine it. Feng Wuchen said lightly with an evil smile. Hearing this, Han Kuan's old face suddenly changed. He looked at Feng Wuchen in shock and disbelief. This kid is not an alchemist, but he can tell at a glance. This is impossible. Han Kuan was shocked. After saying this, Feng Wuchen activated the dragon fire. With a thought, he instantly controlled the fire poison in Han Kuan's body. Slightly triggering it, Han Kuan's face changed again. Fire poison? Han Kuan was shocked. The fire poison broke out without any warning. It did not give Han Kuan any time to prepare. Bang! The moment the fire poison broke out, Han Kuan was distracted. His soul power and the heat were interrupted. With a bang, the furnace exploded. Plumes of black smoke filled the air. My pill. Han Kuan was shocked again. The fire poison broke out too suddenly. Han Kuan was so scared that he broke out in cold sweat. But as the furnace exploded, the fire poison that was about to break out strangely calmed down. What is going on? Han Kuan was confused. He did not know what was going on. He felt that God was playing a joke on him. The fire poison broke out and disappeared just like that. Lin Moyang, Bai Liheng, and the other three were dumbfounded. It seems that my mouth is accurate. I just said that you can't refine it, but it exploded. Feng Wuchen gloated. Only Zhang Junlan, who was secretly laughing at the side, knew that Feng Wuchen was behind this. Could it be Master Feng? Nye Fengyun guessed. As a 6th-grade alchemist, he did not believe that the fire poison would break out suddenly. Han Kuan also looked at Feng Wuchen in shock. He seemed to have doubts in his heart. How do you know that the red spirit 7-petal flower is missing? How do you know that the divine soul mysterious grass is missing? You are not an alchemist. How do you know? Han Kuan asked in shock. It seemed that he did not suspect Feng Wuchen at all. Senior Han Kuan, this is my teacher. He is also an alchemist. Zhang Junlan said. Alchemist? Han Kuan's old face was startled. He said immediately, impossible. There is no soul power fluctuation in his body. He can't be an alchemist. Zhang Junlan said, my teacher's ability is not something that you can understand. Bang! Feng Wuchen's palm lit up with a blue flame. An extremely powerful flame swept out. The temperature in the room instantly rose. What a domineering flame! Han Kuan's eyes flashed with a touch of fear. Blue flame, I have never seen it before. Nye Fengyun trembled. The 6th-grade divine soul pill can temporarily raise one's cultivation by 1 level. It is only useful for heaven realm warriors. The effect can only last for 2 hours. Feng Wuchen said as he took out the herbs. A godly soul grass, a crimson spirit 7-petal flower, a 9-colored lotus leaf, and more than a dozen other herbs appeared in Feng Wuchen's hand out of thin air. They were wrapped in cyan flames. His overbearing soul power was activated and merged with the herbs. Grade 6 alchemist? Teacher has become a grade 6 alchemist. Zhang Junlan was shocked. He had no idea when Feng Wuchen became a grade 6 alchemist. Grade 6 alchemist? Lin Moyang and Bai Lihan were shocked. Don't blink. I'll show you teacher's alchemy skills. Zhang Junlan quickly regained his senses. Only Zhang Junlan had seen Feng Wuchen's terrifying alchemy skills. Humph. Do you really think old man would believe that a kid under 20 is a grade 6 alchemist? Han Kuan snorted. Even though he sensed Feng Wuchen's overbearing soul power, he still couldn't believe that Feng Wuchen was a grade 6 alchemist. Feng Wuchen's palm spun slowly. In the green flame, dozens of herbs shed their skins at a speed visible to the naked eye. The essence of the herbs was condensed. This kid doesn't even need a cauldron. How is this possible? Han Kuan was so shocked that his eyeballs almost popped out. What kind of flame is this? It can burn the herbs so quickly. Nye Fengyun lost his composure and was dumbstruck. They had never seen Feng Wuchen's speed in burning herbs. It was too miraculous, as if listening to Feng Wuchen's command, dozens of herbs shed their skins at the same time. As the medicinal essence condensed, it began to form the shape of a pill. It's condensed. Han Kuan exclaimed. How is this possible? Lin Moyang and the 3 elders were completely dumbfounded. They had never seen such a terrifying alchemy skill. The speed of the alchemy once again stunned Han Kuan and the others. In less than a minute, the enormous amount of spirit energy from the elixir had already spread out. In Feng Wuchen's palm, the pill emitted a bright green light like a treasure. The pill was formed. It's done? Lin Moyang asked in a daze. His mouth was wide open, as if he was dreaming. Rumble. At this time, in the sky above Astral City, dark clouds covered the sky, lightning flashed, and thunder rumbled. This was the change in heaven and earth caused by the emergence of a grade 6 alchemist. What's going on? He changed just like that. The sky was clear and boundless just a moment ago, but in the blink of an eye, it's filled with dark clouds. Heavenly lightning. A 6th grade pill had appeared. It must be Han Kuan, but he managed to refine a 6th grade pill. That's right. Alchemist Han Kuan was on the 2nd floor of the Drunken Immortal Inn. What a powerful spiritual energy. It's definitely a 6th grade pill. Everyone in the Star Boundary City was shocked, and the Immortal Intoxication Inn was in an uproar. Rumble. Dark clouds covered the sky, and a bolt of lightning as thick as a water bucket suddenly struck down. It passed through the Drunken Immortal Inn and struck the 6th grade pill in Feng Wuchen's hand. The terrifying lightning instantly spread throughout Feng Wuchen's body. Lightning flashed all over his body, but Feng Wuchen's expression did not change. The terrifying lightning could not hurt Feng Wuchen at all. Seeing this scene, Han Kuan and the others were dumbfounded. Was he still human? Feng Wuchen was completely unscathed after being struck by such terrifying lightning. A moment later, the lightning on Feng Wuchen's body disappeared. After being baptized by the heavenly lightning, the 6th grade pill in his hand emitted even more powerful spiritual energy. Success. He actually succeeded. Feeling the powerful spiritual energy, Han Kuan took a deep breath. He was extremely shocked. Feng Wuchen slowly opened his palm. A green pill the size of a longan floated above his palm. An extremely powerful spiritual energy surged out from it. The pill was a 6th grade life pill, the veins on the pill were clear and the color was bright. Most importantly, it was of extremely high quality. It was one of the best of the 6th grade pills. In less than 2 minutes, the 6th grade life pill was successfully refined in Feng Wuchen's hands using an extremely mysterious method. The ability to refine pills with a thought was so terrifying. Refine pills with a thought. Refine pills with a thought. This is Denda's realm. Han Kuan exclaimed. He was both excited and frightened. That's right. The legendary Denda's realm. Dendi can refine pills with a thought. Nie Fengyan exclaimed as well. Dendi. Lin Moyang and Bai Lihan were so shocked that they almost fell to the ground. This is true alchemy. My teacher is also Denda's realm. It's not that you can't see my teacher's soul power, it's that your realm is too weak. Zhang Junlan smiled proudly. Feng Wuchen only showed a little bit of skill, and Han Kuan was scared out of his wits. Young Master Zhang's teacher is actually Dendi. Nie Fengyun looked at Feng Wuchen blankly, his old face pale. The legendary Dendi. The more Lin Moyang thought about it, the more terrified he became. He finally realized why the Zhang family gave the jade to Feng Wuchen. Who wouldn't want to curry favor with such a terrifying existence like Dendi? I was blind. I shouldn't have questioned Dendi. I shouldn't have offended Dendi. Han Kuan knelt down and kowtowed, his eyes filled with worship. In the alchemy world, Denda's existence is like a god to alchemists. Dendi, this is 7-color moon grass. I hope Dendi will kindly accept it. Han Kuan quickly took out the herbs and respectfully handed them over to Feng Wuchen. Han Kuan didn't know that Zhang Junlan's teacher is so terrifying. If he knew, he would have taken out the herbs long ago. Didn't you say you want an immortal tool furnace? Zhang Junlan asked with smile. I don't dare. In front of Feng Wuchen, Han Kuan didn't even dare to breathe loudly. I forgot to tell you, my teacher can also refine immortal tools. Zhang Junlan said with a smile, with a playful look on his face. What? Refine immortal tools? Hearing Zhang Junlan's words, Han Kuan, Lin Moyang, and the others almost fainted. What they saw today was definitely the most shocking thing in their lives. Zhang Junlan wouldn't stop until he scared them to death. A 7-color moon grass, you actually want to exchange it for an immortal tool. Feng Wuchen said. Disciple knows his mistake. Please forgive me, Dendi. Han Kuan cowed out again and again. Get up. Feng Wuchen said, without any intention of haggling. Dragon Temple just happens to be lacking an alchemist, I wonder if you're willing? Feng Wuchen looked at Han Kuan and asked. I'm willing. Disciple is willing. Han Kuan was stunned at first, thinking that he had misheard. When he reacted, he nodded excitedly, looking flattered. Han Kuan didn't even think about it. He never dreamed of such a good opportunity. If Han Kuan joined the Dragon Temple, their strength would definitely skyrocket. Moreover, in terms of alchemy, Feng Wuchen wouldn't need to waste time. At the side, Nie Fengyun was extremely envious. If Han Kuan joined the Dragon Temple, he would undoubtedly be able to follow Dendi. In the future, he would be able to learn more powerful alchemy skills, and raising his realm would be a small matter. You're really lucky to have caught Master's eye. Zhang Junlan said in surprise. He didn't expect Feng Wuchen to want to recruit Han Kuan. Feng Wuchen once again activated the dragon fire, lightly patting Han Kuan's shoulder and quickly devouring the fire poison in Han Kuan's body. My fire poison disappeared. Han Kuan's body trembled, his eyes widened as he looked at Feng Wuchen. He was terrified. Dendi actually helped me get rid of the fire poison. Could it be that the fire poison acted up just now because of Dendi? Thinking of this, Han Kuan broke out in cold sweat. He didn't dare to think about the pain of the fire poison acting up anymore. Those who are not loyal to me, die. Do you understand? Feng Wuchen asked with a smile. Dendi actually took a fancy to me. Han Kuan was overjoyed. He never dreamed that the excited smile on his old face could not be concealed. If it was a dream, Han Kuan would rather not wake up for the rest of his life and dream forever. The ability to form pills with a thought was Dendi's symbol. To be able to follow Dendi was Han Kuan's fortune from 8 lifetimes. Who knows how many people would envy him to death. As a 6th-grade alchemist, Han Kuan had extremely high prestige in Wuji domain. With him joining Dragon Temple, Feng Wuchen could leave at any time without worrying about the safety of everyone in Dragon Temple. Dendi, is Dragon Temple the one that was just established? Han Kuan asked respectfully. Yes, I am the Temple Master of Dragon Temple. Feng Wuchen nodded. A newly established force was in great need of alchemists. With an alchemist in charge, who would dare to provoke them, Han Kuan was not stupid. He could also think of this. At the same time, he knew that Feng Wuchen did not take a fancy to him, but Han Kuan was lucky. Dragon Temple also happened to need an alchemist. I implore Dendi to accept me as your disciple. Disciple is willing to stay by Dendi's side wholeheartedly. Nie Fengyun had already made up his mind and immediately knelt down to acknowledge him as his master. Dendi was like a god. If he could become Dendi's disciple, his future achievements would definitely be limitless. Such a great opportunity, once missed, there would be no tears for regret. Feng Wuchen glanced at Nie Fengyun and said with a smile, Dragon Temple needs an alchemist, so I will accept you as my disciple. It will let me do other things at ease. Hearing this, Nie Fengyun was overjoyed. He did not expect Feng Wuchen to agree so readily. Thank you, Master. Thank you, Master. Nie Fengyun cowed out again and again. Nie Fengyun succeeded in acknowledging him as his master. Even he did not expect it to be so easy. No way? Zhang Junlan was stunned. This was the first time he saw Feng Wuchen accepting a disciple so readily. I'll help you expel the fire poison. You'll stay at the auction house and be in charge of medicinal ingredients. As long as it's a precious medicinal ingredient, send it to the Dragon God Temple. Also, help me find 1,000-year-old immortal spirit stone. Feng Wuchen said. 1,000-year-old immortal spirit stone? Lin Moyang's expression changed dramatically. Immortal spirit stones are extremely rare, let alone 1,000-year immortal spirit stone. It's impossible to find it. Lin Moyang thought to himself. Yes. This disciple will do his best to search for it. Nie Fengyun respectfully replied. No matter how difficult it was, Nie Fengyun had to complete the first mission given to him by his master, even if he had to climb a mountain of blades or plunge into a sea of flames. Finding a Millennium Immortal Spirit Stone is not an easy task. Even if you can find information about it, it's still possible, Feng Wuchen said calmly. The Dragon Clan flame was activated once more, devouring all the fire poison in Nie Fengyun's body. Thank you, Master. Nie Fengyun cowed out again. All of this happened too suddenly. Nie Fengyun didn't dare to believe that this was real. Feng Wuchen's terrifying methods terrified Lin Moyang and Bai Lihan. The terrifying fire poison could be eradicated with a wave of his hand. Who else in the world could do that? With Denda's cultivation realm, the lives of all the alchemists and blacksmiths in the entire continent are in Denda's hands. Lin Moyang said in horror. Dendi has established the Dragon God Temple. I'm afraid the limitless region is going to change. Even the entire continent is going to tremble. The more Lin Moyang thought about it, the more afraid he became. His face was extremely pale. Looking at Han Kuan, Feng Wuchen said, Han Kuan, I will give you some prescriptions later. You are in charge of refining pills for the Dragon God Temple brothers to cultivate. Yes. Han Kuan replied respectfully. Dendi, in a month's time, the Mirage Sea Realm's Alchemy Conference will begin. I wonder if Dendi is interested? Han Kuan then asked. Alchemy Conference? Feng Wuchen was slightly taken aback. At that time, many alchemists in the Limitless region will participate in the Alchemy Conference, Han Kuan said respectfully. It depends on the situation. I can go and take a look when I have time. Feng Wuchen nodded and agreed. Han Kuan said excitedly, that's great. If Dendi participates, he will definitely be able to awe the crowd and let them see true alchemy. With Denda's methods, subduing them will be as easy as flipping his hand. After leaving the auction, Han Kuan followed Feng Wuchen to the Dragon God Temple. Zhang Junlan had already collected all the herbs and returned to the Dragon God Temple. Feng Wuchen immediately refined the spirit liquid and let Yanran heal her injuries in the spirit liquid. Her meridians were too weak. When refining pills, the medicinal strength was too strong. Yanran could not bear it. He could only use the spirit liquid to neutralize the violent and terrifying medicinal strength. Only then could Yanran absorb it and heal her damaged meridians. The effect of the spirit liquid was very powerful. Zhang Junlan, who was guarding by the side, was ecstatic. He was like an excited kitten, jumping around. With Han Kuan overseeing the Dragon God Temple, Feng Wuchen could cultivate in peace. In the 7th floor of Ninefold Cosmos Pagoda, Feng Wuchen sat cross-legged. Blood chi rose from his palms, flashing with a bright bloody light. This was the mysterious power hidden in the bloodline. Feng Wuchen needed to figure out what this power was. This mysterious power has not improved at all. Even if I have awakened a little, it is already very terrifying. My body can't bear it. If it all erupts, I'm afraid I will turn into ashes. Feng Wuchen said to himself. This mysterious power was too terrifying. Even Feng Wuchen was afraid of it. The origin of this mysterious power was located in the center of the Qi Sea. There was a bloody energy in the center of the star-like Qi Sea. This was the origin of the mysterious power. However, what made Feng Wuchen feel strange was that the origin of this mysterious power came from the ancient Golden Dragon Seal. The mysterious power was hidden in the ancient Golden Dragon Seal. What kind of power is this? Feng Wuchen could not explain. The evil dragon god's memories did not have any memories of this mysterious power. While Feng Wuchen was puzzled, the ancient Golden Dragon Seal martial spirit between his eyebrows suddenly flashed with a golden light. This wasn't Feng Wuchen's doing. It was his own doing. Feng Wuchen turned pale with fright. He didn't know what to do. He had never encountered such a strange thing. The ancient Golden Dragon Seal is not under my control. Feng Wuchen panicked. The ancient Golden Dragon Seal was like a living creature. The dragon head swayed, as if it wanted to break out of Feng Wuchen's forehead. While Feng Wuchen was panicking, a golden light shot out from the ancient Golden Dragon Seal. It was a golden dragon. Roar. Once the golden dragon appeared, a dragon's roar filled the air. It was filled with a supreme and terrifying aura. Feng Wuchen looked at the human-sized golden dragon in shock. He said in horror, "Ancient golden dragon. My martial spirit is actually alive. How can a martial spirit be alive?" As Feng Wuchen's voice fell, an old voice came from the golden dragon. Feng Wuchen's expression changed greatly. He looked at the golden dragon in shock. It's you who is talking? I am the ancestor of the dragon race. The old voice came from the golden dragon again. Soon after, the golden dragon slowly turned into a human form. It turned into a white-robed elder. The elder's hair and beard were all white. He had the demeanor of a transcendent being. His body emitted an incomparably vast aura. Dragon ancestor. Hearing the old man's words, Feng Wuchen's soul almost jumped out of his body. How? How is this possible? Feng Wuchen stared at the old man dumbfoundedly. He couldn't believe that the old man in front of him was the dragon ancestor. Moreover, he came out of Feng Wuchen's martial spirit. This was too ridiculous. The supreme and terrifying aura was far above the evil dragon god. He was definitely one of the top experts in the world. Facing the old man, Feng Wuchen felt as if there were 10,000 mountains on his back. It was so heavy that he almost suffocated. It also gave him a feeling that he couldn't surpass him. Emperor Mo, this is just a strand of true origin energy. The ancient golden dragon seal was originally in a deep slumber, but because you devoured a lot of energy, you awakened this sealed power of mine, the old man said lightly. A strand of true essence? The ancestor only sealed a strand of energy in the ancient golden dragon seal? Feng Wuchen asked, trying to calm himself down. That's right. The purpose is to preserve this powerful energy in your bloodline. The old man nodded. The dragon ancestor was just a strand of energy that had been sealed in the martial spirit. As Feng Wuchen urged the martial spirit to devour more and more energy, the dragon ancestor's energy was awakened. Preserve? Feng Wuchen was shocked. He asked, to be able to make the ancestor value it so much and leave a strand of true essence to protect it before he died, this energy must be extraordinary. It is indeed extraordinary. The dragon bloodline's power is not worth mentioning in front of it. The ancestor smiled. Oh? So powerful? I wonder what kind of energy it is. Feng Wuchen asked curiously. The old man stroked his white beard and smiled. That's right. The power of the dragon race's bloodline belongs to the power of the ancient times. The dragon race is a species from the ancient times, and the power in your bloodline is one of the primordial powers from the beginning of the world. It's called the power of destruction. World-destroying energy? One of the primordial energies? Feng Wuchen was shocked. He couldn't imagine it. The old man smiled, knowing that Feng Wuchen definitely didn't know about these ancient powers. The dragon ancestor smiled and said, there are too many powers in the world. From the immemorial era to the eternal era, to the ancient era, and finally to your current era, the world has given birth to too many powers. This ancestor will tell you about the powers of the previous 3 eras. The dragon ancestor started with the primordial era, explaining the top 10 powers of each era to Feng Wuchen one by one. 3 eras equated to 30 mysterious powers. The world extermination force was ranked 3rd in the primordial era. Above it was the primal chaos force that was ranked 2nd, and the creation divine force that was ranked 1st. In the immemorial era, the number 1 power was endless force. In ancient times, the number 1 power was the power of lightning, while the power of immortals was ranked 3rd. As for the so-called Xianxia power, it wasn't even ranked. Hearing the introduction of the dragon clan's ancestors one by one, Feng Wuchen's face was already filled with shock. Even though Feng Wuchen had obtained the evil dragon god's memories, he never knew that there were so many terrifying powers in the world. No wonder the world extermination force in his body was so terrifying. The world extermination force was much stronger than the eternal era and ancient era's powers. In this world, apart from the creation divine force and primal chaos force, the world extermination force was the most terrifying. With so many terrifying powers, every single one of them was enough to make everyone on the continent go crazy, enough to shake the entire continent. Your cultivation is still too weak, you can't withstand too much world extermination force. If you want to make the world extermination force stronger, you have to raise your cultivation. The dragon god's breath has already been fused with the dragon clan's bloodline power. Find an opportunity to fuse your bloodline power with the world extermination force. The dragon ancestor smiled amiably. Feng Wuchen nodded. After experiencing the terror of the world extermination force, he also knew that his current body couldn't withstand it. Being able to use some of it was already very good. Who would have thought that there were still so many terrifying powers in the world? Feng Wuchen was filled with shock. In this mystical world, there were all kinds of strange things. The dragon ancestor smiled faintly. This ancestor encountered the world extermination force by chance in the past. It was extremely terrifying, and I only managed to subdue it after a lot of hardships. Now that the world extermination force is in your body, it can be considered a bargain for you. Who asked you to be a descendant of the dragon clan? Ancestor, why is the ancient golden dragon seal in my body? Feng Wuchen asked. You will have to ask the dragon clan's patriarch. This ancestor died after sealing the world extermination force in the ancient golden dragon seal. I don't know what happened after that. The dragon ancestor shook his head. Then what kind of ability does the ancient golden dragon seal have? Is it just devouring? Feng Wuchen asked again. Not really. The dragon ancestor shook his head and smiled. The ancient golden dragon seal's true ability is not devouring, but traversing through space. The instant movement skill is derived from the ancient golden dragon seal. Traversing through space? Feng Wuchen's expression changed greatly. The dragon ancestor smiled. That's right. When one's cultivation reaches a certain level, one can travel through space freely. Moreover, there are countless spaces in the world. No matter how strong one is, one may not be able to travel to another space. However, the ancient golden dragon seal can travel freely. This is the strength of the dragon clan. Because of the world extermination force, you are still unable to completely connect with your martial spirit. Therefore, you have yet to comprehend the ability to traverse through space. The dragon ancestor smiled faintly. I see. Thank you for your guidance. Feng Wuchen quickly thanked him. The ability to traverse through space. Feng Wuchen felt excited just thinking about it. The dragon ancestor waved his hand and said, if you can find all the top 10 powers in the immemorial era and merge them, you may be able to obtain an even greater power. This ancestor has records of 2 powers here. Perhaps they will be of help to you. As soon as he finished speaking, the dragon ancestor tapped on Feng Wuchen's forehead. A huge amount of information poured into Feng Wuchen's mind. It was a detailed record of the 2 powers, as well as the location with the highest probability of appearing. Feng Wuchen quickly skimmed through the information and said in shock, the 6th rank Divine Punishment Force and the 8th rank Time Force. As for the other powers, I don't know for now. Perhaps they have been taken away by others. In short, it is not easy to find these powers. You will have to rely on yourself to find them. There is also the immemorial black flame, a black flame that can devour everything. It is known as the most powerful flame in time. The dragon ancestor said. Thank you, ancestor. I will do my best to find them. Feng Wuchen thanked him again. This strand of Jin Yuan is about to be exhausted. This ancestor has to leave. I hope you can find these powers soon and merge them. The dragon ancestor smiled faintly. As soon as he finished speaking, the dragon ancestor's figure gradually became illusory and finally disappeared completely. Feng Wuchen felt like he was dreaming. These were things that Feng Wuchen did not know. Even the evil dragon god did not know. Black fire, God's punishment power, time power. Exiting Ninefold Cosmos Pagoda, Feng Wuchen kept repeating these words in his mind as he muttered to himself. What the dragon ancestor said to Feng Wuchen aroused great interest in Feng Wuchen. Feng Wuchen was a man who yearned for great power. The greater the power, the greater the attraction to him. Although the world extermination power was terrifying, Feng Wuchen's ambition began to swell when he learned that there was a power even greater than the world extermination power in the ancient times. I must find the top 10 powers in the ancient times. And the black fire. Feng Wuchen secretly made up his mind. Seeing Feng Wuchen walk out of the palace with an entranced look, Ling Xiaoxiao asked curiously, Brother Feng, what are you thinking about? Oh, nothing, I'm thinking about the future of the Dragon God Temple. Feng Wuchen quickly recovered and casually found a reason. Oh right, how's Yanran? Feng Wuchen asked. The effect of the spirit liquid is very powerful. Her meridians are recovering. Zhang Junlan has been guarding her. Ling Xiaoxiao chuckled. That spirit liquid doesn't heal meridians, but regenerates the necrotic meridians. The real spirit liquid to heal meridians hasn't been refined yet. Feng Wuchen smiled. Ah? This? No wonder Brother Feng didn't take it to heart. It's just regenerating the necrotic meridians. Ling Xiaoxiao was stunned. Yanran was seriously injured a few years ago. Many of her meridians are necrotic. If she wants to recover completely, she has to regenerate the necrotic meridians. The spirit liquid I refined is a gentle recovery spirit liquid, but it can't completely heal Yanran's meridians. Feng Wuchen explained. I see. Ling Xiaoxiao nodded. 2 days have passed, it should be about time. Feng Wuchen said, then walked with Ling Xiaoxiao to the palace where Yanran was. In the palace, Yanran was soaking in the green spirit liquid. Once the spirit liquid was completely absorbed, Zhang Junlan continued to pour it in. Teacher. Seeing Feng Wuchen and Ling Xiaoxiao come in, Zhang Junlan's face was filled with joy. Feng Wuchen nodded and looked at Yanran. After a simple check, he said, Yanran, the necrotic meridians have recovered. Teacher, although my meridians have recovered, they are unable to withstand the power of my true essence. Every time I use it, the recovered meridians feel a stabbing pain. Yanran frowned. Don't use your true essence. The regenerative spirit liquid will only heal your damaged meridians. Little Zhang, help Yanran change into dry clothes. We'll go to the alchemy pavilion later. It's time, Feng Wuchen ordered. That's great. Zhang Junlan was overjoyed. Lu Qingyang, Miao Qingqing, and the others also went to the alchemy pavilion. They all wanted to know how Feng Wuchen was going to treat Yanran. One had to know that even an 8th-grade alchemist was powerless. When Han Kuan first came to the Dragon Temple, he also checked Yanran's meridians. He shook his head and said there was nothing he could do. Knowing that Feng Wuchen could treat her, Han Kuan was shocked. He couldn't believe that Feng Wuchen could treat Yanran. Therefore, Han Kuan had been waiting at the alchemy pavilion for a long time. Lu Qingyang, Miao Qingqing, and the others came one after another. Dendi. When Feng Wuchen came to the alchemy pavilion, Han Kuan bowed respectfully. Han Kuan said, Dendi, the herbs prepared by young Master Zhang are all here. Feng Wuchen nodded, then sat down cross-legged. With a wave of his hand, dozens of herbs flew over. In the alchemy pavilion, there was silence. No one spoke, and their eyes fell on Feng Wuchen. Han Kuan's face was full of excitement. Watching Feng Wuchen refine pills was a kind of enjoyment. Peng, activating the dragon flame, Feng Wuchen's palm ignited with a green flame. An extremely violent aura swept out, and the temperature of the alchemy pavilion rose sharply. The domineering soul force was then activated and integrated into the green flame, calcining dozens of herbs at the same time. When Feng Wuchen was refining the spiritual liquid, Zhang Junlan and Yanran walked in. Yanran, come forward. Feng Wuchen ordered. Yanran obeyed and walked in front of Feng Wuchen. In dozens of seconds, dozens of herbs, as if dancing a beautiful dance, began to peel off their skin. The milky white medicinal liquid gathered together in a strange way. Feng Wuchen's hand gestures changed rapidly. Very soon, there was an extremely powerful and violent spiritual energy pervading out. A moment later, the medicinal liquid began to pervade with an incomparably violent power and emitted a 7-colored radiance. It was extremely beautiful. Seeing this scene, everyone's face was full of shock. Worthy of Denda's realm. Too terrifying. I wonder what kind of spiritual liquid Dendi is refining. Han Kuan was alarmed in his heart. Even if it was his second time seeing it, he was still shocked to the extreme. Big Brother Feng, what kind of spiritual liquid is this? Lu Qingyang could not resist asking the question in everyone's heart. They all wanted to know what kind of spiritual liquid was so powerful. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly and said, 7-colored reincarnation spiritual liquid. 7-colored reincarnation spiritual liquid? It was everyone's first time hearing of it. Even Han Kuan was also hearing of it for the first time. He had never seen it before. The power of the spiritual liquid is very violent. I'll try my best to make the medicinal strength gentle. It might be a little painful in a while. be mentally prepared. Make sure not to deploy true essence. Feng Wuchen looked at Yanran and instructed. Yes, teacher. Yanran nodded her head, her pretty face somewhat nervous and expectant. Feng Wuchen waved his hand. The medicinal liquid emitting a 7-colored radiance flew towards Yanran like a spirit snake and coiled around Yanran's entire body. Finally, it lifted Yanran up, suspending in midair. The spiritual liquid coiled and revolved around her body. Yanran could clearly feel the violent power of this spiritual liquid, scaring her until her pretty face turned somewhat pale. At this moment, Zhang Junlan and the rest all held their breaths, their gazes landing on Yanran's body without blinking. The spiritual liquid's power is violent. Relying on water alone won't do. It also needs cold ice energy, Feng Wuchen said as he deployed water attribute true essence and ice attribute true essence. Around Yanran's body, one water snake after another started condensing. There was also a powerful cold air covering Yanran's surface. Feng Wuchen's hand gestures changed rapidly, beginning to guide the spiritual liquid into Yanran's body. The spiritual liquid entered her body and spread throughout her body at an alarming speed. Yanran's body also began to emit a faint 7-colored radiance, as if she was a god descending to the mortal world. With the help of water attribute true essence and ice attribute true essence, the spiritual liquid's violent power was forcibly suppressed. Yanran's entire body began to tremble. She could clearly feel that her recovered meridians were now throbbing with pain. It was extremely uncomfortable. As the spiritual liquid continued to enter her body, Yanran finally couldn't bear it and screamed. Yanran! You must hold on. Zhang Junlan's face was filled with panic and worry. Big brother Feng is here. It'll be fine. Lu Qingyang patted Zhang Junlan's shoulder and smiled comfortingly. Miao Qingqing's palms were sweating, and so were the others. In just a short moment, Yanran's newly recovered meridians were unblocked. With the help of the powerful spiritual liquid, Yanran's meridians were strengthened. The shocking recovery shocked alchemist Han Kuan. The power of the rainbow reincarnation spirit liquid was beyond everyone's imagination. Her meridians are unblocked. It's through. Zhang Junlan was so happy that tears flowed down her cheeks. That's great. Miao Qingqing and Lan Yu laughed excitedly, their worried expressions swept away. Hall Master is so powerful. Even an 8th-grade alchemist was helpless. Hall Master only needed to refine the spiritual liquid to save Miss Yanran. The Crimson Emperor and the others cheered, their faces revealing happy smiles. The rainbow reincarnation spirit liquid healed Yanran's meridians at an astonishing speed, continuously strengthening them. As her meridians recovered and strengthened, the piercing pain in her meridians gradually disappeared. Yanran's screams also disappeared. When the last trace of the spiritual liquid entered Yanran's body, Feng Wuchen heaved a sigh of relief. It was finally completed successfully. The power of the rainbow reincarnation spirit liquid was too violent. At first, Feng Wuchen was worried that Yanran wouldn't be able to bear it. Teacher. My meridians are healed. Junlan. My meridians are healed. They're really healed. Yanran said excitedly, sparkling tears rolling down her cheeks. They're finally healed. Zhang Junlan wiped his tears. This time, he was completely relieved. Yanran, try to circulate your true yuan. Feng Wuchen said with a smile. Yanran nodded and slowly circulated the true yuan in her body. The true yuan quickly flowed through her meridians without any obstructions. Teacher, they're all healed. Thank you for saving my life, teacher. Yanran will remember this forever. Yanran smiled happily. She was extremely touched. Feng Wuchen nodded and looked at Zhang Junlan. He smiled and said, Little Zhang, you can rest assured now, right? Go back and cultivate properly. Your cultivation and refining realm have been delayed for too long. Yes. Thank you, teacher. This disciple will cultivate wholeheartedly and won't let teacher down. Zhang Junlan nodded heavily. Dendi, what other effects does this rainbow reincarnation spiritual liquid have? Han Kuan asked respectfully. Feng Wuchen said indifferently, the 7-colored reincarnation elixir has the effect of protecting one's meridians. Other than that, it has no other use. Of course, if you have the 7-colored reincarnation elixir protecting your meridians during a breakthrough, your meridians won't be damaged even if the breakthrough fails. Pausing for a moment, Feng Wuchen continued, with the rainbow reincarnation spirit elixir strengthening the meridians, it can also increase the chances of breaking through, but it's only suitable for the heaven tier. The 7-colored reincarnation elixir actually has such a powerful effect. Han Kuan sucked in a breath of cold air, his old face filled with shock. The power of the 7-colored reincarnation spirit liquid exceeded their imagination. If that's the case, it will be much easier for us to break through with the help of the 7-colored reincarnation spirit liquid, said Tianqing. You could say that, but the 7-colored moon grass is very rare and very complicated to refine. Ordinary alchemists can't refine it at all, and there's no prescription. The 7-colored reincarnation spirit liquid is very violent. If you're not careful, not only will your breakthrough fail, but your meridians will also be severely damaged, said Feng Wuchen. Dendi, the 7-colored reincarnation spirit liquid is very precious. There are many powerful people on the continent who have damaged their meridians during a breakthrough, and it's difficult to recover. There are even heaven tier and heaven tier warriors. Because of this, it's difficult for them to improve their cultivation. If the miraculous effects of the 7-colored reincarnation spirit liquid spread, many powerful people will come to ask for it. Hearing this, Feng Wuchen waved his hand and smiled. Unfortunately, the 7-colored moon grass isn't that easy to find. We'll talk about this later. Little Zhang, take Yanran back to the Zhang clan and have a good rest. Her meridians have just recovered, and she needs to rest for a few days to stabilize them, said Feng Wuchen. Yes, teacher. Teacher. Zhang Junlan nodded excitedly. Ninefold Cosmos Pagoda will be given to the brothers of the Dragon Temple to practice in the future. If there's nothing else, go back and practice. Especially by Mia, Lei Tianjue, Nangong Lai, Luo Yan. You're about to break through to the celestial realm, so you need to be fully prepared, said Feng Wuchen as he slowly stood up. Yes. Temple Master. Bai Mia and the others replied respectfully. After the crowd dispersed, Feng Wuchen and Ling Xiaoxiao left the Dragon Temple and flew to the Astral City. Feng Wuchen needed a detailed map. He had to study it carefully. At the astral auction, the arrival of Feng Wuchen and Ling Xiaoxiao once again attracted the attention of the auction. They received Feng Wuchen and Ling Xiaoxiao with the highest treatment. Knowing that Feng Wuchen was Zhang Junlan's teacher and Denda's cultivation realm, the president and the 3 elders did not dare to slight him in the slightest. Knowing the purpose of Feng Wuchen's visit, Lin Moyang helplessly said, Dendi, the auction has never sold maps, and no one knows how to draw maps. Not even in the astral realm? Feng Wuchen asked with a frown. Dendi, if you need, you can make a trip to the Mo family. The Mo family specializes in finding treasures, so they should have a detailed map. The Mo family is in the Blood Moon City, north of the Astral City. Bai Lihan respectfully said. Nie Fengyun nodded and said, that's right, the Mo family should be very familiar with the mainland's terrain. Even without a map, they should be able to draw it. The Mo family's strength in the Blood Moon City is not weak. They are one of the 4 major families. Blood Moon City's Mo family. Feng Wuchen nodded. Master, what do you need the map for? Nie Fengyun asked. I also want to find treasures. It's inconvenient without a map. Feng Wuchen indifferently said. Find treasures? Lin Moyang and the rest were slightly shocked. For the word treasures to come out from Feng Wuchen's mouth, it could be seen that it was not an ordinary treasure. Feng Wuchen and Ling Xiaoxiao rushed to the Blood Moon City without stopping. In order to find the primordial power, Feng Wuchen must spare no effort. Ling Xiaoxiao did not know what Feng Wuchen wanted the map for. She could not help but be curious and asked, Big brother Feng, are you really looking for treasures? I'm looking for the primordial power. Feng Wuchen nodded and did not hide anything. Primordial power? Ling Xiaoxiao was slightly stunned. She had never heard of it before. Seeing that Ling Xiaoxiao did not know about the primordial power, Feng Wuchen smiled and said, there are too many mysterious powers in this world. Qingqing's immortal spiritual force belongs to the primordial power, and the dragon race's bloodline power belongs to the primordial era. Your bloodline power should also belong to the primordial era, and the primordial power belongs to the primordial era. Big Brother Feng actually knows so much. Xianxia's charming face was filled with shock. Hee hee. Feng Wuchen smiled and did not explain too much. He couldn't possibly bring out the dragon race's ancestors, right? About 10 minutes later, Feng Wuchen and Xiaoxiao arrived at the Blood Moon City. Don't push, line up. At the city gate, more than 10 guards shouted loudly. Every cultivator entering or leaving was inspected one by one. Wow. She is really a great beauty. Oh my god. She is simply a fairy. Too beautiful. Our Blood Moon City's 3 great beauties are not as beautiful as her. The guards exclaimed one by one, their eyes wandered unscrupulously over Xiaoxia's body. They could not help but swallow their saliva as if they were looking at a delicacy. On the city gate, the young man who was called Young Master was also staring at Xiaoxiao. His saliva was already flowing to his mouth. Such a beauty is rare in this world. The young master fiercely exclaimed. That's right. Young Master, she is even more beautiful than our Blood Moon City's 3 great beauties. A guard excitedly said, looking as if he was about to pounce on them. Quick! Stop them immediately. The young master quickly ordered. 6 or 7 guards immediately jumped down and stopped Feng Wuchen and Xiaoxiao who were about to enter the city. Stop, you two look very unfamiliar, you are definitely not from Blood Moon City, who are you? Why have you come to the Blood Moon City? The guard asked in an awe-inspiring manner. Feng Wuchen's expression did not change, indifferently said, we are here to visit Mo family. Visit Mo family? What is your relationship with Mo family? A guard asked as if he was an official interrogating a criminal. Xiaoxiao slightly frowned and said, this does not seem to have anything to do with you? The guard said, it does not have anything to do with us, but if you want to enter the city, then it has something to do with us. If you do not speak, don't even think about entering the city. If you don't want to enter the city, then please go back. A guard arrogantly said. Hearing this, Feng Wuchen slightly frowned. These guards were obviously deliberately looking for trouble. If we must enter? Feng Wuchen frowned and asked, his voice somewhat cold. I think you have other intentions in coming to Blood Moon City. Maybe you are their accomplices. Arrest them. On the city gate, the young master coldly shouted. Humph. Just looking at you, I feel something is wrong. You must be the accomplices of the flower thief, arrest them. The guard leader angrily shouted. The 6 or 7 guards attacked one after another, bursts of powerful true essence bursting out from their bodies. Their auras were overbearing. So many people think there's something wrong with us? I think you are deliberately looking for trouble. Feng Wuchen said coldly, and a cold murderous aura swept out. Swish. Swish. Boom boom boom. PFFF. PFFF. Feng Wuchen attacked viciously. His body flickered, and the 6 or 7 guards spat out mouthfuls of blood as they were sent flying backward. They fell to the ground, motionless. It was unclear whether they were dead or alive. Feng Wuchen's speed was extremely terrifying, and no one could detect him at all. In an instant, he had sent 6 or 7 New Year Realm guards flying. Even the leader of the guards, who was at the Heavenly Origin Realm, was unable to resist. His tyrannical strength shocked everyone. They were shocked not because the guard was sent flying, but because none of them saw how Feng Wuchen attacked. Does this kid not want to live anymore? If you offend the young city lord, you won't be able to live. They really have guts, daring to hit the guards of Blood Moon City. I'm afraid they really are related to the flower thief. Regardless of whether they are related or not, since they injured the guards of the Blood Moon City, they will definitely die. It's just a pity for this beautiful little beauty. Outside the city gate, everyone shook their heads. Take them down. On the city gate, the young city lord shouted angrily. His face was extremely ugly, and his eyes flickered with murderous intent. Outside the city gate, more than a dozen guards rushed out. You're all courting death. Feng Wuchen said viciously as he clenched his fists. Feng Wuchen attacked again, and this time, he was even more merciless. Boom. 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 Puff. Puff, puff. More than a dozen guards spat out mouthfuls of blood at the same time. Their bodies turned into black lines as they were sent flying, dying instantly. Stinking brat. Let's see how long you can be proud. The young city lord's face was gloomy, and his murderous intent soared to the sky. Wung, wung. A terrifying energy burst out from the young city lord's body, and the city gate shook violently. Judging from the energy, the young city lord was at the second level of the sky realm, and his strength was extremely strong. Angering the young city lord will not end well. That brat probably doesn't know the young city lord's identity. Otherwise, even if he had 100 guts, he wouldn't dare to be so arrogant. Who in Blood Moon City doesn't know how terrifying the young city lord is? This brat is simply seeking his own death. Seeing the young city lord's terrifying energy, the crowd at the city gate all felt sorry for Feng Wuchen. Bang! The young city lord stepped on the city ground, and with a muffled bang, his body turned into a black line and shot out at an astonishing speed. It could be said that he appeared in front of Feng Wuchen in the blink of an eye. Stinking brat, do you know the consequences of behaving atrociously in Blood Moon City? The young city lord who arrived in an instant did not attack immediately. Instead, he was showing off his strength. While showing off, the young city lord also glanced at Ling Xiaoxiao, as if he wanted to see if his powerful strength and charm had attracted Ling Xiaoxiao. However, the young city lord was disappointed when he saw Ling Xiaoxiao. Ling Xiaoxiao's expression did not change at all, only coldness and disgust. I really don't know. Why don't you tell me? Feng Wuchen replied coldly, and the corners of his mouth curled up into a contemptuous sneer. Feng Wuchen did not care about the cultivation of the second level of the celestial realm at all. Arrogant. The young city lord snorted, his eyes narrowed, and immediately punched at Feng Wuchen fiercely. The young city lord was quite confident in his own strength. With his attack speed, he believed that Feng Wuchen would never be able to dodge. Boom. Puff. However, the result was completely opposite to what the young city lord had imagined. He punched out, and with a bang, his fist not only did not hit Feng Wuchen, but his chest was completely hit by a mountain. He spat out a mouthful of blood, and his body flew out like a cannonball. Hiss! Seeing this scene, the crowd at the city gate, who had felt sorry for Feng Wuchen, gasped in horror at the moment. The result was completely different from what everyone had imagined. The one who flew out was the young city lord. What shocked them even more was that they could not see when Feng Wuchen attacked. His speed was too terrifying. So fast. I couldn't see it at all. Young city lord was actually injured. This kid is so powerful. He is definitely not weaker than the young city lord. The crowd was in an uproar, and their faces were full of shock and disbelief. Even the young city lord, who was at the second level of the celestial realm, could not see when Feng Wuchen attacked. His speed was so fast that the young city lord could not detect it. This is impossible. The young city lord was shocked and stared at Feng Wuchen in horror. The young city lord could not believe that Feng Wuchen could be so powerful that he vomited blood with one punch. If you want to die, I can help you at any time. Feng Wuchen stared at the young city lord with cold eyes and said coldly. For the enemy who took the initiative to find trouble, Feng Wuchen would never be merciful, let alone give him the slightest face. The young city lord originally thought that he could easily take down Feng Wuchen and Ling Xiaoxiao, but he didn't know that Feng Wuchen, whose cultivation he couldn't see, was actually not below him. One punch was enough to make the young city lord spit out blood. Ling Xiaoxiao had always been hiding her cultivation. Others simply couldn't see that she was at the first level of Sky Origin Realm. They could only see that she was at the 7th level of Sky Origin Realm. Therefore, the young city lord didn't take it to heart. I have something important to do today. If you scram now, I can spare your life. Feng Wuchen stared coldly at the young city lord and said arrogantly. Feng Wuchen came here for the map. He didn't want to cause any trouble. Not to mention that the Blood Moon City was extremely powerful. Once he provoked the Blood Moon City, the difficulty of obtaining the map would increase. Considering this, Feng Wuchen resisted the urge to kill the young city lord. If you kneel down and kowtow to this young city lord, I can consider leaving your corpse intact. The young city lord said coldly. He had already decided to get rid of Feng Wuchen and would never change his mind. The young city lord's name was Ganyu. The Blood Moon City was his territory. Even if Feng Wuchen's strength was above his, Ganyu was not afraid at all. When Feng Wuchen injured Ganyu, some guards had already rushed back to report in panic. They believed that the city lord and many strong martial artists would rush over. In addition, there were 4 major clans in the Blood Moon City. They had a very special relationship with the city lord. When these forces joined hands, their lineup could be said to be extremely tyrannical. Although the Mo clan was the head of the 4 major clans, they still had to respect the city lord. With such tyrannical forces, how could Ganyu be afraid of an outsider? Brother Feng, there is no need to waste your breath. He is obviously targeting us. Xianxia said coldly. There were so many practitioners entering the city, but no one stopped them except for the 2 of them. Such an obvious target, even a fool could see it. Buzz. Activating the Jin Yuan in his body, Feng Wuchen's body surface emitted a golden light. A vast and surging power burst out, causing the ground of the city gate to shake and crack. First level of the celestial being realm. Many onlookers were shocked and retreated in panic. He's actually at the first level of the heaven tier. No wonder he could injure the young city lord. His strength is not simple. Not only is he not simple, he is a few years younger than the young city lord. I'm afraid he is just in his early 20s. He is definitely a genius. Their identities should not be simple. Perhaps they are the genius disciples of some great power. The crowd discussed animatedly. They were all shocked by Feng Wuchen's tyrannical cultivation. First layer of the heaven tier, as expected, you have some ability. Ganyu frowned deeply, and the murderous intent in her eyes grew even more intense. Seeing Feng Wuchen's cultivation, Ganyu immediately felt relieved. Previously, Ganyu was unable to see through Feng Wuchen's cultivation. Moreover, he had been punched by Feng Wuchen to the point where he vomited blood. Ganyu was worried that Feng Wuchen's cultivation was above his. I was too careless just now, Ganyu said in her heart. Ganyu was completely unaware of Feng Wuchen's ferocious strength. Instead, she thought of it as her own carelessness. Weng, weng. Ganyu pushed his Jin Yuan to the limit, and his figure slowly rose into the air. The terrifying power of a second layer of the heaven tier exploded, and the sky shook. Even the Blood Moon City shook. Xiao, xiao, xiao. Seeing that the battle was about to begin, a dozen figures flew over from the direction of the main city. They were the Blood Moon City Lord, the 6 elders, and several other powerful warriors. Knowing that Ganyu was injured, the city lord Gan Haifeng and the other powerful warriors rushed over. The city lord is here. Outside the city gate, the crowd exclaimed, and everyone's eyes swept over. Humph. Seeing her father and the Blood Moon City's warriors rushing over, Ganyu's face could not help but reveal a sinister smile, as if she was certain that she could defeat Feng Wuchen. First layer of the heaven tier, his strength is not simple. Who is this kid? Gan Haifeng sized up Feng Wuchen and frowned. Unfamiliar face. One of the elders shook his head, and the other elders also shook their heads. Regarding Feng Wuchen, none of them had seen him before. The appearance of Gan Haifeng and the other powerful warriors was naturally noticed by Feng Wuchen and Xiaoxiao. Feng Wuchen simply swept a glance over the dozen powerful warriors, without the slightest trace of worry. Not long after, because of the terrifying power of the celestial realm experts, many experts in the Blood Moon City were attracted, including some experts from the 4 major families. They came to watch the show. It's Ganyu again. If he doesn't cause trouble for a day, he might die. A young man from one of the families shook his head. This guy is the king of trouble. He must have taken a fancy to that beauty, but she is indeed very beautiful. No wonder Ganyu would make a move. I wonder who that kid is. At such a young age, his cultivation has already reached the first layer of the heaven tier. He is a genius. The 4 great families' warriors were sizing up Feng Wuchen, and were also attracted by Feng Wuchen's powerful cultivation. Seeing that the city lord had no intention of stopping them, Feng Wuchen secretly shook his head. Stinking brat, if you can leave the Blood Moon City alive today, I will write my name upside down. Ganyu coldly shouted, looking at Feng Wuchen with a provocative face. Feng Wuchen's figure slowly rose into the air, his cold eyes staring at Ganyu as if he was looking at a dead man. He expressionlessly said, "Oh? Is that so?" Feng Wuchen's reaction stunned everyone present. There was no trace of panic or worry at all. It should be known that the city lord of the Blood Moon City and more than a dozen powerful warriors had arrived. With their terrifying strength, killing Feng Wuchen would be as easy as flipping their hands. But facing such a huge lineup of powerful warriors, Feng Wuchen was not the least bit afraid, which made everyone feel strange. Stinking brat. Ganyu's face twitched. Feng Wuchen's gaze made him very unhappy. It's too late for you to regret now. How do you want to die? Feng Wuchen coldly asked. Ganyu was only at the second level of the Sky Realm. With Feng Wuchen's fierce strength, he really did not take Ganyu seriously. I should be the one asking you this question. Ganyu angrily shouted, his killing intent soaring as he crazily rushed towards Feng Wuchen. Ganyu's speed was astonishing. Even if he was injured by Feng Wuchen, it did not affect him much. Go to hell. High-grade profound level martial skill. Thunderbolt wind-breaking fist. Ganyu angrily shouted. The moment he closed in on Feng Wuchen, Ganyu immediately used a powerful martial skill, and his fierce fist blasted towards Feng Wuchen. Weng Weng. The power contained in the fist was extremely terrifying. The fist wind whistled, shaking the void. However, Feng Wuchen still had no fear on his face, as if he did not see it. Boom. Weng Weng. When Ganyu's fist was half a meter away from Feng Wuchen casually greeted it with a punch. With a boom, an extremely terrifying power fiercely shook the area. How is this possible? After the punch landed, Ganyu's face changed as he looked at Feng Wuchen in shock. The power of the second level of the Sky Realm exploded completely, and under the situation of using a martial skill, he actually could not shake Feng Wuchen's casual punch. Hiss, many cultivators watching the battle sucked in a breath of cold air. Oh? There's still such strength. Unbelievable. A casual punch, and the strength is able to contend with Ganyu's martial skill. Good boy. He hit his strength so well. This person's strength is definitely above Ganyu's. Feng Wuchen's casual punch easily blocked Ganyu's martial skill attack, which shocked all the strong practitioners. Staring coldly at the shocked Ganyu, Feng Wuchen asked coldly, "Is that all you have? Do you want to rely on your own strength to kill me, or your father?" Hearing Feng Wuchen's words and Feng Wuchen's contempt, Ganyu was furious. Preposterous. Boom. 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 Buzz. The furious Ganyu suddenly launched a ferocious attack. His two fists, which contained a terrifying strength, exploded incessantly and crazily smashed towards Feng Wuchen. And Feng Wuchen blocked with one hand, casually and coolly blocking all of the attacks without any effort. Ganyu's ferocious attack was completely useless. The spectators were all stupefied. With Ganyu's strength, he actually couldn't hit Feng Wuchen with a single punch. And Feng Wuchen even arrogantly blocked all of Ganyu's attacks with a single punch. For a moment, the city gate fell into a short silence. Shocked gazes fell on Feng Wuchen. Even the city lord, Gan Haifeng, had a look of disbelief on his face. Too strong. This boy's strength is too strong. After a short moment of silence, everyone woke up with a start. Everyone was shocked by Feng Wuchen's strength. You're too weak. Feng Wuchen said expressionlessly. Ganyu's expression suddenly stiffened. Feng Wuchen, who was at the first level of the Sky Realm, actually rejected Ganyu, who was at the second level of the Sky Realm. Ganyu couldn't believe that Feng Wuchen actually dared to say that he was too weak. All the spectators were also stunned. They were stupefied once again. Within Blood Moon City, no one had ever dared to say that Ganyu was weak. Feng Wuchen's words made everyone feel that Feng Wuchen was extremely arrogant. Big brother Feng, don't kill him. Otherwise, we would have come here for nothing. Let's get the map first. Ling Xiaoxiao hurriedly transmitted. Feng Wuchen glanced at Gan Haifeng and the others, then transmitted his voice, that depends on them. Ganyu was determined to take action, and Gan Haifeng had no intention of stopping her. Even if Feng Wuchen did not kill Ganyu, Gan Haifeng and the others would not let him off easily. I'm too weak? How dare you say I'm too weak? Gan Yu's anger surged out uncontrollably. Her face was full of blue veins and her eyes were bloodshot. She looked extremely crazy. As the Blood Moon City's young city lord, Gan Yu's strength was definitely not weak. In Blood Moon City, she could be considered as one of the top geniuses. Now that she was being humiliated by Feng Wuchen, how could Gan Yu bear it? Feng Wuchen's ruthless trampling on Gan Yu's dignity had completely infuriated him. Weng, weng. Gan Yu roared fiercely, and a terrifying power surged out crazily. The space shook violently, and a storm-like energy swept out. However, facing the furious Gan Yu and the terrifying energy, Feng Wuchen's expression remained unchanged. I want you to die without a burial place. Gan Yu roared crazily. Boom. Puff. Just as Gan Yu was roaring, Feng Wuchen's figure suddenly flashed over. His speed was so fast that Gan Yu did not notice it at all. Feng Wuchen then punched at Gan Yu's abdomen. With a loud bang, the domineering power shook Gan Yu until he spat out blood. His entire face was completely deformed, and his eyeballs almost popped out. His figure was directly sent flying several thousand meters away. The whole place was dead silent. A second-stage Sky Realm expert, who had exploded with full strength, was actually sent flying by a first-stage Sky Realm expert, Feng Wuchen. This punch was domineering and terrifying. This punch heavily injured Gan Yu on the spot. Without a doubt, Gan Yu was defeated. Gan Haifeng was the first to react. He rushed out in panic, and his face was full of worry. Young City Lord. The elders were also shocked and panicked. As a fifth-stage alchemist, the first elder also quickly flashed out. Gan Haifeng's Yuer broke the silence of the whole place. One punch and he heavily injured Gan Yu. This kid is ridiculously strong, isn't he? What a fast speed. I didn't even see his attack. Who is this kid? A first-stage Sky Realm expert actually has such terrifying power. I can't believe it. He's too strong. The whole place was boiling again, and the atmosphere was bursting. Exclamations rose to the sky. Everyone was once again shocked by Feng Wuchen's terrifying power. Considering Ling Xiaoxiao's words, Feng Wuchen did not kill. Otherwise, Feng Wuchen could have killed Gan Yu with that punch. The fierce and domineering power shocked the experts from the 4 families who came to watch. The stronger Feng Wuchen's strength was, the more curious everyone was about a new face. Yuer! Gan Haifeng shouted with a panicked face. Gan Yu's injuries were extremely serious, and she had completely fainted. City Lord, don't worry. The young City Lord's life is not in danger. She's only seriously injured, the first elder quickly said, and gave the unconscious Gan Yu a healing pill. Hearing that, Gan Haifeng could not help but breathe a sigh of relief. However, Gan Yu did not die. Instead, it angered Gan Haifeng. His only son, the successor of Blood Moon City, was almost killed. How could he not be angry, after flying back with the seriously injured Gan Yu and ordering people to send Gan Yu back for treatment? Gan Haifeng angrily glanced at Feng Wuchen. Everyone present could feel the anger of the city lord, and they were all frightened to the point of panic. Stinking brat! How dare you! Gan Haifeng angrily shouted, and a biting cold murderous aura accompanied by a majestic aura swept out. As the city lord of Blood Moon City, Gan Haifeng's cultivation was extremely high, reaching the 6th level of Heaven tier. He was the strongest expert in Blood Moon City. Facing Gan Haifeng, Feng Wuchen was still fearless, and coldly said, "So many people entered the city, but they targeted us, slandering us as accomplices of the flower thief. They attacked us without any evidence, and even threatened to kill me. I didn't kill your son because you're the city lord. I've already given you enough face. Otherwise, how difficult would it be for me to kill him?" Arrogant! Gan Haifeng angrily said. Almost everyone present could understand Feng Wuchen's words, and they could all guess the cause of the matter. It was nothing more than Gan Yu having taken a fancy to Ling Xiaoxiao, and purposely finding trouble with Feng Wuchen, but ended up kicking an iron plate. Everyone can enter the city. Only you two are not allowed to enter. Gan Haifeng angrily shouted. Feng Wuchen's brows slightly furrowed, as if he had already guessed this result. Feng Wuchen's gaze swept over the crowd, and loudly said, I came to Blood Moon City to pay a visit to the Mo family. Is there anyone from the Mo family here? Pay a visit to the Mo family? Everyone revealed a surprised expression. My Mo family doesn't seem to know you, and you don't seem to be among the young lord's friends. A young man spoke. I indeed don't know the Mo family. I came here to trouble the Mo family to draw a map. Feng Wuchen looked at the young man and politely said. Since they couldn't enter the city, Feng Wuchen could only accept this. I'm sorry, the Mo family has never drawn maps for anyone. The man rejected without hesitation. Before knowing Feng Wuchen's background, the man did not dare to be too harsh. In short, he rejected Feng Wuchen tactfully. Firstly, he did not need to offend Gan Haifeng, and secondly, he did not need to provoke a genius of unknown origin. It had to be said that this young man from the Mo family was very smart. Feng Wuchen had already offended City Lord Gan Haifeng. If the Mo family agreed to draw a map for Feng Wuchen, wouldn't that be making an enemy out of Gan Haifeng? Although the Mo family was the head of the four major families, their strength was still much weaker than Blood Moon City. Gan Haifeng was burning with anger. How would the Mo family dare to add fuel to the fire at this time? The man's rejection made Feng Wuchen feel very disappointed. This trip to Blood Moon City could be considered as a waste. Not only did he come for nothing, but now he had also offended the city lord. Feng Wuchen was burning with anger. Stinking brat, you injured the city lord's young master. I'm afraid you'll have to leave your life behind today. A Blood Moon City expert stepped out of the void and said coldly to Feng Wuchen. This person was the Blood Moon City's great commander. His cultivation was at the 3rd level of the Heaven Realm, and his strength was definitely powerful. If I want to leave, none of you can stop me. Feng Wuchen said coldly. His words were extremely domineering, and the dragon flame within his body was activated. His cold gaze swept towards the Blood Moon City's Great Elder. He stretched out his hand towards the Great Elder, and with a thought, he instantly controlled the fire poison within the Great Elder's body. Sensing that the fire poison had flared up without any warning, the Great Elder's face changed greatly. His whole body emitted black smoke, and in the next second, he was engulfed by the fierce flames, letting out a miserable scream. Great Elder! Gan Haifeng and the others were shocked, and all of them were shocked. Everyone present was terrified, and no one dared to go near the Great Elder. True fire! You're an alchemist. Seeing the green flame on Feng Wuchen's palm, Gan Haifeng's face changed again. Alchemist? Everyone's astonished gaze swept towards Feng Wuchen. At such a young age, not only had he stepped into the Heaven Realm, but he was also an alchemist. He can control the Great Elder's fire poison. An elder cried out in alarm. Control fire poison? Hearing this, everyone present jumped in fright. Their faces were filled with fear. What kind of divine ability was this? He could even control fire poison? Where did this young man come from? Question marks filled everyone's heads. Kill him. Don't let him control the Great Elder's fire poison. The 3rd elder suddenly roared. The Great Elder of the Blood Moon City was the only alchemist in the vicinity. Moreover, he was a 5th grade alchemist. If he was swallowed by the fire poison and died, the loss would be great. Without the Great Elder's suppression, if the 4 great clans rebelled, Blood Moon City would be in danger. Hand over your life, the senior commander roared angrily. He used all of his strength and was about to charge out. You may not be able to kill me, but I am willing to give you a chance. Let's see if you are faster than me killing him. Feng Wuchen sneered. With a thought, he frantically drew out the fire poison from the 1st elder's body. The 1st elder's screams became more and more frightening, causing everyone's hair to stand on end. The higher-ups of Blood Moon City became more and more alarmed. With their strength, even if they could forcibly suppress the Great Elder's fire poison, they would definitely exhaust their true essence. Stop! Gan Haifeng shouted in panic. The senior commander also did not dare to act rashly. No one dared to act rashly. The Great Elder's life was still in the hands of Feng Wuchen. Feng Wuchen's gaze once again looked at the man from the Mo clan and said, I hope the Mo clan can reconsider. I really need a detailed map. I heard that the Mo clan specializes in finding the continent's treasures and is very familiar with the continent's terrain. I hope you can help me with this. Sorry, the Mo clan never draws maps for others. The man still did not hesitate to tactfully refuse. Feng Wuchen and the Blood Moon City Lord had already fallen out. If the Mo clan agreed, Gan Haifeng would not hesitate to eliminate the Mo clan. Can you represent the Mo clan? Feng Wuchen asked. He can't represent the Mo clan, but I can. I am the Mo clan's young master, Mo Wuxia. Another man coldly said. Mo Wuxia, Mo clan's young master, one of the Blood Moon City's Heaven's Pride, 3rd level Heaven tier martial artist. How can I get the Mo clan to help me? Feng Wuchen still did not give up and asked. Although there were many maps in the Wuji domain, it was extremely difficult to get a detailed map of the entire continent. Mo Wuxia did not even think and refused again. I'll tell you clearly, the Mo clan will definitely not help you with this. You can give up now. Mo Wuxia's refusal once again disappointed Feng Wuchen. Brother Feng, let's go. We don't have to ask the Mo clan for help. Ling Xiaoxiao flew over. Feng Wuchen nodded, retracted his flame, and left with Ling Xiaoxiao. No one dared to stop them. What bad luck, to meet such a bastard young master. Feng Wuchen's face was full of depression. The Blood Moon City follows the young master's lead. The Mo clan naturally does not dare to be the young master's enemy. Brother Feng, let's go ask around. Ling Xiaoxiao also said helplessly. Feng Wuchen nodded and said, that's the only way. After Feng Wuchen and Ling Xiaoxiao left, Gan Haifeng and the rest worked together to forcibly suppress the Great Elder's fire poison. The Great Elder's face was full of fear, extremely pale, and his whole body was exhausted. Ever since the fire poison broke out, this was definitely the most terrifying time. That stinking brat can actually control the fire poison in old man's body. The more the Great Elder thought, the more terrified he became. Quickly send someone to investigate that brat's background. Gan Haifeng said gloomily. In front of so many people in the Blood Moon City, there was actually no way to deal with a little brat. How could Gan Haifeng let it go? Young master, what does that brat want the map for? Is he also looking for some treasure? Someone from the Mo clan asked curiously. Mo Wuxia shrugged and said, no one can compete with our Mo clan for the mainland's treasures. Want the map? Dream on. After a pause, Mo Wuxia sneered, this brat has some ability, and he's also an alchemist. It's a pity that he didn't kill that old man, otherwise, my Mo clan would be able to eliminate them in the near future. Ha ha ha. At this time, in the sky above the Blood Moon City, a hearty laughter suddenly rang out, echoing throughout the Blood Moon City. Flower thief. Hearing this somewhat arrogant laughter, the whole city's faces changed. Gan Haifeng. I didn't think that there would be a day when you would be defeated, ah. Ha ha ha. The hearty laughter sounded again, and a figure flashed and appeared in the sky above the Blood Moon City. Zhang Shiliang. Gan Haifeng's face was ferocious, incomparably furious. Gan Haifeng, your wife is quite smooth, her voice is very seductive, and she was very cooperative, she should be very satisfied. I don't know if she wants to do it with me again. Zhang Shiliang said with a slightly lewd smile. Shut up. Gan Haifeng roared in anger, his killing intent soaring to the sky. Kill him for me. Gan Haifeng was furious. Thinking that his wife had been taken by someone else, the anger in his heart was ignited, and he roared crazily. Want to kill me? With just you guys? Zhang Shiliang's face was full of disdain. Zhang Shiliang's cultivation was not weak, being at the 4th level of the Sky Human realm. However, facing so many experts of Blood Moon City, with his strength alone, he would definitely die. Not to mention, there was still Gan Haifeng, who was at the 6th level of the Sky Human realm. Kill. Blood Moon City's higher-up soared into the sky, full of killing intent. Young master, should we make a move? An expert from the Mo clan asked. Mo Wuxia's cold gaze swept over Gan Haifeng. Zhang Shiliang's words made Mo Wuxia very concerned. No need. Mo Wuxia shook his head decisively. As for the experts of the other 3 clans, they did not hesitate to attack. Each of them had a ferocious look on their faces. It was obvious that the women of their clans had been defiled. Buzz buzz. Waves of terrifying energy exploded, causing the space to shake violently. Many of the spectators below had pale faces filled with fear. Humph. I'll let you guys have a taste of heartbreak and soul-devouring powder. Xianxia shouted. Immediately, he waved his hand, and a dozen jade bottles flew out from his storage ring. They were filled with green powder. Xianxia waved his hand again, and a dozen jade bottles flew out. Bang! Xianxia grabbed the air, and a jade bottle exploded. A large amount of green powder splashed out, and the experts of the other three clans were the first to bear the brunt of the green powder. Heartbreak and soul-devouring powder? Gan Haifeng's face changed, but it was too late. Heartbreak and soul-devouring powder? The experts' faces were filled with fear as they patted the green powder off their bodies. Bang bang bang. The jade bottles that flew out were smashed by Xianxia one after another, and a large amount of green powder splashed out, covering the entire city gate. Run! Run! This is poison powder! Gan Haifeng shouted in panic. Emma Wuxia's face was also filled with panic. Run! Hold your breath! The moment they heard this, the crowd was in chaos, and everyone fled in fear. Unfortunately, it was all too late. A huge area of green powder poured down, and a large number of people were spattered with the green powder. Everyone was so frightened that their souls flew away. And the four great clans. I want all of you to die with me. Clone. Xianxia shouted angrily and quickly condensed 3 doppelgangers. They immediately flew into the city and towards the 4 great families. Not good. Go back quickly. Take off your clothes. Emma Wuxia turned pale with fright. Even with his cultivation at the 3rd level of the heaven tier, with his astonishing speed, it was still difficult for him to dodge in time. There was still some green powder on his body. Emma Wuxia quickly shot back while taking off his clothes. Everyone immediately took off their clothes for fear of being poisoned. However, with such a large amount of green powder, even if they took off their clothes, the floating powder would still land on their bodies. We can't let Xianxia succeed. Hurry back. The other experts from the other clans also hurried back to their clans in a panic. The city lord and the 4 great clans were well aware of how terrifying the heartbreak soul-devouring powder was. Even Gan Haifeng, who was at the 6th level of the heaven tier, was so fearful, let alone others. Mo Jingnan. Come out and die. In the sky above the Mo clan, Xianxia angrily shouted and threw down a few jade bottles. Xianxia. Hearing this angry shout, the clan lord Mo Jingnan and the higher-ups' expressions changed slightly. They immediately flashed out, and the Mo clan members also rushed out. Pervert. The Mo clan members angrily shouted. Bang bang. Just as Mo Jingnan and the other higher-ups and clansmen flashed out, the jade bottles suddenly exploded, and a large amount of green powder poured down. This is... Seeing the green powder, Mo Jingnan's expression changed, and fear gradually appeared on his face. He immediately shouted, Heartbreak soul-devouring powder. Be careful. This is highly toxic. Dodge quickly. Heartbreak soul-devouring powder. The elders were scared out of their wits, and retreated back to the main hall in terror. Mo Jingnan and the elders immediately dodged, but the Mo clan members were not so lucky. Most of them were splashed with the green powder. You can't escape either. Xianxia angrily shouted. With a wave of his hand, a gust of wind swept out and swept the green powder into the main hall. Mo Jingnan hurriedly circulated his true yuan and condensed an energy at the entrance of the main hall, blocking all the green powder outside. Humph. Break for me. Xianxia used all his strength, and with a fierce shout, he blasted out a palm across the air. Boom. Buzz buzz. The terrifying palm landed on the energy barrier of the main hall, and with a boom, energy ripples frantically swept out. The Mo clan's house was destroyed at a speed visible to the naked eye. Not good. Mo Jingnan's expression changed, and he immediately shouted, Protect yourself with true yuan. The elders hurriedly condensed a protective shield to prevent the green powder from spreading on their bodies. Xianxia. At this time Mo Wuxia's angry roar came. Hearing this, Zhang Shiliang frowned slightly, and then coldly snorted, "Count yourselves lucky." With that, Zhang Shiliang flashed away. Mo Jingnan and the other experts avoided the poison, and Mo Wuxia rushed back. Zhang Shiliang had already lost his chance, and if he didn't leave, he would die without a doubt. "Bastard! Chase after him!" Mo Wuxia angrily shouted. "Don't chase!" Mo Jingnan hurriedly shouted, "The heartbreak soul-devouring powder is not ordinary, quickly save him. Zhang Shiliang might have more heartbreak soul-devouring powder on him. Don't fall into his trap," an elder said. At the same time, the other 3 clans were also attacked by Zhang Shiliang, and their clansmen and higher-ups were all poisoned. For a moment, Blood Moon City was in chaos, and everyone rushed back to wash the poison off their bodies. The main city and the 4 great clans were in a panic, and they were all busy thinking of ways to expel the poison. However, the heartbreak soul-devouring powder's poison was extremely overbearing, and without an antidote, even Gan Haifeng would not be able to expel the poison. However, the only good thing was that the poison spread very slowly. If the antidote could be found within 7 days, there was still a chance of survival. After 7 days, even Hua Tuo would not be able to save them. "Patriarch, it's so itchy, help me expel the poison. Patriarch, I can't take it anymore. Kill me quickly." In the Mo clan, the clansmen's bodies were swollen with large red spots, and they were extremely itchy. Each of them scratched their skin until it bled, and it was unbearable. "Father, what kind of poison is this?" Mo Wuxia asked in a panic. Even though he took off his clothes in time, he was still poisoned, and his arms and neck were swollen. Mo Jingnan was burning with anxiety, and he said, "This is the heartbreak soul-devouring powder, and it's extremely poisonous. Without an antidote within 7 days, your entire body will fester, and you will die. Unless you are a warrior of the heaven realm, it will be difficult to expel the poison." "What? Only 7 days?" Mo Wuxia was so scared that he broke out in a cold sweat. Only a warrior of the heaven realm can expel the poison? Hearing Mo Jingnan's words, the clansmen were all desperate. "Quickly isolate the poisoned people. The poison is contagious. Quickly stop. Stop grabbing. The more you grab, the faster the heartbreak and soul-devouring powder spreads. Don't use your true yuan." The 4 great clans were in chaos. The higher-ups were in a flurry, their hearts were burning with anxiety. The heartbreak and soul-devouring powder was contagious. The green powder drifted with the wind and spread out from the 4 great clans, causing more and more cultivators to be poisoned. The cultivators at the city gate rushed into the city in panic. It could be said that they brought the poison into the city. As the crowd spread out in the city, more and more cultivators were infected. The speed of the spread was terrifying. In less than half an hour, 1/3 of the people in Blood Moon City were infected by the heartbreak and soul-devouring powder. Poisoned cultivators could be seen everywhere on the streets. The poisoned cultivators didn't know what was going on. Their whole body was itching, and they were all frightened to the extreme. Without the antidote, once the poison spread out from Blood Moon City, the consequences would be unimaginable. However, the poison had already started to spread out. In order to take revenge, Zhang Shiliang was crazy. Taking revenge was not wrong, but Zhang Shiliang's method was wrong. Even if he could take revenge, he would have harmed many innocent cultivators. "Quickly seal the city gate." In a panic, Gan Haifeng ordered the city gate to be sealed. There were already many cultivators leaving Blood Moon City in panic. They couldn't let more people leave. Otherwise, not only Blood Moon City, but also all the forces in the surrounding cities would be infected. The heartbreak and soul-devouring powder could be said to have caused chaos in Blood Moon City. "Brother, do you know where I can buy a detailed map nearby?" After leaving Blood Moon City, Feng Wuchen and Ling Xiaoxiao came to the nearby 100 Flower City and asked around. There are no maps for sale in the city. The passerby shook his head. "Senior, may I ask where I can buy a map?" Ling Xiaoxiao stopped an old man and asked politely. "Map? Little girl, there are many small maps, but few big maps. I'm afraid that only Blood Moon City's Mo family has one." The old man replied. They asked many people in the city, but they didn't know where to find a detailed map of the continent. There was only a small map of a region. Those who knew, it was Blood Moon City's Mo family. It was impossible for the Mo clan to help. Feng Wuchen had already been rejected by the Mo clan, and the Mo clan would definitely not help Feng Wuchen draw up a detailed map. Sigh, looks like only the Mo clan can draw a detailed map of the continent. Feng Wuchen shook his head helplessly. Ling Xiaoxiao said, Brother Feng, why don't we sneak into the Mo family and steal it? The Mo family specializes in finding treasures, so they definitely have a map. Brother Feng can completely hide his presence. After dark, he can use teleportation to sneak into the Mo family without anyone knowing. Taking the map will be as easy as flipping his hand. Hearing this, Feng Wuchen's eyes suddenly lit up. The corners of his mouth curled into a smile as he said, Steal? Interesting. Xiaoxiao is really smart. Why didn't I think of such a good idea? Rather than wasting time asking around, it would be faster to sneak into the Mo clan and steal a copy. After happily making the decision, Feng Wuchen and Ling Xiaoxiao left 100 Flowers City. However, when Feng Wuchen and Ling Xiaoxiao arrived at the city gate, they saw a frightening scene. On the streets of the city gate, many people were crying and yelling. Their whole body was swollen with red spots, as if it was incomparably itchy. They frantically scratched the swollen red spots on their body. Their whole body was covered in blood. It was very frightening. Save me. So itchy. So itchy. I can't take it anymore. Save me. We have been poisoned by the Heartbreak Soul Devouring Powder. Many people in Blood Moon City have been poisoned. I have never been to Blood Moon City, why am I poisoned too? Is the poison contagious? The poisoned cultivators were crying for help in panic. The scene was chaotic. Many cultivators did not dare to get close. Instead, they were scared and ran away. Brother Feng, what happened to them? Ling Xiaoxiao asked with a frown. Looking at the situation, it was obviously very serious. Feng Wuchen frowned and said, They have been poisoned. The poison is contagious. Don't get close to them first. Why are so many people poisoned? Who on earth is so cruel? Ling Xiaoxiao looked at the poisoned cultivators with sympathy. There were men and women, old and young. We have been poisoned by the Heartbreak Soul Devouring Powder. Save us. The people on the street had all run away, leaving only Feng Wuchen and Ling Xiaoxiao. The poisoned cultivators all looked at them for help. Heartbreak Soul Devouring Powder? Feng Wuchen's face changed slightly when he heard the words. What kind of poison is this? Ling Xiaoxiao asked. It is a very terrible poison. Only warriors in the heaven realm have enough power to expel the overbearing poison. If there is no antidote within 7 days, they will fester and die. If the poison spreads, the consequences will be unimaginable. Feng Wuchen frowned and said with a serious expression. Hearing Feng Wuchen's words, Ling Xiaoxiao's pretty face changed greatly. She said in horror, Only 7 days? How terrible is the Heartbreak Soul Devouring Powder? Brother Feng, can you save them? Feng Wuchen shook his head and said seriously, I can't say for sure. I don't know if the fire of the dragon tribe can swallow the poison. If it can't, I can't do anything. Xiaoxiao, you stay here. Feng Wuchen told her and walked towards a poisoned cultivator. Help me, little brother. Help me. Help me. Little brother, I can't stand it. Seeing Feng Wuchen coming, the poisoned cultivators seemed to see hope and desperately rushed to Feng Wuchen. Bang! Feng Wuchen activated the fire of the dragon tribe. The cyan flame burnt his whole body and the violent breath of the flame swept out. The cultivators were so frightened that they retreated. I don't know if I can save you. Don't get your hopes up. Feng Wuchen said lightly. Then he waved his hand and a wisp of cyan flame flew to a cultivator and wrapped him up. Under Feng Wuchen's control, the cyan flame tried to swallow the poison in the man's body. It can't be swallowed? Feng Wuchen frowned slightly and a hint of disappointment flashed across his eyes. With a wave of his hand, the cyan flame retracted. Feng Wuchen said, Sorry, I can't do anything. Little brother, save us. Hearing Feng Wuchen's words, everyone fell into despair and knelt down one by one. What kind of poison is this? Even Brother Feng can't do anything about it. Ling Xiaoxiao said in disbelief. I also want to help you, but I really can't do anything. Feng Wuchen shook his head helplessly. The power of the heartbreak and soul-devouring powder was more powerful than Feng Wuchen imagined. Brother Feng, is there really no way? Ling Xiaoxiao asked. The heartbreak and soul-devouring powder is too overbearing. The fire of the dragon tribe can't swallow it. If we forcefully swallow it, they won't be able to withstand the burning of the flame. Feng Wuchen shook his head. He couldn't help even if he wanted to. Then what should we do? If the poison spreads, won't there be more victims? Ling Xiaoxiao asked anxiously. Feng Wuchen and Ling Xiaoxiao hurried to Blood Moon City as the sky gradually darkened and the heartbreak soul devourer powder spread out from Blood Moon City. As long as they caught the poisoner and obtained the antidote, the poisoned people might still have a chance to live. Otherwise, they could only wait for death. However, even if Feng Wuchen knew who the poisoner was, he probably wouldn't be able to find him. Zhang Shiliang probably ran far away, and no one knew where he was hiding. When they arrived at Blood Moon City, the sky had already darkened. Painful screams came from inside the city, like the wails of ghosts and howls of wolves, extremely frightening. What the hell is going on? Why are so many people poisoned? Feng Wuchen frowned deeply. He was curious as to who had such a deep hatred for Blood Moon City, to be so vicious as to use Heartbreak Soul Devourer powder against Blood Moon City. This poison is too scary. So many people are infected. Hearing the painful screams, Ling Xiaoxiao couldn't believe it. Luckily, the city was sealed. Feng Wuchen said. Feng Wuchen shook his head and didn't think too much about it. After arriving at Blood Moon City, Feng Wuchen and Ling Xiaoxiao sneaked into the city. After finding out the location of the Mo family, Feng Wuchen used teleportation to sneak into the Mo family. There were too many poisoned people in Blood Moon City, Feng Wuchen couldn't care less. His main goal was to steal the map. At this moment, apart from the guards, the rest of the Mo family members were either resting or cultivating. It was extremely quiet. Although it was quiet, there were many guards patrolling the Mo family. It was extremely strict. It's so quiet. There are so many poisoned people in Blood Moon City, but only the Mo family is not poisoned. Feng Wuchen found it strange that there weren't any painful screams coming from the Mo family. The poisoned Mo family members had been quarantined and sent to an unknown place. The map is not important to the Mo family, so they probably won't pay much attention to it. It must be in the library. Feng Wuchen muttered in his heart. At this moment, he had already quietly arrived at the library. Feng Wuchen looked left and right. When he didn't see anyone, he silently entered the library. His movements were nimble, just like a peerless thief. Feng Wuchen completely concealed his presence. Even if the Mo family patriarch was a fifth-layer Heaven Realm warrior, he wouldn't be able to detect him, not to mention those weak guards. Found it. Just as I guessed, the map is indeed in the library. Feng Wuchen laughed excitedly. He was ecstatic as if he had found a peerless treasure. And the map. And the map. And many maps. And the map. And the map was the continent. Feng Wuchen casually took one without anyone noticing. No one knew who took the map. The Mo family had refused to help twice. Since they weren't going to help, it wasn't too much for Feng Wuchen to steal a map. This was the only way to get the map. Why do I hear sounds coming from the library? Could it be that someone has snuck in? At this moment, the voice of the patrolling guard came from outside the library. Someone's here. Sensing someone approaching, Feng Wuchen, who was about to take the map, frowned slightly. He tapped the ground lightly and flew to the top of the library to hide. Someone came to check. Feng Wuchen did not steal the map to avoid being discovered. Why didn't I hear it? You must have heard wrong. There's no sound at all. Who dares to barge into our Mo family in the middle of the night? Another guard said. The two patrolling guards entered the library and checked everything. That's not right. Did I really hear wrong? The guard said, scratching his head. The two guards did not notice Feng Wuchen at the top of the library at all. They then walked out of the library. Can't even give me peace of mind. Feng Wuchen grumbled in his heart. The two guards closed the door. Just as they were about to steal the map, Feng Wuchen's face suddenly changed. He thought to himself, 5th level Heaven Realm, sensing an expert approaching, Feng Wuchen did not dare to act rashly. However, he cursed in his heart. Even if he sneaked into the Mo family, it would not be easy for Feng Wuchen to steal a map. Patriarch. The respectful voices of the two guards came from outside the library. Patriarch, why have you come to the library so late? One of the guards asked, puzzled. I'm looking to see if there are any records of the heartbreak spirit devouring powder in the ancient books left behind by our ancestors. All right, go back and rest, Mo Jingnan said indifferently and sent the two guards away. Inside the library, Feng Wuchen frowned slightly after hearing Mo Jingnan's words. This is troublesome. Mo Jingnan was an expert at the 5th level of the celestial realm. Even if Feng Wuchen had completely concealed his aura, he would still be able to detect the slightest movement from Feng Wuchen in the library. Bastard. I'm just taking a map. Is there a need to mess with me like this? Feng Wuchen was extremely frustrated in his heart. How long would it take for Mo Jingnan to look through the ancient books? After Mo Jingnan entered the library, Feng Wuchen did not dare to move. If he was discovered, not only would he not be able to steal the map, he might even lose his life here. Without the ninefold Cosmos Pagoda, Feng Wuchen was no match for a 5th level Heaven Realm expert. For the map, Feng Wuchen could only endure. He did not dare to move at all. Even his breathing had to be suppressed. Xianxia. You dared to sleep with my wife. This old man will tear you to pieces. Mo Jingnan gritted his teeth and said angrily after entering the library. His eyes were filled with ruthless killing intent. My wife was slept with by someone else? The motionless Feng Wuchen almost cried out when he heard Mo Jingnan's words. Feng Wuchen shook his head inwardly. What a failure of a patriarch. He didn't even know that his wife was slept with. How sad. What was even more sad was that Xianxia had slept with his wife, but Mo Jingnan could do nothing about it. Mo Jingnan muttered as he flipped through the ancient books, where did Xianxia get such a potent poison like the heartbreak soul-devouring powder? Who could ever find it? Xianxia? Feng Wuchen frowned again. He could tell that the person who released the poison was Xianxia. Who goes there? Mo Jingnan suddenly shouted coldly. The sudden shout gave Feng Wuchen a fright. He immediately held his breath and felt a wave of nervousness in his heart. He was inwardly amazed by the powerful cultivation of a 5th level Heaven Realm expert. Come out. Mo Jingnan shouted coldly again and rushed to the door at an extremely fast speed. Meow. The moment the door was opened, a small cat was startled and ran away in a panic. So it's a cat. Mo Jingnan immediately relaxed. It seemed that Xianxia had caused him to be uneasy. At this moment, Feng Wuchen, who had been hiding for a long time, decisively made his move. He used instant transmission and swept away a map with a wave of his hand. Who goes there? Mo Jingnan sensed something and suddenly turned around to shout. Feng Wuchen used instant transmission again and disappeared in a flash. Taking advantage of the opening of the door, Feng Wuchen rushed out of the library as fast as he could. Mo Jingnan's speed was extremely terrifying. He was already at the door by the time he finished shouting. This time, it wasn't a cat, but a real person. Even though Feng Wuchen used teleportation, Mo Jingnan still detected him immediately. Mo Jingnan's speed made Feng Wuchen gasp in amazement. He needed to teleport twice to increase the distance between them. By the time Mo Jingnan caught up, Feng Wuchen had already disappeared. In the blink of an eye, he was already several thousand meters away. What a miraculous movement technique. Mo Jingnan was extremely shocked. He couldn't catch up with his speed, it didn't matter who it was, but he couldn't even see clearly who it was. He could only see a blurry figure that disappeared in the blink of an eye. It was Mo Jingnan's first time seeing such a miraculous and powerful movement technique. Humph. How dare you steal my Mo clan's map? Don't even think about escaping. Mo Jingnan shouted angrily and immediately used his movement technique to pursue. He never thought of letting Feng Wuchen escape. Mo Jingnan's speed was extremely shocking. He caught up in the blink of an eye. Ling Xiaoxiao, who had been waiting for Feng Wuchen, sensed a powerful aura and frowned. 5th level of the heaven tier. Brother Feng, have we been discovered? Ling Xiaoxiao asked telepathically. Xiaoxiao, let's go. Feng Wuchen said telepathically. Even if Feng Wuchen and Ling Xiaoxiao worked together, they couldn't defeat Mo Jingnan when facing a 5th level heaven tier warrior. Feng Wuchen's true strength could reach the 4th level of the heaven tier at most. Moreover, he was already at the peak of his strength. He couldn't deal with a 5th level heaven tier warrior at all. Whoosh! Feng Wuchen appeared in a flash, grabbed Ling Xiaoxiao's hand, and was about to disappear again. Humph! Let's see where you can run to. Mo Jingnan shouted angrily. Relying on his powerful movement technique, Mo Jingnan attacked with a ferocious palm the moment Feng Wuchen disappeared with Ling Xiaoxiao. So fast. Feng Wuchen was shocked. Without using his true essence, even if Feng Wuchen used teleportation, it would be difficult for him to escape from the palm of a 5th level heaven tier martial artist. Originally, he did not want to reveal his cultivation, but now, he had no choice but to use his true essence. Boom! Buzz! In the nick of time, Feng Wuchen and Ling Xiaoxiao both disappeared in a flicker. With a loud boom, the terrifying energy caused the space around the Blood Moon City to tremble violently. The sudden deafening sound gave everyone in Blood Moon City a fright. The power of the 5th level of the heaven tier. It's Patriarch Mo's aura. This is Patriarch Mo's aura. Has Zhang Shiliang appeared? Has Patriarch Mo discovered Zhang Shiliang? In an instant, the upper echelons of the main city and the other 4 great clans all noticed this. What kind of movement technique is this? Even his aura has disappeared. How can a 1st level heaven tier martial artist have such a terrifying speed? Mo Jingnan was extremely shocked. At this moment, Feng Wuchen and Ling Xiaoxiao had already flashed into the city. With the help of the city's buildings and the sounds of ghosts crying and wolves howling, they could avoid Mo Jingnan's line of sight. Swish! Swish! At this moment, Gan Haifeng and the upper echelons of the 4 great clans all flew over. Patriarch Mo, is it Zhang Shiliang? Gan Haifeng asked with a frown. Mo Jingnan shook his head and said seriously, no, I don't know who broke into our Mo clan and stole the map from the library. Stole the map? The upper echelons of the 4 great clans were extremely shocked. Who is so daring to break into our Mo clan and steal the map? An elder was instantly enraged. Mo Jingnan shook his head again and said, old man doesn't know either. This person's movement technique is very impressive and stealthy. Old man has never seen such a powerful movement technique in his life. We chased him all the way here, but still let him escape. Could it be him? Gan Haifeng frowned deeply, his eyes burning with anger. City Lord, do you know who it is? Mo Jingnan asked in astonishment, looking at Gan Haifeng. I'm not sure. Before Zhang Shiliang appeared today, there was a man and a woman who came to Blood Moon City. With their cultivation level of 1st layer heaven tier, they heavily injured my son. This man is also an alchemist, capable of controlling the Great Elder's fire poison. His divine ability is impressive. They came to visit the Mo clan, wanting to have the Mo clan draw up a detailed map. However, they were rejected by young Lord Mo. Alchemist? He can control fire poison? Hearing this, the upper echelons of the 4 great clans all revealed astonished expressions. The mysterious person just now was also in the 1st tier of the Sky Realm. Could it really be him? Mo Jingnan frowned deeply. This person's origin is unknown. He has a cultivation of the 1st tier of the Sky Realm at such a young age and defeated my son with one punch, Gan Haifeng added. What? Defeated the young city lord with one punch? The upper echelons of the 4 great clans were shocked again. Mo Jingnan said solemnly, is this person really so powerful? I'm afraid this person has a great background. An elder frowned and guessed. Patriarch Mo, let's ignore this person for now. It's just a map. The most important thing now is to save the poison people in Blood Moon City. If we don't hurry, I'm afraid the entire Blood Moon City will be infected. Gan Haifeng said anxiously. City Lord is right, but we don't have the antidote, and we don't know where Zhang Shiliang is. What should we do? A patriarch's face was full of worry. Only the Soul Devourer patriarch can refine the heartbreak and Soul Devourer powder. I'll personally go find him tomorrow. You guys are responsible for looking after the poison people and tracking Zhang Shiliang's whereabouts. Gan Haifeng said solemnly. The Soul Devourer patriarch has a strange temper. I'm afraid he won't easily hand over the antidote. A patriarch shook his head. No matter what, we have to try. Mo Jingnan gritted his teeth. If Mo Wuxia had not also been poisoned, Mo Jingnan would not be so anxious. At this moment, Feng Wuchen had already brought Ling Xiaoxiao outside the city. Using the many buildings in the city to avoid Mo Jingnan's line of sight, the two of them successfully escaped. That was really close. The strength of a level 5 heaven tier is really not simple. Feng Wuchen breathed a sigh of relief. Brother Feng, did you get the map? Ling Xiaoxiao asked. How can I not get it if I personally take action? But this is also thanks to Xiaoxiao's good idea. A smug smile appeared on Feng Wuchen's face. With a flip of his palm, a map appeared out of thin air. Feng Wuchen said with a smile, Here, this is the detailed map of the mainland. With it, it'll be easier for me to find the ancient power. Ling Xiaoxiao opened the map. Looking at the densely packed regions and the names of the regions, she felt a headache coming on. The Mo clan is really not simple. They've drawn the entire mainland, and even the Inferno Empire. Ling Xiaoxiao exclaimed in admiration. She was very impressed by the Mo clan's drawing skills. Brother Feng, take a look. What do the places marked on the map mean? Ling Xiaoxiao suddenly asked as she looked at the map. She saw that there were several places marked on the map. Feng Wuchen took the map and glanced at it. Then, he smiled and said, The Mo clan is good at finding treasures. The marked places might have treasures. One night passed in the blink of an eye. Within Blood Moon City, even though the 4 great clans and the main city sent a large number of guards to watch over the poison people, the spread of the poison was still terrifying. Even among the guards, many of them were infected as well. In just one night, the number of infected people reached hundreds. At this rate, Blood Moon City wouldn't be able to hold on for long. Apart from that, many of the infected people couldn't bear the itch and scratched crazily, causing them to bleed to death. There were also many people who committed suicide. In one night, the number of deaths reached thousands. In just one night, not even a day had passed, let alone 7 days. It was simply impossible. Mo clan courtyard. Patriarch. Patriarch. The treasure map is missing. A guard's panicked shout came from the courtyard. Not good. Hearing this, Mo Jingnan's expression changed greatly and he immediately stood up. The first thing he thought of was the map that was stolen last night. It was the treasure map. It must be the person who stole the map last night. First Elder said with certainty, his old face darkening. This is troublesome. The news of the treasure has been leaked. That kid will definitely get it first. One of the marks is an extremely ancient cave. Second Elder gritted his teeth and said angrily. Even if he has the map, he may not be able to find the treasure. Even with our Mo clan's treasure hunting experience, we can't say that we can easily find it. Why don't we let him help us find it? Immediately send people to the marked treasure location and bring the teleportation rune. Mo Jingnan said in a low voice, his eyes narrowed as killing intent surged. Good idea. Once we find it, we can still get rid of that kid. First Elder said gloomily. In the forest outside Blood Moon City, Feng Wuchen and Ling Xiaoxiao finished a night of cultivation. Xiaoxiao, I suddenly thought of a way to save people. Feng Wuchen slowly opened his eyes and said slowly. Brother Feng has a way? Ling Xiaoxiao's beautiful eyes suddenly lit up as a joyful smile appeared on her face. Feng Wuchen nodded and said, My martial spirit has the ability to devour. Back then, it could even devour Fan Xiaoyun's Xiantian Qi. A mere poison shouldn't be a problem. Xiantian Qi belongs to strength and poison is only a medicine. Brother Feng's martial spirit can also devour it? Ling Xiaoxiao asked. My martial spirit can devour everything. It's of an eye. Feng Wuchen said with a faint smile. Then let's hurry to Blood Moon City and give it a try. Ling Xiaoxiao couldn't wait and said with a smile. Even though he had just stolen the Mo family's map, Feng Wuchen wasn't afraid at all. Mo Jingnan might not be able to recognize Feng Wuchen as the thief from last night. The two of them arrived at the quarantine area outside of Blood Moon City. There were many poison practitioners imprisoned here. Each of them were covered in blood, as if they were blood-sucking zombies. There were also many dead bodies. The scene was extremely frightening and too horrible to look at. Anyone who saw it would feel horrified. Of Xiantian, of Xiantian. Of Xiantian, of Xiantian. Because there were too many people who were poisoned, there were as many as 3 quarantine areas. There were 3 isolated areas. However, they were all citizens of Blood Moon City. No one cared if they lived or died. Seeing Feng Wuchen and Ling Xiaoxiao walking over, the guards not far away quickly stopped them. So it's you. Leave quickly. Don't get infected. Don't come near. It's okay. I'm immune to poison. Feng Wuchen said indifferently. He didn't stop walking. Humph. Immune to poison? I won't stop you if you want to die. One of the guards said with disdain. The other guards didn't stop them. However, some of them looked at Feng Wuchen suspiciously. It's that alchemist brother. Little brother, save me. I can't take it anymore. Little brother, please save my son. My son can't take it anymore. Brother, please save my wife. My wife is about to give birth. When the poisoned cultivators saw Feng Wuchen walking over, they all cried out for help. They even scratched at the swollen red spots on their bodies. Blood flowed out of every red spot. Looking at the suffering and desperate cultivators, Feng Wuchen smiled faintly and said, I will save you all. There is no need to rush. I will do it one by one. I hope that everyone will cooperate. We will start with the children and the women. Great. We're saved. We're saved. Brother, my son is dying. Save my son first. The poisoned people were extremely excited. They felt as if they had returned to heaven from the 18th level of hell. The isolation zone was formed by a huge iron net. Feng Wuchen broke the iron chains with his bare hands. Everyone was very cooperative and let the extremely weak boy come out first. The boy was 13 or 14 years old and was covered in blood. There was not a single piece of skin on his body that was unharmed. He was completely covered in blood. At this moment, the guards of the various families and the main city all looked at Feng Wuchen. The poisoned cultivators in the 3 quarantine areas endured the itch on their bodies and quietly looked at Feng Wuchen. Whether Feng Wuchen could save them or not depended on whether Feng Wuchen could force the poison out of the boy's body. Although it had only been a day, it felt like a year to them. No one had saved them, and no one had dared to approach them. They had been completely treated as aliens, making them feel helpless and hopeless. They felt as if the entire world was dark. Now, a young man stepped forward to save them from the poison. Such an action made everyone feel extremely moved. They all cried tears of joy. Regardless of whether he could save them, at least Feng Wuchen had the heart to let them feel the warmth of the human world. Big brother, save me. The boy let out a weak sob. He looked at Feng Wuchen with eyes filled with the desire to live. Feng Wuchen formed a sword finger and pointed at his forehead. With a thought, he activated the ancient golden dragon seal. The golden dragon seal on his forehead flickered. It was extremely dazzling. At this moment, Feng Wuchen was like a god descending from the heavens. Martial spirit. Everyone present was shocked. Devour. The sword finger then pointed at the boy's forehead. Feng Wuchen fiercely shouted. An extremely overbearing devouring power gushed out crazily. The poison in the boy's body was devoured at a terrifying speed. It really works. As expected of the ancient golden dragon seal. It didn't disappoint me. Feng Wuchen was overjoyed. In just a moment, the overbearing and terrifying devouring power devoured all the poison in the boy's body. My body doesn't itch anymore. The boy's weak but excited voice sounded. Feng Wuchen waved his hand and a water snake coiled around the boy's body. The blood on his body was washed clean. The red spots on the boy's body all disappeared. Big brother Feng succeeded. Ling Xiaoxiao, who was not far away, cried tears of joy. Crystal clear tears rolled down uncontrollably. Big brother has already cured you of your poison, Feng Wuchen said with a smile. Thank you, big brother. Thank you, big brother, for saving my life. The boy knelt down and kowtowed repeatedly to thank him. Father, I'm fine. The boy waved at his father excitedly. We're saved. We're saved. The heavens have finally opened their eyes. They sent a god to save us. The red marks on that kid's body have all disappeared. How magical. He actually swallowed the heartbreak and soul-devouring powder. Did I see it wrong? This kid's martial spirit is so powerful. The guards of the 4 great families and the main city were watching from afar. Their eyes almost popped out of their sockets. In the blink of an eye, Feng Wuchen had swallowed the poison in the boy's body and cured him. The power of swallowing was extremely domineering. It was so magical and powerful that the guards found it hard to believe. After curing the boy, the next one was the pregnant woman who was about to give birth. The magical scene appeared again. Under Feng Wuchen's swallowing, the heartbreak and soul-devouring powder in the pregnant woman's body was also swallowed. The red marks on her body disappeared at a speed visible to the naked eye. At this moment, the extremely itchy body was instantly cured. Thank you, benefactor, for saving my life. The pregnant woman was so excited that tears fell like rain. She thanked him repeatedly and was about to kneel down in front of Feng Wuchen. Feng Wuchen quickly stopped her and said with a smile, You're welcome. It's just a small matter. It's done. It's cured again. The heartbreak and soul-devouring powder has been completely swallowed again. He's really a god. We're all saved. The poisoned cultivators shouted excitedly again. The days that felt like years had finally come to an end. The red marks on the madam's body have disappeared. They're gone. A middle-aged man cried tears of joy. He was so excited that his body kept trembling. The guards on duty were still in shock. If the first boy being cured was a coincidence, then the pregnant woman was also cured. This was enough to prove that Feng Wuchen really had the ability to swallow the heartbreak and soul-devouring powder. Thank you, little brother, for saving my life. Thank you, young hero. Thank you, young hero. It's not itchy anymore. It's not itchy anymore. Next, one by one, they were cured. Everyone cheered and felt as if they had been reborn. Quick! Go back and report to the patriarch. After the guards of the 4 great families woke up, they quickly sent people back to report. There are still many poisoned people in the city. Go and inform them to come to the city gate. Feng Wuchen looked at the guards and said. Okay. Let's go right away. The guards were also excited and started to move. At the same time, Mo Jingnan and the other patriarchs were waiting patiently in the main city hall. Swish, a figure suddenly appeared. It was Gan Haifeng. City Lord, how is it? Did the Wraith Devourer Patriarch agree? Mo Jingnan was the first to ask, looking anxious. Gan Haifeng looked dejected as he shook his head and sighed. The Soul Devourer forefather only refined poison powder, not antidotes. Zhang Shiliang also took the poison powder from the Soul Devourer forefather. There is no antidote at all. Don't refine the antidote? Mo Jingnan and the others' expressions changed greatly when they heard this. Without an antidote, didn't that mean that he would die without a doubt? Gan Haifeng's words immediately plunged everyone into despair. The heartbreak and soul-devouring powder was extremely terrifying. Without an antidote or the help of a warrior in the heaven realm, they could only wait for death. With so many people poisoned, even if there were warriors in the heaven realm, they would be exhausted to death. Gan Haifeng's face looked haggard. He said helplessly, the Soul Devourer Patriarch is eccentric. No matter what we say, it's useless. He still won't agree to refine the antidote. Blood Moon City is doomed. Without an antidote, those poisoned will die without a doubt. To prevent the poison powder from spreading, we can only kill all the poisoned people, including our clansmen. Otherwise, we will be infected sooner or later. A patriarch said solemnly. No. Absolutely not. My son has also been poisoned. Mo Jingnan was the first to object. How could he watch his son die from poison? Now, Mo Wuxia was imprisoned in the dungeon of the Mo clan, suffering the pain caused by the poison powder. He roared in the dungeon and was covered in blood. No one knew how long he could hold on. The heartbreak and soul-devouring powder was a devastating blow to Blood Moon City. Patriarch Mo, we must consider the overall situation. Young Master Mo is incurable. Another patriarch said in a low voice. Patriarch Li is right. Patriarch Mo, if we don't get rid of them, we will be infected sooner or later. Do you want everyone in Blood Moon City to be poisoned? Another patriarch said. Humph. Your son is not poisoned, of course you can say it so easily. Mo Jingnan snorted angrily, his face extremely gloomy. Since that is the case, other than young Master Mo, kill all the poisoned people. However, young Master Mo must not leave the Mo clan, otherwise don't blame me for being ruthless. The heartbreak and soul-devouring powder must not spread to Blood Moon City and harm more innocent people. Gan Haifeng frowned. Gan Haifeng's words sounded nice, as if he was considering the overall situation, but in fact, he was doing it for himself. In order to survive, the patriarchs and the patriarchs were extremely cold-blooded. Even if they had to kill all the poisoned people, they would not let them be infected. Who would not be afraid of the overbearing and terrifying heartbreak and soul-devouring powder? Mo Jingnan did not speak, but his face became even uglier. Gan Haifeng had the final say in Blood Moon City. Gan Haifeng sparing Mo Wuxia's life was already giving him face, so Mo Jingnan did not dare to say anything more. However, just as they were arguing, several guards rushed in. Patriarch. We are saved. We are saved. A guard respectfully reported, his face full of excitement. What is saved? Gan Haifeng asked. The young man who wanted to enter the city yesterday, he is saving people at the city gate. He can swallow the heartbreak and soul-devouring powder and has already saved more than a dozen people. That's right. He can save people. We saw it with our own eyes. He is very powerful. He can swallow the heartbreak and soul-devouring powder in the blink of an eye. Several guards added excitedly. It's him? Mo Jingnan's expression was extremely complicated. He can swallow the heartbreak and soul-devouring powder's poison? Gan Haifeng, the patriarchs, and the higher-ups were shocked and in disbelief. An elder said in shock, how is this possible? The heartbreak and soul-devouring powder is extremely poisonous. How can anyone dare to swallow it? It's impossible. How can he swallow the poison that even warriors of the Heaven Realm fear? Other higher-ups also could not believe it. It's absolutely true. And he is unscathed. He is now saving people at the city gate. Patriarch, you can go and have a look. The guard nodded with certainty. Gan Haifeng and the others, who were extremely disappointed and pessimistic just now, were filled with hope after hearing this. Let's go and have a look. Gan Haifeng said quickly. If what the guard said was true, not only could he save all the poison practitioners in Blood Moon City, but he could also prevent the poison from spreading. At this moment, dozens of people in the isolated area outside the city gate had been saved. Although their bodies were scratched and bruised, everyone was extremely excited and grateful to Feng Wuchen. When Gan Haifeng and the higher-ups of the four families arrived at the city gate and heard the crowd's excited cheers, they were completely certain that there was someone who could save the poisoned people. When Gan Haifeng, Mo Jingnan, and the others saw the people being treated, they were shocked. At the same time, inside Blood Moon City, the infected cultivators were rushing toward the city gate with all their might after learning that there was someone who could save the poisoned people. He really can save people. Gan Haifeng said in shock, his expression stiff. What a domineering devouring power. He really swallowed the heartbreak and soul-devouring powder. Mo Jingnan's eyes widened in shock. Master, did this kid steal the map? An elder asked with a frown. Sizing up Feng Wuchen, Mo Jingnan shook his head slightly and said, I don't know. After seeing Feng Wuchen swallow the heartbreak and soul-devouring powder with their own eyes, they were already convinced. Feng Wuchen had already sensed the appearance of Gan Haifeng and the others, but he didn't look at them. Feng Wuchen was saving people, so Gan Haifeng and the others had to keep quiet. Gan Haifeng had just formed a grudge with Feng Wuchen yesterday. Now that Feng Wuchen could save the poisoned people, who knew what Gan Haifeng was feeling right now. Quickly bring the Grand Elder and the Grand Commander out. Gan Haifeng ordered. Yes. City Lord, the guard replied respectfully and immediately ran back. Go back and bring the young master to the city gate. Mo Jingnan also ordered. Master, this. The Mo family guard hesitated, not knowing what he was worried about. What are you waiting for? Mo Jingnan berated and glared fiercely at the guard. The guard was so frightened that he hurriedly ran back. The other masters also sent people back to bring the poisoned clansmen. Thank you, God, for saving our lives. The rescued cultivators kowtowed and thanked Feng Wuchen one after another. After half an hour, hundreds of people had been saved. Although it was only half an hour, Feng Wuchen's true essence was greatly consumed. Fortunately, Feng Wuchen had pills to recover true essence, so he didn't have to worry. What he should be worried about was that there were still thousands of people poisoned. In order to save time, he decided to devour them two at a time instead of one at a time. After 4 hours, Feng Wuchen had completely devoured the intestine-breaking soul-devouring powder in the bodies of the cultivators in the 3 quarantine zones. Even with the support of medicinal pills, Feng Wuchen felt physically and mentally exhausted at this time. The cultivators in the 3 quarantined areas were extremely moved and thanked him repeatedly. Seeing that Feng Wuchen was having a hard time, some young men and women either served tea or food to him. It was very heartwarming. Heavenly deity, if your respected self is tired, you can rest. We can still endure it. A middle-aged man was moved, truly unable to bear it. Yes. Heavenly deity, please rest for a while. Everyone tried to persuade him. They couldn't bear to see Feng Wuchen so exhausted. All the cultivators present were moved by Feng Wuchen's selfless spirit. It's okay. Feng Wuchen softly smiled. His heart was filled with warmth. Without any rest, Feng Wuchen continued to treat the poisoned cultivators. Gan Haifeng and the rest watched quietly. No one disturbed him. At this time, the poisoned cultivators from the main city and the 4 great clans had also been brought over. They were waiting at the city gate and were also imprisoned in the huge iron cages in the quarantine zone. It's really him? Seeing that the person saving them was Feng Wuchen, Mo Wuxia's expression changed greatly. The current Mo Wuxia was like a man of blood. His entire body was swollen with red marks, and there were scratch marks all over his body. Even his face was the same. It was extremely terrifying. He was completely different from the young master of the Mo clan from before. Recalling how he had arrogantly rejected Feng Wuchen yesterday, Mo Wuxia's heart sank to the bottom of the sea. Apart from Mo Wuxia, the Great Elder and the Great Commander of the main city were the same. After offending Feng Wuchen, they didn't know if Feng Wuchen would save them. Father, I was the one who rejected him yesterday. Mo Wuxia forcefully endured the itchiness all over his body and said. Mo Jingnan's expression was extremely ugly. He said, the intestine-breaking soul-devouring powder is no small matter. Even if you rejected him, he still had to save you. Otherwise, the poison will spread. Hearing this, Mo Wuxia felt a lot more relieved. Mo Jingnan's words were not without reason. If Feng Wuchen didn't save Mo Wuxia, the intestine-breaking soul-devouring powder's poison would still spread. At that time, those who were saved would still be infected. In the blink of an eye, an hour had passed. Apart from the main city and the people of the 4 great clans, the rest of the cultivators had been cured by Feng Wuchen. The intestine-breaking soul-devouring powder's poison had been completely devoured. At this time, Feng Wuchen's face was pale. Although he had the support of pills, his physical and mental exhaustion couldn't be concealed. This made everyone's hearts ache. However, with Feng Wuchen's strong physique, he only needed to rest for 10 minutes to recover. Brother Feng, are you feeling better? Ling Xiaoxiao asked softly. Feng Wuchen nodded, stood up, and said with a smile, I've already recovered. Seeing Feng Wuchen stand up, everyone in the iron cages in the isolated area became excited. God, save us! God! Save me! In the iron cages, the people of the 4 great clans cried out one after another. Each and every one of them was burning with anxiety. Little brother, please save the people of my Blood Moon City. Gan Haifeng cupped his fists and pleaded. Little brother, please save the lives of my clansmen. One by one, the patriarchs cupped their fists and pleaded with a polite and humble attitude. At this moment, everyone's gaze was on Feng Wuchen. The city gate was silent. Many people present knew about what happened at the city gate yesterday, and there were also many people present. Feng Wuchen's gaze swept over Gan Haifeng and the four great clans' upper echelons. His expression didn't change in the slightest. I refuse to save the people of the main city, and I have never treated the people of the Mo clan. You should ask someone else. I can save the other three great clans. Feng Wuchen said indifferently. The moment they heard this, Gan Haifeng and Mo Jingnan's expressions changed greatly. Feng Wuchen actually refused to save the people of the main city and the Mo clan. God, save us! God, save us! The people of the main city and the Mo clan cried out in panic. They all knelt down and kowtowed. The people of the other three great clans cheered excitedly. They secretly rejoiced that they didn't offend this godlike young man. If you don't save them, even if you save the others, the poison will still infect them. Mo Jingnan frowned. His expression was extremely ugly. Gan Haifeng then said, Patriarch Mo is right. You have such a powerful devouring martial spirit. Even if you save them now, they will still be infected sooner or later. I said I won't save them, so I won't save them. If they don't want to be infected, they can leave the Blood Moon City. Feng Wuchen coldly replied. God, please give me another chance. I know I was wrong. I shouldn't have refused you. Please save me. The Mo clan will definitely draw you a detailed map. Mo Wuxia finally couldn't bear it anymore. He knelt down and kowtowed. He really couldn't bear the pain brought by the poison. Feng Wuchen's words made Mo Wuxia lose all hope. The guards who brought Mo Wuxia and the rest out also lost all hope. They had already been infected by the poison. If they had not rejected Feng Wuchen yesterday, Mo Wuxia would not have ended up like this. Unfortunately, it was too late to regret. There was no medicine for regret in this world. Gan Haifeng and Mo Jingnan's faces were extremely gloomy. They did not expect Feng Wuchen to be so kind to their people. Yesterday, the young city lord slandered a god and even attacked him. The city lord wanted to kill him and now he wants the god to save them? You brought this upon yourself. Mo Wuxia should have known this would happen when he rejected him. The city lord forbade the god from entering the city. The young city lord was not strong enough and was defeated. The city lord still wanted to stand up for him and offend the god, yet he still has the face to ask the god for help. If it was me, I would have done the same. Many cultivators were discussing and all of them stood on Feng Wuchen's side. Everyone, I can save you once, but I can't save you a second time. Please leave Blood Moon City and find another place to stay. Also, inform the other people in the city to leave as well. Also, inform the nearby cities and forces to not let the people of Blood Moon City come near, Feng Wuchen said indifferently as he looked at the crowd. Since Feng Wuchen had decided not to save them, he would not change his mind. Thank you God for saving our lives. We will leave Blood Moon City immediately. Everyone made their decision without hesitation. After thanking him again, they rushed into the city. Feng Wuchen's decision made Gan Haifeng and Mo Jingnan's faces even more ugly. They could not wait to kill Feng Wuchen on the spot. Even if they leave, the poison will still spread. You have to think carefully. Gan Haifeng said gloomily, but he still did not give up. Only Feng Wuchen could save them now. I have saved most of the people. If the rest leave Blood Moon City, there will be experts who will kill them. Moreover, the infection will spread to you first. Feng Wuchen said indifferently. At the same time, he helped the people of the other three families to swallow the poison. Preposterous. Mo Jingnan's face was malevolent as his killing intent soared to the heavens. Patriarch Mo, please wait a moment if you want to attack. My clansmen are still being rescued. One of the patriarchs spoke in a low voice when he sensed Mo Jingnan's killing intent. Patriarch Mo, City Lord, we won't interfere in your affairs, but if you make a move at this time, don't blame us for disregarding our old friendship. The other two patriarchs also expressed their stance. As the saying goes, when disaster strikes, everyone flies separately. Normally, the four great clans had a good relationship with the city lord, but at this point, their personal interests were obvious. This was true in real life. There were no eternal friends, only eternal benefits. You. Mo Jingnan was furious as he fiercely glared at the family head. Gan Haifeng's face twitched violently, but he didn't say anything. Not long after, a large number of practitioners rushed out from Blood Moon City. No one wanted to be infected by the highly toxic poison again, so they decided to leave Blood Moon City. City Lord, please take care. I don't want to die. Looking at the large number of practitioners leaving Blood Moon City, a guard suddenly spoke in fear. He couldn't bear the huge pressure anymore. City Lord, I also don't want to die. Please take care. Following the words of a guard, many other guards also echoed. The guards who weren't infected all left Blood Moon City one after another. Even the guards of the Mo clan were the same. No one wanted to be tortured by the heartbreaking spirit-devouring powder, let alone die. Go back and pack up. We will also leave Blood Moon City. Patriarch Li spoke. For the entire Li clan, they had to leave. Time passed second by second. In the huge Blood Moon City, the streets were deserted. Many practitioners left Blood Moon City at their fastest speed. The other three great clans also left one after another. There was not a single person in Blood Moon City. Xiao, let's go. Feng Wuchen said indifferently and was about to leave with Ling Xiao. Stinking brat, even if you save them, do you think you can live? You want to leave? Not so easy. Gan Haifeng said gloomily with narrowed eyes. Patriarch Mo, it seems like you have to give up on your son. You don't want your son, but the entire Mo clan? Gan Haifeng said gloomily. Now that things had developed to this point, if they wanted to live, they had to kill all the infected people. This was the only way to save their lives. Mo Jingnan's body shook. He couldn't help but glance at Mo Wuxia. This time Mo Jingnan didn't say anything. Father. No. I'm your son. Don't kill me. Mo Wuxia shouted in fear. His eyes dimmed as he shook his head. He stared at Mo Jingnan with pleading eyes. Patriarch. Don't kill me. Don't kill me. The Mo clan members begged for mercy. Kill them all. Gan Haifeng shouted angrily and ordered everyone in the cage to be killed. City Lord. Don't kill me. Don't kill me. Gan Haifeng. You bastard. I've done so many things for you, but in the end, you want to kill me. Gan Haifeng. Are you crazy? In order to live, you want to kill us. In the cage, the Great Elder and the others roared. Gan Haifeng said gloomily, Great Elder, I'm sorry. After you die, this city lord will avenge you by killing this brat. Gan Haifeng. You heartless bastard. The Great Elder cursed angrily. In his panic, the Great Elder hurriedly looked at Feng Wuchen and said, God, I'm a grade 5 alchemist. As long as you can save me, I'll do anything you want. Okay. Feng Wuchen agreed without hesitation. The Dragon God Temple was lacking alchemists. Moreover, Feng Wuchen wasn't worried that this person would betray him. If Feng Wuchen wanted to kill him, it would be as easy as flipping his hand. Open the lock. Quickly open the lock. The Great Elder roared frantically, his heart burning with anxiety. However, none of the guards dared to open the lock for fear of being infected. With a wave of Feng Wuchen's hand, a terrifying force cut through the chains. The Great Elder and the others fled in fear. God. Save me. I'm also willing to be your slave. The city commander begged for mercy. You're not worthy. Feng Wuchen replied coldly. Humph. This city lord will avenge you in a moment. Gan Haifeng roared frantically. A terrifying force was unleashed as he waved his hand. Feng Wuchen frowned slightly. He immediately pulled the Great Elder and flew into the sky. Whoosh! Tsk. An extremely terrifying energy slash swept out, mercilessly killing those who escaped from the cage. In order to not be infected, Gan Haifeng could only kill them mercilessly. Father! Save me! Mo Wuxia roared in fear. Mo Jingnan trembled all over. Looking at the terrified Mo Wuxia, his heart was bleeding, but he didn't do anything in the end. Father, I'm sorry. Mo Jingnan closed his eyes as tears rolled down his cheeks. He had already made his decision. For the sake of the Mo family, he could only give up on Mo Wuxia. The terrifying energy swept across and hundreds of people died tragically, including Mo Wuxia. Their bodies were poisoned and they couldn't resist at all. Thank you for saving me, God of Heaven. High up in the sky, Feng Wuchen helped the first elder swallow the poison. The first elder could no longer feel the itch and hurriedly thanked Feng Wuchen. You should know that I can save you, but I can also kill you. Those who betray me will die. Feng Wuchen said coldly. Don't worry, God of Heaven. I will never betray you. The first elder bowed. Respectfully. The first elder was extremely grateful that Feng Wuchen could save him when he was in despair. However, anyone could lie in the face of death. Therefore, Feng Wuchen did not trust him. Bastard! Give me your life. Below, Gan Haifeng roared, his killing intent soaring. Good boy, you're not simple. You can actually use your martial soul to swallow the heartbreaking soul-devouring powder. As Gan Haifeng's roar fell, a cold voice suddenly came from the sky. Zhang Shiliang. Gan Haifeng's face darkened. His killing intent intensified, and a fierce storm swept out. Zhang Shiliang. Mo Jingnan's face also darkened. Feng Wuchen looked at the sky. There, a figure appeared in a flash. It was a middle-aged man in a black robe. It was Zhang Shiliang. Feng Wuchen glanced at Zhang Shiliang and asked indifferently, You're Zhang Shiliang, the one who spread the poison? Yes, that's me. Zhang Shiliang stared coldly at Feng Wuchen and said, Bastard, do you know the consequences of meddling in other people's business? I made them fall into despair, but you saved them. How dare you stop me from taking revenge? I don't care if you want to take revenge, and it has nothing to do with me. However, you used the wrong method. If you want to take revenge, you can kill your enemies with your own strength. Why poison so many innocent people? Feng Wuchen asked coldly. Humph. It's not up to you to teach me what to do. You dared to save the other 3 families, which means you're my enemy. Zhang Shiliang said coldly, his terrifying killing intent instantly erupting. Good, I also want to kill you, so that you won't harm others with your poison. Feng Wuchen said coldly, and an extremely cold murderous aura spread out. Zhang Shiliang, I think you're here to die. Gan Haifeng roared. Zhang Shiliang's appearance made Gan Haifeng even more furious. Gan Haifeng, you killed my wife and son. It is already very merciful of me to sleep with your wife. If you want to kill me, why don't you go back and take a look at your seriously injured son? He seems to have been infected with the heartbreak soul-devouring powder. Zhang Shiliang sneered and glanced at Gan Haifeng coldly. You're? Gan Haifeng's expression changed drastically. Oh right, I forgot to tell you. When you came to the city gate, I slept with your wife again. My moans were very loud and very comfortable. Your wife seemed to like it very much and didn't resist at all. Zhang Shiliang sneered mockingly. His licentious laughter made people feel extremely uncomfortable. Hearing Zhang Shiliang's words, Ling Xiaoxiao couldn't help but blush. Bastard! I'll kill you! Gan Haifeng roared crazily. The veins on his face bulged and his eyes turned red. Zhang Shiliang showed no fear. Instead, he sneered and said, If you kill me, you'll never be able to save your son. In this world, other than me and the soul-devourer ancestor, no one knows the antidote formula for the heartbreak soul-devouring powder. However, Gan Haifeng was not threatened. He shouted angrily, If I don't kill you, you won't save my son. You're right. Zhang Shiliang sneered and said, I also want to tell you something. Your wife said that you're inferior to me in that aspect. Ah. Shut up. The extremely furious Gan Haifeng roared again and again. Pfft. The roaring Gan Haifeng spat out a mouthful of blood due to his anger. He had suffered internal injuries. City Lord. The upper echelons of the main city turned pale with fright. Swish. At this moment, Zhang Shiliang made his move. He circulated his true origin with all his might and immediately flashed out. Gan Haifeng. Your time of death has come. I'll kill you, then your son, and then I'll play with your wife. Go to hell. Zhang Shiliang's hideous laughter rang in Gan Haifeng's ears. Boom. Pfft. The moment he finished speaking, Zhang Shiliang punched Gan Haifeng's chest. With a loud bang, the terrifying force once again caused Gan Haifeng to spit out blood. His body shot out like a cannonball. Zhang Shiliang. How dare you launch a sneak attack? The second elder was furious. He circulated his true origin and rushed towards Zhang Shiliang. High-grade profound martial technique. Heavenly wind slash. After sending Gan Haifeng flying, Zhang Shiliang dodged the second elder's attack. Then, with a loud shout, he waved his hand and slashed. Swish. Buzz. A huge green energy slash broke through the air with a surging momentum. Wherever it passed, the void shook like the surface of the sea. Not good. The upper echelons of the main city were shocked. However, no one dared to block this terrifying force. Rumble. Pfft. The terrifying energy slash instantly landed on the heavily injured Gan Haifeng. With a loud rumble, Gan Haifeng once again spat out blood. Under the condition of being heavily injured, Gan Haifeng would not be able to withstand such a terrifying attack even if he was at the 6th stage of the heaven tier. Rage had already caused Gan Haifeng's vitality to be greatly damaged. Facing Zhang Shiliang's fierce attack, Gan Haifeng was unable to withstand it. Gan Haifeng's life was unknown, and Zhang Shiliang was too lazy to care. In short, the biggest threat had been dealt with. Go save the city lord. The second elder shouted angrily. Everyone else, kill Zhang Shiliang for me. If you don't want to be tortured by the heartbreak soul-devouring powder, you'd better not come near me if you don't want to die. Zhang Shiliang threatened coldly. His cold voice made people feel as if they had fallen into an ice cellar. Hearing this, the second elder and the upper echelons of the main city trembled. They were so scared that their souls almost flew out of their bodies. The heartbreak soul-devouring powder made them extremely fearful. No one dared to make a move. Stinking brat, it's your turn. Zhang Shiliang said coldly as he glanced at Feng Wuchen with his cold gaze. Feng Wuchen shrugged and said coldly, if you want to make a move, go ahead and try. Zhang Shiliang was only at the 4th stage of the heaven tier. Feng Wuchen was not afraid at all. Mo Jingnan, I'll deal with you later. Zhang Shiliang glanced at Mo Jingnan again. Boom. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhang Shiliang charged at Feng Wuchen without hesitation. With a loud boom, his aura was majestic. Weng, weng. Feng Wuchen continued to activate his bloodline power and the 2nd stage of the supreme body. Then, he took out the Qilin armor and boxing gloves. Feng Wuchen's aura soared crazily. In the blink of an eye, Feng Wuchen's aura had reached the 4th stage of the heaven tier. His aura has increased by 3 stages. Zhang Shiliang's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. His expression was extremely stiff. How is this possible? Mo Jingnan's face was also filled with shock. Feng Wuchen's crazily rising aura made him tremble all over. The first elder beside Feng Wuchen had a dazed expression. His eyes were filled with fear. A dangerous and evil smile appeared on Feng Wuchen's face. With a flap of his wings, Feng Wuchen shot out, his aura surging ferociously. Humph. You're courting death. Zhang Shiliang said with a savage expression. Feng Wuchen was only at the 1st tier of the heaven realm. Although he had the aura of a 4th tier heaven realm martial artist, it was only enough to shock Zhang Shiliang. Zhang Shiliang was quite confident in his own strength. He was a genuine 4th tier heaven realm martial artist, while Feng Wuchen's battle prowess was only enhanced by external forces. In comparison, Zhang Shiliang had the upper hand. Boom. Weng weng. High up in the sky, 2 resplendent rays of light collided with a loud boom. Terrifying energy surged and spread out, causing the void to vibrate. Resplendent green light and bloody light each occupied half of the sky. The 2 rays of light were Zhang Shiliang and Feng Wuchen. 1st tier heaven realm martial artist really has the power of a 4th tier heaven realm martial artist. Brat, I've underestimated you. Zhang Shiliang frowned and said coldly. After a head-on collision, he was sure that Feng Wuchen's strength was fake. Feng Wuchen said expressionlessly, "Haven't you always underestimated me?" Zhang Shuliang's eyes narrowed and became even more ferocious. He snorted coldly and launched a frenzied attack. Boom boom boom. Weng weng. Fists and kicks clashed as a high-intensity battle unfolded. Explosions resounded throughout Blood Moon City, and wave after wave of ferocious energy shook the city. Feng Wuchen and Zhang Shuliang's speed was astonishing. Those with weak cultivation could not even see their silhouettes. They could only feel the terrifying energy spreading high up in the sky. He can actually contend with a 4th-tier Heaven Realm martial artist. I can't believe it. No wonder he could injure Ganyu with one punch. Who is he? Is there such a terrifying genius in the star plane? The upper echelons of the main city and the Mo family's upper echelons were all stunned. Their eyes were filled with shock. The main city's Grand Elder Qiao Shuishan, who was recuperating, was also shocked. This brat actually has such powerful strength. Mo Jingnan was extremely shocked as he watched the battle between Feng Wuchen and Zhang Shuliang. He felt a strong threat. If he had not seen it with his own eyes, Mo Jingnan would not have believed that a 1st-tier Heaven Realm martial artist could contend with a 4th-tier Heaven Realm martial artist and not be at a disadvantage. My son wouldn't have died if he didn't save him. Mo's expression was extremely ugly. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that Feng Wuchen was the cause of his son's death. The more he thought about it, the angrier he got. His determination to kill Feng Wuchen grew stronger. But he was afraid of the heartbreak soul-devouring powder. Mo Jingnan did not dare to make a move. Otherwise, with Mo Jingnan's strength, killing Feng Wuchen and Zhang Shirley would be a piece of cake. Humph. When both of you are injured, it will be the time of your deaths. Mo Jingnan said viciously in his heart. He couldn't help but glare at Ling Xiaoxiao. As long as I capture this damned girl, I won't have to worry about that brat escaping. Mo Jingnan thought to himself. Mo Jingnan took advantage of Feng Wuchen and Zhang Shuliang's battle and suddenly shot into the sky. His speed was shocking and his aura majestic. Xiaoxiao, watch out. Feng Wuchen sensed something and frowned. He suddenly shouted. Mo Jingnan. You shameless bastard. Qiao Shuishan shouted angrily. Humph. Ling Xiaoxiao coldly snorted as she stared coldly at Mo Jingnan, who was shooting towards her. She then formed a cyan barrier around her and Qiao Shuishan. Boom. Pfft. In the blink of an eye, Mo Jingnan rapidly closed in and slammed his palm against the azure barrier. With a boom, the space shook, but Mo Jingnan's expression changed drastically. An extremely terrifying force suddenly rebounded, causing him to vomit blood as he was blown away. Patriarch. Everyone in the Mo family turned pale with fright. The 3 elders hurriedly shot into the sky. How is this possible? Mo Jingnan stared at Ling Xiaoxiao with wide, frightened eyes. Mo Jingnan originally thought that he would be able to seize the opportunity to capture Ling Xiaoxiao. However, he didn't expect that the cyan barrier that Ling Xiaoxiao condensed would possess such terrifying power. How could this damned girl possess such a terrifying barrier? Mo Jingnan was extremely frightened. The terror of the blue barrier had already exceeded his imagination. Mo Jingnan's face was pale and his injuries were severe. He originally wanted to shatter Ling Xiaoxiao's barrier and capture her, but he didn't expect that the more power he used, the more terrifying the rebounding force would be. Staring coldly at Mo Jingnan, Ling Xiaoxiao said coldly, "You want to break through my defense with just your strength? You overestimate yourself. Patriarch Mo, you're asking for trouble." Feng Wuchen sneered disdainfully. What a terrifying barrier. Not even a 5th-layer sky being can break through it. Zhang Shuliang said in shock. At this moment, he was very curious about Ling Xiaoxiao. Miss Xiaoxiao, Mo Jingnan's injuries are severe. Old man's poison has been cured, and his injuries have healed greatly. The old man will join forces with you to destroy the Mo family. Qiao Shuishan shouted darkly. All right. Ling Xiaoxiao activated her bloodline power with all her might. Her aura instantly soared to the 3rd layer of the sky being realm, and her energy was incomparably violent. Ling Xiaoxiao took out her crystal ice sword and said coldly, I'll deal with Mo Jingnan. Leave the rest of the Mo family to old man. Xiao Shuishan shouted with a majestic aura. Xiao Shuishan, are you betraying the city lord? An elder shouted angrily. Humph. If he's heartless, I'll be unrighteous. The old man is really blind. For the sake of our old friendship, the old man won't kill you. If any of you dare to stop me, don't blame the old man for being merciless. Xiao Shuishan shouted coldly, and then charged towards the Mo family's experts without hesitation. Xiao Shuishan, you're courting death. Attack, the Mo family's elder shouted angrily. The battle started. Ling Xiaoxiao fought against the heavily injured Mo Jingnan, while Xiao Shuishan fought against the three elders of the Mo family alone. At the same time, Feng Wuchen and Zhang Shiliang's close combat had already ended. Not only was Zhang Shiliang unable to gain any advantage in such a high-intensity battle, but his fists and feet were also aching faintly. Left with no choice, Zhang Shiliang could only give up decisively. This brat's physical strength is so strong. Zhang Shiliang had already realized Feng Wuchen's strength, and was even more aware of Feng Wuchen's powerful physical body. His expression became extremely serious. Boom! With a flap of his black wings, Feng Wuchen suddenly burst out with a loud roar. He didn't intend to give Zhang Shiliang a chance to catch his breath. Zhang Shiliang's expression was extremely gloomy. His aura suddenly changed, and a terrifying water attribute True Yuan was activated. His hands formed a seal, and a green light burst out. Let me show you my power. Zhang Shiliang said fiercely. With Zhang Shiliang as the center, countless fist-sized water droplets condensed in the space within 1,000 meters. Zhang Shiliang's palm faced Feng Wuchen, who was shooting towards him, and shouted coldly, 1,000 piercing swords. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Buzz buzz. Countless water droplets instantly condensed into water swords, and then all of them burst out like countless meteors. The monstrous power made people's hearts tremble. Insignificant skill? Stinking brat. You will regret it later. Seeing Feng Wuchen's disdain, Zhang Shiliang's face curved into a sinister smile. Weng Weng. Zhang Shiliang once again activated his true origin. This time, it was lightning attribute true origin. The terrifying power once again burst out, and his whole body was surrounded by lightning. Chi chi. Zhang Shiliang's palm held the lightning like a thunder god. With a wave of his hand, lightning shot out. When it came into contact with the water swords, under Zhang Shiliang's control, thousands of water swords were connected by the lightning and intertwined into a huge electric net. The terrifying combination of water attribute true origin and lightning attribute true origin was absolutely terrifying. Seeing the huge electric net in the sky, the Mo family and the cultivators in the main city were incomparably fearful. They were secretly amazed by Zhang Shiliang's strength. Humph. Stinking brat. I will trap you in it. Let's see how you die. Zhang Shiliang said with a sinister smile. His palm suddenly bent, and the huge electric net closed in on Feng Wuchen. Zhang Shiliang's face was full of complacency. It was as if he had already seen Feng Wuchen's tragic death. Can you trap me? Feng Wuchen sneered disdainfully. Weng Weng. Feng Wuchen rushed out crazily. At the same time, he used all his strength to condense on his fist. A bright bloody light burst out, and an extremely domineering power spread out, shaking the void. Looking at Feng Wuchen's posture, it seemed that he intended to fight head-on. Courting death. Zhang Shiliang sneered. He actually hoped that Feng Wuchen would fight head-on. However, the moment Zhang Shiliang finished his words, his face suddenly changed. His eyes widened rapidly, and he looked extremely shocked. Zhang Shiliang saw Feng Wuchen pass through the terrifying electric net, and he was completely unharmed by the electric net and the water swords. This is impossible. Impossible. Zhang Shiliang lost his voice. He looked at Feng Wuchen as if he was looking at a monster. He actually passed through it. He is unharmed. Did I see wrongly? Such terrifying water attribute true origin and lightning attribute true origin can't hurt that brat at all. Unbelievable. How did that brat do it? Did he use some kind of movement technique to avoid it? The city lord's higher-ups and guards were all incredibly shocked and cried out. They had never seen such a strange and mysterious scene before. All of this was indeed too bizarre and inconceivable. Anyone who saw this would be shocked. Feng Wuchen charged straight at Zhang Shiliang after passing through the terrifying electric net. Immemorial Dragon God Fist. Feng Wuchen gathered a terrifying amount of energy on his fist. In the blink of an eye, he punched Zhang Shiliang's chest ferociously. Feng Wuchen's attacks were tyrannical and full of intimidation, causing others to feel suffocated. Earth-rank martial skill. Feeling the terrifying power of Feng Wuchen's punch, Zhang Shiliang's face changed greatly, and his eyes were filled with fear. Feng Wuchen's punch was a great threat to him, and Zhang Shiliang clearly felt a strong sense of danger. There was no time for Zhang Shiliang to think. Zhang Shiliang panicked and pushed his thunder-attributed Jin Yuan, clasping his hands together and shouting, "Universe Thunder Shield." As Zhang Shiliang shouted, a huge thunder shield condensed in front of him. "Can you block it?" Feng Wuchen asked coldly. His fist punched out. Boom. PFFF. The ferocious punch landed on the lightning shield. With a loud explosion, the lightning shield shattered instantly. It couldn't resist at all. Feng Wuchen's fist landed on Zhang Shiliang's chest, causing the latter to spit out blood. Zhang Shiliang's eyes almost popped out, and his body flew out like a cannonball. Why does this stinking brat have such terrifying power? Why can't my water and thunder attributes hurt him? Zhang Shiliang was terrified. His chest was in extreme pain, as if a few of his bones had been broken. The power of the immemorial Dragon God Fist was terrifying. It could release hundreds of punches in an instant, and Feng Wuchen's punch contained the power of hundreds of punches. No matter how strong Zhang Shiliang was, he couldn't withstand it. With this punch, Zhang Shiliang was seriously injured. Hiss, the spectating city lords, cultivators and guards, even the Mo clan clansmen, were so frightened that they sucked in a breath of cold air. An Earth-tier martial skill is really terrifying. And the fist technique he used might be a high-grade Earth-tier martial skill. He seriously injured Zhang Shiliang with one punch. Too terrifying. This brat is simply a monster. First-level Heaven Realm has such terrifying battle prowess. The spectators discussed in terror, and all of their faces were extremely pale. High up in the sky, after heavily injuring Zhang Shiliang with one punch, Feng Wuchen took out the Supreme Dragon God Sword, and his aura suddenly skyrocketed. Spirit weapon. And it's a second-tier weapon. That brat's aura has increased again. It's actually a second-tier flying sword. The upper echelons of the city lord exclaimed again. Looks like you're the one courting death, Feng Wuchen said expressionlessly. With the Dragon God Sword in hand, he shot out like lightning. Zhang Shiliang forcefully stabilized his body, his face pale as he panted heavily. Looking at Feng Wuchen with a fierce and frightened gaze, Zhang Shiliang's heart was already starting to panic. Feng Wuchen's strength was too strong, and now that he took out the flying sword, his battle prowess was even stronger. He was absolutely invincible under the 5th level of Heaven Realm. Pa! Zhang Shiliang put his palms together, and with a crisp sound, he opened his palms to both sides. With a flash of white light, a mid-grade spirit weapon jade pendant flashed. After taking out the magic weapon, Zhang Shiliang's aura skyrocketed, but under the condition of being heavily injured, the skyrocketing aura was not as strong as when he was at his peak. His eyes flashed fiercely, and Zhang Shiliang immediately spat out a mouthful of blood essence. His aura skyrocketed again, instantly surpassing his peak aura. Blood essence? Feng Wuchen was slightly surprised. Brat! You're the first person to force me to this point. Zhang Shiliang said fiercely. His face was ferocious, and his veins were bulging. His killing intent was extremely heavy. High-grade mystic martial technique. Star Annihilation. Zhang Shiliang's hands formed a seal, and with a fierce roar, he blasted out a palm, and an extremely terrifying green energy shot out like a light shuttle. Boom! Weng weng! The green light shuttle collided with the sword ray, and with a boom, it instantly destroyed the sword ray, and rushed towards Feng Wuchen without any resistance. Soul Extinguishing Sword Technique. Extinguishing souls and crying ghosts. Feng Wuchen's expression was solemn. This power could not be underestimated. He immediately channeled all his power into the Dragon God Sword, and a monster sword intent crazily swept out. A terrifying and overbearing sword ray spread out from the sword god sword. Earth rank sword technique. Zhang Shiliang's expression changed, and his heart became more and more panicked. Everyone cried out in alarm again. The terrifying sword intent frightened them out of their wits. Rumble. Puff puff. Weng weng. In the blink of an eye, under the horrified gazes of the crowd, the two destructive energies collided and exploded. The destructive energy spread out, causing the two of them to spit out blood. They were both sent flying, and the void shook violently. Damn it! This brat still had a trick up his sleeve. Zhang Shiliang cursed in his heart. Whoosh! Zhang Shiliang, who was sent flying, suddenly heard a strong sonic boom, and his expression changed greatly. Zhang Shiliang looked over and saw a bloody light. It was Feng Wuchen's dragon god sword. Oh no! Zhang Shiliang was scared out of his wits. Chi! The dragon god sword pierced Zhang Shiliang's chest mercilessly. The instant the destructive energy exploded, Feng Wuchen chose to throw out the dragon god sword and infused it with the power of destruction. Even the explosive energy could not stop the dragon god sword. In that instant, the dragon god sword was like a divine sword, unstoppable. Zhang Shiliang never expected that he would be killed by Feng Wuchen in such an impossible situation. The explosive energy was so terrifying, but it could not even shake the dragon god sword. Who would believe it? The crowd below was dumbfounded as they looked at the falling Zhang Shiliang in horror. They could no longer sense Zhang Shiliang's aura. Whoosh! A bloody light shot back like lightning and steadily appeared in front of Feng Wuchen. It was the dragon god sword. Well done, Feng Wuchen said with a smile as he held the dragon god sword. Feng Wuchen was undoubtedly the winner of this battle. The power of that last strike was extremely terrifying. That kid's sword technique must be a high-grade earth-tier martial technique. I've never seen such a terrifying sword technique. Zhang Shiliang actually died in his hands. The crowd was terrified as they trembled. They were all intimidated by Feng Wuchen's terrifying combat power. Brother Feng, how are your injuries? Ling Xiaoxiao asked with concern as she looked at the injured Feng Wuchen in the air. It's nothing, just some minor injuries, Feng Wuchen said with a smile. Then, he took out the Blood Fusion Great Recovery Pill and 7 Gods Triple Birth Pill and swallowed them. At this time, the heavily injured Mo Jingnan wanted to take the opportunity to sneak an attack on Ling Xiaoxiao. His figure flashed and he was about to attack Ling Xiaoxiao with his palm. Mo Jingnan's injuries were so severe that he could not unleash the power of a 5th-tier sky being. In the fierce battle with Ling Xiaoxiao, his injuries were getting worse. Whoosh! TCH! Feng Wuchen immediately noticed Mo Jingnan's sneak attack and used instant transmission. In the next second, Feng Wuchen's dragon god sword pierced through Mo Jingnan's chest. Patriarch! The 3 severely injured elders cried out in panic. The Mo clansmen fell into a state of extreme fear. They were so scared that their bodies trembled. You! Mo Jingnan looked at his chest in horror, then turned to look at Feng Wuchen behind him. I originally didn't want to deal with your Mo clan, but unfortunately, you have touched my bottom line, Feng Wuchen said coldly, without any human emotions. The dragon god sword was slowly pulled out as Mo Jingnan fell. Qiu Shui Shan, destroy the Mo clan. You can decide how to deal with the others, Feng Wuchen said coldly. Yes. Qiu Shui Shan replied respectfully. Even though he had not fully recovered from his injuries, he could still severely injure the 3 elders of the Mo clan. Feng Wuchen sat cross-legged in the void to recuperate while Ling Xiaoxiao guarded him. Qiu Shuishan, on the other hand, launched a ferocious offensive. Powerful martial skills emerged one after another. The 3 great elders who were severely injured were ruthlessly killed one after another. In the end, the entire Mo clan was slaughtered by Qiu Shuishan alone. The Mo family was destroyed. Gan Haifeng, who was severely injured by Zhang Shiliang, could not escape death either. As for the others in the main city, Qiu Shuishan did not kill them all on account of their old friendship. Instead, he spared them. After recovering from their injuries, Feng Wuchen and the other 2 first went to 100 Flower City to save the poisoned people before returning to the Dragon God Temple. Only after returning to the Dragon God Temple did Qiu Shuishan learn of Feng Wuchen's identity. Xiao Shuishan did not expect Feng Wuchen to be the temple master of the Dragon God Temple. As a new force, the Dragon God Temple defeated two major forces in the first battle and killed more than 700 people. That battle could be said to have shaken the astral world. The existence of the Dragon God Temple was already known to all the forces in the astral world. Feng Wuchen's name was also known to everyone in the astral world. However, what shocked Xiao Shuishan even more was that the strongest rank 6 alchemist in the Wuji domain, Han Kuan, had joined the Dragon God Temple. Han Kuan even called Feng Wuchen Dendi. After asking, Xiao Shuishan learned that Feng Wuchen was in the realm of Dendi. His magic power of elixir formation was superb. After learning of Feng Wuchen's horror, Xiao Shuishan secretly rejoiced that he had submitted to Feng Wuchen. Dendi, the alchemy convention in the Mirage Sea realm is imminent. I plan to go to the Mirage Sea realm to meet some old friends. Please allow me, Dendi, Han Kuan said respectfully in the main hall. Feng Wuchen nodded and said, "It's okay. The Dragon God Temple does not restrict anyone. If I have time, I will go and have a look." "Thank you, Dendi," Han Kuan thanked him respectfully. He could not wait to go to the Mirage Sea realm. The Dragon God Temple had a powerful 9-level god-killing formation of heaven and earth. No one below the heaven realm could break it. Feng Wuchen did not have to worry about the safety of the Dragon God Temple at all. After leaving the main hall, Feng Wuchen went to the back hall and began to study the map carefully. On the map, the Mo family had originally marked 4 locations. With the Mo family's many years of experience, the chances of treasures appearing in these 4 locations were very high. These 4 locations were distributed all over the continent. Through the evil dragon god's memory, Feng Wuchen knew these 4 locations. However, what surprised Feng Wuchen was that among these 4 locations, there was a mark in the same place as the power of divine punishment. In the information that the dragon ancestor had conveyed to Feng Wuchen, the location of the power of divine punishment was indeed the same as a mark on the map. This is the border of the Wuji domain. It's at least a month's journey from the Mo family. It's so far away. How did the Mo family find it? Does the Mo family know the exact location of the power of divine punishment? Feng Wuchen frowned slightly. Thinking of this, Feng Wuchen regretted destroying the Mo family. However, when he remembered that the dragon ancestor had said that it was not so easy to find the Archean power, Feng Wuchen denied his guess. Since the power of divine punishment is in the limitless domain, I'll find this power first, Feng Wuchen muttered to himself, his finger pointing at the location marked on the map. The other 3 marks and the power of time were not in the limitless domain, so Feng Wuchen was not in a hurry. He took one step at a time, looking for them one by one. As the saying goes, haste makes waste. Putting away the map, Feng Wuchen sat down cross-legged and activated the power of world extermination. After fusing these 2 powers, I might be able to break through to the 2nd level of the heaven realm. Feng Wuchen thought to himself. Taking advantage of the time now, Feng Wuchen planned to fuse the power of bloodline with the power of world extermination to strengthen this Archean power. Activating the power of world extermination with his left hand and the power of bloodline with his right hand, Feng Wuchen forcibly compressed the 2 powers together. Wang! Wang! Terrifying energy swept out crazily, the main palace buzzed and shook. The terrifying power frightened everyone in the Dragon God Temple. What a tyrannical power of world extermination, this is simply devouring the power of bloodline. During the fusion process, Feng Wuchen said in shock. The tyranny of the power of world extermination was beyond his imagination. As the power of world extermination devoured the power of bloodline, Feng Wuchen could feel that the power of world extermination was constantly strengthening, and his own cultivation was also increasing at an astonishing speed. During the devouring process, the resplendent blood light between Feng Wuchen's hands slowly turned into a dark red light, and the aura that emanated became even more terrifying. An extremely terrifying aura swept through the entire Dragon Temple. Dendi has broken through to the 2nd level of the celestial realm. His cultivation speed is really terrifying. What an overbearing aura. The Temple Master is really terrifying. Big Brother Feng has broken through. This aura is the mysterious power in Big Brother Feng's body. In the Dragon Temple, Lu Qingyang and the others cheered, shocked and excited. Everyone looked at the back of the temple. In just 3 days, Feng Wuchen had broken through to the second level of the celestial realm. Such a terrifying cultivation speed was beyond everyone's imagination. This was simply impossible. Big Brother Feng merged the two forces and evolved a new power, so his cultivation base could break through, Ling Xiaoxiao explained with a smile. This power is indeed more terrifying than the Temple Master's original power. Xianxia nodded, his eyes full of horror. In the back of the temple, a wisp of dark red energy floated on Feng Wuchen's palm. This was the new apocalyptic power, overbearing and terrifying. The apocalyptic power was more terrifying than the Dragon Clan's bloodline power, which undoubtedly made Feng Wuchen's combat strength stronger. With my current strength, killing Mo Jingnan is not a problem, Feng Wuchen said confidently as he looked at the dark red energy with a smile on his lips. Whoosh, as soon as he finished speaking, Feng Wuchen disappeared in a flash, and when he reappeared, he was already in the air above the Dragon Temple. The bright dark red light shrouded the temple, and a terrifying aura swept out like a storm, full of deterrence, as if the god of war had descended, majestic and domineering. Feng Wuchen appeared in a flash, and everyone in the Dragon Temple was excited. Congratulations to the Temple Master for breaking through to the second level of the celestial realm. Everyone in the Dragon Temple knelt on one knee and shouted respectfully. The loud roar resounded throughout Mount Dendi and drifted in the surrounding mountains for a long time. The terrifying aura slowly converged, and the bright dark red light dissipated. Feng Wuchen's figure slowly landed on the square. No need to be so courteous. Rise. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly. He had the demeanor of a hall master. Ling Xiaoxiao quickly stepped forward and said with a light smile, "Congratulations to Big Brother Feng for breaking through to the second level of the heaven tier." Big Brother Feng, what kind of power was that just now? It's terrifying. Lu Qingyang was the first to ask excitedly. That's right, Palace Master. What kind of power is that? Over the past few days, the whole of Dragon God Hall has been filled with a scary presence. Chaos God quickly asked. Everyone looked at Feng Wuchen. Hearing this, Feng Wuchen smiled and said, "This is a powerful force, just like Xiantian power, but countless times stronger than Xiantian power. This force of mine is called world-destroying force, and it is still very weak." Feng Wuchen's words were very casual, as if he was talking about something insignificant. World extermination power? Countless times stronger than Xiantian power? Still weak? This is already very terrifying. Everyone was shocked and dumbfounded. They had never heard of such a terrifying force before. The world extermination power was indeed very weak. After all, it was an immemorial power. Feng Wuchen could not withstand it at all. However, as Feng Wuchen's cultivation became stronger, the world extermination power he could withstand also became stronger. Big Brother Feng, compared to Qing Qing's immortal spirit power, which is stronger? Lu Qingyang asked. The world extermination power is a powerful force from the immemorial era. The immortal spirit power is a power from the ancient era. Naturally, the world extermination power is stronger, Feng Wuchen said lightly. Feng Wuchen then explained some things about the 3 great eras to let them know that there were 3 great eras in the past. Everyone in Dragon God Hall was extremely shocked. They did not know that before the ancient era, there was an immemorial era and an immemorial era. There are many mysterious powers, but it is very difficult to obtain them, or even impossible to find, Feng Wuchen said. Lu Qingyang frowned slightly and said, "I don't know what kind of power is in my body. Could it also be an ancient power?" Very likely. Feng Wuchen nodded. While everyone in Dragon God Hall was shocked, a guard ran from the mountain gate and reported respectfully, reporting to Temple Master, an invitation to the auction. An invitation to the auction? Feng Wuchen was slightly surprised, then he opened the invitation. Big Brother Feng, is there any treasure to be auctioned? Lu Qingyang asked. Feng Wuchen shook his head and said, "No, this is the 70th birthday of the auction's president. He is holding a banquet and specially invited us. The time is tomorrow." Sigh, I thought it was something big. Lu Qingyang shook his head in disappointment. I'm not going. I didn't even go to my father's birthday, let alone an auction. I'd rather cultivate. Tianqing shrugged. Temple Master, I'm not going either. It's all those old seniors. It's boring. Huan Yang also shook his head. Feng Wuchen shrugged and said, if you want to go, then go. If you don't want to go, then go cultivate. Feng Wuchen, Ling Xiaoxiao, and Lu Qingyang went to the auction's president's birthday. It would be disrespectful if they didn't go to the auction's invitation. Besides, Nie Fengyun had already become Feng Wuchen's disciple. All the more reason for Feng Wuchen to go. The auction's president's birthday invited the upper echelons of many forces in the astral boundary. Those who were invited were all famous figures in the astral boundary. Ordinary people were not qualified at all. As the auction's president, Lin Moyang was one of the big shots in the entire Wuji domain, not to mention the astral boundary. With Lin Moyang's status, he could make the Wuji domain tremble with a stomp of his feet. All the forces who were invited had already rushed to the astral boundary city. The upper echelons of the western region, the Mirage Sea realm, and the Wuji domain were all invited. Among them, the most powerful were the Fairy Weapon Pavilion and the Zhang family. They were definitely the most distinguished guests of the auction. In the astral boundary city, there was a sea of people. There were many superiors and geniuses. Feng Wuchen and his group also arrived in the astral boundary city ahead of time. Looking at the countless superiors in the city, Lu Qingyang and the others had their eyes opened. There were hundreds of heaven realm superiors in the astral boundary city today, which was rarely seen on normal days. The auction is really not simple. They invited so many terrifying superiors and powerful geniuses. Lu Qingyang was extremely shocked. This was definitely the most terrifying superiors he had ever seen in his life. The geniuses of the major forces in the Wuji domain are probably all in the astral boundary city. Those superiors of the heaven realm are probably at the auction. Mia Qingqing said. Who dares to not give face to the auction's president's birthday? Although the president's strength is not very good, not many people in the Wuji domain dare to offend him, Ling Xiaoxiao said softly. Let's go to the Drunken Immortal restaurant, Feng Wuchen said lightly. The Drunken Immortal restaurant was already overcrowded, and business was booming. Feng Wuchen and the others walked into the restaurant and went directly to the second floor. Sir, I'm sorry, there are no more seats. The waiter smiled bitterly. Although business was good, the waiter was exhausted. We have seats, right there. Feng Wuchen pointed to the balcony. In the entire Drunken Immortal restaurant, only the balcony on the second floor was empty. The other seats were already filled with guests. The balcony was undoubtedly the best position in the restaurant, as one could clearly see the scenery of the street. Every young disciple of the major forces wanted to snatch that seat, but when they heard that it was young Master Zhang's seat, they were all scared out of their wits. As long as young Master Zhang didn't come personally, the waiter didn't dare to carelessly give it to others. Otherwise, if he offended young Master Zhang, even 100 lives wouldn't be enough to kill him. Sir, I'm really sorry. You should also know that today is the auction house's president's 70th birthday. The major forces of the entire limitless domain have come. The guests of the restaurant are all genius disciples and young masters of the major forces. None of them dare to sit in this seat. The waiter added. The guests of the restaurant were almost all genius disciples and young masters of the major forces of the limitless domain. Ordinary people wouldn't dare to come in. Most of these genius juniors were at the Sky Origin realm. Even if they weren't at the Sky Origin realm, they were at least at the 8th or 9th level of the Sky Origin realm. Even among these geniuses, there were alchemists, weapon refiners, blacksmiths, and inscriptionists. Even the rarely seen blacksmiths and inscriptionists had come to the Star Boundary City today. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly and said, Brother waiter, I know that's Zhang Junlin's seat. We're his friends. Friends? The waiter was slightly stunned. Only then did he seriously size up Feng Wuchen. Strange, little Zhang isn't here yet? We agreed to meet at the Drunken Immortal restaurant. Lu Qingyang looked around, but he didn't see Zhang Junlin's shadow at all. Dong Zhantian also didn't see him. He's probably still on the way. Mia Qingqing said. Ling Xiaoxiao said, the birthday begins tomorrow, and so many people have come. I'm afraid Zhang Junlan will only come tomorrow. Right. Young Master Zhang said that he has a few friends coming. Could it be you guys? The waiter suddenly said, recalling Zhang Junlin's words. Yes. Feng Wuchen nodded. The waiter was just following orders, so Feng Wuchen didn't make things difficult for him. My name is Lu Qingyang. Lu Qingyang pointed at his chest. Upon hearing Lu Qingyang's name, the waiter's expression changed drastically. Yes, there is indeed someone called Lu Qingyang. I'm really sorry. Please come this way. After confirming, the waiter respectfully welcomed them. He felt cold sweat on his back. He secretly rejoiced that he had not offended Feng Wuchen and the others. Sirs, please don't blame me. This is something that young Lord Zhang has instructed me to do. This lowly one doesn't dare to disobey. Please don't tell young Lord Zhang. Otherwise, this lowly one won't be able to keep his head, the waiter pleaded. It doesn't matter. Go and do your work, Feng Wuchen said indifferently. Yes. I'll serve the dishes right away. The waiter nodded repeatedly and quickly ran to prepare the dishes. Young Lord Zhang is really different. His position is really enviable. No one in the entire Wuji domain dares to offend him, Lu Qingyang said sourly. The continent's #1 genius refiner. Envious? Young Lord Zhang, envious? Who asked you to not be one? Miao Qingqing attacked. Qingqing, how could you say that? My heart is broken. Lu Qingyang immediately put on a sorrowful look and said. Miao Qingqing said without hesitation, just put it together. Ling Xiaoxiao was immediately amused. She covered her mouth and laughed out loud. So beautiful. I didn't expect to meet such a beauty in Astral City. Young lord, look, there's a beauty. She's even more beautiful than senior sister. She's as beautiful as a fairy. Could she be a fairy who has descended to the mortal world? Ling Xiaoxiao's appearance immediately attracted the attention of everyone on the second floor of the restaurant. Everyone's eyes fell on Ling Xiaoxiao. The guests on the first floor also looked up to the second floor. Ling Xiaoxiao was wearing a pink gauze dress. Her delicate face was like a work of art carved by nature. She was devastatingly beautiful. Ling Xiaoxiao was holding Feng Wuchen's arm. It was unknown how many people were envious of her. But when they were envious, the people on the second floor suddenly found that Feng Wuchen's group was walking towards the balcony. Who are they? Do they want to die? That's young Lord Zhang's seat. They're really bold. They even dare to sit in young Lord Zhang's seat. What are the waiters doing? Could they be young Lord Zhang's friends? Impossible. If they are young Lord Zhang's friends, why didn't young Lord Zhang come? The various geniuses discussed fervently. Their gazes toward Feng Wuchen were clearly filled with hostility. Big brother Feng, why are they all looking at us? Sensing the strange gazes, Lu Qingyang couldn't help but ask in a low voice. He also saw a lot of hostile gazes. Because this is young Lord Zhang's seat. They all know. Ling Xiaoxiao chuckled softly. Feng Wuchen didn't say anything. He looked at the people on the street. That kid's strength is definitely not simple. He hid his cultivation very well. I can't see the depth of his cultivation. With so many geniuses here, he's still so calm. A genius young lord secretly said as he sized up Feng Wuchen. The stronger geniuses were all paying attention to Feng Wuchen. If we can curry favor with young Lord Zhang, it will be greatly beneficial for us. A genius sneered. That's right. This is a good opportunity. The other geniuses nodded. Although these geniuses came from the major forces of the Wuji domain, their status was far inferior to Zhang Junlan. Zhang Junlan was the real young lord of the Wuji domain, therefore, all of them wanted to curry favor with Zhang Junlan. Even if it was just a little relationship, it would be good. If they had a deep relationship with him, they would definitely have a meteoric rise in the future and could even change their destiny. In order to curry favor with Zhang Junlan, someone had already taken the initiative to stand out. You guys sure have guts. How dare you sit in young Lord Zhang's seat? Are you tired of living? Soon, a young man stepped forward and shouted coldly. He glared at Feng Wuchen and the others. A tall and thin man said disdainfully, not everyone can sit in this seat. Even we don't dare to sit in this seat. Feng Wuchen and the others completely ignored him. They didn't even look at him. Lu Qingyang only focused on drinking tea as if he didn't hear him. I'm talking to you. Are you deaf? Why don't you get lost? Another young man shouted angrily. He was extremely arrogant. Hearing that, Lu Qingyang frowned slightly and said coldly, "You're the one who's deaf. You're the one who should get lost." This guy is quite bold. Not only did he sit in young Lord Zhang's seat, but he also dares to ask young Lord Wang to get lost. Young Lord Wang is the young lord of the Xiaoyao sect in the Wuji domain. TSK. This is going to be a good show. Young Lord Wang has a very bad temper. They don't know what's good for them. In a while, they will know who they can't afford to offend. The geniuses on the second floor were gloating. They were all waiting to watch a good show. Young Lord Wang's cultivation was not weak. His cultivation had already reached the 3rd level of the sky-human realm. Among the many geniuses, young Lord Wang's strength could definitely rank in the top 5. The Everlasting Realm's unfettered sect was a major force with countless experts. It was definitely a colossal existence in the Everlasting Realm. Now, the upper echelons of the unfettered sect were guests at the auction. Young Lord Wang, teach them a lesson. They don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Young Lord Wang, teach them a lesson. The genius disciples and young lords all jeered. Even the people on the first floor followed suit. On the contrary, the stronger geniuses looked calm, but their eyes were fixed on Feng Wuchen. They had seen too many experts and geniuses. Even if they could not see Feng Wuchen's cultivation, they could intuitively feel that Feng Wuchen was not simple. In comparison, they were much more stable than those arrogant geniuses. This is the Astral City, the auction's territory. It's not a place for you to behave atrociously. Lu Qingyang shouted coldly, without any fear on his face. I know this is the auction's territory, but I'll help young Lord Zhang teach you a lesson. The auction won't do anything to me. Young Lord Wang shouted coldly, clenching his fists. I forgot to tell you that we're young Lord Zhang's friends. Are you sure you want to teach us a lesson? Lu Qingyang said coldly. Hearing this, young Lord Wang was slightly stunned. The geniuses present were also stunned. Their smiling faces stiffened. Who are you trying to scare? Your young Lord Zhang's friends? I think you're faking it. You want to use young Lord Zhang's name to show off. You've got guts. You dare to pretend to be young Lord Zhang's friends. That's another crime. Young Lord Wang, don't talk nonsense with them. Cripple them. After being stunned for a moment, the geniuses came back to their senses. No one believed Lu Qingyang's words. If you're young Lord Zhang's friends, then why didn't he come? Young Lord Wang's eyes flickered with viciousness, and his face curved into a mocking sneer. After saying that, young Lord Wang threw a punch at Lu Qingyang without mercy. Bang! The moment young Lord Wang threw a punch, Feng Wuchen made a move. Without turning his head, he bent his right-hand claw. With a muffled bang, he grabbed young Lord Wang's fist. Although he did not activate his true essence, his power was extremely terrifying, and it swept up a gust of wind. Young Lord Wang's group. Young Lord Wang's brows brows. The restaurant instantly quieted down. Everyone's gaze landed on Feng Wuchen. This person is indeed not simple. A genius with a powerful cultivation base said to himself. This person is stronger than Wang Yu. I'm afraid he's already at the 5th level of the heaven tier. Another genius young master frowned slightly. Young Wang's. Lord Wang young Wang. Lin Lord Wang's Wang. I really couldn't tell that he's actually at the celestial realm. I'm afraid he's not below young Lord Wang. Feng Wuchen had easily blocked Wang Yu's attack. All the geniuses present were shocked. Have some. Do you want to have a competition? Wang Yu said provocatively. He looked arrogant and disdainful. If you have something to say, we can talk it out. Why do you have to resort to violence? Feng Wuchen said indifferently as he glanced at Wang Yu. Just as Wang Yu was about to speak, his expression suddenly changed. He felt that the strength of Feng Wuchen's hand suddenly increased, and a piercing pain came from his fist. What did you just say? I didn't hear you clearly. Feng Wuchen looked at Wang Yu and asked, increasing the strength of his grip. Ah. Stop. Wang Yu couldn't take it anymore and suddenly screamed. Hearing Wang Yu's cry of agony, the faces of the geniuses changed greatly. No one had expected the outcome to be like this. Feng Wuchen was stronger than Wang Yu. What a powerful force. A young master with a strong cultivation base was secretly surprised. I wonder who he is and what power he comes from. The limitless domain seems to have never heard of this person. Another genius was very curious. Feng Wuchen's grip became stronger and stronger, and Wang Yu's face twisted due to the pain. He couldn't scream. The surrounding geniuses were so scared that they didn't dare to speak. Big brother Yang, help me. Wang Yu endured the pain and shouted. A man slowly stood up and stared coldly at Feng Wuchen. His cold voice had a hint of threat. Let go. The man was the big brother Yang that Wang Yu mentioned. His cultivation base was not weak. He was at the 4th level of the sky human realm and was extremely strong. Hearing that, Feng Wuchen glanced at the man and said coldly, Are you talking to me? Crack. Ah. As Feng Wuchen spoke, the strength of his hand suddenly increased. Suddenly, the sound of bones breaking was heard as Wang Yu's fist was forcefully crushed. Wang Yu immediately screamed like a pig being slaughtered. His fist was badly mangled and blood spurted out. The man who was called Big Brother Yang immediately became gloomy and a strong murderous aura swept out and covered the entire restaurant. The atmosphere was cold and only Wang Yu's screams could be heard. Feng Wuchen's ruthless means frightened the surrounding geniuses. Their faces turned pale. Who would have thought that Feng Wuchen, who was low-key and calm, would be so cruel? My hand! My hand! Wang Yu screamed in horror. The surrounding geniuses were so scared that they broke out in cold sweat. Who wants to stand up for young Master Zhang? Go ahead and try. Lu Qingyang sneered mockingly. None of the geniuses dared to stand up for Wang Yu. Their arrogance disappeared. Big Brother Yang. Kill him. Kill him. Wang Yu roared in both fear and anger. Young Master Yang, this guy is too arrogant. How can you tolerate this? He dared to crush young Master Wang's hand. If the carefree sect master knows about this guy will definitely die. Young Master Wang's hand was crushed. The surrounding geniuses were frightened for a moment. They couldn't believe that Feng Wuchen dared to crush Wang Yu's hand. Bang! While the crowd was in an uproar, Feng Wuchen kicked out. With a muffled bang, the screaming Wang Yu was sent flying. He crashed into a few tables, scaring the group of people away. The moment Feng Wuchen kicked Wang Yu, young Master Yang finally made his move. He rushed towards Wang Yu and his aura surged violently. Young Master Yang's speed was astonishing. He arrived in a flash and his fist was condensed with terrifying strength. He fiercely punched towards Feng Wuchen. The terrifying fist wind swept out and blew away the clothes of Feng Wuchen and the others. Feeling the violent strength of young Master Yang, Feng Wuchen frowned. Even if young Master Yang didn't use his true qi, his strength was still above Wang Yu's. Boom! Buzz buzz! Feng Wuchen instantly took out his gloves and threw a punch. With a loud explosion, a terrifying force spread out. Everywhere it passed, the tables were shattered, and many young masters were forced back. The entire restaurant trembled violently, and cracks appeared. It looked like it could collapse at any moment. Ling Xiaoxia's cyan enchantment automatically condensed, enveloping Lu Qingyang and the rest. The terrifying power could not shake it. The sudden terrifying power and tremor scared the shopkeeper and several waiters out of their wits. Oh no! The waiters who served Feng Wuchen before hurriedly ran out with a face full of horror. At this time, the shopkeeper had already rushed up to the 2nd floor. High-grade spirit artifact. Young Lord Yang frowned slightly. Not being able to severely injure Feng Wuchen made young Lord Yang quite surprised. The two people clashed head-on with their fists without urging true essence, and their power was evenly matched. Even if young Lord Yang was at the 4th level of the Heaven Realm, he could not force back Feng Wuchen who took out his gloves. This kid's strength is so powerful. He can even contend with young Lord Yang. Contending with young Lord Yang, although he blocked it, he took out a high-grade spirit artifact. That means his cultivation should be at the 3rd level of the Heaven Realm. Looks like this kid has some background. He's a few years younger than us, but has such tyrannical strength and even has a high-grade spirit artifact. Most importantly, he has nothing to fear. This kid's strength is really terrifying. He can't really be young Lord Zhang's friend, right? If he's really young Lord Zhang's friend, we're dead for sure. The geniuses' faces were filled with shock and disbelief. Some even began to panic. With a thought, Feng Wuchen instantly cast teleportation. Boom! The moment the fists clashed, Feng Wuchen's figure suddenly flashed and disappeared. Immediately after, there was an explosion. Young Lord Yang's figure flew out and crashed into a group of geniuses. Feng Wuchen attacked without mercy. This is impossible. Young Lord Yang was greatly shocked. He actually could not see Feng Wuchen's attack. What a powerful movement technique. The speed is so fast that even this young lord can't see it. A young lord with profound cultivation said in shock. His calm expression finally changed. What kind of movement technique is this? The other top prodigies were also extremely shocked, looking at Feng Wuchen in a daze. Everyone else was dumbstruck. The place was deathly silent and they couldn't even speak. Even Wang Yu's eyes widened. He couldn't believe that young Lord Yang wasn't Feng Wuchen's match. What happened just now? How could he have such a terrifying speed? Young Master Yang looked at Feng Wuchen in horror, his expression frozen. Big brother Feng, well done. Lu Qingyang said, venting his anger. Stop. Stop. The silence on the 2nd floor was broken by the shopkeeper's voice. The shopkeeper hurriedly rushed up, looking very anxious. The manager hurriedly said, everyone, please calm your anger. The immortal indulgence in is unable to withstand your strength. It's just a small business, so I hope everyone can show mercy. Otherwise, the inn will be finished. Scram. If the restaurant is destroyed, I will pay for it. Young Master Yang angrily shouted, scaring the shopkeeper. How could young Master Yang be willing to accept being punched by Feng Wuchen without him noticing? As the young master of the unfettered sect and one of the Wuji domain's prodigies, Feng Wuchen's punch was simply a great humiliation to him. Not only was young Master Yang unwilling, but it also aroused his monstrous anger. Buzz. Buzz, the terrifying power of the 4th level of the Sky Realm erupted from young Master Yang's body. White light flashed, and the entire inn shook violently. Everyone was frightened. The pedestrians on the street were also scared witless by this terrifying power. Wait. The waiter who rushed upstairs had already seen the conflict between Feng Wuchen and young Master Yang. He was so frightened that his heart almost jumped out. The waiter's roar attracted everyone's attention. They originally thought that it was some big shot, but who knew that it was just a waiter? Young Master Yang angrily shouted, throw him down. Scram if you don't want to die. A young master shouted angrily at the waiter. Then, he waved his hand, and a powerful force directly sent the waiter flying. The waiter's cultivation was weak, and he crashed through the stairs and the table on the 1st floor. He crashed heavily on the ground and was powerless to get up. Bastard! How dare you hit the waiter? Lu Qingyang was enraged, and his fierce gaze swept over the person who attacked. This is too much. Ling Xiaoxiao said coldly and immediately flashed out. Swish, slap. Slap. Slap, Ling Xiaoxiao flashed and appeared like a ghost. Her jade-like hand emitting purple light slapped the man crazily, and no one present noticed. When they heard the slapping sound, the geniuses present finally noticed, and their faces were already filled with shock. In the blink of an eye, the man's face was already swollen like a pig's head. Bang, puff, Ling Xiaoxiao blasted out a palm, and the terrifying power shook the man until he spat out blood. His figure was directly sent flying out of the 2nd floor of the inn, and it was unknown whether he was dead or alive. Useless thing, what kind of man are you to bully the weak? Ling Xiaoxiao's face was full of disdain. Everyone was shocked, and they stared at Ling Xiaoxiao in horror. Ling Xiaoxiao's movement technique was exactly the same as Feng Wuchen's, and those top prodigies did not notice it at all. At this moment, they finally realized that Feng Wuchen and his group were definitely not ordinary people. Xiao, well done! Lu Qingyang shouted excitedly again. Brat, let's go out and fight. Young Master Yang glared at Feng Wuchen, his killing intent soaring to the sky. No need. Feng Wuchen replied coldly. He really could not stand these spoiled geniuses being arrogant. After saying that, he used teleportation again, and Feng Wuchen arrived in an instant. Boom, puff, young Master Yang did not notice at all. When he reacted, Feng Wuchen's fist, which contained a domineering force, had already landed on his chest. With a boom, the domineering force shook young Master Yang until he spat out blood, and his figure was also sent flying out of the second floor of the inn. What kind of movement technique is this? Young Master Yang roared in anger in his heart. Although Feng Wuchen did not activate his true essence in this punch, it was extremely terrifying. Even if young Master Yang was in the fourth tier of the sky human realm, it could still make him spit out blood. Hiss, the terrifying speed and power scared the prodigies in the inn, and they gasped in horror as they looked at Feng Wuchen. Young Master Yang, who was in the fourth tier of the sky human realm, was actually sent flying by Feng Wuchen with a single punch. What kind of terrifying strength was this? Feng Wuchen's terrifying strength deeply shocked them. Feng Wuchen's cold gaze swept across the prodigies, and he said coldly, "Who else wants to stand out? Step forward." The first and second floors were dead silent. No one dared to speak. Wang Yu was so scared that he was trembling all over. His previous arrogance had long been replaced by fear. Everyone, let's attack together. I don't believe we can't defeat this brat. That's right. This brat is too arrogant. He doesn't take us seriously at all. Several prodigies suppressed their fear and shouted angrily. It seemed that they had a good relationship with young Master Yang. Unfortunately, apart from them, no one else dared to speak. Even the top prodigies did not intend to interfere. After all, they did not know young Master Yang. Hearing that, Lu Qingyang sneered mockingly and said, "If you don't want to die, you can try." Those geniuses were only at the first and second level of the sky realm. They weren't Feng Wuchen's match at all. They were more afraid than anyone else, but they couldn't pretend that they didn't hear young Lord Yang's roar. Helpless, the four of them could only brace themselves and charge at Feng Wuchen. Overestimating yourselves. Feng Wuchen's cold gaze swept across the four of them. Swish. Swish. Swish, boom. Boom. Boom, boom. Boom. Boom, Feng Wuchen dodged a few times, and after a few explosions, the four of them spat out blood and flew out of the restaurant at almost the same time. Feng Wuchen's attacks were fierce, and the four of them were severely injured. However, Feng Wuchen's attacks were restrained and didn't kill them. Be careful. Someone flew out again. Who's so powerful to send Skyrealm experts flying out one by one? I heard that the Drunken Immortal restaurant gathers the genius disciples and young lords of the Limitless Domain's major forces. Who's so bold to actually attack them? The streets were crowded with people discussing spiritedly. At this moment, Wang Yu didn't dare to let out a fart, and his face was filled with fear. They have a great background, a top-notch prodigy said solemnly. Young Lord Jiang, have you seen through their background? A prodigy beside him asked. Young Lord Jiang looked at Ling Xiaoxiao and said, the barrier on her body is very terrifying. Don't be fooled by her aura. It can withstand the powerful force just now and wasn't affected at all. She's definitely not ordinary. Coupled with her movement technique just now, even we didn't notice it. The prodigy beside him nodded and said with a serious expression, perhaps they're really young Lord Jiang's friends. That kid gives me a very unusual feeling. I'm afraid I'm not his match. Young Lord Jiang said solemnly, it's hard to say. Even young Lord Yang wasn't a match for Feng Wuchen, let alone four geniuses who were much weaker than young Lord Yang. Feng Wuchen dealing with them was like fighting kindergarten children, one punch each. Feng Wuchen's strength and ferocious strength showed that he had nothing to fear. These genius disciples and young lords were not fools, but they were very curious about which force Feng Wuchen came from. As the heaven's pride of the Wuji domain, there was nothing that they did not know, except for Feng Wuchen. Qingyang, go take a look at second brother's injuries, Feng Wuchen instructed. All right. Lu Qingyang nodded and directly jumped down from the second floor. No one dared to make a move, and the people on the first floor all stepped back to make room for him. Lu Qingyang looked at the heavily injured waiter and immediately took out a blood fusion minor rejuvenation pill and fed it to him. The waiter's cultivation was only at the Yuandan realm, so the blood fusion small rejuvenation pill was enough for him to recover completely. With the powerful effect of the pill, the waiter was able to stand up in just a moment. What a powerful healing pill. What kind of healing pill has such a powerful effect? I've never seen that pill before. My injuries are recovering quickly. I can't believe it. Everyone was shocked as they stared at the waiter with their mouths agape. Thank you. Thank you. The waiter thanked repeatedly. Lu Qingyang smiled and said, "This has nothing to do with you, so you won't be implicated. You may leave." At this moment, the injured young Lord Yang flew over and stared at Feng Wuchen with a fierce gaze. He looked like he would not give up until he killed Feng Wuchen. Feng Wuchen glanced at young Lord Yang coldly and said, "Aren't you afraid of death? If anyone is going to die, it will be you." Young Lord Yang shouted with a ferocious and murderous look. "If you want to die, I can fulfill your wish." Feng Wuchen said coldly as his figure began to float down from the second floor's balcony. Seeing this scene, many geniuses held their breaths and looked terrified. Feng Wuchen was going to make a move. From the beginning, Feng Wuchen did not urge his true essence. Now that he took the initiative to fly out, anyone could tell that Feng Wuchen was going to be serious. Injuring young Lord Yang in a few moves, it could be seen how powerful Feng Wuchen was. Seeing Feng Wuchen fly over, young Lord Yang panicked a little in his heart. Feng Wuchen's speed was too terrifying. He could not see him at all. On several streets, many pedestrians looked at Feng Wuchen. Eh? Isn't he Dragon God Temple's Hall Master, Feng Wuchen? That's right. It's him. He actually dares to become enemies with these geniuses. Does he not want to live anymore? Does he really think that by defeating two third-rate forces, he can contend with the major forces? Dragon God Temple is simply courting death. Dragon God Temple was just established not long ago and Dragon God Temple's Hall Master offended these major forces. Isn't this too arrogant? Many people recognized Feng Wuchen's identity and felt that Feng Wuchen was too arrogant as a new faction's Hall Master. Buzz, buzz, young Lord Yang's aura suddenly changed, skyrocketing rapidly. The terrifying power of a fourth-level Deva realm erupted. Staring at Feng Wuchen with a fierce gaze, young Lord Yang gritted his teeth and said angrily, "Hand over your life." Feng Wuchen slowly urged his true essence, urging the second stage power of Supreme Body. The power of a second-level Deva realm gushed out. His entire body suffused with a bloody light, like an evil god, his aura surging. Feng Wuchen's aura instantly soared to the level of a fourth-level Deva realm. Second-level Deva realm? Feeling Feng Wuchen's aura, young Lord Yang was stunned at first, looking at Feng Wuchen with some disbelief. Second-level Deva realm cultivation actually has the aura of a fourth-level Deva realm. How is this possible? The faces of the geniuses in the restaurant also revealed astonishment. A second-level Deva realm can actually crush young Lord Wang's fist. And easily injure young Lord Yang. This is simply impossible. Does he really have the strength of a fourth level? Did he hide his cultivation? How can he only be a second-level Deva realm? I must have seen wrongly. A second-level Deva realm cultivation can't possibly injure young Lord Yang. The geniuses exclaimed one after another, shocked to the extreme. Young Lord Zhang's face also showed astonishment. He also did not dare to believe that Feng Wuchen's cultivation was only a second-level Deva realm. But the truth was that Feng Wuchen was really only a second-level Deva realm. They were all very puzzled. How could a second-level Deva realm display such ferocious strength? They could still accept that Feng Wuchen easily crushed Wang Yu's fist, but easily injuring young Lord Yang, they could not accept it. Big Brother Jiang, what do you think? Do you really believe that he's only a second-level Deva realm? The prodigy beside young Lord Jiang asked in astonishment. Young Lord Jiang said solemnly, his gloves are high-grade spirit artifacts, and his aura has already reached the fourth-level Deva realm. He might be hiding even more powerful strength. This person is indeed not simple. Young Lord Yang was stunned for a long time before coming back to his senses. Seeing Feng Wuchen's cultivation, a hint of a mocking sneer involuntarily appeared on young Lord Yang's face. "Stinking brat, today is the day you die," young Lord Yang said with a mocking sneer. Immediately, he took out a middle-grade spirit artifact long spear. Young Lord Yang's aura instantly soared to the 5th level Deva realm. The terrifying power completely crushed Feng Wuchen. Boom! Young Lord Yang suddenly burst out, bringing along a powerful rumbling sound. His aura was majestic, and his speed was astonishing. It could be said that he arrived in the blink of an eye. An extremely terrifying and domineering ancient aura swept out along with the power of destruction. The power of a 2nd level heaven being erupted, sweeping out like a storm. That aura was soul-stirring and extremely terrifying. Clang, wung. Wung, Feng Wuchen wasn't afraid at all. The moment he activated his power, his gloved fist suddenly bent like a claw and grabbed the spearhead. There was a crisp clang. The force of the collision swept out wildly and shook the void. However, the power comparable to a 5th level heaven being was unable to push back Feng Wuchen by half a step. What kind of power is this? Young Lord Yang's expression changed drastically as a trace of fear flashed in his eyes. The aura of a 5th level heaven being. Everyone exclaimed as they stared at Feng Wuchen. He's indeed hiding an even more powerful power. What kind of power is this? Young Lord Jiang was shocked as a trace of intense fear flashed in his eyes. A 2nd level heaven being actually has the combat power of a 5th level heaven being. How is this possible? His power actually increased in an instant. This isn't true essence power. The geniuses in the restaurant and the crowd on the street exclaimed. When young Lord Yang attacked, facing such a terrifying power, Feng Wuchen had already urged the power of destruction. Urging the power of destruction, Feng Wuchen's aura was already close to a 5th level heaven being. Even if it wasn't as strong as young Lord Yang's aura, it could still resist young Lord Yang's power. Of course, if Feng Wuchen took out the Qilin armor, his aura would definitely exceed a 5th level heaven being. However, he didn't need to take out the Qilin armor to deal with young Lord Yang. Feng Wuchen's true combat power was definitely not inferior to a 5th level heaven being, not to mention that young Lord Yang was only a 4th level heaven being. Staring coldly at the shocked young Lord Yang, Feng Wuchen asked coldly, "You want to kill me with just this little bit of strength?" Hearing this, the shocked young Lord Yang suddenly woke up. His face immediately turned sinister as he gritted his teeth and growled, "Enough nonsense. Today, either you die or I die. Then I'll fulfill your wish." Feng Wuchen said coldly as a trace of ruthless killing intent flashed in his eyes. Ding! 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 Buzz! With a furious roar, young Master Yang launched a frenzied offensive, colliding head-on with Feng Wuchen's iron fist. Sparks flew in all directions as a terrifying energy swept out. The high-intensity and exciting battle made the audience feel both shocked and satisfied. Who would have thought that Feng Wuchen, who was only at the 2nd level of the Heaven Realm, could actually erupt with battle prowess close to the 5th level of the Heaven Realm? What was even more unexpected to them was that Feng Wuchen could still contend with young Master Yang, and did not fall into a disadvantageous position at all. In the fierce battle, young Master Yang's every move was vicious. Once struck, death was certain. However, the result infuriated young Master Yang. No matter how ferocious his attacks were, they were unable to hit Feng Wuchen. Feng Wuchen dodged them all with ingenious methods. Young Master Yang even felt that Feng Wuchen had seen through his moves and was always able to resolve them immediately. Apart from that, what made young Master Yang the most incredulous was that Feng Wuchen's attacks became more and more ferocious. Whether it was speed or power, they all had an explosive increase. Gradually, young Master Yang fell into a disadvantageous position. Every time they collided, young Master Yang's hands would tremble in pain and his arms would go numb. At first, young Master Yang thought that Feng Wuchen was only fast, but he did not expect his power to be so tyrannical. The audience's faces were filled with shock. They all held their breaths and stared at the sky. Bang! 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 As time passed, young Master Yang, who fell into a disadvantageous position, finally could not withstand Feng Wuchen's fierce attacks and was flustered. Feng Wuchen's iron fists landed on young Master Yang's body one after another. Young Master Yang did not even have the chance to dodge. Feng Wuchen's strength was great. One could imagine from the fist marks on young Master Yang's body. The battle lasted for less than 2 minutes, and young Master Yang could not hold on anymore. It could be seen how great the gap between the two was. Third Heaven's Fury Palm. Boom, poo-work, Feng Wuchen suddenly gave a cold cry. The defenseless young Master Yang was struck in the chest by a palm. The superimposed power of 3 palms was extremely tyrannical. Young Master Yang vomited blood on the spot, his figure shooting out explosively. Feng Wuchen's palm landing already announced young Master Yang's defeat. As one of the limitless region's heaven's pride, young Master Yang's strength was absolutely terrifying. But in front of Feng Wuchen, he appeared to be unable to withstand a single blow. Was it because young Master Yang was too weak? No, it was because Feng Wuchen was too powerful. His strength is too strong. I'm afraid that young Master Ge isn't his match either, right? Really can't believe that a second-level Deva realm cultivation can have such horrifying power. Young Master Yang is seriously injured. He's lost for sure. Many geniuses in the restaurant revealed looks of horror, each and every one of their bodies trembling. Boom, after sending young Master Yang flying with one palm, Feng Wuchen rapidly shot out, bringing with him an intense rumble. In the blink of an eye, before young Master Yang's figure could stop flying, Feng Wuchen had already arrived, his fist flashing with bloody light once more punching at young Master Yang. Not good. Young Master Yang, who sensed this, paled, and the fear in his eyes intensified. True Essence Shield. The terrified young Master Yang hurriedly circulated his energy, wanting to form an energy shield. Unfortunately, Feng Wuchen did not give him the chance. While young Master Yang was in the process of forming the shield, Feng Wuchen's fist came crashing down. Boom, poo-work, the fierce fist smashed down from above, and with a loud bang, young Master Yang spat out a mouthful of blood. With a miserable cry, his figure turned into a black line that shot down in a straight line. Rumble. Young Master Yang's body smashed into the street of the city. With a loud boom, the street exploded and a large crater was formed. The spectating Xianxia had already fled in terror. Feng Wuchen's punch could be said to have severely injured young Master Yang. In the crater, young Master Yang was on his last breath, unable to move. Young Master Yang had suffered a crushing defeat. When fighting Feng Wuchen, young Master Yang did not even have the chance to use a martial technique, and Feng Wuchen did not give him the chance either. The spectating crowd was silent as they looked in the direction of the crater in terror. He is ridiculously strong. I feel that he has not used his full strength yet. Young Master Jiang frowned as he looked gravely at Feng Wuchen. He has not used his full strength yet? The genius beside young Master Jiang was shocked as he said, could his combat prowess be comparable to a true fifth-layer sky being? Young Master Jiang said, that might be possible. Feng Wuchen slowly descended and stood at the edge of the crater. He looked coldly at the heavily injured young Master Yang. Do you have any last words? Feng Wuchen asked coldly as he raised his palm and pointed it at young Master Yang. If you dare to kill me, my father will definitely not let you off. Young Master Yang said with difficulty. Are you threatening me? Feng Wuchen said coldly. So what? My father is at the auction. Young Master Yang said malevolently. Even though he had suffered a crushing defeat, he did not fear Feng Wuchen. Feng Wuchen's words almost angered young Master Yang to death. What did he mean by killing him tomorrow? Young Master Yang was the young master of the Xiaoyao sect, and the sect leader was in the middle of an auction. If Feng Wuchen didn't kill him now, wouldn't that be like letting a tiger back into the mountain? It was fine to let the tiger go back into the mountain, but Feng Wuchen would be the one to die. Feng Wuchen slowly turned around and glanced at Wang Yu coldly. Wang Yu was so scared that he trembled and almost fell to the ground. Feng Wuchen's strength was too terrifying. Wang Yu didn't dare to be arrogant in front of Feng Wuchen anymore. The Immortal Indulgence Pavilion was in a mess, so Feng Wuchen's group had no choice but to move to another pavilion. However, before they left, Feng Wuchen couldn't help but glance at young Lord Jiang, and it was a very casual glance. Young Master Jiang was the strongest among these geniuses. His cultivation had reached the 6th level of the celestial being realm. Young Master Jiang was Jiang Miekong, the young master of the Jiang family in the Mirage Sea realm. The Jiang family's strength was one of the best in the Mirage Sea realm. It was an overlord in the Mirage Sea realm and had a heaven realm warrior in charge. Jiang Miekong was extremely talented. In the Wuji domain, he was one of the top geniuses. If young Master Yang was a top genius, then Jiang Miekong was a genius among geniuses. In the Wuji domain's genius ranking, Jiang Miekong was ranked 8th. Sensing Feng Wuchen's gaze, Jiang Miekong said solemnly, Yang he was defenseless in front of him. I really want to know his true strength. Young Master Jiang, do you think his strength can compete with yours? Young Master Ge asked. Jiang Miekong shook his head and said, I don't know. But this person makes me feel afraid. His origin must not be simple. Although Jiang Miekong's cultivation was at the 6th level of the celestial being realm, he didn't dare to underestimate Feng Wuchen. Instead, he treated Feng Wuchen as an opponent at the same level. Young Master Yang didn't even have a chance to use martial arts techniques. How terrifying. It's an eye-opener. Which great power nurtured such a terrifying genius? After Feng Wuchen and Ling Xiaoxiao left, the onlookers began to discuss animatedly. Wang Yu and the other 4 heavily injured geniuses immediately carried Yang He to the auction house to treat his injuries. They were worried that young Master Yang would die from his injuries. They had lost a lot of face this time. The other geniuses left the immortal indulgence in one after another. Looking at the messy drunken immortal restaurant, the shopkeeper cried until there were no tears left. He didn't dare to ask for compensation, so he could only pay for the repairs himself. Big brother Feng, are you very concerned about that person at the 6th level of the heaven tier? Lu Qingyang asked when they arrived at another restaurant. Feng Wuchen responded calmly, he's not weak. Most importantly, he's a grade 3 blacksmith. A grade 3 blacksmith? Lu Qingyang and Ling Xiaoxiao were surprised the moment they heard that. Feng Wuchen nodded and smiled. The power behind this person must be very powerful. They definitely have warriors in the heaven realm. Among those people just now, he's the most powerful. Big brother Feng, what grade are you? Lu Qingyang asked curiously. I don't know. Hurry up and eat. When you're full, go to the forest in the north to practice. We'll go to the auction tomorrow. Feng Wuchen shrugged and didn't reveal anything for the time being. Big brother Feng, have you prepared a birthday gift? Ling Xiaoxiao asked. No. Feng Wuchen shook his head. Then what are you going to give? Miao Qingqing asked. Longevity pill. The news of Yang He's crushing defeat quickly spread throughout the astral city. Moreover, he was defeated by a warrior at the 2nd level of the heaven tier. All the practitioners who knew about Yang He were shocked. The higher-ups of the major powers who were resting at the auction were also shocked after hearing the news. They couldn't believe it. What kind of person possessed such tyrannical strength? The major powers from the Wuji domain didn't know. In the astral city, there weren't many people who had seen Feng Wuchen and knew that Feng Wuchen was the temple master of the Dragon Temple. But as the news spread out, although not many people in the astral city had seen Feng Wuchen's lineup, they knew that he was the temple master of the Dragon Temple. As a new power, the Dragon Temple's reputation had already spread out. In the auction, when the master of the Xiaoyao school learned that his son had been seriously injured by someone else, he was furious. The horrible aura of the heaven realm instantly enveloped the entire astral city. The extremely terrible murderous intent broke out without any concealment. Everyone in the astral city could feel the monstrous aura and murderous intent. All of them were scared out of their wits. Who on earth is it? The master of the Xiaoyao school roared in the auction. The first elder said seriously, we don't know who he is, but it is said that he is at the 2nd level of the celestial being realm and has the combat power of the peak of the 4th level of the celestial being realm. The young master had no resistance in front of him. In addition to the young master, Wang Yu's hand was also crushed by him. The other 4 people were also seriously injured. The first elder added. How dare you? The master of the Xiaoyao school gritted his teeth and said angrily, find him. How could the master of the Xiaoyao school let it go when his son had been seriously injured by someone else in the auction? Furious, the master of the Xiaoyao school wanted to go to the main palace of the auction house to ask for an explanation, but he was stopped by the elders. "Master, you can't do that." The first elder stopped him and said, "Don't offend the auction house because of this. Tomorrow was Lin Moyang's 70th birthday." Asking for an explanation at this time was undoubtedly not giving face to the auction house. Although the Xiaoyao school was strong, the auction house was not necessarily weaker than the Xiaoyao school. In desperation, the master of the Xiaoyao school had to suppress his anger. The leader of the auction house and the elders also received the news. When they learned that it was Feng Wuchen who had done it, they didn't do anything. They didn't give the master of the Xiaoyao school any explanation. They just thought that Yang He deserved it. Besides, even if Yang He didn't deserve it, and it was Feng Wuchen who had attacked him, the auction house wouldn't do anything. They wouldn't help the Xiaoyao school. The auction house knew better than anyone else how terrifying Feng Wuchen was. They couldn't afford to offend him. The auction house didn't say anything. All the strong cultivators were secretly guessing. When the news that Feng Wuchen was the temple master of the Dragon Temple spread, many strong cultivators from all over the world learned about Feng Wuchen's real identity. So it's just a newly established group. They don't know what's good for them. An elder of the Xiaoyao school said gloomily. "When Lin Moyang's birthday is over, we'll destroy the Dragon Temple." The master of the Xiaoyao school said ferociously. In his eyes, the Dragon Temple had to be destroyed. "Master, according to Wang Yu's guess, the temple master of the Dragon Temple, Feng Wuchen, may have something to do with young Master Zhang." The first elder frowned. "Young Master Zhang?" The master of the Xiaoyao school was surprised. "That's right. It said that when Feng Wuchen was with him, someone said that he was young Master Zhang's friend." The first elder nodded. In the blink of an eye, a day had passed. Today was the 70th birthday of Lin Moyang, the auction house's president. Experts from various forces in the Wuji domain had already gathered at the auction. Lin Moyang's birthday was a gathering of big shots. Ordinary people were not qualified to attend. The Immortal Artifact Pavilion and the Zhang family's higher-ups were on their way. Even if they were invited by the auction house, as the two giants of the Wuji domain, they had to show up. "Welcome, everyone," Lin Moyang cupped his fists and said with a polite smile in the grand hall of the magnificent palace. "Xiaoyao sect of the Wuji domain wishes President Lin a happy birthday." The Xiaoyao sect master was the first to step forward. "Sky Sword sect of the Wuji domain wishes President Lin a happy birthday." "Jiang family of the Mirage Sea realm wishes President Lin a happy birthday." The leaders of the major forces came forward to congratulate Lin Moyang and presented their gifts. Lin Moyang thanked them one by one and beamed. "President Lin, I heard that the Immortal Artifact Pavilion and the Zhang family will be here. When will they arrive?" The Jiang family master asked with a smile. Lin Moyang smiled and said, "It's not the right time yet. They should be here soon. Please wait patiently. President Lin is indeed the president. The Zhang family and the Immortal Artifact Pavilion are here to congratulate him on his 70th birthday. The Celestial Artifact Pavilion and the Zhang family are not people that anyone can invite. Only President Lin's status can move them." "Yes. Yes." The higher-ups of the major forces began to flatter Lin Moyang. "Xinwu sect master and grand elder of the West region wishes you a happy birthday." In the main hall, after the major forces had finished their greetings, the guards outside the hall shouted, "Xinwu sect master." Lin Moyang was delighted and quickly walked out of the main hall. The Xinwu sect master and 3 grand elders followed the guards into the main hall. They cupped their fists and congratulated Lin Moyang enthusiastically. "Xinwu sect of the West region wishes President Lin a happy birthday." The Xinwu sect was the most powerful force in the West region. Its strength was enough to suppress all the major forces in the West region. "You're too kind, Xinwu sect master. Everyone, please come in." Lin Moyang smiled and said happily, "Present your gifts." The Xinwu sect master laughed heartily. "Xinwu sect master, you're too kind. Lin Moyang, Mirage Sea Realm's Sunluo Hall master and Grand Elder Wu are here to offer their blessings." A guard shouted from outside the hall. "The sect master of the Heavenly Dao sect and the 3 elders of the Heavenly Dao sect have come to congratulate you." One after another, major forces arrived at the Astral City auction house. Outside the auction house, many cultivators were shocked and excited when they saw the big shots of the major forces arriving one after another. Because of Lin Moyang's birthday celebration, all the terrifying experts that could not be seen on normal days had come to the Astral City. The upper echelons of the major forces all knew each other. It was just that their relationship was very deep. In the main palace of the auction house, the upper echelons of the major forces were chatting and laughing loudly. Not long ago, I took in a genius disciple with a 7th grade martial spirit. This made me very happy. My Sanluo temple recruited a genius alchemist disciple last month. He will definitely break through to the 4th grade alchemist realm before the age of 30. The Sanluo temple master proudly smiled. Congratulations! Hallmaster Sanluo, an alchemist's disciple is nothing. Our sect just recruited a 2nd-rank blacksmith disciple a few days ago. Oh? Blacksmith's disciple? Sect leader Zhao's luck is really good. He actually managed to recruit a blacksmith as a disciple. The upper echelons of the major forces were showing off their genius disciples. Each and every one of them had a proud expression on their face. However, just as they were showing off their disciples, the auction house guard's loud shout stunned them. The whole hall was dead silent. Dragon Temple Master Feng Wuchen has come to congratulate you. Outside the hall, the guard's shout resounded. The main hall of the main palace was silent in an instant. Everyone's face was filled with astonishment. Their eyes also looked outside the hall at the first moment. Many of the genius disciples and young lords of the major forces were horrified. In their minds, the figure of Feng Wuchen, who suppressed many geniuses with his tyrannical strength in the drunken immortal house the day before, appeared. Especially Wan Yu, his face was filled with horror. Dragon Temple? Everyone was puzzled. Dragon Temple, as a new force, and a third-rate force at that, why would they come to the birthday celebration? A small third-rate force was not qualified at all. The auction house guard must have shouted correctly. Since that was the case, it meant that the auction house had invited Dragon Temple Master Feng Wuchen. The young lord of the Xiaoyao sect was seriously injured by Feng Wuchen, but the auction house did not respond. From this point, it could be seen that Dragon Temple must have secrets that no one knew. At least the auction house was very respectful to Dragon Temple. How could it be him? A small Dragon Temple master is not qualified at all. Could it be a mistake? Why would President Lin invite Dragon Temple? The upper echelons of the major forces were very puzzled. They all looked at Lin Moyang. Lin Moyang did not speak, so it must be true. Young Lord Jiang, it seems that this Feng Wuchen is not simple. Young Lord Ge frowned. Someone who could be invited was naturally not simple. Jiang Miekong nodded slightly and looked in the direction of the main hall. The main hall was suddenly filled with a strange atmosphere. The Wang family leader, the Xiaoyao sect leader, and several other upper echelons of the major forces looked very ugly. Especially the Xiaoyao sect leader, his eyes were flashing with killing intent. After a while, Feng Wuchen and Ling Xiaoxiao entered the main hall. The moment they saw Feng Wuchen, the genius disciples and young masters of the various forces immediately recognized him. It's really him. Father. That little bastard broke my hand. Wang Yu pointed at Feng Wuchen and shouted angrily. That's right. It's him. He's the one who injured us. This stinking brat is very arrogant. Xiaoyao sect leader, that's the one who injured Brother Yang. Several young lords who had been injured by Feng Wuchen stood up and shouted at Feng Wuchen. However, the upper echelons of the major forces were looking at Feng Wuchen. They were all sizing up Feng Wuchen, but no one noticed that Lin Moyang, Bai Lihan, and the other upper echelons of the auction house were looking at him with respect. They knew that Feng Wuchen was Zhang Junlin's teacher. He was the most distinguished guest of the Zhang family. The Astral Dragon Temple wishes Leader Lin a happy birthday. Feng Wuchen and the others said in unison. Hearing that, Lin Moyang stepped forward excitedly and said with a smile, "Thank you, leader of the Astral Dragon Temple. It's a blessing for the auction house to have the leader of the Astral Dragon Temple here." Seeing that Lin Moyang was so polite to Feng Wuchen, the upper echelons of the major forces were a little surprised. Lin Moyang's politeness was completely different from when he had received them. The patriarch of the Xiaoyao sect, the leader of the Wang clan, and the others looked grave. Feng Wuchen is really something. Jiang Miekong was very sure now. Leader Lin, this is a gift from the Astral Dragon Temple. It's a 6th grade longevity pill. Feng Wuchen smiled and handed an exquisite wooden box to Lin Moyang. A single young longevity pill had shocked everyone present. What was the young life pill? As the name implied, the young life pill could increase one's lifespan. The person who swallowed it could increase their lifespan according to the strength of the young life pill. It was precisely because it could increase one's lifespan that everyone in the hall was shocked. Feng Wuchen's young life pill was a 6th grade pill, and its quality was extremely high. It was enough to increase Lin Moyang's lifespan by 10 years. Ordinary young life pills could only increase one's lifespan by 1 year at most, and it was very difficult to refine. Among 10 alchemists, most likely 9.5 could not refine it. Because of this, the young life pill was extremely precious. Usually, one could not see it at all. It was like a legendary pill. 6th grade young life pill. Nie Fengyan suddenly exclaimed, breaking the silence in the hall. 6th grade young life pill? Hearing Nie Fengyan's exclamation, Lin Moyang trembled all over, somewhat unable to stand steadily. It's actually a 6th grade young life pill. How is this possible? It must be fake. There's actually someone who can refine a 6th grade young life pill. Even an 8th grade alchemist can't refine it. How could that kid have a young life pill? It can't be true, right? Not many alchemists can refine a young life pill, let alone a 6th grade one. As Nie Fengyan broke the silence, the powerhouses of the major factions instantly boiled over, and their exclamations resounded throughout the hall. No one believed that Feng Wuchen could produce a 6th grade young life pill, and even suspected that the pill was fake. Pairs of shocked eyes stared at the young life pill. Such a powerful pill, who would want to take it for themselves? President. This is a real 6th grade young life pill. Nie Fengyan said with absolute certainty. As a 6th grade alchemist, his words had absolute authority. Nie Fengyan said it was true, and the powerhouses of the major factions believed it was true. But what they did not dare to believe was that a mere Dragon Temple master, where did he get such a precious young life pill? Perhaps only Lin Moyang and the others knew that this young life pill was refined by Feng Wuchen himself. As Dendi, refining a 6th grade young life pill was as easy as flipping his hand. Thank you, Dragon God Temple Lord. Thank you, Dragon God Temple Lord. Lin Moyang was very excited and grateful. He never thought that Feng Wuchen would give him such a big birthday gift. You're too kind, Guild Leader Lin. Feng Wuchen smiled. Feng Wuchen's longevity young pill was definitely the most precious present. Your Excellency, are you the one who injured my son, Yang He? Asked the patriarch of the Xiaoyao sect. Yang He? Feng Wuchen was surprised. He looked at the patriarch of the Xiaoyao sect and saw Yang He. He knew who Yang He was. Feng Wuchen smiled. That's right, it's me. Then my son's hand was also crushed by you? The Wang family head asked in a deep voice. Feng Wuchen's expression did not change as he said indifferently, that's right, it's me. Looking at the other 4 heavily injured young men, Feng Wuchen said indifferently, including these 4, they were all injured by me. What an arrogant guy, but at least he has the guts to admit it. Whispered young Master Go. Young Master Go wasn't the only one who thought Feng Wuchen was arrogant, everyone else thought so too, as well as Feng Wuchen. Who is this little boy? He's so arrogant and Guild Leader Lin is so polite to him. Thought the patriarch of the Xinwu sect. He frowned and looked at Feng Wuchen carefully. The major forces that had just arrived were also curious about this arrogant Feng Wuchen. They asked for it, said Lu Qingyang. Lu Qingyang's words infuriated the patriarch of the Xiaoyao sect and the Wang family head. Stinky little boy. How dare you act so arrogantly in a small place like the Dragon Temple, shouted the patriarch of the Xiaoyao sect. His qi and chi filled the entire hall. Your son is the one who is arrogant. You know better than anyone else what kind of person he is. Besides, even though the Dragon Temple is small, you can't conquer it, said Feng Wuchen. Your son wanted to help Zhang Junlan in the drunken celestial building. I don't know if he wanted to please Zhang Junlan or if he thought he was strong enough, but he ended up like this, said Lu Qingyang with a smile. How dare you, shouted the patriarch of the Xiaoyao sect furiously. Patriarch of the Xiaoyao sect, the Dragon Temple's leader is old man's friend. I hope you can forgive him, said Lin Moyang coldly. As soon as Lin Moyang spoke, the experts from the other major forces couldn't help but feel shocked. Lin Moyang would rather help Feng Wuchen than offend the Xiaoyao sect. The other influential groups were curious about Feng Wuchen's identity. Guild leader Lin is protecting this little boy. He's not simple, thought the patriarch of the Shenwu sect. Father, do you believe me now? Whispered Jiang Miekong. The patriarch of the Jiang clan nodded but didn't say anything. The fact that Feng Wuchen had a level 6 Yang life pill was enough to prove that he was not simple. President Lin, this happened yesterday, so you must have heard about it. Today is your 70th birthday, so I didn't make a fuss about it. I've already given you enough face. I don't care what kind of relationship you have with this kid, but I'm going to kill him, said the Xiaoyao sect's leader. Patriarch of the Xiaoyao sect, right? I didn't kill your son yesterday, so I gave you face. Your son caused trouble in the Star World City, so I didn't do anything to him. How dare you say that you gave face to guild leader Lin, said Feng Wuchen with a cold smile. Feng Wuchen didn't kill Yang He because he knew the patriarch of the Xiaoyao sect would come looking for him. You, said the patriarch of the Xiaoyao sect furiously. Feng Wuchen glanced at the disciples and young masters of the influential groups and said, you so-called geniuses, apart from those who have a high cultivation level, do you think the rest of you only know how to bully the weak? Feng Wuchen's words had undoubtedly offended all the major forces present. Preposterous. Stinky boy. What is that supposed to mean? He's so arrogant. Guild leader Lin, this stinky boy is being rude. He doesn't respect us at all. Apart from a few influential groups, all the other influential groups were infuriated by Feng Wuchen's words. Stinky boy. You're tired of living, said the patriarch of the Xiaoyao sect furiously. He couldn't stand it anymore. He wanted to kill Feng Wuchen. Feng Wuchen didn't look scared. He smiled coldly and said, is that so? Lin Moyang didn't expect Feng Wuchen to say such arrogant words. His expression was a little stunned. Shut up, shouted Nya Fengyan furiously. A level 6 alchemist had a very high social status. Nya Fengyan's shout shocked the other influential groups. Today is the guild leader's birthday, don't forget why you're here, said Nya Fengyan coldly. The Xiaoyao sect was a prestigious sect in the everlasting world. The patriarch of the Xiaoyao sect was one of the strongest cultivators in the everlasting world. Today was Lin Moyang's 70th birthday party, and all the influential people of the everlasting world had gathered there. Feng Wuchen had injured the young patriarch of the Xiaoyao sect, which was an insult to the Xiaoyao sect. The news had spread all over the Star World, and all the influential groups in the everlasting world knew about it. As the patriarch of the Xiaoyao sect, how could he let it go? If the patriarch of the Xiaoyao sect let it go, he would become a laughingstock. The Xiaoyao sect was a powerful sect in the everlasting world, and the godly dragon temple was just a third-rate sect. The Xiaoyao sect didn't care about them at all. If he didn't pursue the matter, people would think that the Xiaoyao sect was afraid of a third-rate sect. President Lin, I don't care about your relationship with Feng Wuchen. If you continue to tolerate him, the influential groups in the everlasting world will be unhappy. The godly dragon temple is so arrogant. The auction house can tolerate it, but the celestial artifact pavilion and the Zhang family can't. President Lin, you have to think carefully. Don't drag the auction house down with you. All the influential groups were unhappy. They had mentioned the Zhang family and the celestial artifact pavilion, but they didn't dare to stand out in front of the auction house. Lin Moyang and the three elders didn't even try to hide their displeasure at all. Tolerate? Feng Wuchen smiled coldly and said, I didn't offend the celestial artifact pavilion or the Zhang family. Why can't they tolerate me? Don't use the Zhang family and the celestial artifact pavilion to gain face for yourselves. You didn't teach your son well, and you asked the elders to step in when he caused trouble. Lu Qingyang smiled disdainfully. Father, don't talk nonsense with them. Kill them now. Yang He shouted. Angrily. He hated Feng Wuchen to the core. He wanted to tear Feng Wuchen apart. Father, kill them. Wang Yu shouted angrily. Lu Qingyang's words provoked the upper echelons of the major forces. Wang family head fiercely glanced at Lu Qingyang, and without saying a word, he stimulated his Jin Yuan and waved his hand, and a terrifying force ruthlessly rushed towards Lu Qingyang. Be careful, Qingyang. Feng Wuchen's face immediately turned cold. Lu Qingyang was also shocked by the sudden and terrifying energy. He didn't expect the Wang family head to attack without saying anything. Ling Xiaoxiao flashed forward, trying to condense a blue barrier. Swish, boom, however, it was at this moment that Lin Moyang dashed over in a flash. With a wave of his hand, he dispelled the terrifying power with a boom. Although the terrifying power had been neutralized, Feng Wuchen's expression had turned completely cold. A piercingly cold killing intent flashed in his pitch-black eyes. Lin Moyang noticed Feng Wuchen's extremely cold expression and sighed helplessly in his heart. He truly felt sorry for the Wang family head and the others. The Wang family head looked gloomy and asked, President Lin, are you really going to protect Feng Wuchen? Lin Moyang's words made the influential group's faces turn gloomy. Lin Moyang was willing to become the enemy of all the influential groups in the everlasting realm to stand on Feng Wuchen's side. That showed how important Feng Wuchen was to Lin Moyang. The Jiang family, the Gu family, the Shenwu sect and the other influential groups all thought that Feng Wuchen was arrogant, but they didn't intend to intervene. Lin Moyang said, Wang family head, don't forget that this is an auction. This is not a place for you to behave atrociously. President Lin, you don't need to use the auction to pressure us. No matter how strong the auctioneer is, can he be stronger than all of us? Asked the patriarch of the Xiaoyao sect. The patriarch of the Xiaoyao sect glanced at Feng Wuchen and said, President Lin, we've already shown you enough respect. If you still want to stop us, don't blame us for being impolite. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. As soon as the patriarch of the Xiaoyao sect finished speaking, a group of figures appeared in a flash. The leader was Tian Kuei. They were the top fighters of the hidden auction. There were 6 of them in the heaven realm. The strength of the auction was not as simple as it seemed. If there were no top fighters, the auction would have changed owners long ago. Among the 6 heaven realm fighters, Tian Kuei's cultivation was the strongest. He had reached the 5th level of the heaven realm. His strength was absolutely terrifying. Tian Kuei. The patriarch of the Xiaoyao sect frowned. He guessed that it was Tian Kuei just from his aura. Tian Kuei's face was cold. He glanced at the patriarch of the Xiaoyao sect and said, anyone who behaves atrociously in the auction will die. Outside the palace, dozens of celestial realm fighters also appeared in a flash. Such a lineup was terrifying. Patriarch of the Xiaoyao sect, if you don't listen to my advice, you can try. Lin Moyang said coldly. His previous politeness had completely disappeared. President Lin, I'm afraid you can't stop us. The hall master of the Sunluo Hall shouted coldly. There were only 6 heaven realm fighters in the auction. There were nearly 20 heaven realm fighters in the upper echelons of the major forces present. Among them, there were also 5th level heaven realm fighters. The strongest fighter was the patriarch of the Shenwu sect. He was at the 6th level of the heaven realm. However, he had no intention of interfering. He was just a bystander. Patriarch of the Xiaoyao sect, don't underestimate the auction. If you want to fight, you have to be clear. Nie Fengyun walked down slowly. He was not afraid in the face of the strong fighters of the major forces. Nie Fengyun was a 6th level alchemist. He had a high status and knew many strong fighters. As long as he said the word, countless strong fighters would be willing to sell their lives for him. Hearing Nie Fengyun's words, the patriarch of the Xiaoyao sect and the others became serious. Although their forces also had alchemists, their alchemy realm was not as good as Nie Fengyun's. Who is this Feng Wuchen? Why is the auction protecting him at all costs? The patriarch of the Shenwu sect was more and more confused. He was more and more curious about Feng Wuchen's background. The young master was also sizing up Feng Wuchen with a serious gaze. Who is Feng Wuchen? The patriarch of the Jiang clan was very curious. He was not sure if Feng Wuchen was Zhang Junlin's friend, but he only knew that Feng Wuchen was the temple master of the Dragon Temple. Apart from the patriarch of the Shenwu sect, the patriarch of the Jiang clan was also very curious. They had never seen the auction going against all the major forces for anyone. Feng Wuchen looked at them coldly. In Feng Wuchen's eyes, the patriarch of the Xiaoyao sect and the patriarch of the Wang clan were already dead. After a moment of silence, the patriarch of the Xiaoyao sect could not bear it anymore. He gnashed his teeth and said angrily, "Lin Moyang, you are protecting a small temple master of the Dragon Temple. It is an insult to all the major forces." Buzz. Terrifying energy burst out, and the palace shook violently. Terrifying murderous qi swept out in an instant. Tian Kuei was the first to arrive and said coldly, "Patriarch of the Xiaoyao sect, don't regret it." Nie Fengyun took out a talisman and put it between his fingers. He poured his pure qi into it. The talisman turned into a white light and shot up into the sky, then disappeared. "Dad, it's almost time. Let's speed up. Teacher should be at the auction." The senior members of the Zhang family were on their way to the auction. Zhang Junlan was anxious. Although it was an invitation to the auction, if Feng Wuchen was not going, the Zhang family would not send senior members. At most, they would send 1 or 2 masters. Because he knew that Feng Wuchen was also there, the Zhang family leader went in person. The 3 elders and 2 senior members of the Zhang family also went with him. The other person was Dong Zhangtian. Zhang Tianyun smiled and said, "Don't worry, we'll make it." In about a few minutes, the Zhang family leader and the others had arrived at the auction in Astral City. "Lin Moyang, you're protecting a little temple master of Dragon Temple. It's an insult to all of us." As soon as they arrived at the auction, Zhang Junlan and the others heard the Xiaoyao sect leader's angry shout. Zhang Junlan's face suddenly became gloomy. Zhang Tianyun and Zhang Wufeng also frowned deeply. "Zhang, the Zhang family leader and the 3 elders. And young Master Zhang. The Zhang family. The Zhang family is here. And the Zhang family leader. Oh my god. It's the Zhang family leader." Outside the auction, everyone was excited. Even the auction guard was so excited that he could not speak. He was trembling all over. Just as the auction guard was about to shout excitedly, he was stopped by Zhang Junlan. Zhang Junlan entered the auction with a gloomy face. "Zhang family leader, please." The guard saluted respectfully. "3 elders, please." The guard saluted respectfully again. Seeing Zhang Tianyun, Zhang Wufeng and the other super masters, it was like a dream come true for everyone. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. When Zhang Tianyun and the others entered the auction and came to the main palace at the back, suddenly dozens of figures flashed out. All of them had high cultivation and a terrifying aura. They were summoned by Nie Fengyun. Among them, there were as many as 13 masters of the heaven realm. The rest were all in the celestial realm. Zhang family leader? Just as they were about to enter the main hall, they noticed Zhang Tianyun and the others behind them. Their expressions changed drastically, and they became extremely respectful. Dozens of powerhouses opened up a path, allowing Zhang Tianyun and the others to enter the main hall first before they followed in. "Do you know who you're talking to?" Before he even entered the main hall, Zhang Junlan's angry roar could be heard. His angry roar was filled with anger and killing intent. Inside the hall, everyone was still shocked by the summoning talisman Nie Fengyun had used. Now, another angry shout came from outside the hall. Because of the shock, he did not notice that there was someone outside the hall. The sudden roar startled all the powerhouses in the hall. The reason for that was because they were all able to tell who the owner of that voice was. Young Master Zhang. The expressions of the upper echelons and geniuses of the major forces changed drastically. Everyone looked at the entrance of the main hall with fear and respect. The main hall instantly quieted down. Zhang Junlan was the first one to enter the main hall. He was filled with anger and killing intent. "Zhang Junlan is here." Lu Qingyang laughed mockingly. He looked at Yang He and the others gloatingly. Zhang Junlan stared at the patriarch of the Xiaoyao sect fiercely. The patriarch of the Xiaoyao sect was trembling in fear. "Father, it's over." "Zhang. Young Master Zhang is really their friend." Yang He was terrified. He was so scared that he lost all his strength and his face turned pale. "It's over. They really know young Master Zhang." Wang Yu sat down on the ground. The patriarch of the Wang family looked desperate. "Greetings, young Master Zhang." Lin Mo Yang and the other upper echelons of the auction house bowed respectfully. Nobody dared to look at Zhang Junlan in the eyes. After Zhang Junlan entered the main hall, the patriarch of the Zhang family, Zhang Tianyun, and the three elders followed closely behind. Finally, there were dozens of powerhouses summoned by Nie Fengyun. When the crowd saw Zhang Tianyun and the three elders, their expressions changed drastically. They were terrified. Greetings, patriarch of the Zhang family, three elders, the crowd bowed respectfully again. They were so respectful that they almost knelt down and kowtowed. Zhang Junlan walked quickly to Feng Wuchen. She cupped her fists and greeted respectfully, "Teacher." "Teacher?" Hearing Zhang Junlan's respectful greeting, except for Lin Moyang and the others, the experts of the major forces were all startled, their souls almost leaving their bodies. The patriarch of the Xiaoyao sect, the patriarch of the Wang family, and the leader of the Sanluo Hall all knelt down in despair. Feng Wuchen was actually the teacher of the continent's #1 genius blacksmith, Zhang Junlan. What kind of terrifying status was this? He's young Master Zhang's teacher. He was so terrified that his eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Feng Wuchen is young Master Zhang's teacher. I can't believe it. The Shenwu sect master was terrified. He was secretly glad that he didn't interfere. Is Feng Wuchen also a weapon refiner? Jiang Miekong was shocked. At first, they thought that Feng Wuchen and Zhang Junlan were just friends. But what they didn't expect was that Feng Wuchen was Zhang Junlan's teacher. Zhang Tianyun and the others looked at Feng Wuchen respectfully and bowed. "Greetings, Dendi." "Dendi?" Seeing Zhang Tianyun and the three elders of the Zhang family bowing respectfully to Feng Wuchen, the upper echelons of the various powerhouses were scared out of their wits. If they were terrified that Feng Wuchen was Zhang Junlan's teacher, then Zhang Tianyun and the others' greetings of Dendi made them despair. The Zhang family, Zhang Tianyun, and the three families were so respectful to Feng Wuchen. This made the powerhouses of the various powerhouses confused. Who exactly was Feng Wuchen? Even the Zhang family, one of the powerhouses of the Wuji domain, had to be so respectful. What does Dendi mean? Many people didn't know what Dendi meant. Dendi. That's an existence that surpasses a 9th-tier alchemist. It's a realm of legends. A 5th-tier alchemist exclaimed in shock. His face was pale with fear. Surpasses a 9th-tier alchemist? A realm of legends? The powerhouses of the various powerhouses were shocked again. Their fearful faces stiffened. The main hall was silent again. At this moment, the powerhouses of the various powerhouses finally understood why the auction house was so protective of Feng Wuchen. Even the Zhang family had to be respectful to such a terrifying figure, let alone the auction house. "We're dead meat." He said hopelessly. He finally understood what kind of terrifying figure he had offended. He also finally understood that Feng Wuchen was telling the truth when he said, "I'll kill you tomorrow." The patriarch of the Xiaoyao sect was so terrified that he couldn't speak. His mind was blank. "Tell me, who gave you the guts to disrespect my teacher?" Zhang Junlan asked the patriarch of the Xiaoyao sect and the others coldly. "Teacher, how should we deal with them?" Zhang Junlan looked at Feng Wuchen and asked. Feng Wuchen looked at He and sneered. "I'll ask you a question and you'll answer it." Yes. He nodded in horror. "Qingyang, what's going on?" Zhang Junlan asked in a low voice. Lu Qingyang then told Zhang Junlan what had happened. Feng Wuchen flipped his hand, and the meteoric iron and other refining materials floated above his palm. With a thought, a green flame ignited on his palm and enveloped all the refining materials. Then, something magical happened. Feng Wuchen's palm turned slowly, and all the refining materials melted and fused. When his open palm closed into a fist, an exquisite dagger was made. It was a high-grade spiritual weapon, implement with a thought. The magical theurgy shocked everyone. The experts of the major forces were dumbfounded, their expressions stiff. Feng Wuchen's refining speed was too terrifying. He opened and closed his palm, and the spiritual weapon was made. He made a spiritual weapon in an instant. How is this possible? What level has he reached in the field of refining? The experts of the major forces were shocked. Their eyes were wide open. They had never seen a refining master with such a terrifying theurgy. Feng Wuchen's move could be said to have a deterrent effect. At this moment, the various forces finally understood why Feng Wuchen was Zhang Junlin's teacher. He had such terrifying refining skills. Not to mention Zhang Junlan, there wasn't a single person in the entire Zhang family who could do that. Did we offend you at the Drunken Immortal Inn? Feng Wuchen asked as he walked over, toying with the dagger. No, no. Yang He shook his head in horror. You attacked us to please my student. Is that true? Feng Wuchen asked again. Yang He was silent for a moment, his countenance was extremely unsightly, but he could only nod his head in fright and say, Yesterday I said I was going to kill you today, is that true? Feng Wuchen asked again. Gulp, Yang He swallowed a mouthful of saliva in horror. He didn't know how to answer this. The patriarch of the Xiaoyao sect was terrified. He kowtowed and begged, Dendi, please forgive me. Please spare my life. The teacher is talking, you have no right to interrupt, said Zhang Junlan coldly. He looked at the patriarch of the Xiaoyao sect coldly. Answer me, Feng Wuchen said coldly. His cold voice made people feel as if they had fallen into an ice cellar. Yes. Yang He replied with a trembling voice. He was in utter despair, and he was already regretting provoking Feng Wuchen. Feng Wuchen's identity was so terrifying that even his father could not save him. Good. Then you can die, said Feng Wuchen coldly. He stabbed the dagger into Yang He's heart mercilessly. Slash. No, Yang He screamed as the dagger pierced into his heart. He was terrified as blood gushed out of his wound. The patriarch of the Xiaoyao sect was terrified. He ran over to Yang He, but he was too late. Feng Wuchen was merciless. The dagger had already pierced Yang He's heart. He, shouted the patriarch of the Xiaoyao sect. He couldn't wake Yang He up. The geniuses and young lords of the various forces were scared witless. They were worried that the next one to die would be one of them. Feng Wuchen looked at Wang Yu and said coldly, You attacked first, didn't you? Wang Yu nodded and then shook his head. He was dumbstruck. When Wang Yu saw Feng Wuchen, he was scared out of his wits. He cried and kowtowed, Dendi, please forgive me. I know I was wrong. I know I was wrong. Please give me another chance, Dendi. You asked Yang He to attack first, right? Asked Feng Wuchen. Wang Yu didn't know what to say. He could already feel death approaching. It's too late to regret. You asked for it, said Lu Qingyang shaking his head. Lin Mo Yang and the three elders shook their heads. They knew this would happen, but the patriarch of the Xiaoyao sect didn't listen to them. Slash. Feng Wuchen stabbed the dagger into Wang Yu's heart. Blood gushed out. I won't let you go even if I die. Wang Yu roared at Feng Wuchen before he died. Then I'll turn you into ashes, said Feng Wuchen coldly. He released a cyan flame and waved his hand. Wang Yu was engulfed by the flame and turned into ashes. The leader of the Wang clan was terrified. He couldn't move. Leader of the Wang clan, right? If it weren't for guild leader Lin stopping you, I'm afraid you would have already killed Qingyang. Do you have any last words? Feng Wuchen asked coldly as he looked at the Wang family head, who was frozen in fear. The leader of the Wang clan was speechless. Slash. The leader of the Wang clan didn't reply. Feng Wuchen waved his hand and the dagger flashed. A line of blood appeared on the leader of the Wang clan's neck. The leader of the Wang clan had almost killed Lu Qingyang. No matter what, Feng Wuchen wouldn't let him go. Feng Wuchen killed people one by one. He was like a god who controlled life and death. Nobody dared to disobey him. If anyone dared to disobey, Zhang Tianyun and the others would kill them in a flash. Patriarch of the Xiaoyao sect, you heard him. I killed your son. Do you have a problem with that? Asked Feng Wuchen coldly. The patriarch of the Xiaoyao sect was devastated. He didn't reply to Feng Wuchen. The leader of the Zhang clan and the three elders were there. The patriarch of the Xiaoyao sect didn't dare avenge Yang He. Since you don't have a problem, it's your turn, said Feng Wuchen coldly. He threw his dagger at the patriarch of the Xiaoyao sect. Swoosh. Ding. As the dagger was about to hit the patriarch of the Xiaoyao sect, the patriarch of the Xiaoyao sect suddenly moved. The patriarch of the Xiaoyao sect looked ferocious. His eyes were bloodshot as he shouted, "I want you to turn into ashes." Bang! While the patriarch of the Xiaoyao sect was shouting furiously, he didn't even have time to attack. A black silhouette arrived and punched the patriarch of the Xiaoyao sect's head. A terrifying strength crushed the patriarch of the Xiaoyao sect into ashes. It was the great elder of the Zhang clan, Zhang Wufeng. Gulp, Zhang Wufeng had attacked personally. The strong cultivators of the Xiaoyao sect were terrified. The Wang clan and the Xiaoyao sect offended Dendi. "Should we destroy them?" asked Zhang Wufeng respectfully. Everyone present believed Zhang Wufeng's words. As long as Feng Wuchen gave the order, Zhang Wufeng wouldn't hesitate to send people to annihilate the Wang clan and Carefree sect. "They don't know. It has nothing to do with them," said Feng Wuchen, shaking his head. "Hallmaster Sun Luo, do you have anything to say?" Feng Wuchen asked Hallmaster Sun Luo. Dan Emperor, I. Hallmaster Sun Luo was so frightened that his mind went blank. He did not know what to say. "The young master of the Celestial Weapon Pavilion is here to congratulate you." The young master of the Celestial Artifact Pavilion? Hearing the guards shout, all the higher-ups in the hall were shocked. "The young master of the Celestial Artifact Pavilion is here. The Celestial Artifact Pavilion is really here for the auction. The young master of the Celestial Artifact Pavilion is here." Sun Luo sect master was overjoyed as if he had seen hope. "We are saved. We are saved." The higher-ups and geniuses were overjoyed. Their previous fear and panic had been replaced by excitement. "Feng Wuchen, you won't be happy for long. Don't think that you can do whatever you want with the support of the Zhang family." Sun Luo sect master shouted coldly. "Feng Wuchen, I think I'm talking about you when it comes to bullying others. I know the young master of the Celestial Artifact Pavilion. I will tell young Master Qi about your evil deeds. The Celestial Artifact Pavilion is more powerful than the Zhang family. Let's see if the Zhang family dares to support you." The geniuses and the young masters shouted as if they had vented their anger. The higher-ups of the various forces were relieved. In their opinion, the young master of the Celestial Artifact Pavilion could solve the current problem and even kill Feng Wuchen on behalf of the heavens. "Oh? Is that so?" Feng Wuchen sneered disdainfully. The sect master of the Shenwu sect looked very serious and thought to himself, Feng Wuchen refined a spiritual artifact in the blink of an eye. No one in the Zhang family can compete with him, not even the Celestial Artifact Pavilion. Feng Wuchen is not afraid at all. Even the Zhang family master is not worried at all. I have heard that the Zhang family and the Celestial Artifact Pavilion are enemies, but they have not done anything yet. The Jiang family master frowned and looked very serious. Feng Wuchen is still not afraid. Is he not afraid of the Celestial Artifact Pavilion? Jiang Miekong was puzzled. After a while, the young master of the Celestial Artifact Pavilion, Qi Kong, and several powerful experts entered the hall. "I am Qi Kong. Happy birthday to Guildmaster Lin." Qi Kong bowed politely. "You are welcome, young master." Lin Moyang smiled happily. "Big brother Qi." A young master shouted at Qi Kong, his face full of excitement and pride. "Young master." The other geniuses greeted him respectfully. "Greetings, young pavilion master." The upper echelons of the various forces bowed respectfully. However, what shocked the higher-ups and geniuses of the various powers was that Qi Kong completely ignored them and treated them like air. Qi Kong and the others came before Feng Wuchen and saluted respectfully, "Disciples greet Grand Master." "Greetings, Zhang clan's patriarch and the three elders." Seeing Qi Kong's action, the faces of the upper echelons and geniuses of the major forces stiffened in an instant. It was as if the scene in front of them had frozen. The young pavilion master of the Immortal Tool Pavilion actually addressed Feng Wuchen as Grandmaster. Heavens, what the hell is going on? The experts and geniuses of the various forces were dumbfounded once again as they stared at Feng Wuchen in a daze. None of them dared to believe that Qi Kong was Feng Wuchen's grand disciple. Was that even possible? Qi Kong was the young pavilion master of the Immortal Artifact Pavilion. His status was extraordinary. Although he was not as good as Zhang Junlan in refining artifacts, he was definitely the second most talented artifact refiner on the continent. The Immortal Artifact Pavilion's strength was terrifying, and it was the most terrifying giant in the Wuji domain. The Pavilion Master of the Immortal Artifact Pavilion was an expert who could refine immortal artifacts. With such a strong background, there was no reason for Qi Kong to address Feng Wuchen as Grandmaster. Not only the experts of the various forces, but even the auction house's president Lin Moyang and the three Grand Elders were shocked. Dendi is actually Qi Kong's Grandmaster. Lin Moyang was shocked, and his old eyes almost popped out of their sockets. It was rare for the various forces to go from hell to heaven, but in the blink of an eye, they fell from heaven to hell. The Jiang family, Shenwu sect, Ge family, and other major forces secretly rejoiced that they did not intervene. However, they were so scared that they broke out in cold sweat, and their clothes were soaked. Hall Master Sun Luo and the others were now in complete despair. They originally had a glimmer of hope, but unfortunately, they did not know how to cherish it and destroyed it themselves. Your refining realm has improved, but it's a pity that you still can't break through to the 6th grade. Feng Wuchen looked at Qi Kong and nodded. Hearing this, Qi Kong respectfully said, Grandmaster, please guide me. There will be a chance. Feng Wuchen said with a faint smile. Grandmaster, what happened to them? Qi Kong asked. He did not know what happened on Lin Moyang's birthday today, but he could guess. Zhang Junlan helped to answer, they offended Master. The upper echelons and geniuses of the various forces were in complete despair. Even the young Pavilion Master of the Immortal Artifact Pavilion was Feng Wuchen's grand disciple. There was absolutely no one in the Wuji domain who could save them. Offended Grandmaster? Qi Kong's face suddenly turned cold. Young Pavilion Master, we didn't know Dendi was your Grandmaster, and we also didn't know that Dendi was young Master Zhang's master. Young Pavilion Master, please spare us this time. There won't be a next time. Hall Master Sun Luo cried and begged, kowtowing non-stop. Young Pavilion Master, please spare us. Dendi, please spare us. The upper echelons and geniuses of the various forces begged one after another. They had no other choice but to beg for mercy. Otherwise, they would die. Spare us? Zhang Junlan's face was full of disdain. Hall Master Sun Luo, that's not what you said just now. Didn't you want Qi Kong to help you? Didn't you want to tell him about my master's evil deeds? Kill. Qi Kong said coldly. One of the strong men who came with Qi Kong flashed away in a flash. Boom. His speed was terrifying. With a boom, Hall Master Sun Luo was turned into ashes. He did not even know how he died. Without the cultivation of the heaven realm, no one could see when this person attacked. Father. Hall Master Sun Luo was so scared that he fell to the ground and could not get up. I didn't want to kill you. Unfortunately, you didn't cherish the opportunity. Feng Wuchen said coldly, without any human emotions. Leave no one alive. Qi Kong said coldly. He did not intend to let go of anyone who knelt down and begged for mercy. Qi Kong understood Feng Wuchen's meaning. He also knew what result Feng Wuchen wanted. Brother Qi, it's me. I'm Zhou Haoyan. Don't kill me. A genius shouted in panic. Unfortunately, Qi Kong did not care at all. He did not even look at him. Whoosh. Whoosh. That subordinate did not dare to disobey Qi Kong's order. His figure flashed and disappeared again. Almost in an instant, all the seniors and geniuses who were kneeling down and begging for mercy were killed. They did not come here to celebrate the birthday. They came here to die. Only the Jiang family, the Gu family, the Shenwu sect, and 6 or 7 other big forces were spared. Good job. They're simply courting death. Lu Qingyang vented his hatred. Grandmaster, do you want to kill them? The strong man from the Fairy Instrument Pavilion asked respectfully. The man's words immediately frightened the Shenwu sect master and the others. It has nothing to do with them. However, no one can leak out what happened today. The brothers of the Dragon Temple need to be trained. Feng Wuchen said lightly. We will not leak a word. The Shenwu sect master and the other strong men replied respectfully. The banquet was filled with cheers and laughter. None of the guests were affected by the deaths of the upper echelons. The Zhang family's upper echelons and the experts from the various forces all toasted respectfully. On Lin Moyang's birthday, Feng Wuchen became the main character instead, as if he was the one celebrating. Even Feng Wuchen felt embarrassed. It was Lin Moyang's 70th birthday, he couldn't possibly embarrass the birthday boy, right? Fortunately, everyone understood the situation, and no one treated Lin Moyang coldly after the banquet. After the banquet ended, Feng Wuchen, Ling Xiaoxiao, and the others left the Star Boundary City and returned to the Dragon God Temple. Before leaving, Feng Wuchen also took away a batch of array formation materials. The Zhang family's patriarch and the others also left, leaving only the Divine Martial sect master and other upper echelons. Lin Moyang's 70th birthday was very special. It was supposed to be a lively banquet, but so many people had died, but it didn't affect the auction. On the contrary, it was Feng Wuchen who shocked the Wuji domain's major forces. Inside the auction hall, after Feng Wuchen, the Zhang family, and Qi Kong left, the upper echelons of the various forces breathed a sigh of relief. In front of the Zhang family, Immortal Artifact Pavilion, and Feng Wuchen, they felt pressured and suffocated. Guild leader Lin, what is this Denda's background? Why is his identity so terrifying? Jiang family's patriarch was the first to ask. Lin Moyang shook his head and smiled wryly, old man doesn't know. The old man only knows that Dendi is young Lord Zhang's master and the Dragon God Temple's temple master. You all saw it just now, Denda's smithing skills are terrifying. His artifact creation realm is the same as his alchemy realm, he can also form pills with a thought. Old man has already acknowledged Dendi as his master. Nie Fengyun added, master can control the fire poison in the body of alchemists and artifact refiners. The fire poison in old man's body was expelled by master. Control the fire poison? The faces of the alchemists from the various forces changed drastically. As for the fact that young pavilion master Qi Kong is Denda's grand disciple's disciple, old man only learned about it today. In other words, besides the Zhang family, there is also the fairy artifact pavilion behind Dendi. Lin Moyang said. His old eyes flickered with fear as he spoke. The faces of the experts from the various forces turned pale. They could not afford to offend such a terrifying figure. The patriarch of the Xiaoyao sect didn't listen to our advice. They deserved it. Luckily, you didn't intervene, said Lin Mo Yang. In the drunken celestial building, Yang He and the others provoked Dendi again and again, but Dendi was not afraid at all. I knew that Dendi was not simple, said Jiang Miekong. He felt lucky that he had not intervened. Otherwise, the Jiang family would have been killed. Not only is he not simple, but Denda's cultivation level is extremely high at such a young age. At the same time, his cultivation level is the same as Denda's. He also has the ability to make pills with one thought. You haven't seen Dendi concoct pills with one thought. It's amazing. It's not an exaggeration to say that Dendi is a god, said Bai Li Hen. The experts from the various forces nodded. They were extremely afraid of Feng Wuchen. Everybody, when you go back, don't tell anyone about what happened today. Also, tell your forces not to provoke Dendi. Otherwise, nobody will be able to save you, said Lin Moyang. Don't offend Dendi. Absolutely not. The experts from the various forces nodded again. Recalling the scene just now, they were scared and broke out in cold sweat. For Feng Wuchen, Qi Kong did not hesitate to kill all those who begged for mercy. Even Zhou Haoyan, whom he knew, was killed mercilessly. This showed how high Feng Wuchen's position was in Qi Kong's heart. If they knew that the Immortal Artifact Pavilion had already submitted to Feng Wuchen, their jaws would probably drop. Back at the Dragon God Temple, the first thing Feng Wuchen did was to set up a teleportation formation. The teleportation formation set up by Feng Wuchen was different from the public ones in the Wuji domain. The teleportation formation was set up in the Dragon God Temple. Feng Wuchen planned to set up a teleportation formation in the Scorching Fire Empire as well. It would be convenient for the Feng family and Heaven Pavilion to go to the Dragon God Temple, and for the Dragon God Temple soldiers to return to the Empire. If an emergency happened in the Empire, they could also go back to support immediately. While the others were cultivating in seclusion, Feng Wuchen was busy setting up the formation. After everything was ready, Feng Wuchen activated his true origin to activate the teleportation formation. Buzz buzz. The 2-feet-wide formation glowed with a faint green light, and the ground trembled slightly. Very good. All that's left is to set up another teleportation formation in the Scorching Fire Empire and connect them, Feng Wuchen said to himself with a smile. Hall Master, is this the teleportation formation? Sensing the energy fluctuation of the formation, a few soldiers flew over curiously. That's right. Once I return to the Empire, Heaven Pavilion will set up another teleportation formation and connect them, and we'll be able to use it. It'll be very convenient to return to the Empire then, Feng Wuchen said with a smile. That's great. We can return to the Empire anytime in the future. They were excited. Look after the Dragon God Temple. If there's any danger, activate the formation. I'll return to the Empire immediately, Feng Wuchen instructed. Yes, Hall Master. Hall Master. The few of them were instantly filled with energy. Master, there's news about the 1,000-year immortal spirit stone. Just as Feng Wuchen was about to return to the Empire, Nia Fingyan's voice transmission sounded in his mind. Oh? Really? Feng Wuchen asked through voice transmission. He looked excited. It's absolutely true. Just this morning, our men found out about it at Mount Chiyun in the western region. Nia Fingyan's voice transmission sounded again. Very good. I'll try my best to get to Mount Chiyun. Feng Wuchen replied and immediately set off for the Scorching Fire Empire. The 1,000-year immortal spirit stone was extremely rare. It was definitely a treasure that could only be found by chance. Feng Wuchen had asked Nia Fengyun to look for it, but he did not have much hope. Not long after, he found out about the 1,000-year immortal spirit stone. Feng Wuchen was extremely excited. As long as he could obtain the 1,000-year immortal spirit stone, Feng Wuchen could refine the Dragon God sword into an immortal sword. Of course, with Feng Wuchen's equipment refining skills, it would be easy for him to turn the Dragon God sword into an immortal weapon. Feng Wuchen also had many ordinary immortal spirit stones. However, Feng Wuchen must have his reasons for wanting to use the 1,000-year immortal spirit stone. Scorching Fire Empire's Heaven Pavilion. After 7 days of rushing, Feng Wuchen arrived at the Scorching Fire Empire's Heaven Pavilion. At this moment, the upper echelons of the Feng family and the Empire had already gathered in the Heaven Pavilion. Teleportation portal. Open. Feng Wuchen activated his true origin and slammed his palm on the ground. As he shouted, the teleportation portal suddenly flashed with green light. Looking at the 2-feet-wide green portal, Feng Jingxiong was shocked. Chen, is this the teleportation portal you were talking about? What a powerful energy wave. Emperor Duan Tianhun and the others were also shocked. Feng Wuchen smiled. That's right. With this teleportation portal, you can go to the Celestial Dragon God Temple in the Wuji domain at any time. However, because the distance is too far, it might take some time. After opening the transportation portal, Feng Wuchen brought Feng Jingxiong and the rest to the Dragon Temple. Although the transportation portal was more convenient, they could not reach the Dragon Temple in an instant. The passage of the teleportation array was colorful and extremely beautiful. Everyone was amazed. Due to the distance, it would take at least half an hour to reach the Dragon Temple, but it was much faster than flying. Mother, Father, Emperor, when we reach the Dragon Temple, I have other things to do. Time is of the essence, so I won't accompany you. In the magical passage, Feng Wuchen smiled. Feng Jingxiong smiled proudly. Chen, go ahead. Don't worry about us. Chen, be careful, Xiao Qingqing reminded. She was also proud to have such an outstanding son. Don't worry, father and mother. Feng Wuchen nodded. Feng Wuchen, what's your cultivation now? Why do I feel that you're very powerful now? Duan Tianhun could not help but ask. Second-level celestial being, Feng Wuchen said with a smile. He did not hide it. What? Second-level celestial being? Duan Tianhun was stunned. His expression was stiff, and his heart was in turmoil. He actually broke through to the celestial being realm. Feng Jingxiong and Feng Qianyang were shocked. They could not imagine how terrifying Feng Wuchen's cultivation speed was. This is too fast, isn't it? Situ Zhentian said in a daze, his voice trembling. Too powerful. Pavilion Master is unbelievably powerful. Everyone in Heaven Pavilion was shocked. Feng Wuchen smiled. Work hard, and you can also break through to the celestial being realm. That's great. That's great. Haha. As expected of my son. Feng Jingxiong was extremely excited. After returning to the Dragon Temple, Feng Wuchen brought Ling Xiaoxiao to the auction and instructed Lu Qingyang and the rest to receive Feng Jingxiong and the rest. When they arrived at the auction, Lin Moyang and the rest personally received them. Dendi, you've come at the right time. We've already found out about the 1,000-year-old immortal spirit stone. It's from the Burning Cloud sect of Mount Equaling Cloud in the western region, Lin Moyang said respectfully. Burning Cloud sect? Feng Wuchen asked, how's the Burning Cloud sect's strength? I don't think the Burning Cloud sect will attend the president's birthday celebration, right? Nie Fengyun said, the Burning Cloud sect's strength is mediocre and was not invited. Feng Wuchen nodded and said, I'll go to the Burning Cloud sect of Qiyun Mountain right away. I hope to get the 1,000-year immortal spirit stone as soon as possible. Master, wait a moment. Our people said that if we want a 1,000-year-old immortal spirit stone, we have to satisfy the Burning Cloud sect's conditions, said Nie Fengyun. Conditions? What conditions? Feng Wuchen asked. Nie Fengyun smiled bitterly and said, 100 rank 6 pills, 100 spirit tools, and even help the Burning Cloud sect eliminate a strong enemy, the Emotionless Valley. Hearing this, Feng Wuchen frowned and said, pills and spirit tools are not a problem. The value of a 1,000-year-old immortal spirit stone is much higher than pills and spirit tools. However, to help them eliminate a strong enemy, isn't this a bit too much? The Emotionless Valley's strength is on par with the Burning Cloud sect. However, the Emotionless Valley has the support of the Extreme Royal sect. The Extreme Royal sect is one of the 5 great powers of the Western region and is extremely powerful. However, the Extreme Royal sect is not a righteous sect, so Old Man did not invite the Extreme Royal sect, Lin Moyang said gravely. Dendi, Old Man asked Tian Kuei and the others to go with you, Lin Moyang said. No need, I have my own ways. Xiaoxiao, let's go. Feng Wuchen shook his head and pulled Ling Xiaoxiao's jade-like hand to leave the auction house. Master, you must be careful, Nie Fengyun said worriedly. Swish swish. 2 figures left the auction house and flew towards the western region at top speed. After about 2 hours, Feng Wuchen and Ling Xiaoxiao had already arrived at Mount Qiyun. Brother Feng, that palace should be the Burning Cloud sect. Ling Xiaoxiao pointed at a palace on a mountain peak not far away. The strongest is at the 5th level of the heaven tier, Feng Wuchen said as he looked in the direction of the palace. Brother Feng, are you planning to snatch it? Ling Xiaoxiao asked in surprise. Am I that kind of person? Feng Wuchen rolled his eyes. Ling Xiaoxiao looked at Feng Wuchen strangely and did not say anything. Sensing Ling Xiaoxiao's strange gaze, Feng Wuchen's face darkened. Swish swish. In the sky above the Burning Cloud sect, Feng Wuchen and Ling Xiaoxiao flew over. The palace below was the Burning Cloud sect. Who's there? Sensing that someone had appeared, a disciple immediately shouted loudly. The disciples on the square all looked at the sky with vigilance. Feng Wuchen and Ling Xiaoxiao landed on the square. Feng Wuchen said indifferently, we're here for the 1,000-year immortal spirit stone. Go and report to your sect master. 1,000-year immortal spirit stone? So it's people from the auction house. The disciples relaxed one after another, but their gazes all looked at Ling Xiaoxiao at the same time. Too beautiful. The disciples' eyeballs were about to pop out, completely attracted by Ling Xiaoxiao's beauty. An icy aura emitted from Ling Xiaoxiao's body, immediately scaring the disciples into trembling with fear. Their gazes moved away from Ling Xiaoxiao with great reluctance. At this time, a senior disciple came out from a palace and sized up Feng Wuchen and Ling Xiaoxiao. Senior brother, they're from the auction house. A disciple said. This person hides his cultivation well. I can't see through his cultivation. This woman is only at the 7th level of the Sky Origin realm. The man thought to himself, but he didn't care. Li Mu cupped his fist slightly and said, I'm Li Mu, the senior disciple of the Burning Cloud sect. Have you prepared the elixir and spiritual weapon? I have to take a look at the 1,000-year immortal spirit stone first to see if it's real. Feng Wuchen smiled. Li Mu nodded and said, please follow me. Li Mu led Feng Wuchen and Ling Xiaoxiao to the main hall while signaling for a disciple to meet the sect master and elders. Not long after Feng Wuchen and Ling Xiaoxiao entered the main hall, the sect master and elders of the Burning Cloud sect arrived one after another. The middle-aged man in the lead was the sect master of the Burning Cloud sect, Zhao Huifeng. The three elders behind him were Lu Jiantian, Gao Yuanshan, and Lin Xian. Sect master, they're here for the immortal spirit stone. Li Mu reported respectfully. Zhao Huifeng sized up Feng Wuchen and Ling Xiaoxiao and smiled faintly, welcome to the Burning Cloud sect. Greetings, Sect Master Zhao. Feng Wuchen bowed politely. Since you're here for the 1,000-year immortal spirit stone, I won't beat around the bush. Zhao Huifeng smiled and said, you should know my conditions. 100 6th grade elixir, 100 spiritual weapons, and help me eliminate the Heartless Valley. As long as you can do it, the immortal spirit stone will naturally belong to you. Sect Master Zhao, the elixir and spiritual weapons aren't a problem. However, we have no enmity with the Heartless Valley. This condition is too demanding. Even if I can help you eliminate the Heartless Valley, there's still the royal sect behind the Heartless Valley. With the royal sect's strength, the Burning Cloud sect won't be able to fight them. Why don't we change it? Feng Wuchen asked. Zhao Huifeng was determined not to change the conditions, and there was no room for negotiation. Zhao Huifeng should know that the Heartless Valley was backed by the royal sect. If they destroyed the Heartless Valley, the Burning Cloud sect would definitely not survive. Offending the royal sect to destroy the Heartless Valley was simply a fool. Since that was the case, why did Zhao Huifeng still do this? Feng Wuchen could not understand. Sect Master Zhao, are you not afraid of the royal sect? Feng Wuchen probed. Zhao Huifeng sneered and said, no matter how strong the royal sect is, they won't do anything to my Burning Cloud sect. Cut the crap. If you agree to destroy the Heartless Valley, I will naturally give you the 1,000-year immortal spirit stone. If you don't agree, I can only ask someone else. Brother Feng, agree first. Ling Xiaoxiao transmitted her voice. Feng Wuchen nodded secretly and said with a smile, okay, Sect Master Zhao, I agree. Zhao Huifeng narrowed his eyes and said with a threatening look, kid, you better not play any tricks. Otherwise, you can forget about getting the 1,000-year immortal spirit stone. Don't worry, Sect Master Zhao. But before that, can Sect Master Zhao let me see the 1,000-year immortal spirit stone? Otherwise, how can I believe that it must be the 1,000-year immortal spirit stone? Feng Wuchen said with a smile. That is the 1,000-year immortal spirit stone. Great Elder Lu Jiantian said with certainty. Feng Wuchen glanced at the Great Elder and said with a smile, this elder is only a 4th-grade alchemist, not a blacksmith. How do you know that it must be the 1,000-year immortal spirit stone? This elder has seen the 1,000-year immortal spirit stone before? Lu Jiantian frowned slightly and said with slight displeasure, are you doubting the old man? Feng Wuchen shook his head and said, this elder is overthinking. I have no intention of doubting, but I have seen the 1,000-year immortal spirit stone before. It is extremely rare and precious. Not many people on the continent have seen it before. Not to mention that I am a blacksmith, so I need to confirm. Otherwise, wouldn't I be helping for nothing? Oh? You are a blacksmith? What grade are you? Lu Jiantian asked in surprise. 5th grade. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly. 5th grade? Zhao Huifeng and the others were so shocked that their eyeballs almost popped out. No matter how one looked at it, Feng Wuchen did not seem to be 20 years old. Who would have thought that he was actually a 5th-grade blacksmith? Otherwise, why would I agree to give you 100 spirit artifacts? Feng Wuchen said with a smile. Soon after, he slightly urged his soul power to prove that he was a 5th-grade blacksmith. He really has the soul power of the 5th stage. He was simply a refining genius. Maybe he's even more powerful than young Lord Zhang. Lu Jiantian exclaimed. His old face was even more shocked. Feng Wuchen retracted his aura and continued, I'm very clear about the age of immortal spirit stones. I have quite a few ordinary immortal spirit stones, but unfortunately, they're only around 100 years old. Speaking up to here, Feng Wuchen took out some immortal spirit stones and said with a smile, Sect Leader Zhao, please take a look. This is 100 years old immortal spirit stone, this is 70 years old, and this is 50 years old. So I want to confirm. If I can't confirm, I won't agree. I don't want to help for free. Looking at Feng Wuchen's words, Zhao Huifeng was half convinced and half doubtful. At the same time, he felt that Feng Wuchen's words were somewhat reasonable. Since you agreed to help, I'll take a look. Zhao Huifeng nodded. The Heartless Valley was backed by the royal sect. All the major forces in the western region knew that. Without Feng Wuchen's help, it would be difficult for them to find others to help. Zhao Huifeng immediately took out an immortal spirit stone and held it tightly in his palm. An extremely strong aura swept out and instantly spread throughout the hall. Zhao Huifeng's palm was shining with dazzling colorful light. As Zhao Huifeng opened his palm, the colorful light enveloped the hall and then slowly dissipated. Zhao Huifeng smiled proudly and said, "This is a 1,000-year immortal spirit stone. You have to look carefully. It really is a 1,000-year immortal spirit stone." Feng Wuchen was overjoyed. "Brother Feng, is this a 1,000-year immortal spirit stone?" Ling Xiaoxiao asked in astonishment. She didn't feel like it. Feng Wuchen shook his head and said, "This is not a 1,000-year immortal spirit stone. From the aura, it is at most 600 years old. A 1,000-year immortal spirit stone emits a 9-colored light and contains an extremely violent power. 600 years old? That's impossible. According to the ancient records, a immortal spirit stone with colorful light must be a 1,000-year immortal spirit stone." Lu Jiantian quickly said. "Ancient records?" Feng Wuchen was slightly stunned. "Boy, are you lying to us?" Zhao Huifeng frowned and asked. He felt that Feng Wuchen was lying. "Then you can treat it as a 1,000-year-old immortal spirit stone. Although I also need a 600-year-old immortal spirit stone, a 600-year-old immortal spirit stone is not much different from a 100-year-old immortal spirit stone. I'm sorry, but my requirements are very high. My master wants to refine an immortal artifact, so he needs a 1,000-year-old immortal spirit stone. This immortal spirit stone is not enough for me to help you destroy the Emotionless Valley. The first two conditions are still acceptable." "Master?" Ling Xiaoxiao raised her eyebrows and seemed to understand something. However, she remained calm and did not speak. After that, Feng Wuchen got up and was about to leave. Zhao Huifeng and Lu Jiantian were stunned. Seeing that Feng Wuchen was about to leave without hesitation, they obviously believed that this was not a 1,000-year immortal spirit stone. That's impossible. How can it not be a 1,000-year immortal spirit stone? Zhao Huifeng looked at the immortal spirit stone in his hand in disbelief. "That's right, Sect Master Zhao. The Zhang family and the Immortal Artifact Pavilion might need a 600-year immortal spirit stone. You can sell it to them. However, they might not agree to your conditions. They don't lack immortal spirit stones. This immortal spirit stone is of no use to you." Feng Wuchen suddenly spoke as he walked to the door. "This?" The three elders looked at each other. Zhao Huifeng frowned deeply and thought, this boy doesn't seem to be lying. He even confirmed that it wasn't a 1,000-year immortal spirit stone with just a glance and left so decisively. Zhao Huifeng hesitated. The Burning Cloud sect did not have any artificers. Since it was not a 1,000-year immortal spirit stone, it was of no use to the Burning Cloud sect. Moreover, immortal spirit stones were only used to refine immortal artifacts. Only the Zhang family and the Immortal Artifact Pavilion could refine immortal artifacts on the continent. These two forces did not lack immortal spirit stones. Is this old thing so determined? Feng Wuchen frowned and thought. Seeing that they were about to walk out of the main hall, Feng Wuchen felt helpless. Zhao Huifeng and the rest still did not move. Ling Xiaoxiao whispered, "Brother Feng, looks like we can't fool them. Let's go. We'll think of another way." Feng Wuchen shook his head helplessly. "Little brother, please wait." Seeing that Feng Wuchen and Ling Xiaoxiao were about to walk out of the main hall, Zhao Huifeng's heart skipped a beat. Hearing that, Feng Wuchen was overjoyed. He stopped in his tracks and said lightly, "Sect Master Zhao, this really isn't a 1,000-year immortal spirit stone. If you don't believe me, you can find any powerful artificer and ask. I'm in a hurry, so I'll take my leave first. Seeing that Feng Wuchen was acting so well, Ling Xiaoxiao almost laughed out loud. Change to the first two conditions? Well. Feng Wuchen frowned slightly and pretended to be troubled. Although the immortal weapon refined from a 600-year-old immortal spirit stone is very powerful, if the refinement fails, it's no different from an ordinary immortal spirit stone. Although it's enough to exchange for 100 6th-grade pills and 100 spiritual weapons, Master doesn't seem to care. In other words, the value of a 600-year-old immortal spirit stone depends on the refiner. It's useless to you. Feng Wuchen muttered as he pondered. Seeing that Feng Wuchen was deep in thought, Zhao Huifeng and the three elders were slightly anxious. If Feng Wuchen did not agree, they would not be able to get 100 6th-grade pills and 100 spiritual weapons, let alone exterminate the Heartless Valley. If they were to sell it to the Zhang family or the Immortal Artifact Pavilion, they might not be interested in it since it was no different from an ordinary immortal spirit stone. Perhaps the Zhang family and the Immortal Artifact Pavilion still had a lot of it. Moreover, the Burning Cloud sect did not dare to bargain with the Immortal Artifact Pavilion and the Zhang family. Refiners were not everywhere, and powerful ones were even rarer. If they missed out on Feng Wuchen, Zhao Huifeng really did not want to sell it to anyone. I'll ask my master first and see if we can use a 600-year-old immortal spirit stone. Please wait for a moment, Sect Master Zhao, Feng Wuchen said. Then, he pretended to send a voice transmission to his master. Sect Master, do you really want to exchange? Lu Jiantian asked in a low voice. He looked anxious and felt that he was at a disadvantage. If we can get 100 6th-grade pills and 100 spiritual weapons, our Burning Cloud sect's strength will definitely increase greatly. At that time, exterminating the Heartless Valley will be a piece of cake. If this isn't a 1,000-year-old immortal spirit stone, we won't be able to sell it for a high price. The Zhang family and the Immortal Artifact Pavilion might not care about it. Besides, he doesn't look like he's lying, Zhao Huifeng said in a low voice. Sect Master is right. If we exchange with him, we can still get pills and spiritual weapons. If we exchange with others, it's too expensive. I'm afraid they won't want it, Second Elder Gao Yuanshan said. Feng Wuchen pretended to transmit his voice while sneaking glances at Zhao Huifeng and the others. His heart was already bursting with joy. Sect Leader Zhao, consider yourself lucky. My master has agreed and decided to try the 600-year-old celestial spirit stone, Feng Wuchen suddenly said with a helpless expression. Good. Good. Zhao Huifeng nodded repeatedly, looking as if he had struck gold. Little brother, I trust you. I'll give you the immortal spirit stone first. I hope you can refine the pills and spirit tools as soon as possible. Zhao Huifeng smiled happily and hurriedly tossed the 1,000-year-old immortal spirit stone over. Feng Wuchen was overjoyed. He hurriedly put the celestial spiritual stone into his storage ring and said excitedly, I finally got it. The ecstasy in his heart did not show on his face as Feng Wuchen asked, Sect Master Zhao, are you clear about the rules of alchemists and armament refiners? Hearing this, Zhao Huifeng's expression suddenly changed. He smiled bitterly and said, I know the rules, but the Burning Cloud sect doesn't have so many medicinal herbs to refine a 6th-grade pill. We also don't have 100 pieces of meteorite iron. The Burning Cloud sect is not weak. It shouldn't be a problem to buy some medicinal herbs and meteorite iron. I'm very poor and have no money. Feng Wuchen shrugged with a helpless expression. Little brother, you can refine a 6th-grade pill? Lu Jiantian finally reacted. He looked at Feng Wuchen suspiciously and said, Don't tell old man that you're a 6th-grade alchemist. This elder has good eyesight. He can actually tell that I'm a 6th-grade alchemist. Feng Wuchen said with a surprised smile. You're a 6th-grade alchemist? Zhao Huifeng almost fell from his seat and was shocked again. Lu Jiantian said in shock, That's impossible. You're so young. It's impossible for you to have such high achievements in alchemy and weapon refining. Absolutely impossible. A 5th-grade armament refiner was already hard to believe, let alone a 6th-grade alchemist. Pung. Feng Wuchen bent his claw and a cyan flame ignited in his palm. Immediately after, he urged a tyrannical soul power. 6th grade alchemist. Genius alchemist. Genius alchemist. Feeling Feng Wuchen's tyrannical soul power, Lu Jiantian's entire body trembled. He was so scared that his entire body trembled. Is he really a 6th grade alchemist? A 20-year-old 6th grade alchemist? Zhao Huifeng and the other higher-ups were shocked again. They looked at Feng Wuchen as if they were looking at a monster. They simply couldn't believe that there was a genius who was both an armament refiner and an alchemist in this world. This terrifying talent made them feel that it was too inconceivable and unreal. Do you know the difference between the soul power of an alchemist and an armament refiner? Feng Wuchen asked with a smile as he looked at Lu Jiantian. Feng Wuchen played with the flame and said indifferently, "A armament refiner's soul power, or more accurately, it should be called soul power. Because the two are similar, they are collectively called soul power. Actually, there are still differences. It's the same for blacksmiths and inscriptionists." Zhao Huifeng and the three elders were completely petrified. Sect leader Zhao, quickly send someone to prepare the herbs. I'm in a hurry. Feng Wuchen said indifferently. Yes. I'll immediately send someone to buy it. Zhao Huifeng nodded repeatedly. His attitude had a 360-degree change. A 6th grade alchemist had a high status. Zhao Huifeng didn't dare to offend him. Not to mention that Feng Wuchen wasn't just a 6th grade alchemist, he was also a 5th grade armament refiner. Sect leader Zhao, can you tell me why you're not afraid of the royal sect? The royal sect is one of the 5 major powers in the western region. Destroying your burning cloud sect is as easy as flipping a hand. Feng Wuchen asked curiously. Zhao Huifeng hurriedly said respectfully, I have half of a treasure map here. It records a powerful treasure. The royal sect wants to seize this treasure map. The other half of the treasure map is in their hands. Aren't you afraid that the royal sect will destroy you and seize the treasure map? Ling Xiaoxiao asked in astonishment. At most, we'll fight to the death. Only I know where the treasure map is. No matter how strong the royal sect is, if they destroy us, they can forget about getting the treasure map. With just half of the treasure map, it's impossible to find it. Zhao Huifeng said. I see. Feng Wuchen nodded. He then asked, Sect leader Zhao, do you know what treasure is recorded on the treasure map? I've seen the complete treasure map. In the process of fighting, half of the treasure map was taken away by an expert of the royal sect. However, I remember that there is a treasure that can control time recorded on it. I don't know the specifics. I've never sent anyone to look for it. Instead, the royal sect has been searching for it. Zhao Huifeng said solemnly. A treasure that can control time? Ling Xiaoxiao's face was filled with astonishment. It was as if she had never heard of it. However, Feng Wuchen's face was filled with shock. Immemorial year ring. Feng Wuchen exclaimed in his heart. All the information about the immemorial year ring instantly appeared in his mind. The immemorial year ring was a divine tool from the immemorial era. The owner could control the speed of time. It was an extremely terrifying treasure. It's impossible for a magic treasure to control time to exist. No one can control time. Seeing Feng Wuchen and Ling Xiaoxiao's stunned expressions, Zhao Huifeng shook his head slightly. The reason why Zhao Huifeng didn't send people to search for the treasure was precisely because he didn't believe that such a heaven-defying treasure existed. Not to mention Zhao Huifeng, many cultivators wouldn't believe it either. A magic treasure that controlled time was too illusory. However, Feng Wuchen firmly believed it. That's true. Feng Wuchen nodded. Before confirming, Feng Wuchen also didn't know if it was the legendary immemorial year ring. From the beginning, I guessed that the treasure map was fake, but the Huangji sect believed it was real, so I used it to restrain the Huangji sect. However, because the enmity between the Burning Cloud sect and the Emotionless Valley grew deeper and deeper over the years, I had no choice but to think of killing with a borrowed knife. If we don't eliminate the Emotionless Valley, my Burning Cloud sect will suffer sooner or later, Zhao Huifeng said solemnly. Sect Master Zhao wants 100 6th grade pills and 100 spirit artifacts. His goal is to increase his strength so that he can deal with the Emotionless Valley, Feng Wuchen said. That's right. If the Burning Cloud sect wants to survive, we must suppress the emotionless valley and even eliminate them. Zhao Huifeng said fiercely. A world where the strong preyed on the weak was so cruel. The Burning Cloud sect was unwilling to be trampled under the feet of the emotionless valley. The Burning Cloud sect could only think of all ways to deal with the emotionless valley. Feng Wuchen's eyes swiveled as he thought of a plan. He looked at Zhao Huifeng and said, Sect Master Zhao, I have an idea that can help your Burning Cloud sect deal with the emotionless valley and also make the Huangji sect not dare to threaten the Burning Cloud sect. Oh? It can make the Huangji sect not dare to threaten us? Zhao Huifeng looked at Feng Wuchen in astonishment. He was very curious about what method was so magical. The Huangji sect was one of the 5 major forces in the western region. Its terrifying strength wasn't something that could be solved with a method. The 3 elders' interest was piqued as they looked at Feng Wuchen. That's right, but sect leader Zhao has to let me take a look at the treasure map. I'll just take a look and won't take it for myself. Since the royal sect attaches so much importance to this treasure map and hasn't given up on searching for it, I think there might be other uses for it. Feng Wuchen smiled. Hearing this, Zhao Huifeng frowned slightly and asked, There are other uses? While he was puzzled, Zhao Huifeng took out half of the treasure map and tossed it to Feng Wuchen without hesitation. He said, If little brother can really help my Burning Cloud sect deal with the emotionless valley and intimidate the utmost monarch sect, there is no harm in giving this treasure map to little brother. Seeing how straightforward and trusting Zhao Huifeng was, Feng Wuchen asked in surprise, Sect Master Zhao trusts me so much? I'm a trusted 6th grade alchemist. Besides, I'm not interested in the treasure at all. I don't want to lose my life for it. Zhao Huifeng said. Knowing that Feng Wuchen was a 6th grade alchemist and a 5th grade blacksmith, Zhao Huifeng was not stupid enough to offend Feng Wuchen. Not only was Zhao Huifeng not stupid, but he was also very smart. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so generous as to give the treasure map to Feng Wuchen. For a terrifying genius like Feng Wuchen, Zhao Huifeng naturally wanted to rope him in. Then thank you, Sect Master Zhao. I will help you refine the elixirs and spirit artifacts as soon as possible. Within 7 days, someone will send the elixirs and spirit artifacts over. You don't need to prepare the elixirs and materials. Feng Wuchen cupped his fists and thanked him. Within 7 days? Gao Yuanshan frowned slightly. He didn't believe Feng Wuchen and asked, How do we know if you are lying to us? What if you take away the immortal spirit stones and treasure map and don't come back? Where can we find you? The Burning Cloud sect's strength can't compete with the auction. Second elder is right. Sect Master, if he doesn't come back, we will have given the 2 treasures away for nothing. The third elder agreed. Hearing this, Feng Wuchen smiled faintly and said, I am Feng Wuchen, the temple master of the Astral Dragon Temple. If you don't believe me, I can stay here to refine the elixirs and spirit artifacts. However, you have to prepare the elixirs and materials yourself. I don't have them here. Gao Yuanshan's expression changed slightly. He was speechless. The amount of materials needed to refine 100 6th grade elixirs and 100 spirit artifacts was huge. All of them added up would cost a lot of gold coins. 7 days it is. Zhao Huifeng agreed without hesitation. He would rather choose to believe in Feng Wuchen. Goodbye. Feng Wuchen stood up and cupped his fists. He left the Burning Cloud sect with Ling Xiaoxiao. After Feng Wuchen and Ling Xiaoxiao left, Lu Jiantian asked, Sect Master, you trust that kid so much? Zhao Huifeng frowned and said, Immediately send someone to the astral boundary to investigate. This person's origin is not simple. We can't offend him. Lu Jiantian nodded and said solemnly, Old man has never seen such a monstrous genius in his life. This person is definitely not simple. After leaving the Burning Cloud sect, Feng Wuchen and Ling Xiaoxiao headed to the Shenwu sect. Big brother Feng, is that immortal spirit stone a 1,000-year immortal spirit stone? Ling Xiaoxiao asked hurriedly when they were far away from the Burning Cloud sect. Yes, it's a 1,000-year immortal spirit stone. Feng Wuchen nodded with a smile. Big brother Feng is indeed lying to them. Ling Xiaoxiao covered her small mouth and laughed. Feng Wuchen shrugged and said, I have no enmity with the Emotionless Valley. I don't want to help them destroy the Emotionless Valley. Let them settle the matter of the burning cloud sect themselves. Ling Xiaoxiao nodded and felt that it made sense. What about the treasure map? Does a treasure that can control time really exist? Ling Xiaoxiao asked again. There was indeed a heaven-defying treasure in the primordial era that could control time. It's called the primordial year ring. It's an immemorial divine artifact. However, one must have the power of time to control it. There's only half of the treasure map, so I'm not sure if it's the primordial year ring, Feng Wuchen said indifferently. Primordial year ring? Ling Xiaoxiao frowned slightly. She had never heard of it. This is a legendary divine artifact. I'm not sure if it exists, but the power of time definitely exists. The harvest this time is not small. Feng Wuchen said with a slightly excited smile. Since the power of time existed, then the primordial year ring definitely existed. The other half of the treasure map is in the hands of the royal sect. How does Big Brother Feng plan to trick it? I'm afraid the royal sect won't easily hand over the other half of the treasure map, Ling Xiaoxiao asked. Feng Wuchen said with a smile, we must get the other half of the treasure map. No matter what method we use, even if we have to destroy the royal sect, we must get the other half of the treasure map. Since Feng Wuchen had accidentally found out about the primordial year ring, he definitely wouldn't miss out on such a divine artifact. About half an hour later, Feng Wuchen and Ling Xiaoxiao arrived at the Shenwu city. Shenwu city? Is this the territory of the Shenwu sect? Ling Xiaoxiao looked at the city gate in astonishment and asked, Big Brother Feng, you want to go to the Shenwu sect? Yes, the Shenwu sect is the strongest force in the Western domain. It's best to ask for the help of the Shenwu sect's sect master. Suppressing the royal sect is as easy as flipping one's hand, Feng Wuchen said with a smile and pulled Ling Xiaoxiao's jade-like hand into the city. After entering the city, Feng Wuchen and Ling Xiaoxiao planned to look for a restaurant to have a meal and inquire about the exact location of the Shenwu sect. Just then, on the street, a woman rushed towards Feng Wuchen and Ling Xiaoxiao in a panic while a man chased after her. Help! Help me! The woman screamed in panic and ran for her life. The woman wore a green gauze dress and had a unique temperament. Her delicate face was very charming, and at the same time, she had an impressive figure that was full of temptation. Little beauty, don't even think about escaping from my hands today. I'll eat you up today. The man had a lewd smile and completely ignored the passers-by on the street. In broad daylight, he ignored the existence of the crowd and took liberties with a woman in public. He was simply too arrogant, the crowd cursed in a low voice, but no one dared to help her. The woman was only half a meter away from Feng Wuchen and Ling Xiaoxiao, but she was caught by the man behind her and dragged back. Save me! Save me! The woman looked at Feng Wuchen and Ling Xiaoxiao with fear and pleading eyes. Let's see where you can run to. The man sneered mockingly and was about to lower his head to kiss the woman's tender cheeks. Just as the man's lips were about to kiss the woman, a flying sword suddenly came and blocked the man's lips. 4th level of the heaven tier. Feng Wuchen thought to himself as he sensed a powerful aura coming towards them. The sudden cold sword scared the man so much that he broke out in a cold sweat. The cold killing intent also scared the man. Let go of Yuan, or I'll kill you. A cold voice sounded. Big Brother man. Yuan was overjoyed. I was wondering who it was. So it's Man Qing. The man released his hand and sneered. When he saw that it was Man Qing, the man's fear instantly disappeared and was replaced by arrogance and haughtiness. The person who came was a man in his late 20s. He wore a black robe and had a decent appearance. His long hair draped over his shoulders and he looked rather carefree. Feng Wuchen originally intended to make a move, but he sensed that someone else was making a move, so he didn't make a move. After escaping from the man's clutches, Yulan hurriedly rushed into Man Qing's embrace like a frightened rabbit. Man Qing coldly stared at the man and coldly said, He Ming, don't think that I won't dare to kill you just because your father is the city lord. Hearing this, He Ming said arrogantly, I know your cultivation is above mine, but you don't have the guts to kill me. If you kill me, you can forget about leaving the divine martial city alive. You don't want this little beauty to die, right? As the divine martial city's young city lord, He Ming was dressed in a gorgeous white brocade. His appearance was rather coquettish, and his cultivation had already reached the third level of the heaven tier. Among those of the same generation, his strength was considered relatively powerful. Hearing this, Man Qing's face instantly darkened, and he glared fiercely at He Ming. As He Ming spoke, his gaze inadvertently caught sight of Ling Xiaoxiao's figure. His expression was first stunned, then his gaze instantly swept towards Ling Xiaoxiao, and he was already attracted by Ling Xiaoxiao's beauty. He Ming was completely stunned, and he stared fixedly at Ling Xiaoxiao. At this moment, it was as if in He Ming's eyes, there was only Ling Xiaoxiao in the world, and he couldn't even see Feng Wuchen who was standing before him. He Ming's unbridled gaze stared at Ling Xiaoxiao, and it caused Feng Wuchen to feel extremely displeased in his heart. Bastard! Noticing He Ming's gaze, Yulan cursed, and she had an extremely disgusted expression. Big brother man, let's go. Ignore him, said Yulan. We can't let him harm others. Man Qing said coldly, and he was able to discern that He Ming wanted to make a move against Ling Xiaoxiao again. Seemingly hearing Man Qing's words, He Ming said coldly, Man Qing, you'd best stay out of this young lord's matters. If not for Yulan's sake, this young lord would have sent people to kill you long ago. Do you really think that this young lord can't kill you just because you're at the fourth level of the heaven realm? If you can kill me with your own ability, then I have nothing to say. But don't think of harming others in front of me. Man Qing shouted furiously, not backing down in the slightest. Hearing Man Qing's words, Feng Wuchen could not help giving Man Qing a look of praise. Burial shadow. He Ming shouted coldly. Whoosh, a figure instantly flashed and appeared before Man Qing, emitting an icy cold killing intent from head to toe. Fifth level of the heaven realm. Man Qing frowned deeply and protected Yulan behind him at the first moment, staring at Burial Shadow vigilantly. If he dares to interfere, kill him for me. He Ming said coldly, sweeping a fierce glance at Man Qing. Burial Shadow was He Ming's personal guard. Whenever He Ming's life was in danger, he would appear. Big brother man, let's go. You can't beat him. Yulan was extremely worried and persuaded him in a low voice. No. Man Qing gritted his teeth and said furiously, determined not to leave. He Ming was too lazy to pay attention to him. His gaze once again looked at Ling Xiaoxiao, revealing a smirk on his face as he said, Little beauty, what's your name? You're really pretty. Is this your first time in the Divine Martial City? Why don't I take you around? In the Divine Martial City, I have the final say. Scram. Ling Xiaoxiao replied coldly. Ling Xiaoxiao's reply instantly caused the smirk on He Ming's face to stiffen, and he was extremely embarrassed. Damn girl. I gave you face, but you don't want it. He Ming said viciously, his fierce gaze sweeping over Feng Wuchen who was beside Ling Xiaoxiao, and he shouted angrily, Do you believe that I won't kill your friend? Slap. The moment He Ming finished speaking, there was suddenly a crisp slap. He Ming noticed a black shadow swinging over, but before he could see it clearly, his face was slapped. This slap was naturally from Feng Wuchen. After the slap, He Ming felt dizzy, and a trace of blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. A fiery red palm print appeared on his face, and a burning pain spread throughout his body. So fast. Burial Shadow stared at Feng Wuchen with a grave expression. He couldn't see when Feng Wuchen would make his move. How dare you? How dare you hit me? He Ming was furious. He suddenly activated a terrifying power and was about to punch Feng Wuchen. The closest person to him was Feng Wuchen. Other than Feng Wuchen, no one could hit him with that slap. Pft. The moment He Ming roared and activated his vital essence, there was another crisp sound. Feng Wuchen slapped him again at an even faster speed. With a crisp slap, He Ming was sent flying, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. He Ming was dumbfounded. There was actually someone who dared to hit him in the Divine Martial City. I'm hitting you. Not only do you have a foul mouth, but you're also ugly. You scared me. Who else would I hit if not you? Feng Wuchen said coldly with an expressionless face. Bastard. You're courting death. He Ming was furious and murderous. Young master, wait. Burial Shadow immediately stopped He Ming, who was about to attack, and said, His strength is above yours. Although he couldn't see the depth of Feng Wuchen's cultivation, Burial Shadow could intuitively feel that Feng Wuchen was very strong. So powerful. Yuelan looked at Feng Wuchen in shock, her pretty face stiff, disbelief written all over it. Not an ordinary kind of powerful. Manqing's gaze was also sizing up Feng Wuchen. With his cultivation, he could not see when Feng Wuchen made his move. Feng Wuchen was much younger than Manqing, but he possessed such powerful strength. How could Manqing not be shocked? With Feng Wuchen's powerful strength, he did not need their help at all. Buzz buzz. Buried Shadow urged his true essence. The terrifying power of a 5th-level Heaven Realm powerhouse gushed out. The street shook violently and exploded, the power spreading wildly. In an instant, the surrounding buildings already collapsed from the terrifying power. The cultivators on the street fled in terror one after another. Facing Feng Wuchen, Buried Shadow's expression was solemn. He did not know how powerful Feng Wuchen's strength was. He could only go all out. Feng Wuchen swept a cold glance over Buried Shadow and said, "I'm not interested in fighting with you. Get lost." "Humph. Don't think about leaving without fighting." He Ming shouted angrily. An icy gaze swept over He Ming, immediately scaring He Ming until he broke out in cold sweat. Feng Wuchen's gaze made him feel very scared. "You're not afraid that I'll kill you?" Feng Wuchen asked coldly. "Kill me? That will depend on your ability." He Ming shouted coldly. Being slapped twice by Feng Wuchen already thoroughly enraged him. Now, Feng Wuchen actually still dared to threaten him. He Ming was so angry that his lungs were about to explode. "Stinking brat, let's go up and fight," Buried Shadow said coldly, his figure slowly rising into the air. With their cultivation, if they fought in the city, not to mention harming the innocent, the massive divine martial city would probably be destroyed in an instant. "Big brother Feng, looks like we can't leave if you don't make a move," Ling Xiaoxiao said. Feng Wuchen's figure slowly rose into the air. The power of Armageddon and the second stage of Supreme Physique were urged out at the same time. Buzz buzz. Blood light flashed explosively. An extremely terrifying aura burst out from Feng Wuchen's body, soaring rapidly. In a blink of an eye, it already rose to the level of 4th-level Heaven Realm. 2nd level of the Heaven Tier. His aura has increased by 2 levels. So powerful. How is this possible? Manqing, Yulan, He Ming and the others turned pale with fright. The practitioners who had fled to the distant city were all shocked by Feng Wuchen's terrifying improvement. With a thought, Feng Wuchen unleashed the gauntlets, and his aura soared once again, instantly reaching the peak of the 4th level of the Heaven Tier. "It can actually increase my combat power by so much." Burial Shadow looked at Feng Wuchen in a daze as if he was looking at a monster. In the sky above the divine martial city, as the two terrifying forces spread out, it attracted the attention of many experts in the city. They all looked up. "Burial Shadow? Looks like the young city lord is in trouble again. Who is that kid? To have such a powerful combat strength at such a young age. He's only at the 2nd level of the Heaven Tier, but his aura has already reached the peak of the 4th level of the Heaven Tier." The many cultivators from the city all revealed shocked expressions. "Are you ready?" Feng Wuchen asked coldly, looking like he could defeat Burial Shadow at any time. Burial Shadow, who was in a daze, immediately came back to his senses. His expression was gloomy and solemn. Boom, buzz. Buzz, Burial Shadow did not say a word and suddenly shot out. Explosively, bringing along a powerful rumbling sound. His aura was majestic. Everywhere he passed, the void shook, and energy fluctuations rippled out. Staring at Burial Shadow with a cold gaze, Feng Wuchen's power poured into the gauntlets at lightning speed, exploding with a resplendent bloody light. High-grade profound rank martial technique. Sky Destroyer. Burial Shadow's speed was astonishing, arriving in the blink of an eye. With a fierce roar, a palm containing terrifying energy blasted towards Feng Wuchen coldly. Primordial Dragon Divine Fist. Feng Wuchen had no fear on his face. With a similar roar, he greeted with a punch. Boom. Crack. Puff, under the horrified gazes of the people in the city, the two collided in an instant. With a loud bang, Burial Shadow's expression changed drastically. Feng Wuchen's domineering power made him feel terrified and powerless. Then, with the sound of bones shattering, Burial Shadow spat out a mouthful of blood and flew out like a cannonball. Ah! With the bones in his arms shattered, Burial Shadow let out a heart-wrenching scream. How is this possible? What kind of power is this? Burial Shadow was shocked. He could not believe that he could not block the power of Feng Wuchen's punch even after using all his strength to execute a martial technique. Buzz! Buzz! At the moment of collision, terrifying energy ripples shook, and the sky above Divine Martial City violently shook. Feng Wuchen's punch directly crippled Burial Shadow's right arm and severely injured him. Hiss! The terrifying and domineering power scared everyone to the point that they sucked in a breath of cold air, and their eyeballs almost popped out. Is he a monster? He Ming was so scared that his face turned pale as he looked at Feng Wuchen in horror. I can't believe that he defeated a 5th-tier heaven-tier powerhouse with one punch. Manqing was dumbstruck. Apart from shock, there was still more shock. Feng Wuchen was only at the 2nd tier of the heaven tier, and the combat power he unleashed was only at the peak of the 4th tier of the heaven tier, but he could severely injure a 5th-tier heaven tier powerhouse with one punch. After severely injuring Burial Shadow with one punch, Feng Wuchen slowly descended. He retracted his aura and put away his gloves. Feng Wuchen landed steadily on the street. He Ming retreated in horror, his face pale beyond compare, paler than a dead man's. Feng Wuchen approached He Ming step by step, and He Ming was scared out of his wits. Feng Wuchen heavily injured Burial Shadow with one punch and crippled one of his arms. With his terrifying strength, he could kill He Ming in minutes. It would be strange if He Ming was not afraid. If you kill me, you won't live either. He Ming threatened with a dark face. Boom! Poowork! Feng Wuchen suddenly kicked out. With an explosive bang, the terrifying power shook He Ming until he vomited blood. His figure flew out along the street and even bounced a few times on the street. The onlookers all looked at Feng Wuchen in horror. No one had ever seen such a terrifying 2nd-tier heaven-tier powerhouse. Little brother, you guys leave quickly. At this time, the city lord has already been alerted. If you don't leave now, you won't be able to leave. Manqing hurriedly reminded. Hearing that, Feng Wuchen glanced at Manqing and said with a faint smile, It's all right. I came to Divine Martial City for some matters. Can you tell me the location of the Divine Martial Sect? Divine Martial Sect? Manqing was slightly stunned. South of Divine Martial City. Yulan answered quickly. Many thanks. Farewell. Feng Wuchen thanked and cupped his fists at Manqing. Stinking brat. Do you think you can leave? On the other end of the street, the severely injured He Ming's angry roar came, seething with killing intent. TSK, isn't this Divine Martial City's young city lord? What a sorry state. When He Ming was roaring, a mocking voice suddenly came into his ears. Big brother Yi? He Ming was stunned and immediately became overjoyed. He hurriedly said, Big brother Yi, quickly help me kill that brat. Big brother Feng, it's that person. Ling Xiaoxiao lifted her chin and looked at the other side of the street. On the other side of the street, the man's eyes met with Feng Wuchen's. With one look, the man was also stunned. He looked at Feng Wuchen in shock. Brother Yi? Seeing that the man did not respond, He Ming called out again. Shut up. Get out of my way. The man shouted angrily and glared at He Ming, scaring the latter into covering his mouth. His ferocious gaze swept towards Feng Wuchen. His eyes were filled with fury, and an intense battle intent surged out. This man was none other than Yi Tianwei, whom Feng Wuchen met before. Shenwu Sect's eldest disciple, Yi Tianwei. 5th level of Sky Human Realm. Yi Tianwei broke through. Shenwu Sect's number 1 genius eldest disciple. His strength is on par with Shenwu Sect's young lord. The crowd exclaimed. Many people recognized the man as Shenwu Sect's number 1 genius eldest disciple. Speaking of Yi Tianwei, there was no one in Shenwu City who did not know him. Yi Tianwei's strength was extremely strong. He once fought 2 4th-level Sky Human Realm powerhouses alone and shocked the western region. The most terrifying thing was the black leaf in Yi Tianwei's hand. It could transform into tens of thousands of leaves. Although Yi Tianwei was Shenwu sect's eldest disciple, he was known as the #1 genius on par with Shenwu sect's young lord because of his ferocious strength. He even surpassed the young lord. This was because Yi Tianwei was a 4th-level alchemist and a 3rd-level weapon refiner. His strength was unimaginable. Yi Tianwei's position in the western region was definitely superior. Kid, enemies are bound to meet on a narrow road. I can't believe I met you again. Yi Tianwei said fiercely. Brother Yi, you know him? He Ming asked in astonishment. Say another word and I'll kill you. Yi Tianwei said coldly. His cold voice made He Ming tremble. Although He Ming was Shenwu City's young lord, he did not dare to provoke Yi Tianwei. However, He Ming could see that Yi Tianwei and Feng Wuchen had some grudges. He was secretly pleased. He believed that with Yi Tianwei's strength, killing Feng Wuchen would be a piece of cake. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly and said, I didn't expect you to be the eldest disciple of the Shenwu sect, and even more unexpected that you've broken through to the 5th level of the heaven tier. Your talent is not simple. From the discussions of the crowd, Feng Wuchen already knew the identity of Yi Tianwei, and was quite surprised. I was injured by your soul power last time, but that doesn't mean that I'm weaker than you. Yi Tianwei said fiercely, his fighting spirit growing stronger. Is that kid also an alchemist? He actually managed to injure Yi Tianwei. Where did that brat come from? His soul power can injure Yi Tianwei? That brat heavily injured a 5th-level heaven-tier martial artist with one punch just now. His strength is extremely terrifying. I'm afraid that even Yi Tianwei is not his match. When the crowd heard this, they were shocked, and once again, an uproar broke out. Yi Tianwei, let's fight again next time. I have something to do at the Shenwu sect, so please lead the way. Feng Wuchen smiled. To the Shenwu sect? Yi Tianwei frowned slightly. Or we can go to the Shenwu sect to fight again. I have some matters to look for your sect master. Feng Wuchen added. Hearing up to here, Yi Tianwei restrained his aura and forcefully suppressed his fighting spirit. He looked at Feng Wuchen and asked, What do you need the sect master for? Asking your sect master for help, Feng Wuchen said indifferently. Swish. 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 When Feng Wuchen's words fell, over a dozen air-piercing sounds came from the direction of the main city. Waves after waves of extremely terrifying aura spread out, enveloping the entire Shenwu city. 9th level heaven tier. Feng Wuchen frowned deeply. He didn't need to guess to know that the Shenwu city's city lord and the rest had rushed over. The city lord is here. In the crowd, no one knew who shouted, and the entire place boiled over. That brat broke one of Burial Shadow's hands and even heavily injured the young city lord. He's most likely dead. The city lord is a protective lord. I'm afraid that he won't be able to leave Shenwu City alive. Shenwu City is a faction under the Shenwu sect. This brat offended the young city lord. No matter how great his background is, he's dead for sure too. Everyone shook their heads one after another. No one was optimistic about Feng Wuchen. The Shenwu sect was the western region's overlord, the most powerful faction. Shenwu City was the faction under the Shenwu sect. He Ming could be said to be the most terrifying figure apart from the Shenwu sect's young sect master and eldest disciple. Feng Wuchen offended He Ming. How could he live? Brother! Quickly leave. If you don't leave now, it'll be too late. Man Qing shouted anxiously. No worries. Feng Wuchen's expression did not change. Man Qing and Yuelan were both stunned. What time was it already? If they still did not leave, wouldn't they be courting death? Stinking brat. You're dead for sure. Sensing over a dozen terrifying auras, He Ming's pale face revealed a hideous grin. Over a dozen figures descended. They were precisely the city lord, elders, and upper echelons. Ming who injured you? The middle-aged man in the lead was precisely the city lord, He Chongqing. Seeing that He Ming was heavily injured, he asked in a deep voice. Father. It's that brat. He even broke one of Zhang Ying's hands. Father, quickly kill him. Seeing that reinforcements had arrived, He Ming was overjoyed. He hurriedly pointed at Feng Wuchen and shouted angrily. broke one of Zhang Ying's hands? Yi Tianwei glanced at Feng Wuchen with slight surprise. That overbearing power just now was him? An elder looked at Feng Wuchen in surprise. He Chongqing and the rest also looked at Feng Wuchen in surprise. They could not believe that the young Feng Wuchen would possess such powerful strength. Who are you? He Chongqing asked while sizing up Feng Wuchen. Feng Wuchen of the Shenwu sect, Feng Wuchen said calmly. Feng Wuchen? The moment they heard that, He Chongqing and the upper echelon's expressions changed drastically. Fear instantly crawled onto their faces. Feng Wuchen. He's actually Feng Wuchen. Young Master Zhang's teacher, Dendi. Yi Tianwei stared at Feng Wuchen with wide eyes, feeling very surprised and shocked. Brother Feng, they seem to know your identity, Ling Xiaoxiao said in a low voice. It should be the Shenwu sect master who told them. Feng Wuchen nodded lightly. Father, what's wrong with you? Sensing the frightened faces of He Chongqing and the elders, He Ming asked doubtfully. He was very puzzled. What's going on? Why are the city lord and the others so frightened? Is that brat's background terrifying? It shouldn't make the city lord and the others so frightened, right? Feng Wuchen of the Shenwu sect? I've never heard of him. Why are the city lord and the others so afraid? I've never heard of him either. He shouldn't be from our western region, right? The western region doesn't have a force like the Shenwu sect. The onlookers in Shenwu City all looked at each other. No one knew what was going on. No one could figure out the situation. Big brother man, he seems to be very powerful. Even the city lord is afraid of him. Yuelan was extremely astonished. Manqing had long been petrified. His face was lifeless, as if he had lost his soul. The atmosphere of the scene was extremely strange. Everyone was confused. In the strange atmosphere, the space also quieted down. Everyone looked at Feng Wuchen with puzzled and strange eyes, then looked at He Chongqing and the others. Who is he? He Ming's eyes started to show fear. His body couldn't help but tremble. He felt that he had gotten himself into a huge mess. Father, they know his identity? Why don't I know? Looking at He Chongqing and the city's upper echelons who were so frightened that they didn't speak, He Ming felt like he had fallen into hell. Father, what do you know? Who is he? He Ming, who was getting more and more frightened, asked in a panic. The teacher of the astral realm's young master Zhang. He Chongqing said in a trembling voice. Young Master Zhang's teacher? These words exploded in He Ming's ears like thunder. His face was filled with fear and despair. His heart was beating so fast that it was about to jump out. He Ming was completely dumbfounded. It was as if his soul had left his body. His eyes were dim. Who was young Master Zhang? He was the young master of the Zhang family, the continent's #1 blacksmith genius. He Ming was just a little young city lord. He was thousands of miles away from Zhang Junlan. City lord your son is very arrogant. In broad daylight, in front of so many people in Divine Martial City, he dared to do such a shameless thing. It's a disgrace to the name of Divine Martial. Feng Wuchen finally spoke. His voice was extremely cold, breaking the silent and strange space. Yes. He Chongqing nodded in panic. He didn't dare to refute. Seeing the city lord so cowardly, the people in the city were completely dumbfounded. That Feng Wuchen must have a big background. City lord must know his identity. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so frightened. Looks like the young city lord is finished this time. As the silence was broken, a commotion broke out again. Everyone was more and more curious about Feng Wuchen's identity. Looking at He Chongqing expressionlessly, Feng Wuchen said coldly, City Lord I'll give you two choices. One is that I kill your son, and the other is that you break your son's arms. Choose one. He Chongqing's body shook. No matter which one it was, he couldn't accept it. Even if he couldn't accept it, he had to accept it. Moreover, the two choices were easy to choose. TSK. He Chongqing didn't hesitate to cut off both of He Ming's hands. The sudden pain caused He Ming to let out a heart-wrenching scream. Blood gushed out, dyeing the street red. The city master did not hesitate to cut off the hands of the young city master. Seeing this scene, the surrounding Xianxia swallowed in terror. They were all in disbelief. If one could live, who would choose to die? Man Qing and Yu Lan, who were beside Feng Wuchen, were dumbstruck. Feng Wuchen had only said one sentence, and Yi Chongqing had cut off both of He Ming's arms without hesitation. Just what was Feng Wuchen's identity that made Yi Chongqing so fearful that he didn't dare to disobey Feng Wuchen's words? My hand. My hand. Father, why? Why? He Ming screamed in horror as he looked at his severed arm on the ground. Yi Chongqing didn't answer. Suppressing the grief in his heart, he closed his eyes. Yi Chongqing knew better than anyone that anyone who offended Feng Wuchen would have to pay the price. However, Yi Chongqing was very lucky to have a choice. Cutting off both of He Ming's arms could at least save his life. If I didn't have something important to do, it wouldn't be as simple as cutting off both of your hands. Do you understand what I mean? Feng Wuchen asked coldly. Understood. Yi Chongqing hurriedly nodded. His back was drenched in cold sweat. He secretly rejoiced. Otherwise, his son's life would be in danger. If there's a next time, there's no need to keep the Shenwu sect. Feng Wuchen said coldly. There won't be a next time. Absolutely not. Yi Chongqing shook his head in horror. Ignoring Yi Chongqing, he looked at Yi Tianwei. Feng Wuchen's expression eased and said, Please take me to the Shenwu sect. Please follow me. Yi Tianwei said. Even knowing Feng Wuchen's identity, Yi Tianwei tried to remain calm. Knowing Feng Wuchen's identity, Yi Tianwei's attitude also became more polite. After Feng Wuchen and Ling Xiaoxiao left, Yi Chongqing and the rest breathed a sigh of relief. The pressure that Feng Wuchen gave them was too terrifying. They almost couldn't breathe. City Lord, who is that Feng Wuchen? City Lord is so afraid of this person that he didn't hesitate to cut off the young City Lord's arms. That Feng Wuchen's identity must be terrifying, right? City Lord, who is that person? Many experts came to ask. Everyone wanted to know Feng Wuchen's identity. Don't ask. Yi Chongqing's face was haggard and helpless. He hurriedly said, Great Elder, quickly bring Ming-Er back to heal. Feng Wuchen only said his name, and Yi Chongqing and the rest were unwilling to reveal it. This made everyone even more anxious. The more they couldn't get an answer, the more curious and anxious they became. The Shenwu sect was not far from the Shenwu city. In just a few minutes, Yi Tianwei arrived at the Shenwu sect with Feng Wuchen and Ling Xiaoxiao. The Shenwu sect's palace was huge and grand. Although it was not as grand as the Dragon Temple, it was enough to make people feel awe. Dendi, this is the Shenwu sect. Yi Tianwei said politely, not mentioning a word about the challenge. Feng Wuchen nodded and smiled. The Shenwu sect is worthy of being the overlord of the western region. Experts are as common as clouds, very powerful indeed. As they chatted, the three of them arrived at the entrance. Great senior brother. You're back? The disciple guarding the entrance was overjoyed. Great senior brother, they are? Another disciple looked at Feng Wuchen and Ling Xiaoxiao in confusion. Dendi. Yi Tianwei said, quickly report to the sect master and elders that Dendi is here. Dendi? The two disciples shuddered and looked at Feng Wuchen with worship in their eyes. Then, they rushed in to report as if their lives depended on it. Sect master. Elders. Dendi is here. Dendi is here. The two shouted excitedly, as if they wanted to spread the news throughout the Shenwu sect. Dendi? Feng Wuchen, the master of the Dragon Temple in the astral boundary? Young Master Zhang's teacher? God, he actually came to our Shenwu sect. Did I hear wrongly? Dendi came to our Shenwu sect? Everyone, hurry up. Dendi really came to our Shenwu sect. Quickly go and welcome Dendi. But all the disciples who heard the shout were shocked and excited. Some even could not believe it. Dendi is here. Young Master Zhang's teacher. Young Master of the Fairy Artifact Pavilion. In the main hall, everyone was shocked. The Shenwu sect master and the upper echelons rushed over from the various palaces. In an instant, the huge square of the Shenwu sect was filled with disciples. There were tens of thousands of people. At this time, Yi Tianwei led Feng Wuchen and Ling Xiaoxiao into the sect and walked up the stairs of the square. Welcome, Dendi. The entire Shenwu sect, led by the sect master, bowed respectfully. Their voices resounded throughout the Shenwu sect and the surrounding mountains, echoing for a long time. Feng Wuchen's sudden arrival made the Shenwu sect master feel flattered. He was both surprised and delighted. Everyone in the Shenwu overlord sect looked at Feng Wuchen. They had heard of Dendi's fame, but they had never seen Dendi in person. Why is the eldest brother with Dendi? He's too young. He's a few years younger than me. Is Dendi really as powerful as the overlord and young overlord said? Dendi just turned 20, right? His talent is terrifying. Is he Dendi? He's so handsome. But I don't think he's as powerful as the young overlord said. Wow. The woman beside Dendi is so beautiful. She must be Dendi's woman. Second senior sister apprentice is far inferior to her. Looking at Feng Wuchen's disciples, both men and women were shocked and envious. But Feng Wuchen's age made them question Feng Wuchen's ability. Of course, they didn't dare to say it out loud in case they offended Feng Wuchen. Welcome to the Shenwu overlord, Dendi. It is the honor of the divine martial sect for the Pill Emperor to grace us with your presence. The sect master of the divine martial sect personally went up to welcome him with a respectful attitude. The Shenwu overlord was Jin Xiaoyun, an old man in his 60s. He wore a gorgeous gray brocade robe and looked majestic. His cultivation had reached the heaven realm and his strength was extremely terrifying. Jin Xiaoyun was the strongest in the western region. Next to Jin Xiaoyun was the young overlord Jin Xiaokong, one of the top geniuses in the western region. Behind him were the three elders. The first elder, Tang Qingfeng, was a level 5 alchemist who had also reached the heaven realm. He had great prestige in the western region. You're too polite, overlord. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly. Greetings, overlord and three elders. Ling Xiaoxiao saluted them politely. Jin Xiaoyun and the three elders were shocked. They didn't dare to accept Ling Xiaoxiao's courteous greeting. Dendi, this is not the place to talk. Please come in. The Shenwu sect master hurriedly made an inviting gesture. The disciples of the Shenwu sect had never seen Jin Xiaoyun receive a guest so respectfully. Jin Xiaoyun brought Feng Wuchen and Ling Xiaoxiao into the main hall. All the disciples rushed up and blocked the entrance of the main hall to take a peek. In the main hall, Jin Xiaoyun and the others were extremely respectful. May I know why Dendi has graced the Shenwu sect with your presence? After a simple exchange of pleasantries, Jin Xiaoyun went straight to the point. Feng Wuchen took a sip of tea and smiled faintly. I'm here because I need your help. Help? Jin Xiaoyun was stunned at first, then he asked, may I know what Dendi wants me to help with? As long as I can help, I will do my best. Feng Wuchen nodded and explained the situation. Only then did Jin Xiaoyun and the others understand the purpose of Feng Wuchen's visit. Dendi, don't worry. I will immediately send people to the royal sect. They won't dare to do anything to the Burning Cloud sect. Jin Xiaoyun agreed and immediately sent people to the royal sect. Since he had promised the Burning Cloud sect, Feng Wuchen naturally couldn't go back on his words. Jin Xiaoyun was originally worried that it would be something big, but he didn't expect that it was just a warning to the royal sect. I'll have to trouble you, overlord. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly. Dendi, you're too polite. It's nothing. Jin Xiaoyun waved his hand. He couldn't wait for Feng Wuchen to ask him for help a few more times. To be able to make Feng Wuchen owe them a favor was definitely a huge gain for the Shenwu sect. Furthermore, the royal sect's strength was far inferior to the Shenwu sect. A warning was enough to deter the royal sect. It was no trouble at all. The treasure map in the royal sect's hands should be very important to Dendi, right? Tang Qingfeng asked respectfully. Feng Wuchen nodded and said solemnly, it's indeed important. There's something I need on it. As for what it was, Feng Wuchen didn't say. Jin Xiaoyun and the others tactfully didn't ask. How does Dendi plan to obtain the treasure map? Young sect master Jin Xiaokong asked. I have my ways, but time is tight now. The Mirage Sea Realms Alchemy Conference is about to begin. I have to make a trip there. Grand Elder should be setting off soon, right? Feng Wuchen said calmly and looked at Tang Qingfeng. Dendi is also participating in the Mirage Sea Realms Alchemy Conference? Old man is planning to set off tomorrow. Tang Qingfeng asked excitedly. And, if there's nothing else, I'll take my leave first. Feng Wuchen nodded. Jin Xiaoyun and the others respectfully sent off Feng Wuchen and Ling Xiaoxiao. In front of Jin Xiaoyun, Yi Tianwei didn't say a word. Only when they reached the mountain gate did Yi Tianwei speak. Dendi, although your identity is terrifying, the competition between us is unavoidable. I hope that Dendi will forgive me. Yi Tianwei said. The prideful Yi Tianwei also wanted to win back some face from Feng Wuchen. Then you have to work hard in your cultivation. When I'm done with my matters, you can go to the Astral World Dragon God Palace to find me at any time. You only have one chance. Feng Wuchen said with a smile. Seeing Feng Wuchen so confident, Yi Tianwei frowned slightly. Thinking back to when he heard that Feng Wuchen heavily injured Burial Shadow with one punch in Divine Martial City, Yi Tianwei could guess how powerful Feng Wuchen was. I'll definitely defeat you. Even if you're Dendi. Yi Tianwei thought to himself. He was quite confident in his own strength. In terms of alchemy, he had already lost to Feng Wuchen before the competition. In terms of strength, Yi Tianwei must win back. If you lose, you'll have to submit to me. Feng Wuchen said as he turned around. Yi Tianwei was slightly taken aback and asked, what if I win? You can't win. Feng Wuchen replied confidently. Yi Tianwei frowned deeply and clenched his fists. As the number one genius of the Western region, no one dared to look down on him. I'll definitely defeat you. Yi Tianwei gritted his teeth. After leaving the Divine Martial Sect, Feng Wuchen and Ling Xiaoxiao immediately went to the Royal Sect. In the main hall of the Royal Sect, the sect master and the other higher-ups had gloomy expressions. The hall was filled with a cold aura. The Divine Martial Sect is going too far. The sect master was furious. His face was ferocious as his anger filled the entire hall. The Divine Martial Sect has no relationship with the Burning Cloud Sect. Why are they suddenly protecting the Burning Cloud Sect? Jin Xiaoyun definitely doesn't know about the treasure map. Who leaked the news? An elder asked curiously. He couldn't figure out what was going on. Another elder frowned and guessed, other than the Burning Cloud Sect, only we know about the treasure map. Could it be that the Burning Cloud Sect told Jin Xiaoyun about the treasure map? Very likely. Everyone nodded. The sect master said gloomily and angrily, no matter what, the other half of the treasure map of the Burning Cloud Sect must not fall into Jin Xiaoyun's hands. The Divine Martial Sect was powerful, and Jin Xiaoyun was the strongest existence in the Western region. No one in the Royal Sect could defeat him. Once the treasure map fell into his hands, the Royal Sect would have no chance at all. Even the other half of the treasure map in their hands would be taken away. Feng Wuchen from Dragon Temple? The Lord and elders frowned. They had never heard of this name. Who is he? An elder asked. I don't know. I've never seen him before. The disciple shook his head. I'm not seeing him. Tell him to get lost. The Lord, who was furious, scolded. They were furious because the Xinwu sect interfered in the affairs of the Fanyan sect. How could they be in the mood to see him? Are you sure? What if it's about the map of Qingming Heavenly Palace? At this moment, Feng Wuchen's voice sounded in the main hall. The map of Qingming Heavenly Palace? The Lord and the elders were shocked. The Lord frowned and wondered, how does he know about the map of Qingming Heavenly Palace? Who is this Feng Wuchen? Whoosh! In the next second, two figures appeared out of nowhere. They were Feng Wuchen and Ling Xiaoxiao. The sudden appearance of the two figures shocked the higher-ups. With their cultivation, they didn't notice Feng Wuchen and Ling Xiaoxiao approaching. The lord of the Huangji sect was in the first level of the heaven realm. Even if the three elders weren't in the heaven realm, they were in the 7th or 8th level of the celestial being realm. Their strength was absolutely terrifying. With their cultivation, they didn't notice Feng Wuchen and Ling Xiaoxiao approaching. This alone was enough to make them feel dignified. You are Feng Wuchen? Lord Zhou Xiantong asked solemnly as he sized up Feng Wuchen and Ling Xiaoxiao. This kid hid very well. I couldn't see through his cultivation. He didn't even notice them approaching. His body movement is very good. It must be an Earth-level body movement or even stronger. I've never seen or heard of this person in the Western region. This kid is not simple. Lord Zhou Xiantong thought to himself. His face became more serious. Looking at Ling Xiaoxiao, Lord Zhou Xiantong thought, the 7th level of the Heaven Origin Realm. It seems that this kid's strength is not that strong. Apart from the sect master, several elders and many other higher-ups could not see through Feng Wuchen's cultivation, which shocked them as well. What shocked them even more was that Feng Wuchen actually knew about the existence of the Qingming Heavenly Palace map, which was the treasure map. Exactly. Feng Wuchen nodded slightly. Who are you? And how do you know about the Qingming Sky Palace map? Zhou Xiantong asked again, staring at Feng Wuchen. Hearing this, Feng Wuchen smiled and said, the other half of the Qingming Sky Palace painting is with me. What? The other half is with you? Zhou Xiantong asked in shock. The higher-ups were all stunned. Impossible. It's impossible for you to know about the Qingming Sky Palace painting. It's even more impossible for you to have the other half. The great elder frowned. Zhou Xiantong frowned deeply and asked again, who are you? Feng Wuchen said coolly, Dragon God Hall's Feng Wuchen, the other half of the treasure map was obtained by me from the Burning Cloud Sect's sect master. Does this elder still think that it's impossible? What? The Burning Cloud Sect's sect master gave the other half of the treasure map to you? Zhou Xiantong and the 3 elders exclaimed at the same time, all of them widening their eyes. They simply couldn't believe their ears. The Burning Cloud Sect's sect master treated the other half of the treasure map as important as his life. How could he easily give it to someone else? However, since Feng Wuchen could say that he obtained the treasure map from the Burning Cloud Sect, they firmly believed it. In the entire Western region, only the Burning Cloud Sect and the Huangji Sect knew about the existence of the Qingming Sky Palace painting. Seeing their faces full of disbelief, Feng Wuchen immediately took out the other half of the treasure map and said with a smile, this is the other half of the Qingming Sky Palace painting. Do you believe me now? Big brother Feng, aren't you afraid that they will rob it? Ling Xiaoxiao looked at Feng Wuchen in shock and asked worriedly. Ling Xiaoxiao didn't know what Feng Wuchen was planning. The Huangji sect was powerful. Wasn't revealing the treasure map just like that courting death? The Huangji sect could kill people and steal the treasure at any time. Feng Wuchen replied with a smile, don't worry. I have my own ways. It really is the Qingming Sky Palace painting. Zhou Xiantong exclaimed and stood up abruptly. That's impossible. The Burning Cloud sect would never give the treasure map to you. An elder still couldn't believe it. If it wasn't for this half of the treasure map, the Huangji sect would have already destroyed the Burning Cloud sect. Why would they give away such a precious treasure? What's your relationship with the Shenwu sect? Zhou Xiantong asked as he recalled that the Shenwu sect had just sent someone to warn them. His expression became serious again. The first elder immediately reacted and asked fiercely, did you send the Shenwu sect to warn us? Looking at Zhou Xiantong and the others, Feng Wuchen smiled faintly and said, I can give you this half of the treasure map. However, I have to remind you that the treasure recorded on the treasure map might not exist. Furthermore, it's very dangerous. Even if you find the treasure, you might not be able to return alive. Feng Wuchen didn't answer their question, which made them even more confused about Feng Wuchen. If they wanted to kill people and steal the treasure, they would have to consider their own strength. What do you mean? You're giving the treasure map to us? Zhou Xiantong frowned and asked. He didn't believe that a pie would fall from the sky, and he didn't believe that Feng Wuchen would be so kind. I have a condition. Feng Wuchen extended a finger. What condition? The first elder asked. Until you find the treasure. You have to tell me the details of the treasure. You get 70% and I get 30%. It's that simple. Feng Wuchen smiled. What? You want to use us to help you find the treasure? Once you find the location, you'll join hands with the Shenwu sect to destroy us? Do you really think that I'm a 3-year-old child? Zhou Xiantong asked coldly, his face darkening. The Shenwu sect's experts had just left to warn them, and Feng Wuchen had just arrived. Moreover, it was related to the Burning Cloud sect. Zhou Xiantong naturally guessed it. Haven't you been searching for a long time? Without my half of the treasure map, you might not be able to find it even if you search for 10 years, or even decades. Only the complete treasure map will be easier to find. What do you think? Feng Wuchen smiled. Sect Master, agree for now. Let's get the treasure map first. The first elder transmitted his voice. All right. I promise you. Zhou Xiantong agreed immediately. Feng Wuchen threw the half of the treasure map to Zhou Xiantong without hesitation and smiled faintly. It's a deal. Once you find the location of the treasure, send someone to inform me at the Astral Dragon God Palace. Goodbye. After throwing down the treasure map, Feng Wuchen left with Ling Xiaoxiao just like that. Feng Wuchen gave the treasure map to Zhou Xiantong just like that, and without any guarantees, Zhou Xiantong and the other elders were stunned. Is that kid an idiot? He actually believed a verbal promise? An elder said in shock. How stupid. Another elder's face was full of disdain. This half of the treasure map is definitely not fake, and it's not tampered with. Zhou Xiantong frowned deeply and said doubtfully, this Feng Wuchen gave the treasure map to us so easily not because he believes in us, but because he's very confident in himself. Brother Feng, do you trust them that much? After leaving the Huangji sect, Ling Xiaoxiao couldn't help but ask. She couldn't figure out what Feng Wuchen was up to. Of course not. Even if they found the location of the treasure, they wouldn't tell me. How could the primordial year ring recorded on the treasure map be so easy to find? Rather than wasting time, it's better to get them to help find it. I injected a weak destructive force into the treasure map. They can't sense it, but I can. I can sense where the treasure map goes. Giving them the treasure map is to let them find the treasure as soon as possible. Finding a primordial treasure was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Feng Wuchen didn't want to waste too much time. Besides, he still needed to find other primordial forces. Giving the treasure map to Zhou Xiantong was the best way. Brother Feng went to the Huangji sect immediately to let them guess that we are related to the Shenwu sect. Without Brother Feng saying so, they won't dare to act rashly. This way, they can search for the treasure and we can escape unscathed. Brother Feng is really smart. Ling Xiaoxiao chuckled as a sweet smile appeared on her beautiful face. The longer those old foxes live, the more apprehensions they have. Without full confidence, they naturally won't dare to act rashly. Feng Wuchen smiled. After leaving the western region, Feng Wuchen could still sense the destructive force. This time, he was completely relieved. Feng Wuchen knew every movement of the treasure map. The Mirage Sea Realm's alchemy conference was imminent. After returning to the Dragon God Temple, Feng Wuchen spent a day with his family. The next day, he headed to the Mirage Sea Realm with Ling Xiaoxiao and Lu Qingyang. With a teleportation array, he didn't have to worry about not being able to see his family due to distance. The alchemy conference held by the Mirage Sea Realm invited all the powerful alchemists of the Wuji domain. Many genius alchemists also participated. The alchemy conference was held in the Mirage Sea Realm's Sky Sea City. It was near the sea region and could be said to be filled with experts. The alchemy conference was held by the Mirage Sea Realm's most respected Grade 8 alchemists. In Sky Sea City, Grade 7 and Grade 6 alchemists were very popular. Such a grand ceremony could be said to have gathered experts from various factions in the Mirage Sea Realm. Many experts from the Astral Realm, Western Region, and Infinite World were also present. However, none of the leaders or elders of these major forces were seen. For example, the Xiaoyao sect didn't send the Patriarch, only a few high-ranking members of the Xiaoyao sect. Not even an elder was present. During Lin Moyang's birthday celebration, many high-level members of the major forces were massacred, and the inaccurate news had already spread. Everyone only knew that they had offended a big shot, but they didn't know the details. No one dared to spread rumors. Heavenly Sea City was near the sea. It was the largest and most prosperous city in the Mirage Sea Realm. I never expected the Mirage Sea Realm to use such a beautiful city. This Sky Sea City is definitely the most beautiful I've ever seen. Lu Qingyang's face was filled with excitement. Miao Qingqing smiled happily, it's really beautiful. Big brother Feng, look, there's a big ship on the sea. Feng Wuchen and his group were currently on the stone bridge, admiring the vast sea and the beautiful scenery of Sky Sea City. Sky Sea City was packed with people. Alchemists could be seen everywhere. The streets were bustling with noise and laughter. Feng Wuchen pressed his hands on the railing of the stone bridge and looked at the vast sea lazily, looking like he was enjoying it very much. At this moment, Feng Wuchen's heart was very calm. "Big brother Feng, what are you thinking about?" Ling Xiaoxiao asked with a chuckle. Hearing that, Feng Wuchen said with a smile, "I'm thinking about when we can also live a peaceful and comfortable life, looking at the beautiful scenery of the sea every day. How nice would that be?" "I'm afraid that's not what Big Brother Feng is thinking, right? Big Brother Feng wants to become a peerless expert," Ling Xiaoxiao said with a playful smile. Lu Qingyang shrugged and said, "Sooner or later, you'll get sick from holding it in. I'll make you want to vomit when you see the sea." "Oh? The apocalyptic power is moving." Feng Wuchen suddenly sensed that the apocalyptic power was moving and immediately said with a smile, "The royal sect has been searching for so long. Now that they have the complete treasure map, it won't be long before they can find the specific location of the treasure." "Does the immemorial year ring really exist?" Bai Duyan looked at Feng Wuchen and asked. Such a heaven-defying artifact, Bai Duyan didn't believe that it existed in this world. "It exists in legends, but I don't know the details. I've never seen it before." Feng Wuchen spread out his hands. "Hey! Quickly look, there are people fighting on the sea. Heaven realm experts. What's going on? There are still people who dare to cause trouble in Sky Sea City? Tomorrow is the alchemy conference. Aren't they afraid of offending the alchemists?" Suddenly, a large group of people shouted and rushed to the stone bridge one after another. Boom! 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 Buzz! Buzz! The explosions of the battle spread out continuously. Extremely terrifying power swept over from the sea. The waves rolled more and more violently. On the sea surface in the distance, dozens of water pillars shot up into the sky. The scene was spectacular and shocking. 6th level Heaven Realm and 7th level Heaven Realm. Their strength is really strong. They seem to be the geniuses of the Mirage Sea Realm, Lu Qingyang said as he looked at the two people fighting fiercely. 5th grade Inscription Master. Feng Wuchen's face revealed a look of surprise as he looked at one of the men. 5th grade Inscription Master? Lu Qingyang was slightly surprised and said, "No wonder he dares to fight in Sky Sea City. With his status, he isn't afraid of offending the alchemists. He doesn't even dare to offend a 7th grade alchemist. At such a young age, he must be an inscription genius," Feng Wuchen said. Zhuge family's young master, Zhuge Lianqing. St. Cloud sect's young master, Duan Moming. They are the two most powerful geniuses of the Mirage Sea Realm. Why are the two young masters fighting? As the fierce battle went on, people quickly recognized the two of them. One of them was Zhuge family's young master, Zhuge Lianqing. He was a 5th grade inscription master at the 6th level of the Heaven Realm. The other was St. Cloud sect's young master, Duan Moming. He was at the 7th level of the Heaven Realm and was extremely powerful. Both of them were the top geniuses of the Mirage Sea Realm. Although there was a difference of one level in cultivation, Zhuge Lianqing could fight against Duan Moming with his powerful runes. "Duan Moming, are you crazy?" Zhuge Lianqing shouted coldly. "I'm not crazy. Return Ling to me." Duan Moming was furious as the veins on his face bulged. "What a joke. Ling likes me. Do you think Ling will like you if you defeat me? Besides, you can't defeat me. Don't forget that I'm a 5th grade inscription master." Zhuge Lianqing's face was full of disdain. "Shut up." Duan Moming roared as his attacks became fiercer. "Stop fighting. Duan Moming. I've never liked you. I only treat you as an older brother. I like brother Zhuge." As the two of them were fighting, a clear voice sounded. "Ling Duan Moming's body trembled as he looked at a gorgeous building below with teary eyes. He cried and said, "Ling I've sacrificed so much for you. Can't you see it? Can't you feel it? Mo Ling Feng Wuchen's expression suddenly changed. The voice was too familiar. "Brother Feng. Over there. It's really Mo Ling Lu Qingyang pointed at an imposing tall building. "It's really Mo Ling Miao Qingqing couldn't help but exclaim. She recognized her at a glance. It's no wonder I didn't see Mo Ling in the 9 states or the Heaven region. So she left the Inferno Empire and came to the Mirage Sea realm. Ling Xiaoxiao looked at Mo Ling in surprise. Feng Wuchen was also very surprised. He never expected to see Mo Ling in the Mirage Sea realm. I never expected such a heartless person to be so popular in the Mirage Sea realm. Lu Qingyang looked as though the heavens were unfair as he said helplessly, back then, the Huangfu family was kind enough to stand up for the Mo family, but who knew that when the Huangfu family was in trouble, she left without a word. She didn't care about the fate of the Huangfu family. Mo Ling was popular because she was beautiful. Even if her talent wasn't strong, she was much prettier than many young mistresses. Most importantly, Mo Ling had a glib tongue. She was scheming and beautiful. After the Mo family and the Huangfu family were destroyed, Mo Ling left the empire and roamed alone. It was obvious how angry and desperate she was back then. When she came to the Infinite Region's western region, she quickly got to know some young masters because of her beauty. In order to climb to a higher status and to take revenge on Feng Wuchen one day and take back everything she had lost, Mo Ling began to interact with different geniuses. At the same time, she learned about the situation of the various factions in the Infinite Region. Mo Ling had been to the Western Region, Astral Realm, Infinite Realm, and Mirage Sea Realm. Almost all the young masters and genius disciples of the various factions recognized her. Mo Ling goal in interacting with these geniuses was to use the rich cultivation resources behind them. As Mo Ling cultivated with all her might, she constantly climbed up. With Mo Ling's arrogant standards, she didn't think much of these geniuses. She was just making friends and doing perfunctory things. No matter how these geniuses pursued the matter, Mo Ling remained indifferent. Her ultimate goal was still cultivation resources. As time went on, Mo Ling's cultivation improved by leaps and bounds. Her martial arts and martial arts skills were also getting more and more powerful. The geniuses she came in contact with were also getting more and more powerful. In the end, she managed to befriend the young master of the Zhuge family, Zhuge Lianqing. Mo Ling's original target was the young pavilion master of the Immortal Artifact Pavilion. Unfortunately, she didn't have the chance to meet him. She didn't even have the chance to meet the young master of the Zhang family, Zhang Junlan. In the end, she chose Zhuge Lianqing. Although Duan Moling had a powerful background, the status of the Xingyang clan was not as high as that of the Zhuge family. Therefore, Mo Linger only saw Duan Moling as a friend. At least, having one more friend would make her stronger. The more people one knew, the more backing one would have. In the Mirage Sea realm, the Zhuge family was the overlord. Mo Linger's status was obvious. She could call the shots, and no one dared to offend her. The geniuses of the various factions in the Mirage Sea realm followed Zhuge Lianqing and Duan Mo's lead. Anyone who saw them had to respectfully address them as young lords. Mo Linger knew what she wanted. Although she was vain, she was still the real Mo Linger. It had to be said that Mo Linger was very capable to climb to her current height. Ordinary people definitely couldn't do it. Even Feng Wuchen had to admire Mo Linger's ability. Although he didn't agree with Mo Linger's actions. Zhuge Lianqing had brought Mo Linger to join in the fun when the Mirage Sea realm held the alchemy conference. Unexpectedly, Duan Moling happened to see the two of them being intimate. Duan Moling exploded on the spot, resulting in the intense battle in the sea. She hasn't changed at all. Instead, her cultivation level has increased a lot. She's at the peak of the 9th level of the Sky Origin realm. Feng Wuchen shook his head. Duan Moling's words reminded Feng Wuchen of his own experience years ago. Those who don't understand her will sooner or later cause trouble. Miao Qingqing shook her head and looked at Feng Wuchen. She said, "Brother Feng, let's go before we get into trouble." "What's the rush? Isn't it good to watch two geniuses fight?" Lu Qingyang said with a twitch of his mouth. "Watch for yourself. Brother Feng, let's go." Miao Qingqing glared at Lu Qingyang. "Let's go." "There's nothing to see," Feng Wuchen said lightly. He pulled Ling Xiaoxiao's hand and walked down the stone bridge. Lu Qingyang had no choice but to follow. "Big brother Duan," Mo Linger said, trying her best to explain. You've been good to me, and you've done a lot for me. I know. I can feel it. But if you like someone, you can't force them. I've always treated you like a big brother. Brother. Duan Moling's face was filled with disappointment and pain. Clenching his fists, Duan Moling said unwillingly, brother only? Why? How am I inferior to Zhuge Lianqing? Just because he's an inscription master? Duan Moling. Did you hear that? Ling Er likes me. Zhuge Lianqing shouted angrily. Seems like I'm overthinking. Duan Moling slowly closed his eyes and flew away. Brother Duan. Mo Ling Er shouted worriedly. She knew she had hurt Duan Moling's heart, but she had no other choice. Duan Moling couldn't give her what she wanted. Humph. Duan Moling, you want to steal Ling Er from me? You're far from it. Zhuge Lianqing was secretly pleased. Duan Moling's talent wasn't inferior to Zhuge Lianqing's, but the difference was that Zhuge Lianqing was an inscription master. Duan Moling's speed was shocking. In the blink of an eye, he flew over the stone bridge and disappeared into the sea. Looking at the direction Duan Moling disappeared, Mo Ling Er accidentally saw a figure walking down the stone bridge. She felt it was familiar. After staring blankly for a moment, Mo Ling Er thought, is it him? Mo Ling Er didn't see it clearly. She only saw the figure's back, and it quickly disappeared into the crowd. What Mo Ling Er saw was Feng Wuchen's back. She felt it was familiar, but she wasn't sure. It shouldn't be him. A small empire's commander-in-chief wouldn't come to the Wuji domain. Mo Ling Er shook her head. Mo Ling Er looked down on Feng Wuchen from the bottom of her heart. It was the same in the past and now. Feng Wuchen, just you wait. I'll soon let you know what it means to be unattainable. I'll let you know that a small commander-in-chief is nothing in front of me. Mo Ling Er thought viciously. Even after so long, Mo Ling Er's hatred for Feng Wuchen hadn't faded at all. There's also Ling Xiaoxiao. I'll also let you know what true status is. The more Mo Ling Er thought about it, the more excited she got. She hated Ling Xiaoxiao to the bone. Thinking back to how Ling Xiaoxiao had humiliated her, Mo Ling Er's anger flared up. Ling Er, what's wrong? Zhuge Lianqing seemed to sense Mo Ling Er's emotions and asked with concern. Mo Ling Er was slightly startled. She blinked and shook her head, nothing, I'm just worried about Big Brother Duan. Fairy Sea Tower. It was the most famous tower in the Heaven Sea City. It was large and luxuriously decorated. Those who entered the tower were either rich or noble. They were all powerful figures from various forces. Without a certain status, one could not enter the tower. The price of the tower was extremely high. Ordinary people could not afford it. They could only look at it from the entrance. Dendi, this is the most famous tower in the Heaven Sea City. I've already reserved a seat. The alchemy conference will be held on the sea. Han Kuan respectfully led Feng Wuchen and the others into the tower. Don't reveal my identity. Tell those who know me not to do the same. You can go about your business. Let me know when you board the ship, Feng Wuchen said lightly. In the tower, the patriarch, elders, and young masters of the Jiang family all recognized Feng Wuchen. The elders of the Ge family also recognized Feng Wuchen. In addition, the elders of the Shenwu sect, Nie Fengyun of the Astral World Auction, Zhang Wufeng of the Zhang family, and the elders of the Tiandao sect of the Astral World all recognized Feng Wuchen. Han Kuan nodded respectfully, yes. There were many powerful figures in the tower. Many alchemists, weapon refiners, blacksmiths, and inscriptionists were gathered there. Although it was an alchemy conference, it still attracted many powerful figures. Brother Feng, why are there so many powerful figures in the alchemy conference? Moreover, there are many people whose cultivations are even stronger than the Zhang family's head. Could it be that their forces are even stronger than the Zhang family's? Lu Qingyang asked in confusion. The patriarch of the Zhang family and the others are hiding their cultivation. What you see is just the surface, Ling Xiaoxiao whispered. Do you still remember Zhang Tianqian? When he helped us, he showed that his cultivation was only in the Tianyuan realm. In fact, his cultivation was already in the 3rd level of the Heaven realm. As for the patriarch of the Zhang family, he was in the 7th level of the Heaven realm. As for the old patriarch, he was in the 9th level of the heaven realm. Feng Wuchen whispered. Hiss, hearing this, Lu Qingyang was so scared that his face turned pale. He could not help but gasp. Isn't this too terrifying? Lu Qingyang said in a trembling voice. The immortal Xian had 7 floors. The higher the floor, the higher the status. The 7th floor was reserved for high-ranked alchemists and powerhouses with extraordinary status. The same was true for the 6th and 5th floors. Feng Wuchen and the others were only on the 5th floor. Nie Fengyun and many other grade 5 alchemists, as well as the elders of the Jian family, the Heavenly Dao sect, and the Shenwu sect were all on the 5th floor. Those who recognized Feng Wuchen nodded slightly at Feng Wuchen when they saw Feng Wuchen coming to the 5th floor. Clearly, Han Kuan had already informed them. On the other hand, Han Kuan was on the 7th floor. As the strongest 6th grade alchemist, Han Kuan had the highest chance of becoming a 7th grade alchemist. Therefore, his status was quite high. However, the other grade 4 and grade 5 alchemists on the 5th floor, as well as other experts, were puzzled. Feng Wuchen's group was able to come to the 5th floor at such a young age. This brat looks unfamiliar. Who are they? Are they also alchemists? I can't tell. They don't have any soul power fluctuations. I don't know which sect they are from. No matter which sect they are from, if they are not alchemists, they can only be on the 4th floor and below. Only alchemists are qualified to come to the 5th floor. The alchemists and many experts' eyes fell on Feng Wuchen and the others. Their opinions were not small. Master, should we teach them a lesson? Nie Fengyun asked through voice transmission. Apparently, he had heard those people's discussion. His old face was very ugly. No need. Don't worry about them. Feng Wuchen shook his head and replied, as if he did not hear anything. Snobs. Lu Qingyang's face was full of disdain. Brother Feng. It's Mo Ling Miao Qingqing suddenly said, looking at the stairwell. Feng Wuchen looked and saw Mo Ling and Zhuge Lianqing going up to the 6th floor together. Many alchemists and experts on the 5th floor were envious. Those who could go up to the 6th floor were all important figures. No one dared to offend them. Mo Ling and Zhuge Lianqing could go up to the 6th floor, which meant that they were qualified. Moreover, the Zhuge family was the overlord of the Mirage Sea realm. It was normal for them to go up to the 6th floor. As expected of the Zhuge family. There are no 6th grade alchemists on the 6th floor. I'm afraid only the Zhuge family, Holy Sun sect, and experts with high cultivation are qualified to go up. According to alchemist Han Kuan, there is a mysterious and powerful alchemist participating this time. I don't know who he is. Yes, old man also heard that his alchemy realm is even higher than Tian Xianzi's. That's right. That's why so many experts are here. Many blacksmiths, inscriptionists, and blacksmiths are here. They all want to see this mysterious and powerful alchemist. The alchemists and experts on the 5th floor were discussing. However, what they did not know was that the mysterious and powerful alchemist they were talking about was Feng Wuchen, whom they looked down on. Hurry up and eat. Don't waste it, Feng Wuchen said calmly without any change in his expression. Everything about Mo Ling had nothing to do with Feng Wuchen. They were strangers. Moreover, Feng Wuchen now had Ling Xiaoxiao. That was enough. Hurry up and eat. We'll be boarding soon, Lu Qingyang said with a smile. As the most famous restaurant in Tianhai City, only people of a certain status could enter. Moreover, the cost was extremely high. Therefore, the treatment was naturally of the highest level. The dishes on the table were also very unique. Ordinary people might not have the chance to eat them in their lifetime. As the figures of the people on the 6th floor disappeared, the alchemists who were dissatisfied with Feng Wuchen looked at Feng Wuchen and the others again. Humph. Impudent. We haven't eaten yet. You juniors are simply rude. A 4th grade alchemist scolded. Boy, you are not alchemists. You are not qualified to come to the 5th floor. Get out. Another alchemist shouted angrily. Only alchemists and prestigious experts are qualified to come up to the 5th floor. Firstly, you are not alchemists. Secondly, you are nameless juniors. I think you are here to cheat us of our food and drink, an expert shouted coldly as if he felt that it was a disgrace to be with Feng Wuchen and the others. Listening to these people's sarcastic words, Lu Qingyang was full of anger. F***ck your grandpa. Why are you talking so much nonsense? Lu Qingyang suddenly scolded angrily. He grabbed a plate of food and threw it over. Humph. A fourth-grade alchemist snorted coldly. With a wave of his hand, the plate of food that flew over was shattered into powder. Preposterous. You have no respect for your elders. Extremely arrogant. A fifth-grade alchemist shouted angrily. Brat. What did you say? How dare you say that we're taking advantage of our seniority? How dare you look down on us alchemists? How dare you insult us? You stinking brat, you actually dare to call us old bastards? You're courting death. Lu Qingyang's insults immediately enraged many alchemists and experts on the 5th floor. Their faces were ferocious and murderous. They looked like they wanted to tear Lu Qingyang apart. However, this was the Immortal Sea restaurant, so none of them dared to make a move. What? So what if I'm insulting you? I'm insulting you bunch of self-righteous old bastards who are looking for trouble. You're pissed, right? I'm the one who's pissed. What did I do to offend you? I ate shit when I went out. Is this insulting? You still want to make a move? This is the Immortal Sea restaurant. Let's see who has the guts to make a move. Lu Qingyang shouted at the crowd. Who dares to make a move? Come on. Try it. Lu Qingyang shouted angrily. He raised his plate and pointed it at the crowd. Lu Qingyang couldn't take it anymore. Lu Qingyang's insults stunned the alchemists and experts. Feng Wuchen, Bai Duyan, and Miao Qingqing all looked at Lu Qingyang in shock. They didn't expect Lu Qingyang's insults to be so sharp. The building was dead silent. Everyone looked at Lu Qingyang in shock and disbelief. No one expected Lu Qingyang to have such a sharp tongue. The alchemists and experts who were within the range of Lu Qingyang's insults stared at Lu Qingyang with murderous eyes. One could see how angry they were from their gloomy and ferocious faces. You're courting death. A 5th-grade alchemist said angrily. His aura surged. Lu Qingyang glared at the alchemists and shouted angrily, make a move if you dare. I don't believe that you'll dare to make a move in the Immortal Sea restaurant. Come on, come and kill me. Aren't you very powerful? Aren't you very qualified? I'll stand here and let you kill me. Whoever has the ability, come and kill me. Are you very powerful? Or you? Kill me if you have the guts. Do you dare? If you don't, then shut the F***ck up. Can't all these dishes shut your mouths? Lu Qingyang pointed at them and scolded them one by one. He was as arrogant as he could be. Lu Qingyang's scolding was indeed satisfying, but it also offended many people. However, Lu Qingyang was not afraid. If he did not have some confidence, he would not have dared to be so arrogant. Well said. Feng Wuchen laughed as he ate. They just want to be scolded. Big Dipper Flame shrugged. Brat, you won't be proud for long. You'll die if you offend an alchemist. A 4th-grade alchemist said angrily. He couldn't wait to eat Lu Qingyang alive. The alchemy conference is over. Don't even think about leaving the Heavenly Sea City alive. A 5th-grade Sky-tier elite said viciously. Foolish juniors. Many people shook their heads. Lu Qingyang said disdainfully, make a move if you have the guts. If you don't, then shut the hell up. Nie Fengyun, Patriarch Jiang, and the others were secretly laughing. Of all people, they had to provoke Feng Wuchen and the others. They were simply courting death. With Feng Wuchen's status, no one would dare to do anything to him even if he made a move in the Immortal Sea restaurant. Even the 8th-grade alchemist, Xianxia, wouldn't dare to do anything. The 5th floor finally quieted down. The alchemists and elites stopped talking, but their fierce and murderous eyes were fixed on Lu Qingyang and the others. Feng Wuchen and the others only cared about eating and didn't even look at them. They were so angry that their lungs were about to explode. However, they had no choice. This was the Immortal Sea restaurant. Not everyone was a genius with a transcendent status like Zhuge Lianqing and Duan Mo. On the 7th floor of the Immortal Sea restaurant, many powerful alchemists and elites of transcendent forces were gathered, led by Tian Xianxia. The organizer of the alchemy conference was Tian Xianxia. Tian Xianxia was in a white robe. His hair and beard were all white. His face was thin, and he looked like an immortal. Tian Xianxia was an 8th grade alchemist, and his cultivation had reached the 6th level of the Heaven Realm. Not to mention the Mirage Sea Realm, even in the entire Wuji domain, he had a transcendent status. He was on an equal footing with Zhang Wufang. Elder Zhang, did Dendi, the one who saved Yanran's meridians, come? Who is he? Tian Xianxia asked in a low voice. He glanced at the other alchemists who were talking at other tables. He's here. He's in the Immortal Sea restaurant. Zhang Wufang nodded slightly. Oh? Really? Tian Xianxia suddenly became excited. The temple master is on the 5th floor of the Immortal Sea restaurant, but he doesn't want others to know his identity, so I arranged for him to be on the 5th floor, Han Kuan added. I see. I really want to meet this genius Dendi. Tian Xianxia nodded. His old eyes were full of expectation and excitement. Han Kuan smiled and said, You'll see him when you get on the boat. Tian Xianxia stroked his white beard and said with a smile, When we get on the boat, arrange a heaven room for Dendi and the others. Elder Zhang, is this person really in the same realm as Dendi? A 7th grade alchemist asked in disbelief. Elixir formation with thought. Very impressive, Zhang Wufang said lightly. His old face was full of pride. Zhang Wufang didn't reveal too much information. As time went by, it was time to get on the boat. A magnificent boat had already been parked at the dock. What a big boat. The palace is built on the boat. Lu Qingyang's eyes widened. Through the window of the 5th floor, he looked at the big boat parked at the dock by the shore. Everyone left the Immortal Sea restaurant one after another. Tian Xianxia and the others went downstairs first, followed by the people on the 6th floor. This was the difference in status. Mo Ling Zhuge Lianqing, and many other alchemists and experts went downstairs. They didn't notice Feng Wuchen and the others. It could be said that they passed by. Many alchemists and experts lined up to get on the boat. There were 4 rooms on the boat, Heaven, Earth, Xian, and Huang. In order from high to low, the Heaven room was naturally reserved for powerful alchemists and super experts with high prestige. The big shots on the 6th floor were arranged to stay in the Earth room. The people on the 5th and 4th floor were arranged to stay in the Xian room. The rest of the people were arranged to stay in the Huang room. This also reflected the difference in status. Feng Wuchen had the Heaven room plate that Han Kuan gave him. But when Feng Wuchen and the others got on the boat, they bumped into Mo Ling Big brother Zhuge. Mo Ling just turned around and shouted. She happened to see Feng Wuchen and Ling Xiaoxiao boarding the boat. Mo Ling's pretty face was stunned at first. She was very surprised. After a while, Mo Ling's pretty face suddenly turned as cold as ice. Ling what's wrong? Zhuge Lianqing, who noticed Mo Ling's cold face, couldn't help but ask. His gaze also followed Mo Ling's direction. Feng Wuchen, who just got on the boat, looked up and met Mo Ling's eyes. Big brother Feng, Mo Ling saw us. Miao Qingqing frowned as a trace of disgust flashed in her eyes. So what if she saw us? We'll meet sooner or later anyway. Lu Qingyang shrugged as he glanced at Mo Ling indifferently. Let's go, Feng Wuchen said lightly as he glanced at Mo Ling as if she was a stranger before he continued to walk forward. Feng Wuchen didn't kill Mo Ling because of their old friendship. Now that they were strangers, their old friendship had dissipated. Ling did they bully you? Zhuge Lianqing asked coldly as he stared coldly at Feng Wuchen and the others. He looked as if he wanted to stand up for Mo Ling Feng Wuchen didn't even look at Mo Ling as if she was invisible. He held Ling Xiaoxiao's hand and walked forward. Feng Wuchen. Seeing that Feng Wuchen dared to ignore her and act so high and mighty, Mo Ling couldn't help but scold him and glare at him. Feng Wuchen stopped and asked indifferently, What's the matter? Yo! Isn't this our Miss Mo Ling Long time no see. Lu Qingyang pretended to be surprised, but his words were sarcastic. Ling Er knows them, but it seems that there's a conflict between them. Zhuge Lianqing frowned as he looked at Feng Wuchen. What a beautiful girl. When Zhuge Lianqing saw Ling Xiaoxiao, he couldn't help but be attracted by her beauty. However, with Ling Xiaoxiao beside him, Zhuge Lianqing didn't dare to be too presumptuous. He didn't dare to stare at Ling Xiaoxiao. The alchemists and experts who had boarded the ship one after another stopped curiously when they saw this scene. Dendi knows Mo Ling Er? Nie Fengyun and the Shenwu sect master were shocked. It's been a few years since we last met. I didn't expect that an insignificant Inferno Empire's first general like you would come to the Wuji domain, Mo Ling Er said coldly. The contempt in her words was obvious. What? You can come, but we can't? Is the Mirage Sea realm your home? Lu Qingyang sneered in amusement. You better shut up. Otherwise, I'll cut off your tongue. Glancing at Lu Qingyang with her cold eyes, Mo Ling Er threatened. Her power of the 9th level of Sky Origin stage exploded. Mo Ling Er did this to intimidate Feng Wuchen and the others so that they could see her current cultivation. Oh? Is that so? Give it a try then. I don't believe you would dare to make a move here. Lu Qingyang sneered fearlessly. The two of them opposed each other with equal harshness, and the atmosphere immediately turned cold. Brother Zhuge, what happened? At this time, some of the younger generation came forward. Zhuge Lianqing raised his hand slightly, signaling them not to interrupt. Mo Ling Er was about to explode, but Feng Wuchen said, if you don't have anything else to say, we'll leave first. I don't care how you came up, but let me tell you, this is not a place you should be. You don't have the right to come up here. You will only humiliate yourselves if you come up here. Mo Ling Er sneered disdainfully. You don't have to worry about that. Feng Wuchen said indifferently, without any change in his expression. Young Master Zhuge, they were rude and insulted us alchemists on the 5th floor of the Immortal Sea restaurant. A 4th-grade alchemist quickly stood out and said angrily. That's right. This is the stinking brat. He's extremely arrogant and doesn't take us seriously at all. Another expert stood out and shouted angrily. Young Master Zhuge, teach them a lesson. Drive them off the boat. Another alchemist shouted angrily. That's right. Drive them off the boat. The others responded, with a gloating sneer on their faces. In the crowd, Nie Fengyun and the others' faces were gloomy to the extreme. If Feng Wuchen didn't allow them to reveal his identity, Nie Fengyun and the others would have already taken action. Feng Wuchen, don't be so self-righteous. You're just a small commander. In my eyes, you're nothing. Don't put on a high and mighty appearance in front of me. My current position is a height that you can never reach in your lifetime. I can make you suffer a fate worse than death with just one word. Mo Ling Er shouted coldly. Feng Wuchen's indifferent attitude made Mo Ling Er extremely mad. She didn't know why, but Feng Wuchen could always irritate her with just a few words. Feng Wuchen looked at the agitated Mo Ling Er indifferently and said, I thought you would have changed in these few years, but unfortunately, you haven't changed at all. You're right, your current position is indeed very high, and it's beyond the reach of others. But what does this have to do with me? It has nothing to do with me at all. After saying this, Feng Wuchen directly held Ling Xiaoxiao's hand and walked forward. I hate self-righteous trash like you the most. Mo Ling Er shouted with extreme disgust. Feng Wuchen didn't care at all. He didn't want to bother with Mo Ling Er. But Mo Ling Er's malicious words angered Ling Xiaoxiao. She couldn't wait to kill Mo Ling Er. But this was the alchemy conference, so Ling Xiaoxiao could only endure. The self-righteous one is you. Lu Qingyang brushed past her and dropped this sentence. Mo Ling Er, you'll regret this. Miao Qingqing shook her head and followed. Mo Ling Er's pretty face was extremely cold. Her anger soared to the sky. The crowd dispersed and went to find their own rooms. Ling Er, do you want me to kill them? Zhuge Lianqing asked. Seeing Mo Ling Er so angry, how could Zhuge Lianqing sit by and do nothing? Not for now. Today is the alchemy conference held by Senior Tian Xianzi. It's not appropriate to make a move to avoid offending Senior Tian Xianzi. But it's okay to embarrass them. Mo Ling Er said coldly. Zhuge Lianqing nodded and looked at the few men behind him. He raised his chin at Feng Wuchen, who was leaving. The few men completely understood Zhuge Lianqing's meaning and quickly followed. Ling you know them? Zhuge Lianqing asked carefully. He knew that Mo Ling was angry, so he didn't dare to be too forceful. Feng Wuchen is the enemy who killed my father. My Mo clan was destroyed by him. Mo Ling said coldly. Thinking back to what happened back then, to Mo Ling it was like it happened yesterday. What? The enemy who killed your father? Zhuge Lianqing's face suddenly changed and said, no wonder Ling is so angry. Ling don't worry. When the alchemy conference is over, I'll help you kill them. Don't worry. Since they came to the Wuji domain, wouldn't it be too easy to kill them? I want them to suffer a fate worse than death. The humiliation they gave me, I want to return it to them tenfold. Mo Ling said viciously. Her pretty face was filled with viciousness that didn't match her beauty. On the luxurious ship, the alchemists and experts entered their rooms to rest. The ship was 4 stories high, and the heaven rooms were on the top floor. Everyone was envious of the experts who could enter the heaven rooms. The heaven rooms represented their status, and they received the highest treatment. Around the ship, dozens of Sky Realm experts were guarding, preventing anyone from getting close. The people of Sky Sea City could only watch from afar. What room are you in? A maid asked with a smile. Heaven room. Feng Wuchen handed over the number plate. Sir, please invite me. Hearing the heaven room, the maid's eyes lit up, and her attitude became extremely respectful. Heaven room? The maid was about to take the number plate, but it was snatched by another person. I think this heaven room number plate is fake? A young man sneered, and there were a few other young men behind him. Brother Feng, they are Zhuge Lianqing's men, and they are here to cause trouble. Lu Qingyang said softly, and his face turned cold. Feng Wuchen nodded slightly, and he recognized that these men were Zhuge Lianqing's men, but he didn't know which force's young masters they were from. You want to stay in the heaven room? Another tall and thin man said with disdain. The maid stared at the heaven room number plate in the man's hand without any change in her expression. On the 4th floor of the ship, Han Kuan was watching coldly. It's you guys again. Heaven room? Humph. I have never heard of anyone on the 5th floor of the Immortal Sea and being able to stay in the heaven room. This must be fake. You brats are too arrogant. A 4th grade alchemist sneered. Brats, you have guts to use a fake number plate. You really don't know what's good for you. There should be a limit to your arrogance, right? Only the big shots on the 7th floor of the Immortal Sea and can stay in the heaven room. You really think you are big shots? Haha. Just a few brats and they are big shots? Many people came to watch, and among them were alchemists from the 5th floor of the Immortal Sea Inn. When they found out that Feng Wuchen and the others were staying in the heaven room, they took the opportunity to mock and embarrass Feng Wuchen. In the end, everyone laughed. Lu Qingyang sneered, Tisk tsk, why? Are you envious? Or was it jealousy? Io, Huang Mansion, Xian Mansion, you guys don't live that well. No wonder you guys are jealous of us living in Tian Mansion. You guys really can't bear to see others living well. I really don't know how you guys got here. Just because of your smelly mouths? Stinking brat. How dare you insult us? A young master shouted angrily. Arrogant to the extreme. Another man shouted angrily. So what? What do you want? Do you have the guts to do it? I think you don't even have the guts. What arrogance. What humiliation. I've heard a lot of these words. Lu Qingyang said coldly. Lu Qingyang's incisive words immediately stimulated their brain nerves, causing their anger to soar to the sky. Let's see how long you can be so arrogant. Stinking brat, using a fake token to deceive people, you are insulting Senior Tian Xianzi, insulting every alchemist here. If you know what's good for you, hurry up and scram or jump into the sea, the man said coldly, throwing the token in his hand to the ground. Seeing this, the maidservant's expression finally changed. It became icy cold. Hurry up and scram. The crowd shouted. The alchemists and experts who had conflicts with Feng Wuchen and the others all had gloating smiles on their faces. The token is real, the maidservant suddenly said just as the crowd was mocking them proudly. As soon as the maidservant said that, the crowd's expression changed drastically. The mocking and gloating smiles instantly froze. The heaven token is real? The man who threw the token on the ground had a look of horror on his face. He realized that he was in trouble. Are you sure it's real? Old man is on the 5th floor of the immortal Xian with them. They can't possibly be qualified to stay in the heaven token. A 5th grade alchemist questioned. I don't believe that they can stay in the heaven token. Firstly, they are not alchemists, and secondly, they are not experts from powerful factions. What right do they have to stay in the heaven token? If you want to talk about staying in the heaven token, it should be us, not those little brats. Another 5th grade alchemist said coldly, putting on the appearance of an alchemist master. That's right. The few of them are not qualified to stay in the heaven token. The crowd echoed. Since the heaven token is in their hands, then they are qualified to stay in the heaven token, the maidservant said, neither servile nor overbearing. She only recognized the token and not the person. Moreover, those who had the heaven token were definitely important figures. The token could not be fake. The maidservant was very clear about this. Moreover, only the higher-ups who organized the alchemy conference had the heaven token. Ordinary people would not be able to get it. As soon as she finished speaking, the maidservant wanted to squat down to pick up the token, but she was stopped by Feng Wuchen. Whoever threw it can pick it up, Feng Wuchen said lightly. Hearing that, the maidservant glanced at Feng Wuchen, then nodded. You. The man who threw the token had a gloomy expression. He gritted his teeth, but he did not dare to do anything. He was so aggrieved that his whole body trembled. Originally, he wanted to embarrass Feng Wuchen and the rest, but he did not expect to embarrass himself. If you don't pick it up, if Xianxia sees it or if someone tells Xianxia that you threw the heaven token carelessly, I don't know what will happen to you. I'm afraid that even Zhuge Lianqing won't be able to save you. Feng Wuchen said playfully. Hearing that, the man's expression changed drastically. He quickly bent down to pick up the heaven token. No one here dared to offend Xianxia. Otherwise, the consequence would be death. Sir, please. The maidservant took the heaven token and respectfully led Feng Wuchen and the rest to the 4th floor. At that moment, no one dared to stop them. They could only glare angrily at Feng Wuchen and the rest. When they went upstairs, they saw Feng Wuchen and the rest of the young people going upstairs. Everyone was very curious. When they saw Feng Wuchen and the rest going up to the 4th floor, their curiosity turned into shock. Brother Zhuge, they are staying in the heaven token. A few young masters came back to report. What? Heaven token? How is that possible? Zhuge Lianqing stood up in shock. His face was filled with disbelief. A great commander of a small empire would never be able to stay in the heaven token. He is not qualified. We are only staying in the earth token. Mo Linger frowned and said. She was also very shocked. As the young master of the Zhuge family, Zhuge Lianqing could only stay in the earth token. Only his father was qualified to stay in the heaven token. It was imaginable how high one's status must be to stay in the heaven token. If Zhuge Lianqing was not qualified, how could Feng Wuchen and the rest be qualified? It's true. They are holding the heaven token in their hands. A man said solemnly. Zhuge Lianqing frowned and said, the heaven token is a residence for important people. How could Feng Wuchen and the rest of the young people stay in it? Li Zifei, go to heaven token number 6 and tell my father. Ask my father to ask Senior Xianxia if he made a mistake. Feng Wuchen stayed in Sky Room 3. The room was more than 100 square meters and was decorated luxuriously. It was enough for the 5 of them to rest. Hall Master, should I remind Zhuge Lianqing? Han Kuan asked respectfully. Why should I? Do you know him? Feng Wuchen asked as he looked at Han Kuan. Seeing the coldness in Feng Wuchen's eyes, Han Kuan's heart skipped a beat. He quickly shook his head and said, I don't know him. I'm just worried that he will bring trouble to you. Han Kuan had great prestige and fame in the Wuji domain, so he naturally knew the Mirage Sea Realm's Zhuge family. Even if Han Kuan knew Zhuge Lianqing, he didn't dare to say that he knew him. Senior Han Kuan, just prepare for the alchemy conference. Don't worry about anything else. They won't dare to do anything here anyway, Lu Qingyang said without worry. Han Kuan nodded and said respectfully, Hall Master, it will begin in an hour. I won't disturb your rest. What grudge does Mo Linger have with you? Han Kuan walked out of the door and left with doubts. Just as Han Kuan left, a voice came from the door again. Dendi. Elder Zhang? Feng Wuchen was slightly stunned. Lu Qingyang quickly went to open the door. Zhang Wufeng and 3 elders walked in slowly. The 3 elders were all alchemists with extremely high realms. Greetings, Grand Elder and 3 seniors. Lu Qingyang and the others bowed respectfully. Grand Elder and 3 seniors. Feng Wuchen welcomed them politely. Old man can't accept Denda's courtesy. Zhang Wufeng smiled. The 3 elders were shocked. Who was Zhang Wufeng? He was the Zhang family's Grand Elder, a big shot who could make the entire Wuji domain tremble with a stomp of his feet. However, even such a big shot had to be polite in front of Feng Wuchen. Although they knew from Zhang Wufeng that Feng Wuchen was Dendi, with Zhang Wufeng's status, there was no need for him to be so polite, right? If Tian Xianxia and the others knew that Feng Wuchen could create an artifact with a single thought, and that it was a high-grade immortal artifact, they would not think so. Feng Wuchen's strength was even more terrifying than what Tian Xianxia and the others had imagined. The immortal artifact Pavilion Master's status was far above Zhang Wufeng's. Moreover, the immortal artifact Pavilion Master had already acknowledged Feng Wuchen as his master. With such a transcendent status, how could Zhang Wufeng not be courteous? Zhang Wufeng wasn't just being polite, he was even being respectful. Old man Tian Xianxia. Tian Xianxia politely cupped his fists and introduced himself. Chu Wuyo of the Western region. Xianxia of the Everlasting Realm. The other 2 elders also cupped their fists politely. Even Zhang Wufeng was being so courteous, so they didn't dare to put on airs. Among the 3 elders, Tian Xianxia was an 8th-grade alchemist while the other 2 were 7th-grade alchemists. The 3 of them were the organizers of this alchemy conference. The 3 of them were the representatives of the Limitless Domain's alchemy field. Their statuses were extraordinary, and their prestige was extremely high. The 3 of them knew that Han Kuan had invited a very powerful alchemist this time, so they specially came to pay a visit. Feng Wuchen looked at Tian Xianxia in surprise. He didn't expect Tian Xianxia to take the initiative to come over. Dendi, these 3 are old man's friends. They found out that Dendi came to participate in the alchemy conference, so they specially came to meet Dendi, Zhang Wufeng said slightly. Feng Wuchen nodded and asked, First Elder, didn't Lil Zhang come with you? Zhang Wufeng said respectfully, Young Master is in seclusion. He should be breaking through to a 6th-grade alchemist soon. The heaven room was also arranged by Senior Tian Xianxia, right? Feng Wuchen nodded again and looked at Tian Xianxia and the other 2. Feng Wuchen asked with a smile and gestured for them to sit down. Since Dendi is here, we naturally can't neglect him, Tian Xianxia said with a faint smile. Although he was an 8th-grade alchemist, he didn't dare to underestimate Feng Wuchen. Thank you, Feng Wuchen thanked him. Tian Xianxia and the others naturally knew Denda's realm. He was hundreds or thousands of times stronger than 7th-grade and 8th-grade alchemists. May I know what's the matter, seniors? Feng Wuchen asked indifferently. He was very polite and didn't put on any airs like Dendi. The 3 elders wanted to say something but hesitated. No one knew what they were worried about. Seeing this, Feng Wuchen said, Seniors, if you have something to say, just say it. We have long heard of Denda's name. We suddenly paid a visit because we want to see Denda's ability to form pills with a thought. We hope that Dendi can fulfill our wish. Tian Xianxia cupped his fists and pleaded. We hope that Dendi can fulfill our wish. Xianxia and Chu Wuyo cupped their fists and pleaded at the same time. After Tian Xianxia and the other 2 found out that Feng Wuchen had the ability to form pills with a thought, they firmly believed it and couldn't wait to see it. Seeing that the alchemy conference was about to begin, they came to pay a visit. I see. Feng Wuchen nodded. Tian Xianxia and the other two looked at Feng Wuchen expectantly, eager to hear Feng Wuchen's answer. Dendi and Old Man have no choice. They found out that Denda saved Yanran's meridians and that Dendi has the ability to form pills with a thought. They have been clamoring. Zhang Wufeng smiled helplessly. There's no harm in letting you see it, Feng Wuchen said with a faint smile. With a wave of his hand, more than 10 medicinal herbs appeared in his palm out of thin air. Then, he activated the green flame. At this moment, Tian Xianxia and the other two held their breaths as they stared at Feng Wuchen's palm without blinking. A domineering and tyrannical soul power was activated and integrated into it. A magical scene appeared. The magical scene immediately made Tian Xianxia and the other two widen their eyes and open their mouths in shock. They saw Feng Wuchen's palm slowly rotating. More than 10 medicinal herbs seemed to be dancing gracefully. They shed their skin at a speed that was visible to the naked eye and condensed into a milky white medicinal liquid. The medicinal liquid was filled with a strange fragrance and constantly condensed in Feng Wuchen's palm. In just a moment, a pill appeared in Feng Wuchen's palm. Pills with a thought. Magical and powerful. Pills with a thought. Pills with a thought. Tian Xianxia and the other two were shocked for a long time. Then, they exclaimed at the same time. They were shocked beyond words. Witnessing the alchemy emperor's pill forming pills with thought divine ability, the three people finally knew what a true alchemist was. Feng Wuchen didn't need a cauldron to refine pills at all. He could refine pills at will. In an instant, he could refine pills with a flip of his palm. Such a powerful realm was far from what Tian Xianxia and the other two could do. The three old men couldn't help but have the urge to kneel down and worship. They had never seen such a magical and powerful alchemy skill in their lives. Denda deserves to be called. Tian Xianxia was so excited that his body trembled. Senior Tian Xianxia, you're exaggerating, Feng Wuchen said with a faint smile. Tian Xianxia immediately cupped his fists and bowed. Many alchemists in the Wuji domain have gathered at this alchemy conference. We sincerely hope that Dendi can give us some pointers in alchemy and strengthen the alchemy circle in the Wuji domain. We sincerely hope that Dendi can teach us. Strengthen the alchemy circle in the Wuji domain. The two old men also bowed and begged. Teach? Feng Wuchen was stunned. Then, he said awkwardly, that's not very good. If I teach you at this age, won't I be a joke? The venue of the alchemy conference was in the main hall on the first floor. It was large enough to accommodate tens of thousands of people at the same time. The alchemy conference was about to begin. Everyone headed to the venue one after another. The venue was like a football field. The center was the competition ground with seats around it. There were more than 300 alchemists participating in the alchemy conference. It could be said that all the alchemists in the Wuji domain had gathered. There were more than 5,000 people in the venue. They were all experts from various regions in the Wuji domain. There was a high platform in the middle of the venue. It was the host's exclusive seat. The high platform was reserved for Tian Xianxia and the other two, as well as Zhang Wufeng. They had the highest status in the venue. The powerful alchemists and experts from various forces sat in the front row. Zhuge Lianqing and Mo Linger sat in the first row. The rest could only sit behind. Feng Wuchen was among them. Nie Fengyun and the Shenwu sect master sat beside Feng Wuchen with a respectful attitude. Heaven series? Humph. Mo Linger was proud. She glanced at Feng Wuchen and the rest in disdain. She looked at them as though they were her servants. Her sarcasm was obvious. Zhuge Lianqing also glanced at Feng Wuchen and the rest with a proud look on his face. Zhuge Lianqing sent someone to ask, but there was no result. He didn't get the reason either. Feng Wuchen completely ignored it and pretended that he didn't see anything. It didn't matter where one sat in the alchemy conference. Mo Ling really thinks too highly of herself. Lu Qingyang shook his head helplessly. She does have some skills. That's undeniable. It's just that she's too arrogant. Bai Duyan said indifferently. Bai Duyan wasn't wrong. If Mo Ling didn't have any skills, how could she sit in the front row? Oh? Isn't this the big shot from the Heaven series? Why are you sitting behind? Shouldn't you be sitting in the front? Isn't it inappropriate to sit at the back? Tisk tsk. It's not good for big shots to sit at the back. Big shots with Heaven series number plates. Didn't anyone arrange for you to sit in the front? Do you need me to make some arrangements for you? Seeing Feng Wuchen and the others sitting at the back, the alchemists and cultivators who had conflicts with Feng Wuchen and the others all started to ridicule them. No one put Feng Wuchen and the others in their eyes. You guys again? Are you done yet? Are you tired of living? Lu Qingyang shouted angrily. Killing intent surged in his eyes. He wanted nothing more than to kill these people on the spot. What? Do you still dare to make a move? A fourth-grade alchemist asked with a sneer. I didn't just dare to attack. I dare to kill you. Lu Qingyang was furious. He urged his true essence and flashed out. Boom. Pooh. Lu Qingyang strangely appeared in a flash, and his palm landed on the fourth-grade alchemist's forehead. With a loud bang, the terrible power shook the alchemist until he spat out blood. Lu Qingyang's attack was ferocious. The grade 4 alchemist died on the spot. At this moment, the main hall was dead silent. Lu Qingyang really dared to kill someone. Feng Wuchen did not stop Lu Qingyang, which meant that he allowed Lu Qingyang to kill someone. Everyone present looked over in shock. No one dared to believe that someone dared to kill someone in the alchemy convention. Damn it, I've tolerated you for a long time. You're courting death. Lu Qingyang shouted angrily. Lu Qingyang's angry roar broke the silence in the hall. You dare to kill an alchemist in the alchemy convention. Bastard. You've got guts. How dare you kill an alchemist? Quickly report this to alchemist Xianxia. You dare to kill an alchemist in the alchemy convention? This is an insult to alchemist Xianxia. I'll see how you all die. As the silence was broken, the alchemists and powerhouses around Feng Wuchen were all in an uproar. They roared furiously. You really don't know what's good for you. How dare you kill an alchemist? Mo Ling-er looked on coldly, her face full of disdain. Don't talk nonsense with them, kill them now. A fifth-grade alchemist shouted angrily. He channeled his true core energy and slammed his palm toward Lu Qingyang. Bang! Ah! Feng Wuchen's face turned cold. He stretched out his hand and grabbed at the air. The fifth-grade alchemist's body suddenly burst into flames, and he screamed in fear. Fire poison! Everyone was so frightened that they broke out in cold sweat and retreated in fear. Who do you think you are? Feng Wuchen said coldly, and a biting cold murderous aura filled the air. Feng Wuchen could not bear it anymore. These people had provoked and ridiculed him again and had angered Feng Wuchen. Feng Wuchen drew out all the fire poison in the fifth-grade alchemist's body. Black smoke billowed and devoured the poison. In just a moment, the fifth-grade alchemist was completely devoured by the fire poison, leaving nothing behind. The audience was silent again, and everyone's face was full of fear. The alchemist was burned to death by his own fire poison. Feng Wuchen killed without hesitation, extremely cold-blooded. Big brother Feng. Good kill. Lu Qingyang vented his anger. Shocking. Incomparably shocking. The alchemists present had never seen such a terrifying fire poison. They did not know why the fifth-grade alchemist's fire poison suddenly acted up, but they knew that it had something to do with Feng Wuchen. He could easily kill a fifth-grade alchemist with a single move. What kind of terrifying means was this? Gulp, everyone swallowed their saliva in fear, and cold sweat broke out. The alchemists and experts who had been looking for trouble with Feng Wuchen were scared out of their wits at this moment. Han Kuan and many other powerful alchemists were so frightened by the scene that they broke out in cold sweat and trembled. They could not believe that the fire poison was devouring them crazily. Mo Ling-er, Zhuge Lianqing, and the others were stunned. Lu Qingyang was arrogant when he killed someone, but Feng Wuchen killed another alchemist. What was this? This made everyone feel that Feng Wuchen did not take the alchemy conference seriously at all, and did not put Xianxia in his eyes at all. Feng Wuchen glanced at the other alchemists coldly, and said coldly, everyone has a bottom line, and you have repeatedly challenged my bottom line. You are courting death. Feng Wuchen did not want to be calculative, but some people just liked to court death, and Feng Wuchen could not do anything about it. Who are you? How dare you kill an alchemist here? At this time, an expert from a big force asked in a deep voice as he walked over step by step. The person who came was a 6th-grade alchemist, but Feng Wuchen still did not put him in his eyes. It's none of your business, don't interfere. Feng Wuchen said coldly as he glanced at the 6th-grade alchemist. Elder Wang. Kill this guy quickly. He is simply lawless. How dare he kill an alchemist in the alchemy conference? Too arrogant. Too arrogant. He does not put us alchemists in his eyes at all. Many 4th-grade and 5th-grade alchemists shouted angrily. The feeling of being humiliated spread throughout their body, making them extremely angry. Buzz. Elder Wang erupted with terrifying power, the entire venue shook violently, and murderous aura swept through the entire venue. Behave atrociously? Then do you know the face of these alchemists? They are all sanctimonious people, they are the disgrace of the alchemy world. Feng Wuchen said coldly. Are you talking about old man? Elder Wang asked in a loud voice, his old face gloomy. If you are the same as them, then yes. Feng Wuchen replied strongly, without fear on his face. Feng Wuchen stood there, even if he did not activate his true essence, nor did he release his aura, but there seemed to be an invisible huge aura, which made people feel a sense of awe. Bastard! Elder Wang was furious, and his murderous aura soared to the sky. Elder Wang! Kill him! Many alchemists shouted angrily. Elder Wang was at the 8th level of the celestial realm, and his strength was extremely tyrannical. It could be said that he could kill Feng Wuchen with one hand. Pung! Feng Wuchen snorted coldly, stretched out his hand to grab the air, and instantly controlled the fire poison in Elder Wang's body, and guided the fire poison out. Elder Wang's whole body emitted black smoke, and the fire poison burned wildly. How is this possible? Elder Wang's face suddenly changed, and his face was full of horror. Elder Wang did not expect that with his 6th-grade alchemist realm, the fire poison could be drawn out by Feng Wuchen like this. Ah! The devouring of the fire poison made Elder Wang scream in pain, and his body rolled on the ground. But fortunately, Feng Wuchen did not kill him, or Elder Wang would have died. The 6th-grade alchemist ended up like this. The other alchemists were completely silent, and their faces were full of horror. Looking at Elder Wang who was screaming in pain, everyone present was frightened to the point of trembling. The alchemists and cultivators who mocked and ridiculed Feng Wuchen were so scared that their faces turned pale and their legs went soft. At this moment, they finally realized the horror of Feng Wuchen. The Jiang family head, the Shenwu sect head, the Gu family head, and the other experts from the major forces also realized how terrifying Dendi and Feng Wuchen were. Feng Wuchen being able to control the fire poison was equivalent to being able to control the lives of alchemists and artificers. This was simply a godlike method. Zhuge Lianqing also realized that Feng Wuchen wasn't a simple person. His face turned extremely serious. On the other hand, Han Kuan looked on coldly from the sidelines, extremely disappointed with these alchemists. Feng Wuchen. Don't be too arrogant. This isn't the Inferno Empire. Mo Ling shouted coldly. Her power of the 9th level of the Sky Origin stage exploded. Her chi was overwhelming. Ling stop. Zhuge Lianqing's expression changed greatly, but he couldn't stop her in time. Mo Ling had already used a powerful movement technique to rush towards Feng Wuchen. Her speed was astonishing, like a ghost. This was a good opportunity to defeat Feng Wuchen. Mo Ling wouldn't miss it. Not only did Mo Ling want to suppress Feng Wuchen in terms of status, but she also wanted to crush Feng Wuchen in terms of strength. Mo Ling wanted to return the humiliation that Feng Wuchen brought to her 10 times over. Mo Ling used a powerful movement technique to get close to Feng Wuchen in the blink of an eye. She then struck out with a palm strike. Mo Ling you overestimate your own strength. Ling Xiaoxiao said coldly. Miao Qingqing said coldly, you overestimate yourself. With Mo Ling's strength, not to mention Feng Wuchen, even Miao Qingqing could easily defeat her. Humph. Feng Wuchen humped coldly and struck out with a palm strike. Boom. Puff. In an instant, Mo Ling spat out a mouthful of blood and flew backwards. She fainted on the spot. A Sky Origin Stage 9 stage martial artist was knocked out by Feng Wuchen with a casual palm strike. Mo Ling had never thought that Feng Wuchen's strength had already surpassed her by so much. Ling Zhuge Lianqing hurriedly went out and took the unconscious Mo Ling back. Feng Wuchen had already shown mercy. He only injured Mo Ling not killed her. Ling Zhuge Lianqing shouted in panic. He hurriedly fed Mo Ling a healing pill. The anger in his heart surged out crazily and his killing intent soared to the sky. Feng Wuchen. Zhuge Lianqing was furious. He roared and crazily rushed towards Feng Wuchen. Boom! Puff! Feng Wuchen activated his soul power and heavily humphed. His overbearing and terrifying soul power struck towards Zhuge Lianqing. Zhuge Lianqing's face changed. He hurriedly activated his soul power to resist. With a loud explosion, Zhuge Lianqing spat out a mouthful of blood and flew backwards. 6th grade inscription master. Zhuge Lianqing exclaimed in shock. Lianqing. The Gu family patriarchs were shocked. They had never thought of such an outcome. The Gu family patriarchs had never thought that Feng Wuchen was also an inscription master. Moreover, his cultivation level was even higher than Zhuge Lianqing's. 6th grade inscription master. Zhuge Lianqing's exclamation caused an uproar among the crowd. The palace master is also a 6th grade inscription master. Han Kuan was shocked. He was extremely shocked and dumbfounded. He is actually a 6th grade inscription master. How is this possible? Young Master Zhuge is the #1 inscription master in the Mirage Sea realm. His cultivation level is even higher than young Master Zhuge's. Who is he? Why is he so terrifying at such a young age? Everyone present was terrified. They looked at Feng Wuchen as if they were looking at a monster. Patriarch Jiang and the Shenwu sect patriarch were extremely terrified. They knew how terrifying Feng Wuchen was in the field of alchemy. Zhang Junlan called Feng Wuchen teacher and the young pavilion master of the equipment refining pavilion called Feng Wuchen Grand Master. This meant that Feng Wuchen's skill in refining equipment was extremely terrifying. Now that they knew that Feng Wuchen was a 6th grade inscription master, they were scared out of their wits. What kind of person could achieve such terrifying achievements in the 3 major fields? Nie Fengyan also did not expect that Feng Wuchen was a 6th grade inscription master, not to mention them, even Lu Qingyang and the others did not know. They were all looking at Feng Wuchen in shock. Feng Wuchen hid so well that they did not know when Feng Wuchen practiced the realm of inscription master. They had never seen him before. Feng. Brother Feng is an inscription master. Miao Qingqing was stunned. And he's a 6th grade inscription master. Lu Qingyang said in a trembling voice. Brother Feng is a 6th grade inscription master. Ling Xiaoxiao also opened her mouth wide with an incredulous expression. Feng Wuchen had hidden himself too well. No one had expected him. How dare you? How dare you hurt my son? Old man will kill you. The patriarchs of the Gu family were extremely angry and roared at Feng Wuchen. The terrifying power of the heaven realm broke out, scaring everyone present to the extreme. If the patriarchs of the Gu family attacked, the entire ship would be destroyed. The terrifying power spread and the ship shook violently. Huge waves surged on the sea. The patriarchs of the Gu family were about to attack. But when the patriarchs of the Gu family broke out the power of the heaven realm, an even more surging and terrifying momentum suddenly spread in the venue. Patriarchs of the Gu family, don't be presumptuous. A low and majestic voice spread in the venue. The terrifying aura seemed to have condensed into a small space and pressed down on the head of the Gu family, making him feel like he was being torn apart. The head of the Gu family trembled with fear. The head of the Gu family was afraid of Tian Xianxia. However, what shocked the head of the Gu family was that Tian Xianxia actually used his aura to suppress him for Feng Wuchen. The Zhuge family was the overlord of the Mirage Sea realm. One could imagine how powerful the head of the Gu family was in the Mirage Sea realm. However, Tian Xianxia suppressed him in public for Feng Wuchen without giving him any face. The head of the Gu family seemed to have realized something and looked at Feng Wuchen in shock. The entire venue was filled with fear. Everyone was on tenterhooks. At the entrance of the venue, Xianxia, Zhang Wufang, and a few other elders walked in. Everyone looked at them with fear. Senior Xianxia, Elder Zhang. Everyone bowed respectfully. Xianxia's face was gloomy. He didn't expect that someone would dare to cause trouble at the alchemy conference that he personally organized. They didn't even take him, a grade 8 alchemist, seriously. Zhang Wufang first glanced at Feng Wuchen. Seeing that Feng Wuchen was fine, he was relieved. However, Feng Wuchen didn't look too good. Everyone could see that. Humph. Xianxia snorted. That one snort was enough to make everyone tremble in fear. All of them lowered their heads. How dare you? Xianxia shouted angrily as he looked at everyone with a fierce gaze. Senior Xianxia, it's that brat who caused trouble here. They even killed 2 alchemists. An alchemist reported in horror. That's right. Senior Xianxia, we wouldn't dare to cause trouble here. They started it first. This brat injured young Master Zhuge's fiancé and severely injured young Master Zhuge. That's why the head of the Gu family wanted to teach him a lesson. Everyone quickly reacted to the situation and pointed their fingers at Feng Wuchen. Shut up! Xianxia shouted furiously, scaring everyone into silence. The place was silent. No one dared to speak, including the Zhuge family head. Everyone was puzzled. It was clearly Feng Wuchen who was behaving atrociously and even killing people, but Xianxia didn't seem to be listening. Senior Xianxia, what's going on? If it wasn't for that kid, who would dare to cause trouble? That stinking brat has done us in. It would be strange if Senior Xianxia didn't get angry for behaving so atrociously in the alchemy conference. It was clearly that stinking brat who attacked first. How can you blame us? Everyone felt sullen in their hearts, but no one dared to say anything. Ling Er. You're awake. Zhuge Lianqing, who was seriously injured, sensed Mo Linger's movement and smiled. Zhuge. Big brother, are you injured too? Did Feng Wuchen hurt you? The weak Mo Linger asked as she looked at Zhuge Lianqing in disbelief. It's nothing. It's just a small injury. Zhuge Lianqing smiled, but he was suffering in his heart. As the #1 genius inscription master in the Mirage Sea realm, there wasn't a second genius inscription master who was stronger than him in the entire Wuji region. However, Feng Wuchen's appearance shattered all of Zhuge Lianqing's pride and achievements the moment he attacked. Senior Xianxia, what they said is the truth. We didn't disrespect you. Feng Wuchen killed people here. How can we sit back and do nothing? Not only did he kill 2 alchemists, he also injured my fiancé and me. I hope you can judge clearly. The seriously injured Zhuge Lianqing said gloomily. Senior Xianxia, I know Feng Wuchen. He's the Yanhua Empire's great general. They are all from the Yanhua Empire. With their status, they aren't qualified to participate in the alchemy conference. Mo Linger added. The westernmost Yanhua Empire? Everyone was stunned. However, when Mo Linger spoke, she didn't notice that Xianxia, Zhang Wufang, and the others' faces had turned even uglier. Linger, Feng Wuchen is a 6th grade inscription master. Zhuge Lianqing said softly. He obviously felt that Mo Linger's words about Feng Wuchen not being qualified to participate in the alchemy conference were inappropriate. What? A 6th grade inscription master? More than you. Mo Linger's pale face stiffened. She looked at Feng Wuchen in disbelief. Mo Linger's words were indeed inappropriate. After knowing that Feng Wuchen was a 6th grade inscription master, even if he wasn't an alchemist, he was qualified to participate in the alchemy conference. Zhuge Lianqing nodded with an ugly expression. However, Feng Wuchen's atrocious behavior in the conference and killing 2 alchemists had already angered Xianxia. In Zhuge Lianqing's opinion, Feng Wuchen and the others were definitely going to die. Feng Wuchen dared to kill alchemists here. They are definitely going to die. We don't have to do anything. We can avenge your father and the others. Zhuge Lianqing said softly. His pale face revealed a vicious smile. Who the hell is this kid? He's definitely not just the Yanhua Empire's great general. A A 6th-grade inscription master is enough to show that he has a powerful background. Xianxia and the others obviously knew his identity long ago. The Gu family heads guessed secretly as they looked at Feng Wuchen seriously. All of you, shut up. Xianxia shouted angrily at Zhuge Lianqing and Mo Linger. He looked as if he couldn't wait to kick them out. Xianxia and the others quickly walked in front of Feng Wuchen. Everyone looked at Feng Wuchen and gloated. However, before everyone could feel proud for a moment, what happened next caused all of their faces to stiffen and reveal expressions of shock and horror. Xianxia and the others came in front of Feng Wuchen and bowed respectfully at the same time. Dandy. Boom. The respectful greeting from the four of them was like a clap of thunder that exploded in the venue. Everyone's faces instantly stiffened, and fear quickly crept onto their faces. Dan. Dandy? The Gu family heads were terrified. Seeing how respectful Xianxia and the others were, the Gu family heads' eyes almost popped out. This? How is this possible? A 6th-grade inscription master shouldn't be. Zhuge Lianqing was dumbfounded as his body trembled. Xianxia was an 8th-grade alchemist, Zhang Wufang was a 7th-grade blacksmith, and there were 2 other 7th-grade alchemists. The 4 of them had a terrifying status. Zhuge Lianqing couldn't believe that with their status, they would be so respectful to a 6th-grade inscription master. Dandy? This? Mo Linger was also dumbfounded. Her mind was blank. No one was more shocked than Mo Linger. She believed that her status and cultivation were superior to Feng Wuchen's. A small empire's general was nothing in front of her. But what Mo Linger didn't expect was that Feng Wuchen's identity seemed to become terrifying again. He. Who is he? Senior Xianxia and the Zhang family's grand elder are so respectful to him. Senior Xianxia and the others actually called him Dandy. That's the legendary alchemy realm. We're done for. Everyone in the venue was terrified to the extreme. Xianxia, Zhang Wufang, and the other two's respectful greetings scared everyone out of their wits. The 2 words Denda seemed to carry a monstrous energy that suffocated everyone. The hall was in an uproar. Who is he? How can he make Xianxia and Zhang Wufang so respectful? The Gu family heads were filled with curiosity and fear. Other than him, some of the high-ranked alchemists and experts from the major factions were also curious. They had never seen a young man who could make Xianxia and Zhang Wufeng so fearful and respectful. Dandy, please calm down, Xianxia hurriedly said respectfully. He wanted nothing more than to kill everyone in the hall. Xianxia and the others had gone to great lengths to get Feng Wuchen to agree to teach them. Not long after, someone had offended Feng Wuchen. Xianxia was worried that Feng Wuchen would leave in a fit of anger. If that happened, they would not be able to count on Feng Wuchen to teach them alchemy. At this point, no matter what happened, even if it was Feng Wuchen's fault, Xianxia and the others would still say that Feng Wuchen was right. Dandy, what happened? Zhang Wufang asked respectfully. Just a small matter. Give me the name list of the people on the 5th floor of the Immortal Sea Inn, Feng Wuchen said coldly. The instant they heard that, the alchemists and experts on the 5th floor of the Immortal Sea Inn felt their hearts skip a beat. They were so scared that their courage was completely shattered. A strange and fearful atmosphere filled the hall. No one dared to speak. Cold sweat broke out on their backs. Give me the name list. Xianxia shouted coldly. His fierce gaze swept across the crowd again. A maid quickly brought over a name list and said respectfully, the names of the 2 people who were killed have been crossed out. Xianxia handed the name list to Feng Wuchen respectfully. Other than Ya Fengyun, Tiandao Sex. 2nd Elder, Shenwu Sec's Grand Elder, Jiang Family's Grand Elder, Gu Family's Grand Elder, all the other alchemists who were on the 5th floor of the Immortal Ocean Inn were disqualified. Feng Wuchen said coldly. Disqualified? Hearing those words, the faces of the dozen or so apothecaries on the 5th floor warped in shock. That's right. Abolish their qualifications. Feng Wuchen said coldly as his cold eyes swept over those alchemists. Looking at Feng Wuchen's arrogant appearance, Mo Linger's pale face became extremely ugly. She was unwilling to accept this. Thinking back to the hard work he had put in over the past few years, the fact that he was able to climb to his current position was enough to leave countless people in the dust. However, what Mo Ling didn't expect was that her efforts over the past few years were nothing in front of Feng Wuchen. Feng Wuchen's terrifying position was something that even the Zhuge family couldn't compare to, let alone her. Thinking back to how she had insulted Feng Wuchen and how he had completely made a fool of her, Mo Ling felt that she had lost all her face. At the same time, her resentment towards Feng Wuchen's pill deepened. "If any of you have any objections, come forward." Lu Qingyang sneered slightly. At that time on the 5th floor of the Immortal Ocean Inn, other than Ye Fengyun and the Jiang family head, the rest of the alchemists and experts had spoken ill of Feng Wuchen and his group, again and again. "I don't accept this." The alchemy conference was organized by Senior Xianxia. "What right do you have to disqualify us?" An old rank 4 alchemist couldn't help but ask angrily. His face was extremely gloomy. "This is the alchemy conference. It's not a place for you to flaunt your strength." Another alchemist shouted angrily. "Senior Xianxia, you organized the alchemy conference, so we are very serious. You are a senior and rank 8 alchemist. We came here to learn, not to be bullied. How can you let this brat humiliate us here?" A rank 5 alchemist said angrily. He was extremely dissatisfied with Feng Wuchen's actions. Xianxia said coldly, "If you feel bullied, then get lost." Xianxia was not polite at all and did not give them any face. These alchemists thought highly of themselves and were extremely arrogant. How could Xianxia offend Feng Wuchen for them? Xianxia's reply stunned the alchemists. "Good. Very good. Xianxia, don't think that we can be humiliated by this brat just because you are in rank 8 alchemist. Since you are defending him, then old man, leave." A rank 5 alchemist said angrily. He flung his sleeves and turned to leave. From today onwards, rank 5 alchemist Zhou Shiran is no longer qualified to participate in any alchemy conference in the Wuji domain. Xianxia said coldly. He had the final say in the Wuji domain's alchemy conference. "If any alchemist here feels bullied, you can leave at any time. Old man will not stop you." Xianxia said coldly. He did not even look at the rank 5 alchemist who left. Bang! Ah! The rank 5 alchemist had just walked out of the conference hall when he suddenly screamed. His body was engulfed in flames and black smoke billowed. A moment later, the rank 5 alchemist was reduced to ashes. Feng Wuchen was cold-blooded and merciless. No one dared to speak and no alchemist left. "Those whose names are called, stand out," Feng Wuchen said coldly. He then read out the names one by one. Those whose names were called out by Feng Wuchen stood out one by one. There were quite a number of people, more than 30 of them. His cold gaze swept across these people, causing them to tremble in fear as if they had fallen into an ice cellar. "On the 5th floor of the Immortal Ocean Inn, did my friends and I offend you?" Feng Wuchen asked coldly. More than 30 people shook their heads in fear. No one dared to speak. "Where did you find out that my friends and I are not qualified? Or do you feel proud of your high alchemy realm and don't put anyone in your eyes?" Feng Wuchen asked coldly. Dozens of people were silent. They did not dare to raise their heads or speak. "Tell me, where did you find out that we are not qualified?" Feng Wuchen pointed at a rank 4 alchemist. It was a completely commanding tone. The rank 4 alchemist's face was filled with fear. He stuttered for a long time but could not speak. Bang! Ah! Feng Wuchen waved his hand. The rank 4 alchemist's body was ignited in flames. Black smoke billowed. The fire poison devoured him, causing him to scream like a pig being slaughtered. In just a moment, the rank 4 alchemist was devoured by his own fire poison and turned into ashes. The ferocious means once again shocked everyone. Xianxia and the other 2 rank 7 alchemists were stunned. It was the first time they had seen Feng Wuchen's terrifying means. Zhang Wufeng had never told them that Feng Wuchen could control the fire poison. "You tell me." His cold gaze swept over a rank 5 celestial realm expert. Feng Wuchen killed an alchemist with a wave of his hand. He did not even frown. I don't know, don't kill me, don't kill me." The rank 5 celestial realm expert knelt down and cowed out in fear. Boom. Puff. In an instant, Feng Wuchen used teleportation and magically and strangely appeared in front of the man. His palm mercilessly slapped the top of the man's head. The man spat out a mouthful of blood and died on the spot. His cold-blooded and merciless methods frightened everyone. Every time Feng Wuchen asked a question, as long as they couldn't answer, they would die. Feng Wuchen asked them one by one very patiently. Those who couldn't answer would die. After more than 10 minutes, 6 people were killed. Now, you tell me. Feng Wuchen looked at a 5th-grade alchemist and said, as a 5th-grade alchemist, you should have better eyesight. Tell me, why do you think we are not qualified? Reporting to Dendi, I'll tell. The 5th-grade alchemist's face was full of fear. His whole body was trembling, and he was out of breath. Speak slowly, there is no need to rush. I have a lot of time. Feng Wuchen said coldly. I shouldn't have looked down on you. Only alchemists and powerhouses of a certain status are qualified to go up to the 5th floor of the Immortal Ocean restaurant. I saw that Dendi is young and not an alchemist, so I. The 5th-grade alchemist answered in fear. I see. Feng Wuchen nodded. However, Feng Wuchen didn't make a move. The alchemist couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. He had dodged the scythe of the Grim Reaper. Humph. You also know how to look down on others. You think you are so great just because you are a 5th-grade alchemist. Lu Qingyang's face was full of disdain. The alchemist said in fear, I know I was wrong. I shouldn't have looked down on others. Please forgive me, Dendi. Lu Qingyang looked at him mockingly and asked coldly, who said we are here to cause trouble? Who will tell me? Every question was the moment they were most afraid. If they couldn't answer, it meant death. You say it. Feng Wuchen pointed at a 4th-grade alchemist. Seeing Feng Wuchen's hand pointing at him, the alchemist was so scared that he knelt down and begged in fear, Dendi, please spare my life. I didn't say that. I really didn't. I can swear that I didn't say anything at that time. Please, Dendi. Good. You say it then. I remember you said it first. Feng Wuchen looked at the other alchemist straightforwardly. Dendi, please spare my life. I thought that Dendi and you had sneaked in and didn't know Denda's identity, so I offended Dendi. The alchemist knelt down in fear. Sneak in? Are you saying that the person in charge of the alchemy conference is blind? Feng Wuchen asked coldly, and his tone became heavier. That's not what I mean. The alchemist shook his head in panic. Then, he said to Xianxia. Senior Xianxia, I dare not question the decision of the organizer of the alchemy conference. Bang. Ah. The alchemist's alchemist. He was burned and he was burned, and finally, he be ashes. Seeing the alchemist being burned alive by the fire poison, no one could suppress the fear in their hearts. As time passed, Feng Wuchen asked them one by one. Except for a few alchemists, the rest were killed whether they answered or not. From the beginning to the end, Xianxia, Zhang Wufang, and the others didn't say a word. They were just spectators. Feng Wuchen let everyone see his ruthless means. Now everyone should understand that my patience is limited. These people insulted me again and again. I killed them. Do any of you have any objections? Feng Wuchen asked indifferently. Who dared to have any objections? Did they want to die, even if it was Feng Wuchen who provoked and insulted these alchemists and killed them in the end? No one dared to have any objections. After a series of questions, everyone finally understood that it wasn't Feng Wuchen who was behaving atrociously, but these alchemists who thought too highly of themselves and looked down on others. Seeing that Feng Wuchen and the others were young, they wanted to use this to improve their sense of existence. Han Kuan, clean up these ashes, Feng Wuchen said. Yes. Hall Master. Han Kuan nodded respectfully. Han Kuan's answer shocked everyone once again. Han Kuan actually called Feng Wuchen Hall Master. Han Kuan was known as the strongest 6th-grade alchemist in the Wuji domain. He was most likely to break through to 7th-grade alchemist. His status was enough to be on the same level as a 7th-grade alchemist, Such a powerful alchemist was actually Feng Wuchen's subordinate. At this moment, everyone felt as if the sky had jumped. First, Tian Xianxia, Zhang Wufang, and the others were extremely respectful, and now it was Han Kuan. All of this made them feel as if they were hallucinating. They couldn't accept it. This problem has been solved. There are still some questions left, Feng Wuchen said indifferently. Tian Xianxia and the others didn't say a word. No matter how stupid the people present were, they could see that Feng Wuchen was terrifying. Even Tian Xianxia and Zhang Wufang had to bow their heads. Feng Wuchen looked at Elder Wang. At this time, Elder Wang's fire poison had already subsided, but his body was weak and his face was full of fear. Elder Wang, do you know why I didn't kill you? Feng Wuchen asked coldly. Elder Wang shook his head in horror. The way he looked at Feng Wuchen was as if he was looking at a monster. You took action for the sake of the alchemy conference's order. This is not wrong, but your mistake is that you are blind and have no opinion of your own. Don't you know what kind of people these trash are? Feng Wuchen asked coldly. Yes. Dendi is right. This lowly one knows his mistake, Elder Wang said in horror. Since this is your first offense, I won't argue with you. However, you are no longer qualified to stay here, Feng Wuchen said coldly. Feng Yun, ask him to leave. Thank you, Dendi, for not killing me. Elder Wang kowtowed and thanked him. He was completely relieved. Even if he lost his qualification, Elder Wang was already very lucky to be able to keep his life. Yes, Master. The second elder of the astral auction, Nie Feng Yun, said respectfully. Nie Feng Yun's address shocked everyone again. They were all dumbfounded. Nie Feng Yun was a 6th-grade alchemist and the second elder of the astral auction. His position was equally terrifying. However, no one expected him to be Feng Wuchen's disciple. The curiosity in their hearts grew stronger and stronger. Who exactly was Feng Wuchen? Han Kuan was his subordinate, and Nie Feng Yun was his disciple. Zhuge Lianqing and Mo Linger were stunned. Their bodies had already turned into stone. How could he have such a terrifying identity? Zhuge Lianqing's face was filled with horror and disbelief. Thinking back to when he sent people to find trouble with Feng Wuchen, Zhuge Lianqing was extremely regretful. This is impossible. Impossible. Mo Linger shook her head in a daze. She couldn't believe that Feng Wuchen had such a terrifying position. Although they didn't know Feng Wuchen's identity, anyone could see that Feng Wuchen's identity was extremely terrifying. It was far above the Zhuge family. Mo Linger, your ability is indeed impressive, leaving many people in the dust. However, Big Brother Feng's sacrifice these few years is something you can't imagine. Ling Xiaoxiao looked at Mo Linger, who was shocked and unable to accept it. Her tone was cold with a hint of disgust. Shut up. What right do you have to talk about me? How do you know how much I've sacrificed these few years? Mo Linger shouted coldly at Ling Xiaoxiao, completely losing her composure. Mo Linger hated it when others pointed fingers at her, especially Ling Xiaoxiao, because it would make her feel that she was inferior to Ling Xiaoxiao. It would make others feel that she made the wrong decision to dump Feng Wuchen. However, Mo Linger might not have thought about it herself. She was now very jealous of Ling Xiaoxiao. Before Feng Wuchen appeared, Mo Linger was definitely an existence that could call the wind and summon the rain in the Mirage Sea realm. But after Feng Wuchen appeared, she felt that the sky had collapsed, and there was no place for her to stay. Mo Linger was unwilling. She was unwilling to be trampled under Feng Wuchen's feet. These few years of hard work, the status that Mo Linger obtained was not worth mentioning in front of Feng Wuchen. However, Mo Linger did not have the ability to change all of this. Feng Wuchen, you're just a small empire system. Mo Linger roared at Feng Wuchen, looking extremely exasperated. This is just the tip of the iceberg that you know. We are indeed from the Flaming Fire Empire, but as early as a few years ago, Big Brother Feng already ruled the empire and pacified the 4 great empires, becoming the strongest in the 4 great empires. Lu Qingyang said proudly. A few years ago? Feng Wuchen looked like he was just 20 years old now. Wasn't he just 16 or 17 years old a few years ago? Everyone was incomparably shocked. 16 or 17 years old, had the terrifying strength to pacify the four great empires and become the strongest in the four great empires. How terrifying was this talent? Feng Wuchen shook his head and said, Mo Ling, you've disappointed me too much. Not only have you not changed in these few years, but you've become worse. Why should I change? What did I do wrong? In order to become stronger, in order to avenge the Mo family, in order to get back at you, I relied on my own ability to reach where I am today. What did I do wrong? Mo Ling shouted, her emotions stirred up. Ling your injuries are serious, don't be too agitated. Zhuge Lianqing said worriedly. Shut up. Mo Ling yelled at Zhuge Lianqing. The emotional Mo Ling showed her most primitive side. At this moment, everyone present could see Mo Ling's true nature. Mo Ling you are beyond saving. You think you are not inferior to Big Brother Feng and want to trample him under your feet. Unfortunately, you don't know how many things Big Brother Feng has experienced along the way. Lu Qingyang shook his head. Big Brother Feng, do you have the ability to suppress the four great empires by yourself? Lu Qingyang asked with a cold smile. Big Brother Feng trained the Yanhua Empire's Black Flag Army and Sky Shadow Fire Cavalry to become the strongest soldiers of the four great empires. Do you have the ability? Among the two most elite soldiers of the empire, there are dozens of people who are stronger than you. They are only elite soldiers of the empire, their talents are not as good as yours. You think you are stronger than Big Brother Feng, but you don't know that Big Brother Feng only needs one finger to kill you. Even Qing Qing can kill you easily. After that, Big Brother Feng went to the 9 continents and the heaven domain. With his powerful strength, he destroyed many powerful forces and made the 9 continents and the heaven domain submit to him. He became the overlord of the 9 continents and the heaven domain. There are too many things that you can't imagine. Do you have the ability? Lu Qingyang's words shocked everyone present. Mo Ling was completely stunned. Among these people, there were many geniuses. Even Zhuge Lianqing did not dare to say that they had the ability. Which one of them didn't have the help of their father and powerful background to be able to achieve what they have today? If they had only relied on themselves, they would have died countless times already. Don't think too highly of yourself. Wake up. You will never be able to surpass Big Brother Feng in this lifetime. With your mentality, no matter how hard you work, it will be useless. Don't humiliate yourself. Lu Qingyang sneered. He made Mo Ling sound like she was worthless. Humiliate myself? Mo Ling's tears rolled down. She looked like she had lost her soul. At this moment, Mo Ling felt that she had fallen into a world of darkness. The depths of her heart were completely devoured by darkness. There was no trace of light. Lianqing, break off your relationship with Mo Ling immediately. Otherwise, don't return to the Zhuge family. The Gu family patriarch shouted coldly. Feng Wuchen's strength was beyond the Gu family patriarch's imagination. The Gu family patriarchs did not want to offend Feng Wuchen because of Mo Ling Father. How can you do this? Ling is already very sad. Zhuge Lianqing complained. Humph. She only has herself to blame. She can't blame anyone else. Don't ruin your future for a woman. The Gu family patriarch said coldly. I humiliated myself. Mo Ling's eyes were empty. Her body swayed as she left as if her soul had left her body. Mo Ling didn't have anything. Feng Wuchen's appearance made her lose badly. Her reputation was ruined. Ling Zhuge Lianqing wanted to chase after her, but he was stopped by the Gu family patriarchs. Mo Ling swayed to Feng Wuchen's side. She looked at Feng Wuchen with empty eyes as tears rolled down her cheeks. Feng Wuchen, I have nothing left. My reputation is ruined. I finally got to where I am today, and now the Zhuge family doesn't want me anymore. Are you happy? It's you. It's all your fault. You caused me to lose everything. Mo Ling screamed at the top of her lungs to vent the anger and hatred in her heart. You brought this upon yourself. Big Brother Feng didn't want to argue with you, but you insisted on taking revenge on Big Brother Feng. You brought this upon yourself. You can't blame Big Brother Feng. Miao Qingqing said coldly. Yes, I can't blame him. Pale Master Hankuan is his subordinate, Elder Nya is his disciple. Senior Tian Xianxia and Elder Zhang are respectful to him. How can I, a weak woman, blame him? That's right, I reap what I sow, I only have myself to blame. But do I deserve such an ending? Is it wrong for me to want revenge? Why did the heavens treat me like this? Why? I can't accept this. I can't. Mo Ling got more and more agitated as she spoke. In the end, she fainted. Ling Zhuge Lianqing was shocked as he rushed out. Lianqing! Come back! The Gu family patriarch shouted angrily. Father, Ling is my true love. I only love Ling in my life. I can't abandon her. Forgive me for being unfilial. Zhuge Lianqing said sorrowfully. He swayed his body and came over to protect the unconscious Mo Ling. You unfilial son. Come back. The leaders of the Gu family shouted angrily. Unfortunately, Zhuge Lianqing ignored them and left with the unconscious Mo Ling. Zhuge Lianqing's attitude was firm. He seemed to have made up his mind to be Feng Wuchen's enemy. Dendi, don't worry. I will discipline my son well and will not let him cause trouble for Dendi. The leaders of the Gu family were extremely anxious. They quickly cupped their fists and said to Feng Wuchen. I do admire Zhuge Lianqing. Feng Wuchen said lightly. Zhuge Lianqing's courage was indeed worthy of respect. He was not afraid of anything for the woman he loved. My matter has been settled. I am really sorry for delaying the alchemy conference. Senior Tian Xianxia, you can start the alchemy conference now. Feng Wuchen said. The alchemy conference was undoubtedly a place for alchemists to exchange their knowledge and experience. At the same time, there would be a competition to select some outstanding junior alchemists. The alchemy conference was a very grand event for every alchemist. They all felt honored and proud to be able to participate in the alchemy conference. The alchemists with a high level of alchemy would talk about their experiences while the other alchemists listened attentively. Feng Wuchen sat in the center of the conference hall without saying a word. He was also listening to the alchemists talking about their experiences. Ling Xiaoxiao and Lu Qingyang were watching the beautiful scenery of the sea outside the conference hall. As time went by, the conference that lasted for almost 4 hours finally came to an end. I'm sure all of you have heard of Denda's realm. It is a legendary realm among alchemists. Today, we are fortunate to have Dendi teach us. Please welcome Dendi. On the stage, Tian Xianxia laughed happily as if he had been waiting for this moment for decades. Dendi is teaching us? Many alchemists were surprised. Is he really at Denda's realm? Isn't Alchemy Emperor just the name he gave him? How is this possible? Dendi is so young. It is impossible for him to reach the legendary realm of Dendi. Dendi is an alchemist? Isn't he a 6th grade inscription master? Everyone in the conference hall was shocked. No one believed that Feng Wuchen had reached the legendary realm of Dendi. They thought that Dendi was just a title for Feng Wuchen. Quiet. Tian Xianxia waved his hand. He could not be bothered to explain the doubts of the crowd. Feng Wuchen walked up the stage. The entire place was silent. Tian Xianxia and the others sat in the front row below the stage like students. Tian Xianxi's actions surprised many alchemists. Feng Wuchen could naturally see everyone's suspicion, but he didn't care at all. Feng Wuchen's teaching was entirely aimed at the alchemists' exchange of insights. He pointed out their mistakes and pointed out how to correct them. At first, no one believed it. However, as Feng Wuchen pointed out their mistakes and how to correct them, many alchemists were enlightened and shocked. Even the 6th grade and 7th grade alchemists were in disbelief. Every time Feng Wuchen pointed out a mistake and pointed out a correction, it would bring a sense of enlightenment to the alchemists. In just a few minutes, Feng Wuchen's teaching had benefited everyone. They felt that they had broadened their horizons in the field of alchemy Dao. As the saying goes, listening to a wise man's words is better than reading for 10 years. As Feng Wuchen talked about more profound alchemy, everyone was even more shocked. Many details and methods were involved in the field, which was completely beyond their imagination. Even Tian Xianxia had never come into contact with it. Many alchemists had gradually changed from belief to worship. Each of them was respectful and excited. They had deeply realized that Feng Wuchen's height in the field of alchemy Dao was beyond their imagination. To be able to listen to Feng Wuchen's teaching was definitely the most precious thing in their lives. It was definitely a priceless treasure. At the same time, it was also their great honor. However, all of this was fought for by Xianxia. If it weren't for Xianxia's repeated pleas, Feng Wuchen wouldn't have agreed. In the end, when Feng Wuchen talked about the real alchemy, in front of everyone, he displayed the magic of pills forming with thought. The magical and powerful alchemy skills stunned everyone. After seeing the magic of pills forming with thought, everyone believed that Feng Wuchen had stepped into the legendary Dendi realm. Such a terrifying existence could be said to have opened the eyes of the powerhouses of the major forces. The alchemists' faces showed that they could die without regrets after seeing the magic of pills forming with thought in this life. Dendi, how can one reach the realm of alchemy without a cauldron? Xianxia asked carefully. Everyone looked at Feng Wuchen nervously. The cauldron is just an external object. As long as you have the cauldron in your heart, you will be able to do it one day. Alright, the lesson ends here. On the high platform, Feng Wuchen smiled and stood up. Hearing this, everyone was stunned at first. Then, they all revealed looks of reluctance. Feng Wuchen's teaching had benefited them a lot. At least in the future, they wouldn't have to take many detours on the path of alchemy. Dendi realm above, please accept a bow from your disciples. The alchemists all knelt down and bowed to Feng Wuchen. Before Dendi, every alchemist was a disciple. If Mo Ling Er was here, she would have been scared silly. Feng Wuchen's status was extraordinary. The entire Wuji domain's alchemists respected him like a god. With her status, she was far inferior to Feng Wuchen. Thank you Dendi for teaching us. Xianxia bowed deeply to show his respect. Xianxia was an 8th grade alchemist, but after listening to Feng Wuchen's teaching, he also benefited a lot. Feng Wuchen's attainments in alchemy were superb. Xianxia was far inferior to Feng Wuchen. Feng Wuchen said lightly, alchemists are loved by the world for alchemy, not for showing off. We will follow Dendi's teachings. The alchemists bowed respectfully. Alright, I still have other matters to attend to, so I'll take my leave first. If you encounter any problems in alchemy in the future, you can find me at the Astral World Dragon God Temple. I'm the temple master, but I have to collect money. I'm very poor, so my fees are very expensive. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly. The moment they heard that, everyone was overjoyed. This meant that they could receive Dendi's guidance at any time. It would definitely be of great benefit to their alchemy realm. To them, gold coins were nothing more than dirt. Farewell, Dendi. All the alchemists respectfully followed Feng Wuchen out of the venue. Even if they were unwilling, no one dared to ask him to stay. No one dared to be greedy. Dendi, if you have any difficulties in the Mirage Sea realm, you can come to Sky Sea City. I'll do my best. At the entrance of the venue, Xianxia said respectfully. With Xianxia's words, who in the Mirage Sea realm would dare to provoke Feng Wuchen, the Wuji domain and the Western region's major factions also expressed their opinions. Big brother Feng, something bad has happened. After leaving the ship, Lu Qingyang shook his head and looked at Feng Wuchen as if something big had happened. What's the big deal? Feng Wuchen looked at Lu Qingyang curiously. All the alchemists in the alchemy conference were trampled by you, big brother Feng. Even Xianxia had to be respectful. How is this not a big deal? Lu Qingyang looked at Feng Wuchen in astonishment. Feng Wuchen was speechless. Pfft. Ling Xiaoxiao and Miao Qingqing couldn't help but laugh. Big brother Feng, from now on, you can do whatever you want in the entire Wuji domain. Lu Qingyang raised his eyebrows and laughed. If I have the time, I might as well search for treasures. Feng Wuchen shook his head. Big brother Feng, is there any movement on the treasure map? Ling Xiaoxiao suddenly asked. Feng Wuchen shook his head and said, not yet. They are probably still searching. Even with the treasure map, it won't be easy to find the exact location. Let's go find other treasures first. Other treasures? Beta Yan looked at Feng Wuchen in surprise. At the border of the Wuji domain, which is also the border between the Wuji domain and the Tyrant domain. Let's go back to the Dragon Temple first, Feng Wuchen said indifferently. Temple Master, the treasure map from the Mo clan? Beta Yan asked curiously. Feng Wuchen nodded and said with a smile, that's right. We have to hurry and find the treasure as soon as possible. Isn't the Mo clan already destroyed? Is Temple Master still worried that the treasure will fall into the hands of others? Beta Yan frowned slightly. I just want to find it as soon as possible because I still have to spend time looking for other treasures. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly. The treasure Feng Wuchen was referring to was not the treasure marked on the Mo clan's map, but the primordial power. The ancient energy was very important to Feng Wuchen. It was the lifeline for Feng Wuchen to become stronger. In order to catch up with the alchemy conference, Feng Wuchen did not have the time to accompany his father and mother. He felt very apologetic in his heart. After the alchemy conference ended, Feng Wuchen immediately rushed back. There's killing intent. When Feng Wuchen and the others were flying away from Heavenly Sea City, Feng Wuchen suddenly stopped and frowned. He had sensed an extremely powerful killing intent coming towards them. It can't be Zhuge Lianqing, right? Lu Qingyang frowned and said. He also felt the strong murderous aura. It's not Zhuge Lianqing. It's another genius who fought with Zhuge Lianqing over Mo Ling. This aura is definitely his, said Beta Yan with a frown. A genius from the Holy Sun sect? Lu Qingyang's expression changed slightly. The figure of Duan Moling, who was fighting with Zhuge Lianqing, appeared in his mind. Duan Moling was the genius young master of the Holy Sun sect. His cultivation was tyrannical and had reached the 7th level of the Sky Human realm. In the Mirage Sea realm, Duan Moling was one of the top geniuses and was recognized as the strongest. Miao Qingqing looked ahead vigilantly and said solemnly, it seems that he knows about Mo Ling. Unfortunately, the experts from the Holy Sun sect did not come for the alchemy conference. Otherwise, he would not dare to attack us. Lu Qingyang frowned. Swoosh, a black shadow appeared in a flash, full of killing intent. It was Duan Moling, the young master of the Holy Sun sect. Duan Moling's face was gloomy as he glared at Feng Wuchen and the others. Feng Wuchen, I have been waiting for you for a long time. Duan Moling said gloomily. Every word was filled with killing intent. A terrifying power burst out, shaking the void. A dazzling blue light burst out, extremely dazzling. This is troublesome. With such terrifying power, we can't beat him even if we join forces, Beta Yan said solemnly. Feng Wuchen looked at Duan Moling indifferently and asked, are you here for Mo Ling? You know the answer, but you still ask. Since you dared to hurt Ling I will kill you. Duan Moling roared angrily. Without further ado, he charged ferociously at Feng Wuchen. Be careful. Ling Xiaoxiao flashed to the front and condensed a green barrier. Duan Moling arrived in the blink of an eye. His fist, which contained terrifying power, blasted fiercely at Ling Xiaoxiao's barrier. Humph. Do you think you can stop my power? Duan Moling's face was full of disdain. With your little power, you can't break my barrier. Ling Xiaoxiao replied bluntly. Not to mention Duan Moling, even if it was Duan Moling's father, Ling Xiaoxiao wouldn't be afraid. Boom. Puff. The terrifying fist landed on the barrier, and with a loud explosion, the green barrier instantly burst with a dazzling green light. An incomparably terrifying energy surged and exploded. Duan Mo's expression suddenly changed, but it was too late to block it, and he was powerless to do so. Then, he spat out a mouthful of blood and his figure flew backwards. Buzz buzz. The terrifying energy rippled wildly, causing the void to shake violently. The energy ripple turned into a wild wind, causing the trees below to collapse. Even the Sky Sea City was affected. How is this possible? Duan Moling's face was full of fear. He couldn't believe that with his terrifying power, he couldn't break the barrier formed by a Sky Origin stage cultivator. The ferocious attack caused Duan Moling to be seriously injured. The more terrifying the attack was, the more serious the injury. No, that's not the power of a Sky Origin stage cultivator. This barrier's power is even more terrifying than the Heaven realm. Duan Moling was indeed the #1 genius in the Mirage Sea realm. He quickly realized the terror of the green barrier. How about it? Do you want to try? Ling Xiaoxiao asked coldly. With Duan Moling's strength, he couldn't hurt Ling Xiaoxiao at all. Such a terrifying barrier, one try was enough. He would be a fool to try again. Feng Wuchen, you're lucky today. But don't think it's over. I'll kill you sooner or later. Duan Moling said ferociously. I won't kill you today, but I hope you can figure out whether it's worth it for Mo Ling er. If you think it's worth it, you can come and die, Feng Wuchen said coldly. Mo Ling er likes Zhuge Lianqing. Why do you have to stand up for him? Lu Qingyang spread out his hands and sneered. Shut up. Duan Moling suddenly roared. Duan Moling glared at Feng Wuchen and roared, Feng Wuchen, aren't you dandy? Why do you only know how to hide behind a woman? Fight me if you have the guts. Hearing this, Feng Wuchen frowned slightly and said coldly, you're seriously injured now. Are you sure you're not here to die? Duan Moling took out an elixir and swallowed it. His weak body instantly recovered by 60%, and his terrifying aura skyrocketed. 6th class soul rinsing elixir. Feng Wuchen was shocked. Soul rinsing elixir? What kind of elixir is that? It has such a terrifying healing effect. Lu Qingyang was so shocked that his eyes almost popped out. Beta Yan said in shock, his injuries have recovered by 60%. How is that possible? Does the soul rinsing elixir have such a terrifying effect? Lu Qingyang had followed Feng Wuchen for so long, but he had never seen such a terrifying elixir. Feng Wuchen. Let's fight. A violent aura erupted as Duan Mo roared at Feng Wuchen, his murderous aura soaring to the sky. His aura has increased again. Peak of the 5th level of the sky realm. Beta Yan's expression changed again. A 6th grade pill is really terrifying. He suffered such heavy injuries, and a single pill allowed him to recover so much. Lu Qingyang couldn't help but tremble. This kind of medicinal pill has side effects. After 2 hours, it'll take at least half a year for him to recover from his injuries, or even longer. If it's serious, it might even cause his cultivation to drop. Unless absolutely necessary, he won't use medicinal pills that have side effects so easily, Ling Xiaoxiao said with a frown. Looks like he cares a lot about Mo Ling er. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so impulsive to kill Big Brother Feng. Miao Qingqing said solemnly. You guys step back first, Feng Wuchen said solemnly. Currently, only Feng Wuchen could contend with Duan Mo, and that was when Duan Mo was heavily injured. If he was in peak condition, Feng Wuchen wouldn't be his match. Boom, with a furious roar, Duan Mo shot out with a powerful roar. His speed was extremely terrifying, and terrifying energy ripples swept out, causing the void to shake violently. Qilin armor. Feng Wuchen shouted as he activated the power of world destruction and the 2nd stage of the supreme body. At the same time, he took out the armor and soared into the sky. Hand over your life. Duan Mo roared again as he chased fiercely. Buzz buzz. Feng Wuchen's aura soared at a terrifying speed as he soared into the sky. In the blink of an eye, he soared from the 2nd level of the sky realm to the 4th level of the sky realm. His aura was monstrous, and a resplendent dark red light shrouded the void. The overbearing power shook the void, and the space rolled like waves. Duan Mo's speed was terrifying. Seeing that he was approaching, Feng Wuchen immediately took out his gloves, and his aura soared again, breaking through the 5th level of the sky realm. I didn't expect you to be able to raise your combat strength to such a level. Duan Mo shouted angrily, secretly shocked. Even he, the #1 genius of the Mirage Sea realm, couldn't do it. Mid-grade mystic tier martial technique. Divine Fist of Destruction. At the same time as he roared, Duan Mo Ming had already thrown out a punch through the air. A terrifying surging power swept out in all directions, and a gale whistled, giving off a feeling of tearing through space. The power of Duan Mo's punch was enough to turn a towering mountain into dust. 3rd Heaven's Fury Palm. Feng Wuchen fiercely shouted, not to be outdone, and blasted out 3 palms. The 3 palms overlapped, and the power was overbearing and ferocious. Boom. Buzz. The terrifying blood-red palm print collided with the blue energy, resulting in an earth-shattering explosion. When the 2 attacks collided, monstrous energy ripples swept out crazily, and the 2 lights each occupied half of the sky. Humph. You do have some skills. Duan Mo said fiercely. You only have 2 hours. Feng Wuchen coldly reminded. In the fierce head-on collision, Feng Wuchen did not fall into a disadvantage at all. The upper half of the Qilin armor already had an extremely powerful defensive power. Coupled with Feng Wuchen's powerful physical body, his defense was absolutely terrifying. He actually still has such terrifying power after suffering such heavy injuries. Bai Duyan frowned, a hint of fear flashing in his eyes. He is the #1 genius of the Mirage Sea realm. His strength is definitely not simple, Miao Qingqing said. Rumble. Buzz. After more than 10 seconds, the frenzied energy exploded. The extremely destructive energy spread out, sending the two flying. The space within a radius of 300 meters was trembling. In Heavenly Sea City, many cultivators could sense the slight tremor spreading from afar, and they could also sense the monstrous energy. However, for a place like Heavenly Sea City where experts were as common as clouds, a battle between Heaven Realm experts was nothing strange. The battle between Feng Wuchen and Duan Mo did not arouse the curiosity of the experts in Heavenly Sea City. Looking at the sky above the battlefield, Feng Wuchen, who had been sent flying, flapped his black wings and forcefully stabilized his body. Boom! His wings flapped again, and with a loud boom, Feng Wuchen's figure turned into a dark red light in the blink of an eye. His might was monstrous, and he was extremely ferocious. Come! Duan Mo, who sensed something, was filled with fighting spirit. He roared at the sky, and his berserk aura turned into a gale. Boom! 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 Buzz! An intense hand-to-hand combat unfolded. The two of them relied on their astonishing speed and terrifying strength to launch a high-intensity battle. A series of explosions rang out, and each clash could make one's heart stop for a moment. I didn't expect you to have such ferocious combat strength at the second layer of the Heaven Realm. Duan Mo snorted coldly. However, Duan Mo did not fall into a disadvantage. Duan Mo already possessed powerful combat strength. Even though he was severely injured, he was still powerful after consuming medicinal pills. If it were any other opponent, they would have already been defeated by Feng Wuchen's ferocious attacks. However, what puzzled Duan Mo was that his attacks were tricky and fierce, but Feng Wuchen could easily dodge them. It made him feel as if Feng Wuchen had seen through his moves. The #1 genius of the Mirage Sea realm is more powerful than I imagined, Feng Wuchen said coldly. In the high-intensity battle, as time passed, both of them unleashed their full strength. As for Feng Wuchen, who had a powerful defense, he gradually fell into a disadvantage. One had to know that hand-to-hand combat was definitely Feng Wuchen's advantage, but now, Feng Wuchen was actually at a disadvantage. From this, it could be seen how powerful Feng Wuchen was. Duan Mo's aura is above the Temple Master's. Even though the Temple Master's body is powerful, his speed and strength are inferior to Duan Mo's, Bai Duyan said with a frown. Feng Wuchen had taken out a high-grade spirit weapon glove, while Duan Mo had yet to take out a Dharma treasure. He was completely relying on his own strength to resist Feng Wuchen. I hope Brother Feng's martial skills can suppress him. Lu Qingyang's face revealed a trace of worry. Boom! Buzz buzz. The high-intensity battle ended with Feng Wuchen being sent flying after the two fists collided. Brother Feng. Lu Qingyang and the others were increasingly worried. Duan Mo was heavily injured, but he could still suppress Feng Wuchen. The #1 genius of the Mirage Sea realm was too powerful. He's only slightly stronger than me, but the difference is so obvious, Feng Wuchen thought with a frown as he felt his arm go numb. The 5th level of the Heaven Realm was Feng Wuchen's limit. However, Duan Mo's strength was above Feng Wuchen's limit. Even if he did not have a powerful body, with his powerful strength, he could naturally suppress Feng Wuchen. Buzz buzz. An extremely terrifying power surged out from Duan Mo's body. The void shook again, and an even more violent aura burst out. Feng Wuchen, among our peers, other than Zhuge Lianqing, you are the first to be able to withstand my attacks for so long. Duan Mo shouted as a terrifying power rapidly condensed. Feng Wuchen. It's over. Duan Mo shouted coldly. His eyes flashed with fierce killing intent as he sentenced Feng Wuchen to death. High-grade profound ranked martial technique. Raging waves palm. Duan Mo suddenly shouted as he formed a seal with both hands. A dazzling blue light flashed, and the terrifying energy seemed to be compressed. Xiao. Weng Weng. Duan Mo struck out with his palm, and a 60 to 70 meter blue palm print broke through the air, carrying a destructive aura as it charged towards Feng Wuchen. The intense pressure and terrifying energy caused Feng Wuchen to feel a tearing pain. After figuring out Feng Wuchen's limits, Duan Mo showed no mercy this time. You are indeed stronger than me, but aren't you looking down on me too much? Feng Wuchen said coldly. His surging aura suddenly increased, and a tyrannical world extermination force burst out. Duan Mo's strength was indeed stronger than Feng Wuchen's by more than half. However, if Duan Mo wanted to use a mere high-grade profound ranked martial technique to defeat Feng Wuchen, then he was truly underestimating Feng Wuchen. Feeling Feng Wuchen's surging aura, Duan Mo frowned slightly, and his expression turned grave. Although he sent Feng Wuchen flying in the high-intensity hand-to-hand combat earlier, he was unable to injure Feng Wuchen in the slightest. This already made Duan Mo not dare to underestimate Feng Wuchen. If it were anyone else, Duan Mo's punch would have already injured them. From this, it could be seen that Feng Wuchen was definitely not an ordinary person. World Extermination Heavenly Punishment / A dark red light soared into the sky, and a tyrannical world extermination force condensed on his right arm. It was as if it was covered in blood, and the power it emitted was breathtaking. The vast power that erupted from Feng Wuchen finally caused Duan Mo's expression to change. That breathtaking power made Duan Mo feel threatened. This is an earth-ranked martial technique. Duan Mo exclaimed in shock. Duan Mo thought to himself, the earth-ranked martial technique that Feng Wuchen executed is extraordinary, and its power is extremely tyrannical. Xiao. Buzz. As Feng Wuchen's shout fell, he suddenly waved his arm, and a dark red energy slash that was like a crescent moon flew out. It was 700 feet in size, and its might was monstrous and extremely overbearing. Rumble. Buzz. Poo-pee-you. In the blink of an eye, the two terrifying energies collided fiercely and exploded. Space shook violently and a dozen tiny cracks appeared in the center of the explosion. The destructive energy of the explosion rolled fiercely and rushed out in all directions like a tsunami. The two of them were the first to bear the brunt of the impact and vomited blood on the spot as their figures were sent flying. Feng Wuchen could injure Duan Mo, but the power of an earth-tier martial skill was terrifying. Duan Mo had injured Feng Wuchen with his profound rank martial skill, which showed how strong he was. The terrifying energy ripples spread out over 100 zhang and reached the sky above the Heavenly Sea City. The Heavenly Sea City was in a state of shock. What an intense battle. This is a battle between 5th-level Heaven-tier martial artists. There's a familiar aura. Are you going all out? This power was comparable to a 6th-level Heaven-tier powerhouse. I don't know who it is. This is an Earth-tier martial skill. The intense battle between Feng Wuchen and Duan Mo finally attracted the attention of the Heavenly Sea City's cultivators. At first, they did not pay attention, but as the power became more and more terrifying, and there was even an Earth-tier martial skill, it aroused everyone's curiosity. Martial artists who possessed Earth-tier martial skills mostly had great backgrounds. Because of this, it attracted the attention of the Heavenly Sea City's people. Because of this, many of the Heavenly Sea City's martial artists went to the battlefield to investigate. The energy ripples lasted for a full 5 minutes before gradually dissipating. In the head-on collision, both of them were injured, but it did not affect their battle prowess. Mid-level Earth-tier martial skill. Duan Mo frowned deeply with a serious expression. At the same time, he wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Feng Wuchen had used a mid-level Earth-tier martial skill, and its power could be said to be extremely terrifying. No wonder it could injure Duan Mo. Feng Wuchen, do you have any more Earth-tier martial skills? Duan Mo asked coldly. The true essence in his body was once again fully activated. Even though his aura had decreased, it did not affect his battle prowess. Duan Mo's aura rapidly increased. His hands formed a seal, and an even more terrifying power burst out from his body, surging in berserk. Earth-tier martial skill. Feng Wuchen's face darkened slightly. Feng Wuchen, I'll let you see my full strength. Duan Mo shouted coldly. With a thought, he took out a mid-level spirit tool, which was a crystal bead. As Duan Mo poured power into it, the crystal bead flashed with a blue light, emitting an extremely powerful aura. Weng, weng. Duan Mo's aura once again increased sharply, and his aura instantly returned to the peak of the 5th level of the heaven tier. Mid-level spirit tool. Duan Mo's aura returned to the peak of the 5th level of the heaven tier. Lu Qingyang cried out in surprise. His strength is really terrifying. Beta Yan was extremely fearful. He clenched his fists tightly, feeling inferior to others. Big Brother Feng should not be holding back anymore. Ling. Xiao said solemnly. Low-level Earth tier martial skill. 7-star sky-splitting palm. Duan Mo suddenly shouted and struck out with his palm again. Compared to the previous palm print, the power of this palm print was more than 10 times stronger. Whoosh. Weng, weng. The extremely terrifying palm print was like a towering mountain smashing towards Feng Wuchen. It was unstoppable, and everywhere it passed, the space violently shook and rolled. Feng Wuchen's face was solemn. With a thought, the Dragon God sword appeared out of thin air. Weng, weng. Once the Dragon God sword appeared, Feng Wuchen's aura crazily increased, and a terrifying sword intent soared into the sky. Another high-grade spirit tool. 2nd tier forging. This sword is completely different from other high-grade spirit tools. Its aura is extremely violent. Duan Mo frowned again, and a trace of uneasiness surged in his heart. Soul extinguishing sword art. Extinguishing souls and crying ghosts. Feng Wuchen fiercely shouted, and the Dragon God sword suddenly swept across. A dark red sword beam containing terrifying energy shot out with an unstoppable force. Wherever it passed, a pitch-black crack appeared in the void, spreading along the path of the sword beam. Seeing the terrifying sword beam exploding towards him, Duan Mo's face was instantly filled with dissatisfaction and fear, and his eyes widened. The monster sword beam caused Duan Mo to be extremely fearful. How is this possible? How can his Earth-tier sword art have such terrifying energy? This isn't an Earth-tier sword art. Duan Mo said with a trembling voice, and his expression stiffened as he looked at the dark red sword beam. Rumble. Pfft. In an instant, the sword beam and the palm print collided, and a loud rumbling sound resounded throughout the surrounding mountains. It was deafening, and the terrifying energy caused Duan Mo to vomit blood. His body was like a cannonball as he flew out. This is impossible. Duan Mo's heart was filled with fear. He didn't dare to believe that Feng Wuchen could display such a terrifying sword art. Just a sword beam was enough to cause Duan Mo to suffer a crushing defeat. The strength of the sword beam was unimaginable. Weng, weng. Extremely terrifying energy ripples spread out, and the void trembled as if it was about to collapse. The number 1 genius of the Mirage Sea realm, Duan Mo, suffered a crushing defeat at the hands of Feng Wuchen. That's Duan Mo. Our Mirage Sea realm's number 1 genius. He actually lost. Duan Moming's defeat shocked many cultivators who had rushed over. Many experts' faces were filled with shock and disbelief. As the number 1 genius of the Mirage Sea realm, Duan Moming's name had long shaken the Mirage Sea realm. Everyone knew him. With Duan Moming's terrifying strength, it was enough to contend with an 8th-level sky-human realm expert. It's really Duan Moming. How is this possible? Duan Moming was actually defeated. Who is that kid? How can a peak 5th-level sky-human realm defeat Duan Moming? Duan Moming is a 7th-level sky-human realm expert. I remember them. They were people who just got off the ship. He can actually defeat Duan Moming. He's just a 5th-level sky-human realm expert. It's impossible for him to defeat Duan Moming. He must have used some despicable method. Many experts discussed in shock. They did not know Feng Wuchen, let alone Feng Wuchen and Denda's identities. The experts who knew Feng Wuchen's identity were still on the ship. High up in the sky, Duan Moming, who had been sent flying, was seriously injured. His face was pale, and he could no longer fight. On the other hand, Feng Wuchen was only slightly injured. However, his face was still pale. Using the soul-extinguishing sword art at full strength consumed a lot of energy. However, Feng Wuchen was considered to have won this battle. I didn't expect you to have such a terrifying sword art. Staring fiercely at Feng Wuchen, Duan Moming gritted his teeth and said angrily. Feng Wuchen took out a medicinal pill and swallowed it. Then, he said, I'll say it again. Wait until you've thought it through before sending yourself to death. Is Mo Ling worth it for you to die for her? With that, Feng Wuchen took the lead and flew away. Ling Xiaoxiao and the others followed behind. After losing this battle and not being able to vent his anger for Mo Ling Duan Moming roared furiously. The cultivators who had just rushed over were all trembling in fear. Astral World Dragon Temple. Welcome, Temple Master. The people of the Dragon God Temple greeted him respectfully, their loud voices resounding throughout Mount Dendi. Big brother Feng, Qingqing and I are going back to the Lu family. My father will probably break my legs if we don't go back for too long. As soon as they arrived at the Dragon God Temple, Lu Qingyang took Miao Qingqing to the teleportation array. Come back in 3 days. Feng Wuchen reminded. All right. In the teleportation array, Lu Qingyang nodded. In the blink of an eye, the two of them disappeared. Chen Xiao. You're finally back. Xiao Qingqing was the first to welcome them happily. Father, mother, grand elder. Feng Wuchen smiled. Ling Xiaoxiao smiled sweetly and said, Uncle Feng, Aunt Xiao, first elder. Xiaoxiao, accompany Auntie Xiao to Astral City to look at the fabrics. Auntie Xiao will make clothes for you. Auntie Xiao has already spoken to Lan Yu. Xiao Qingqing smiled happily. Okay. Ling Xiaoxiao nodded obediently. Young master, what happened to your injuries? Feng Qianyang asked with a frown. He quickly checked Feng Wuchen's injuries. I'm fine. Don't worry, first elder. I'll recover soon. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly. On the way back, his injuries were more or less healed. How was the alchemy conference? Feng Xingxiong asked with a smile. Feng Xingxiong wasn't worried about Feng Wuchen's injuries. As a Dendi, Feng Wuchen's injuries were nothing. It's nothing. I just watched them exchange their experiences and compete in alchemy. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly. Watched. Feng Xingxiong was slightly taken aback. He stopped and looked back at Feng Wuchen with a strange expression. Xiao Qingqing, who was happily chatting with Ling Xiaoxiao, had a stiff smile on her face. She immediately said with dissatisfaction, What's going on? Chen can only watch? This was too outrageous. No matter what, Chen was an alchemy emperor, right? They're too much. Could it be that they're all Dendi? Chen they're too much of a bully. Bring mother there. Mother wants to see who's so arrogant. How dare they not put Chen in their eyes? Mother, it's not what you think. Feng Wuchen smiled awkwardly. He didn't expect Xiao Qingqing to have such a big reaction. Madame Feng, the Hall Master's alchemy realm far surpasses the alchemists of the alchemy conference. Tian Xianzi also treats the Hall Master as the most distinguished guest. In the end, he even begged the Hall Master to teach them. So the Hall Master can only watch. Beidou Yan hurriedly explained. Like I said, with Chen and Denda's realm, which alchemist can surpass Chen? Only after hearing Beidou Yan's words did Xiao Qingqing let it go. Aunt Xiao, Big Brother Feng is the most powerful alchemist in the entire alchemy conference. They all have to learn from Big Brother Feng. Ling Xiaoxiao said with a smile. That's good. That's good. Xiao Qingqing smiled happily. In the main hall, Feng Wuchen, Feng Xingxiong, Feng Qianyang, and the others happily chatted. Xiao Qingqing, Ling Xiaoxiao, and Lan Yu went to the Star Boundary City. In the next 3 days, Feng Wuchen accompanied his family. At the same time, he also gave pointers to Feng Xingxiong and the others. The current Feng family was the most powerful existence in the Inferno Empire. So, when there were no other important matters, Feng Xingxiong and the others stayed in the Dragon Temple to cultivate. 3 days later, Lu Qingyang and Miao Qingqing returned from the Lu family. Feng Wuchen and the others started the treasure hunt. The people who went to search for the treasure included Feng Wuchen, Ling Xiaoxiao, Lu Qingyang, Miao Qingqing, Bai Duyan, Zhang Junlan, Yi Tianqing, and Lan Yu. Bai Mia, Lei Tianjue, and the others were still in seclusion to break through to the heaven realm. The mark on the map was only the approximate location of the treasure. No one knew the exact location. So, Feng Wuchen and the others would have to spend a lot of time to find the exact location of the treasure. When Feng Wuchen and the others arrived at the border between the Wuji domain and the Tyrant domain, half a month had already passed. Looking at the map, Feng Wuchen said seriously, "The mark on the map should be around here. Let's split up and look for the treasure. The location of the treasure is hidden deep. Don't miss anything." Their current location was the primeval forest at the border between the Wuji domain and the Tyrant domain. There were no humans here. The primeval forest was extremely complicated. Finding the treasure was even more difficult. As far as the eye could see, it was an endless stretch of mountain ranges. Brother Feng, the Mo family marked the location. Since they know that there is a treasure here, it means that they came to look for it. If we can find the mark left by the Mo family, I believe it won't take long for us to find the exact location of the treasure. Ling Xiaoxiao said. That's right. Since the Mo family is definitely around here, they must have marked it. We must look carefully. Feng Wuchen nodded. This was related to the divine punishment power. Feng Wuchen didn't dare to be careless. Feng Wuchen was determined to get the divine punishment power. However, looking for the treasure in such a huge primeval mountain range was undoubtedly like looking for a needle in a haystack. Feng Wuchen looked at the mark on the map and muttered, "The more impossible it is, the more likely it is. There are too many impossible places. How long will it take to find it?" The most troublesome part of treasure hunting was finding the location of the treasure. End of chapter 541. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.